Chapter 81. Angel Bar, 23rd Street, Lehman's imperial capital. The streets are bustling today. Since it was still daytime, the bar was nearly empty, with only a few customers drinking. Of course it's bustling, it's the annual L Day. A young man took a sip of his cocktail and gestured to the projection crystal above the bar counter. No wonder it's Piarista, the only noble family in Lehman with a 2,000-year history. TSK, when I first heard about this, I thought the history books were wrong. What family history is that long? Even longer than the Empire's history. At that moment, the projection crystal was playing a video of King Cassius of Lehman shaking hands warmly with King Silas. Compared to the composed and confident Cassius, King Silas was deathly pale, looking as if he had just closed a huge and profitable deal. Pope Silas beside him was no less ashamed, not daring to raise his head in front of the camera. It's clear that His Majesty King Silas is very happy today to be invited to the Riemann family. A reporter, undeterred by the chaos, pressed forward with a microphone. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with the hospitality you received in Riemann so far? Satisfied, very satisfied, the king quickly replied. Riemann is a vast and resource-rich land, a land of outstanding people. And everyone here is incredibly hospitable. Silas should learn from you. I heard that your country has considerable experience with blitzkrieg. Could you explain to the audience in front of the projector what blitzkrieg is? I wouldn't dare. Compared to Riemann, we're at most just capitalists. What's your opinion on the fate of the Osborne family? Beheading, they must beheaded. Seeing this, several young men in the bar subconsciously began to discuss amongst themselves. Hey, what race is this Eline? She scared King Silas like that, she can't be human, right? At least judging from the battle footage from Monde, calling her the ice goddess is an understatement. Experts say the ice element in Monde will take at least 3 years to completely dissipate. Even the volcanoes there are frozen. Then she's an elf, right? She's so cute. Definitely not an elf. I remember elves all have pointed ears, and elves only know grass magic, very few know ice magic. Whatever her race. At this moment, a bearded man in a corner not far away slammed his glass on the table. Anyway, she's not on our level. What's the point of you discussing this? Uncle, you're being a bit. You're nitpicking, aren't you? The young man turned around. They helped us solve both our internal and external problems, so we should at least show them some respect. What does that have to do with me? The stubble-faced man snorted. Isn't she a noble woman? Uncle, you don't seem to like nobles? It's not that I don't like them. I told you, we're not in the same class as nobles. What do they have to do with us? We never even see them. The stubble-faced man said disdainfully, if you're so capable, why don't you get that little hero to come drink in a humble bar like ours? Creak. Before the uncle could finish speaking, the bar's wooden door was pushed open. Accompanied by the melodious tinkling of bells, a small, delicate white foot peeked in. Immediately afterward, a small green figure walked briskly into the bar. This barefoot girl, wearing a grass-green dress, looked to be about 12 years old. The green ribbon below the large bow on her back swayed slightly with her movements, making her look like a cute little elf, someone out of place in the bar's atmosphere. The one who entered was none other than Eline, who had just said goodbye to Bilotes, and come to the Angel Bar alone. Looking at the little green loli in the bar, both the young man who had been discussing whether elves can use ice magic and the stubble-faced uncle who had been shouting in the corner, nobles have nothing to do with us ordinary people, were dumbfounded. Especially the stubble-faced uncle, who even forgot to drink his drink, staring at Eline at the bar with disbelief. Little sister. The bartender behind the counter was the first to react. He quickly stood up and joked, we don't sell camel milk here, do we? Erin walked over, a single strand of hair sticking out from under the counter. Do you sell milk liquor then? Damn it. Realizing she couldn't even reach the bar, Erin quickly grabbed a small chair and stood on it. I can try mixing milk liquor. The bartender's lips twitched. How strong do you want it? As low as possible, preferably no alcohol. Erin pulled the 2 gold coins given to her by Bilotes from her skirt pocket. How much? If you're buying it. No charge. The bartender smiled and took a jug of milk from the shelf. Then I make you a special. Dance of the young elf? Anything's fine. Erin, perched on a small chair, lowered her voice. Could you help me find Shadow? Hearing this, the bartender paused for a moment, then nodded seriously. I contact him for you right away. Make the milk liqueur first. Remember not to put any alcohol in it. 5 minutes later, in the backyard of the Angel Bar, Erin looked at the dragon-winged man kneeling on the ground before her, silently holding the milk liqueur in her hands, sticking her little tongue into the glass, licking it absent-mindedly. Not bad. It tastes like a mix of iced black tea and silk stocking milk tea. It probably has milk, mint, and grass jelly-like seasonings in it. There's definitely no alcohol. The Lehman Empire raises many camels, and everyone drinks camel milk, so Eline was quite happy that Angel Bar sells milk. Could you? After drinking the milk liquor for a while, seeing that the man in front of her showed no intention of getting up, Eline said helplessly, "Stand up first. This subordinate has made a mistake, attacking your friend, sir. This subordinate is a sinner, and has no right to stand and speak to you, sir." The dragon-winged gargoyle bowed its head. "Please punish me, sir, or grant me death. Were you waiting for me to go find this bartender, and then kneel down like this the moment we meet? Alright, I'm not interested in what your gargoyle family and shadow souls did in the past. I came to talk to you about two things today. First, about the chipmunk." Before the gargoyle could reply, Irene, drinking her milk, took the initiative, asking, "Was she a villager of Maple Leaf Village before?" "Yes, there was a mysterious explosion in Maple Leaf Village. We shadow souls accepted a commission to investigate the truth behind the explosion." The gargoyle said seriously, "When I arrived there, only Hugh was still alive, so I brought her back. We still haven't figured out the cause of the Maple Leaf Village incident." "Who commissioned you to investigate Maple Leaf Village?" "A person codenamed Miss Fox." "No real information about her?" "Well, no, we only know she was probably female, not very tall. She paid us, and then never contacted Shadow Soul again." "Is there any new information about the Maple Leaf Village explosion?" "No, because Miss Fox hasn't contacted us since, so this request has to be put on hold for now." "Isn't Hudya with you?" "She's a member of the logistics team within Shadow Soul. We often can't find her when she's not working." "Should I call her over?" "No need. Just continue investigating Maple Leaf Village and Hudya's background when you have time. Don't worry about me." At this point, Irene finished her milk. She glanced at the setting sun and continued, "From now on, you and Hudya should live well. Don't always feel like you owe me anything. But I'm a sinner. If you don't stand up, I wipe out your entire family." The gargoyle man jumped to his feet in fright. "Listen carefully, I don't like being disturbed." Eline put down her wine glass, hands on her hips, revealing her small fangs, striking a fierce pose. "In the Minar Forest, you did attack my sister Carachow, but afterwards you voluntarily returned us and handed over the evidence related to the Osborne family's crimes to Piarista. Now that the Osborne family is on trial, our matter is settled. Do you understand?" If you don't understand, I wipe out your entire family right now." "Understood. My lady, I understand everything." "Very good." Eline nodded in satisfaction. "One last thing, you. How much weight does your word carry?" "About." The gargoyle thought for a moment. "I should have as much weight as you, sir. Then, in the next few years, you consolidate Riemann's underground organization, preventing a repeat of the Osborne family incident, and then use your underground power to counterbalance the royal counselors and those on the papacy." The gargoyle was taken aback at first, then quickly understood. "All right, then from today onwards, you shouldn't think about those messy things anymore." Saying this, Eline turned around and handed the gargoyle the empty milk glass. "Please return this to the bartender. Oh right, there's one more thing." Then, the little girl walking ahead turned her head. "I'm going to the Mages Association later to discuss computers, mobile phones, and the internet with those old professors and magic device scholars, trying to guide Riemann's future magic device research in those directions. If those scholars and professors encounter any difficulties or troubles in related research areas in the future, you, Shadow Soul boss, if you can help, please lend a hand?" Chapter 82. Riemann Mage Association, 3rd Laboratory. Success? As a red flame ignited in the central magical device of the laboratory, the surrounding professors and magical scholars jumped up from their seats in excitement. "We did it! We did it! This moment will definitely be recorded in human history. So many predecessors and pioneers couldn't solve the large-scale fire element model problem, and it was solved just because of 2 formula modifications. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Anyone, just pinch me." The professors and scholars in the center of the laboratory were all excited and cheering over the appearance of that flame. Some were flushed, their bodies trembling, unable to even hold the camera lens steady. Some were covered in cold sweat, breathing rapidly, and had to pull out emergency medication from their clothes and take it. Several elderly professors even collapsed onto the sofa behind them with a plop, frantically grabbing water glasses and gulping down water. Only those in the Mages Guild truly understood the significance of that small flame. It was a small step towards the grand model of fire element, but a giant leap forward for humanity in exploring the advanced elemental model of the world. Since humanity evolved from primates into sentient beings and began studying magic, magicology has always been one of the most popular disciplines in human society. Only by understanding the theorems and rules of the various magical elements can humanity learn and use magic more quickly and effectively. The Mages Guild is also the most valued organization by the popes and kings of various empires, holding a status comparable to that of royal counselors. Only by mastering the most cutting-edge magical theories and cultivating the most outstanding mages can an empire stand out in this magical arms race and enhance its international influence. However, the fundamental research on magic and the refinement of elemental models in the human world has stagnated for hundreds, even thousands of years. It can be said that what skills mages used in battle more than 1,000 years ago are still the same skills used in battle today. More than 1,000 years ago, professors and scholars in mage associations were researching the grand model of the fire element. More than 1,000 years later, mage associations in various countries are still researching the same grand model, at most correcting a few minor errors, without making any breakthroughs in the overall direction. People don't understand why elemental power needs to be mobilized through incantation before casting magic, nor do they understand the specific interference between different elements, and they can't even prove the existence of the legendary dark element. The magic scholars of the last few hundred years are like ants that have lost their way, only able to circle around the anthill, unable to bring even a trace of fresh blood to the field of magical research. However, today, several crucial areas of magic science, stagnant for nearly 1,000 years, suddenly experienced a major breakthrough. Even more astonishing is that this breakthrough was solely due to a little girl's casual remark. Professor Brown. After several minutes of celebration, an old man approached the experimental table and said to an elderly professor who was staring blankly at the flames on it, "I remember you mentioned before that the true author of this complete model should be that child named Eline Purista, right?" Hearing the old man's question, Professor Brown turned around. He hadn't fully recovered from his excitement, and could only nod subconsciously. Yes, that child later proved the Papulatus conjecture, and used dark element magic in front of all of us. Are you sure it was dark magic? At least I can confirm it wasn't any of the ice, fire, lightning, wind, or earth magic, let alone natural magic. Professor Brown said, I can confirm it's a kind of magic completely independent of the existing magic system. A 12-year-old girl not only proved the Papulatus conjecture and used dark element magic that humans haven't been able to use or even prove for thousands of years, but also immediately saw that your model's derivation equations were wrong, Professor. The old man hesitated. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, is she a long-lived species? An elf? Not an elf, and as for whether she's a long-lived species, I don't know. Professor Brown took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. I can't believe it. This model, which even my father couldn't complete, has actually been perfected in my lifetime. Even if I were to die now, I would be content. Please don't say such strange things, Professor Brown. At this moment, a scholar walked over carrying a projector broadcasting a video of King Cassius and King Silas shaking hands warmly. That Elenine also resolved the infiltration problem that the Osborne family and the Silas Empire had been trying to solve for us. Even the fire wolves and wolf packs in Moan City were frozen. Moan City has now been renamed the Ice City. You can imagine how terrifying that ice elemental magic is. Oh! Professor Brown looked at the scholar. The flame wolf was defeated by that child too? Professors, you've been working tirelessly here for 2 days and 2 nights. You might not be fully aware of what's happening outside. This Elenine. The scholar paused, then continued, I believe she's a goddess sent by heaven to save humanity. The future of the Lehman Empire is bright because of her. Ahem. One professor coughed. I admit that Elenine has some research in magical studies. At least in the areas of large-scale fire elemental models and dark elemental magic. But isn't it a bit much to say she's a goddess sent by heaven to save us? The rumors outside are more or less exaggerated. We are magical scholars, not believers in churches. We need to seek the truth. It's about promoting the spirit of scientific research. Professor Allen. A scholar interrupted the professor. Perhaps you don't know, but in our Lehman kingdom, we already revered this girl as the goddess of Lehman. In my view, only an omniscient and omnipotent being is qualified to be called a god. The old professor, referred to as Allen, frowned. She may be very powerful, able to repel fire wolves, and perhaps she has some knowledge of magic, such as what Professor Brown mentioned earlier, being able to point out several errors in the large model of fire elements, and even using dark magic, but these are most likely just coincidences in her familiar areas. Professor Allen means. The scholar gestured to the densely written formulas and reasoning on the blackboard not far away. If she can also achieve something in your field of circuitry, then you acknowledge that child as a god? Yes, I'm an atheist, but if that girl named Eline really has some knowledge of circuits, or can solve my Jaeger conjecture, I wouldn't mind becoming her follower. Professor, we are just scholars from the Mages Guild. Piarista is a nobleman. We can't presumptuously intrude on someone else's territory and demand that the child. Good afternoon, esteemed teachers. Before the scholar could finish speaking, accompanied by a whiff of milk and a faint floral scent, Eline, dressed in a cute grass-green dress, flung open the laboratory window from the outside and darted in like a little squirrel. Barefoot, stepping on the air swirling around her, the little girl looked around the laboratory, seemingly a bit tired, and gave a small yawn. Oh, since there are so many people here, I get straight to the point. I learned from the Pope that the Mages Association often lacks research funding due to various experiments. So I'm planning to make a deal with everyone. As she spoke, Eline noticed a large blackboard in the corner of the laboratory covered with densely packed formulas and reasoning. After only glancing at the formulas, she picked up a pen. This reasoning is wrong. You can't directly use the lightning element energy equation here. You should first substitute it into the superconductivity formula, and then perform the calculation. Energy conversion dominated by lightning requires adding this before differentiation. Under the astonished gaze of a group of professors and scholars in the laboratory, Eline quickly corrected the densely packed formulas on the blackboard in less than 5 minutes, finally arriving at the correct value. Looks like this is some kind of formula conjecture related to circuit boards? After completing the calculations on the blackboard, Erin turned around. Whose work is this? The crowd gave Professor Allen I'm asking you a question look. Allen walked over with shaky legs, adjusted his reading glasses, and examined Erin's cute, childlike handwriting on the blackboard, his mind quickly becoming absorbed. This. After a while, the old professor knelt down with a thud. I studied the Jaeger conjecture for 62 years, and it's been so easily. It seems you really enjoy studying electricity, sir. Why don't you start developing CPUs and graphics cards from today? CPU? Graphics card? The kneeling old man looked completely bewildered. What are those things? It's the most basic principle of a microcontroller. If this part is powered, it means yes. If this part is not powered, it means no. Then, using this, you can write yes and no. After classifying and combining the functions, you get a chip. It's simple, right? I believe Grandpa can definitely do it. With that, Eline glanced around the lab, then unceremoniously went to a small table near the entrance, picked up a small cookie from the fruit basket, and munched on it, saying, I'm here today. Smacks. To make a deal with you professors, an academic deal. The members of the Mages Association represent the highest wisdom and technological achievements of Riemann. You can come to me with any questions you have now, whether it's a conjecture or an unsolved mystery. You can also take the related patents and fame. But in exchange, for the next few decades, you must do your utmost to build computers and smartphones according to my requirements, and then build a true internet centered on Riemann on the continent of Eve. After Eline finished speaking, the professors and scholars looked at each other, unsure what to say. A few seconds later, a young scholar broke the silence, raising his hand and asking, Sir, although I don't yet understand what computers and cell phones are, I still want to ask. Why do you want us to create these things? Eline, munching on a cookie at the small table, had her ahogue, a strand of hair sticking up, swaying left and right in the evening breeze outside the window. Because? Finally, the little girl's ahogue playfully curled into a heart shape. Because I want to play. Chapter 83. The next morning, Eline reluctantly opened her eyes to the cuckoo of the cuckoo clock by her bedside. Ugh. Glancing at the clock, the little girl puffed out her cheeks and stretched, barely managing to sit up. It's only 10 a.m. Eline thought to herself, feeling wronged. Last night, she discussed computer and internet issues with those old professors until sunset. After dinner, she spent the entire night with her sisters Alice and Victoria debating whether sniper rifles should use 7.62 mm or .300 mm Magnum rounds, and whether mortar modifications should prioritize range or shell power. It was almost 9 p.m. when she finally went to bed. I slept from 9 p.m. to 10 a.m., only 13 hours of sleep. What's the point of living like this? Angry. Despite being slightly annoyed by having to get up early in this transmigrated world, Erin jumped out of bed, knowing it was the Minar Academy's entrance exam. Getting there early meant she could go back to sleep sooner. The Minar Academy entrance exam was from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bilotes had suggested Erin get up at 3 p.m. to register, as she usually did, but Erin worried that if she couldn't get up at 3 p.m., or if she dawdled after getting up, everyone would have already closed up shop by the time she got there. Back on Earth, Erin had experienced many frustrating moments due to insufficient time. For example, a 10 a.m. interview, getting up at 9 a.m. to catch the bus, only to be stuck in traffic for half an hour, arriving late and missing the interview, and getting yelled at by the interviewer. Or, when delivering food, following the usual route should be fine, but construction on a certain section of the road forces a detour, resulting in late deliveries, bad reviews, and fines. Therefore, when she heard that the Minar Academy's admissions meeting only lasted until 4 p.m., Erin decided to get up at 10 a.m. to register with her mother before going back to sleep. Of course, Erin could easily sleep in if she wanted. After all, she's the most powerful dragon in the world, and her father is the Black Dragon King. Forget being late for registration, she could even beat up the Minar Academy's principal and take his place without anyone daring to criticize her. However, given our dragon princess's personality, she wouldn't do something so cruel. Right now, she just wants to live temporarily with humans as her father requested, to live well with her family in Purista, and to find a cure for her narcolepsy. In human society, maybe waking up early actually helps improve sleep? Anyway, she already explained the basic theories of computers, cell phones, and the internet to those professors and scholars last night. She believed that in 7 or 8 years, the Riemann Empire might actually be able to develop those things. By then, her illness would be cured, and the internet would be widespread. Wouldn't she be able to play computer games and watch videos in Longlin? Cuckoo, cuckoo. Ah! She tapped the cuckoo clock on the head of her bedside table with her pink little fist to make sure the alarm was off. Only then did Erin change into her little fairy dress from the bedside hanger, take out her breakfast from the drawer, and walk out of the room while munching on it. Ugh, no, I'm still so sleepy. Even though she had changed her clothes and eaten breakfast, Eline felt listless as she walked into the living room. Little Eline? So early today. At the same time, Bilotes, who was making desserts in the kitchen, noticed the little girl coming down from the second floor and quickly put down her pastries, running over. Why don't you go back and rest first? Seeing Eline swaying and looking like she might fall asleep at any moment, the mother said with some concern. We can go register this afternoon or tomorrow. The recruitment fair lasts for more than a week. No. Taking a succulent flower from her pajamas and chewing on it, Eline shook her head. I'm fine. Today's tasks must be finished today. This was a life philosophy that the Black Dragon King Nasod had taught Eline for 100 years. Nasod assigned Eline various learning tasks almost every day. Under her father's strict supervision, even if the little princess was very sleepy, she would always finish her studies before going to bed. This is also the main reason why Eline mastered all dragon magic and various theoretical knowledge in less than 100 years. Although she was rarely awake, her learning efficiency was extremely high. Of course, some courses that weren't required, such as Aunt Ibel's dragon history and the making of a dragon lady, were exceptions. Shall I make you a cup of coffee? Bilotes walked behind Eline, helping to adjust the large bow and 2 ribbons. Would you like milk? Almost instinctively, Erin exclaimed, yes. Just a moment. After giving the little girl a small kiss on the forehead, Bilotes patted Erin's tuft of hair and headed towards the kitchen. Soon, the rich aroma of coffee filled the living room of the small villa. Little Erin? Amidst the coffee's fragrance, Alice, dressed in a Lolita dress, came down from the second floor. Seeing Erin sitting at the dining table, looking like a well-behaved child waiting for coffee, the older sister chuckled and pulled out a chair next to the little girl, sitting down beside her. You look a bit drowsy. Are you really okay? Mommy. Already too sleepy to even look at who was beside her, Erin's little head slumped onto Alice's thigh, which was covered in Lolita stockings. Wait, I'm not Mommy. Feeling the fresh scent emanating from the girl in her arms, Alice chuckled. You're so sleepy. Why don't you go upstairs and rest? In a daze, as the natural scent of the calming flower spread through her body, Eline, who was almost asleep, slowly woke up. Ah, sorry. Seeing that she was lying on Alice's lap, Eline quickly sat up. I thought you were. It's all right. I wish little Eline could sleep a little longer. Alice chuckled, covering her mouth. Little Eline smells so good, like a mix of milk candy and starflower. It smells wonderful. Then, as if remembering something, Alice gestured towards Victoria's room on the second floor. By the way, little Eline, after you fell asleep last night, Victoria went to the city and bought a lot of mechanical parts. She said she wanted to modify the mortar to increase its power. Why not turn yourself into a mobile artillery platform? Huh? Elian was a little confused. What do you mean by turning yourself into an artillery platform? It means to arm yourself completely with machinery, like a robot. Something like that. Alice gestured with her hands and feet. Victoria spent all night last night building a robot that's almost 2 meters tall, the kind she can sit in herself in. Its arms can breathe fire, it can fire mortars from its back, and supposedly its eyes can shoot lasers. Why don't we go up and take a look, Elian? Victoria should have finished the robot by now. Chapter 84. On the second floor of the villa, Erin saw Victoria and her mecha in the room. Calling it a mecha didn't quite feel right, because the robot in the room seemed to be only a prototype or just a simple exoskeleton, far from reaching the level of the mechas in Mobile Suit Gundam or Code Geass. Ah. Sister Alice, little sister Eline. Seeing the two knock and enter, Victoria, with dark circles under her eyes, ran to the 2-meter-tall mecha like a child introducing a new toy, her face flushed. Almost done. Only the power unit for the right leg needs to be installed. I tested it last night. If I finish this... Victoria. Alice put her hands on her hips, adopting an older sisterly posture. Did you stay up all night again? Ah. Having spent the night working on the machine, Victoria, covered in dirt, lowered her head shyly. I rest after I finish the leg's power unit. It's already past 10 o'clock. Little Eline is already up. Alice said disapprovingly. You ruin your health like this? What? I'm sorry. How did you decide to do this, Sister Victoria? Eline walked to the huge mecha in the corner of the room, circled the machine twice, and used her dragon-like perception to probe its internal structure. This thing seems to be powered by lightning element. Erlin thought to herself quietly. Powered by 5 Tier 1 Thunder Crystals, the mecha features a central control module resembling a circuit board. This module activates the energy source upon sensing someone entering the mecha, instantly activating the 5 Thunder Crystals. Simultaneously, the mecha is equipped with fire element crystals on both hands and a mortar on its back, allowing for long-range bombardment while simultaneously unleashing fire. The idea is good, but its practical application is still a long way off. Based on current observations, Victoria's mecha is practically useless. After inspecting the mecha's internal structure, Elenine seemed thoughtful. She was somewhat surprised that Victoria could conceive of building a mecha and create something like a circuit board without any formal training. As is well known, the continent of Eve is a nation that primarily cultivates magic, and the development of mechanical engineering is extremely slow. In fact, related theoretical knowledge has stagnated for thousands of years without any breakthroughs. This other world is different from Earth. Earth's first computer was invented in 1946, and civilian computers only became widespread around 1990. The widespread purchase of computers by ordinary families and the emergence of internet cafes occurred around 2000. In 2025, when Eline was living on Earth, only a little over 20 years had passed since civilian computers became widespread, roughly a generation in human terms. In those 20-odd years, not only did human society see a proliferation of websites, but online data also began to accumulate in massive quantities, and countless video games and mobile games emerged. It's fair to say that this rate of development was astonishing. At least for Eline. She could wait, 20 years would pass in a few naps. This was entirely because Earth had virtually no expansion packs, forcing humanity to focus solely on technological advancement. Just like with the game Minecraft, if only the basic version was available, most people would diligently mine, build houses, and hoard resources. But if Minecraft had mods like Twilight Forest, practically no one would diligently mine and build houses anymore. They start by chopping down trees, grabbing a wooden sword, and heading straight to kill the Lich King. I got the inspiration last night after listening to Little L's explanation of circuit principles. At first, I wanted to make a turret that would move with its owner, then I wondered if the owner could sit inside and control this mobile turret. Victoria said somewhat embarrassedly. Finally, I thought of a carriage, and then it suddenly occurred to me, why not make a supersized mecha? Put all that aside for now. What you need most right now is rest. Alice pulled the dirty Victoria clothes, her face full of worry. Go take a shower and go to bed. Little L wants to sleep 12 hours a day, but you don't sleep at all. Not 12 hours a day, I can sleep almost 20 hours a day now. Despite this subconscious thought, Eline nodded. Sister really should rest more, that way she can grow. But Victoria looked somewhat reluctant. My mind is full of circuits, magic, and machinery. I feel like I can't sleep until I finish all of this. If you just want to fall asleep quickly, I can help. Erin stretched out her small hand, and a pale blue water sphere quickly appeared in her palm. Glug glug. The cute little water sphere rapidly expanded to about 2 meters in diameter, then, under Erin's control, floated towards Victoria in the room, completely enveloping the girl. Huh? Victoria was still wondering when the liquid enveloping her quickly seeped into her clothes, instantly soaking the girl at the center of the water sphere. The stains and dust on the girl's body and clothes were also absorbed into the surrounding liquid at that moment. Glug glug glug. Before Victoria could react, Erin waved her small hand again, and the huge water sphere in the room poofed the girl out of the room, then floated out the window and landed on the lawn in the back garden of the villa. The water sphere itself was entirely composed of water elements stored within Erin's body, directly controlled by the will of this dragon princess. In other words, even if the water elemental soaked Victoria's clothes and seeped into her mouth and nose during the few seconds she was enveloped, they would completely exit her body by the end of the cleansing process, carrying away only the stains without wetting any clothing. This is also why Eline rarely bathes. If it were just a matter of washing her body, a quick rinse with water magic would suffice, cleaner than tap water. Generally, only a super water mage with unparalleled control over water elements could do something like this. However, this method of cleansing makes it difficult to remove the scent of dragon milk and the refreshing flower from Eline's body, especially since our little princess has been a baby dragon's milk pot since she was a baby. This leads to almost everyone who has had close contact with Eline being able to smell a faint milky fragrance on her, and then subconsciously assuming she's a little pudding. There's a rather unorthodox form of hypnosis within dark elemental magic. After cleansing Victoria with water magic, under the astonished gazes of her 2 older sisters, Eline raised her small hand again and injected a visible stream of black energy into Victoria's body. The next second, Victoria closed her eyes and collapsed onto the sofa beside her with a plop. She fell asleep? Dark elemental magic is so convenient, Alice remarked, walking over to pick up Victoria, placing her on the small bed beside her, covering her with a blanket, and sighing, thanks to little Eline, Victoria is often like this at school. She suddenly comes up with some new idea, runs to the lab, and studies it all night long. You can't get her to sleep. Her ideas are quite novel, but she has so much to learn. Eline was about to say something when the Ahog, cowlick, on her head suddenly twitched, then stood up abruptly as if detecting something. Oh no! At the same time, the dragon princess sensed the source of the chilling aura. She turned to look at the entrance to the villa, instantly losing all sleepiness. Auntie's here. Chapter 85. Hello? Perhaps because she hadn't concealed her presence upon entering, Iber's appearance was immediately sensed by Bilotes in the kitchen. You are? The mother immediately came out of the kitchen. Upon seeing the person standing in the living room, she was first taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, Ms. Iber? The cold and beautiful girl in a blue and white dress, carrying a great sword of frost, was none other than Iber, the Ice Dragon King of Dragon Forest. Not bad, you remember my name? Iber nodded, took a fiery red fruit burning from her small bag, and tossed it to Bilotes. Eat a couple when you have free time, it will help your elemental power. Don't eat too much at once, this thing is extremely potent. If you eat more than 100 grams within a month, your human body probably won't be able to withstand it, and you explode and die. Bilotes instinctively caught the fruit, which resembled a dragon fruit, and was immediately burned, requiring her to use a fire mage's flame resistance to barely hold the fruit in her hand. What is this? Humans usually call it the flame-gathering sunflower. It's said to be ranked 7th in some countries' treasure dictionaries, suitable for novice fire mages to use as an aid in their advancement. Hearing that the fruit was actually a 7th-tier treasure, Bilotes quickly stepped forward to return it to Ibel. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Don't misunderstand, these things are everywhere in Dragon Forest. If left unattended, they burn down my ice palace. Every 500 years, my subordinates have to take time to pick and throw them away. It's incredibly troublesome. Ibel held out a hand, gesturing to Bilotes not to return the item. You can sell it if you don't want it. I remember a tier 7 treasure can fetch a few dollars in a human city. More than just a few dollars. This is almost enough to buy a small country. Such a valuable item, and to this Lady Ibel it's just a burden, like a weed, that needs time to be removed? Bilotes was momentarily speechless. But thinking about the various shocks Eline had caused everyone these past few days, it seemed normal for her aunt to casually pull out a tier 7 treasure. Your place is nicely decorated, very aristocratic. As she spoke, Ibel glanced around the room, Is my niece still sleeping in? She. Bilotes hesitated. She's already up because we're going to the city to register for the Minar Academy entrance exam later. Aunt? Just then, Elenine came running out of Victoria's room. Standing on the second-floor corridor, Irini peeked out from behind the railing and whispered in dragon language, "Why didn't you tell us you were coming? They'd be scared. Don't even mention it. I was just called here by your dad, as a special guest for the admission ceremony." Ibel looked at the little girl on the second floor. "And what's with that posture? What happened to the ladylike posture I taught you? Have you forgotten it all?" Eek. Irini was startled and instantly straightened her stance, standing with her feet together in a perfect ladylike posture, chest out and stomach in. Ibel was her history teacher and lady mistress mentor. Besides various historical facts, over the past century, Ibel had also taught Iren a great deal about how to cultivate a lady. The so-called lady was probably someone who walked gracefully, stood beautifully, and maintained composure when using magic, and things like, a true loli never watches explosions. However, Iren, having spent her earth life as a boy, mostly listened to her aunt's lessons after being reincarnated into this world, often sleeping or dozing off. She learned most of the material, but whether she maintained ladylike behavior in daily life was another matter. At least in the eyes of most people in Purista, Iren was far from a lady. When she wanted to sleep, she would simply collapse into bed. When she wanted to eat, she would hold a handful of cookies and crunch away excitedly, without a nightcap. Her ahogue, cowlick, never left her head, highlighting her cute, silly, and carefree nature. "You really are." Seeing Eline looking incredibly sleepy but trying her best to strike a good child pose, Iber sighed. "Fine, I won't check your homework today, but don't do it again." "Yay!" The little girl from the second floor jumped down with a leap. "Did Auntie bring any goodies today?" "All your favorites. Dragon milk tablets, refreshing flowers, and that thing I forgot what it's called again. Anyway, it's monster jerky. That guy who ranks 9th among the monsters here, last time he somehow wandered into Dragon Forest. My men just casually made him into barbecue." He took a large bag out of his bag and placed it on the table. Looking at the happy little girl in front of him, Ibel habitually reached out and ruffled her hair. "Look at you, your hair is always like this, you never even bother to comb it. I just learned how to do pigtails yesterday." Iren pulled a 4-leaf clover hair clip from her pocket. "I definitely comb my hair before I go out." Good, good, good. It seems you really do learn a lot from humans." Ibel smiled helplessly. "You're going to register for Minar Academy today, right?" "Do you know how many questions there are in the Minar Academy's freshman entrance exam?" Erlini shook her head. "No. First is the most basic magic affinity test during registration. They have you touch a corresponding elemental crystal, and your affinity level will be based on the crystal's brightness. Then, they ask you to use your best magic to attack a target. That's the Minar Academy's basic talent level test." Erlini remembered someone who claimed to have an A level in Minar Academy. "And then what?" asked the guy with the Fire Element Talent certification. "Next, it'd be a test of your survival skills. They randomly divide the students who pass the Elemental Talent level test into fixed groups of a fixed number of people. These groups will consist of people from all over the world, meaning you might be assigned to the Arcana's new student group, or you might be in the same group as Silas's." At this point, Ibel added, "Don't worry, your dad has already spoken to the academy, no boys will be in your group. After the grouping, there will be a 3-day wilderness survival challenge. You'll be sent to a forest far from any human city to live together for 3 days. Only after passing the 3-day independent survival test and completing the assessment can you proceed to the next objective, the combat challenge. This year, the challenge set by Minar Academy is to harass a magical beast and escape unscathed." "Harass a magical beast?" Iren asked curiously. "How big is it? Are you going to let your aunt know the answer?" "But it's alright. I believe the combat challenge will be the easiest for little Iren." Ibel smiled. "The magical beast you're going to harass this year is located deep in the western forest of Silas. Its name is Black Swamp." Chapter 86. At 11 a.m., Goddess Square in Lehman was packed with people. Because the Lehman Empire was one of the larger countries in the surrounding region besides Silas, and Minar Academy only had a few recruitment centers on the Eve continent, coupled with Silas's recent announcement yesterday that Sela's resources are intended to win the favor of Lehman, its international reputation had plummeted. As a result, magic students from some smaller neighboring countries changed their travel plans to Lehman and chose to enroll here. After all, for magic students with little self-defense capability, besides distance, the safety of other countries was also a major consideration. Silas recently lost even the capital, who would dare enlist there. What's wrong with this country? There are cartoonish figures everywhere, and they all seem to be the same person. Their personality cult is terrifying. You don't know, but I heard that this little girl named Ellen just helped the Lemons defeat Silas's invading army, which is why so many citizens worship her. A little girl? All by herself? That's an exaggeration. It's definitely an exaggeration. Probably this little girl set fire to Silas's army's ammunition depot at a crucial moment. I only heard it. I can't guarantee it's true. To be honest, the Lemons don't seem very bright. They can worship a little girl like this? If our country's great mage were here, they'd be kneeling and trembling in fear. In the center of Goddess Square, a temporary base bearing the Minar Academy emblem, and a cute little dragon flag, was already surrounded by people. Minar means baby dragon or newborn dragon baby in the dragon language. It generally refers to small dragons that have not yet been weaned and have little ability to protect themselves. It is a childish term. Despite the Academy only issuing the notice yesterday, a huge number of students have already come to register today. Anyone with experience knows that those who can travel from afar to register immediately are either powerful nobles or geniuses whose talent and ability are so exceptional that the nation is willing to fund their journey by the fastest magical beasts. Minar Academy not only tests your magical talent and combat prowess on site, but also conducts additional tests such as independent wilderness survival training and team combat after you pass the initial tests. The earlier you arrive, the greater your chances of being assigned to a group with nobles and high-ranking individuals, and the higher your probability of passing the final test. Name: Quincy Smith. What major do you plan to apply for? Fire Elementalist. Name: Quincy Smith. Age: 14, beginner class, registered as Fire Elementalist. Confirmed? Confirmed. How many fire mages are there now? The Minar Academy admissions office was divided into several areas: fire, lightning, ice, water, wind, wood, and earth, as well as a separate other area. Each area had young men and women in school uniforms working there, supervised by professors and teachers. It was clear that among the 8 separate areas, the Fire Elementalist area, with its flame banner, was the most crowded. Not only were there several registration desks there, but the number of students and teachers in light red academy uniforms was several times greater than any other areas. Despite this, fire mage apprentices who arrived early in the morning still formed a long queue, demonstrating the sheer number of this type of mage. It must be at least the 30th or so. There's no other way. Fire mages deal high damage and have wide job prospects. Even if you're not naturally gifted, you have to learn it. Many tourists visiting Lehman also stood in the stands not far from the admissions point, looking at the dense crowd of students in the center of the square with a sigh. In the wild, you can go without a wind mage, an earth mage, or an ice mage, but you absolutely need a fire mage, otherwise the nights will be tough. Why do I feel like a grass mage is the most important? Don't you guys need a healer? Aren't water mages more important than grass mages? Water is the source of life. You can't lack anything but water. The problem is that water and grass mages have virtually no attack power. They're necessary in a party, but you use them and then discard them. If you're alone, even a fire mage a whole level lower than you can bully you. There's no way around it. That's how the world is, survival of the fittest, and nobody wants to be the weakling. Currently, fire elemental mages are the most numerous. Lightning elemental mages are second because of their fast attacks and cool skills, and grass elemental mages are the fewest. Under the beautiful blue sky, Irene and her group, along with the surrounding crowd, entered the Minar Academy admissions point in the center of Goddess Square and found the teacher in charge of registration. Little Ellen? Wake up. After carrying the sleepy little girl into the registration point, Iba shook her. We're here? Huh? Ellen, who had been sleeping in Iber's arms the whole way, groggily opened her eyes and yawned widely. So many people? Look at you, you really don't act like a lady at all. Ibel took out a tissue and wiped the saliva from the corner of Arin's mouth, then folded the tissue and put it in his pocket. He lowered his voice and said in dragon language, if people knew this was the Dragon King's daughter's saliva, everyone here would go crazy. According to human terms, this is at least a level 20 treasure. Treasures only go up to level 10. Arin spread her arms wide. I want to get down and walk myself. There are so many people here. How tall are you? Ibel rolled his eyes at the little girl. You'd probably be swallowed up by the crowd after a couple of steps. Come with me to register. Arin puffed out her cheeks in grievance. Just say you think I'm short. Little Arin, we wait for you here. Carrick, Alice, and Bilotes, who had accompanied Arin to register, waved to the two from the stands at the registration point entrance. Which element is little L planning to choose? Asked Bilotes curiously. It'd definitely be ice. Elian's words were interrupted by Ibel before she could finish. Grass element. Eh? The adorable girl turned her little head in disbelief. Why? Because there are too few applicants for grass element. Last year, we almost couldn't even fill a class. Ibel said in a matter-of-fact tone. As a special guest of Minar at the Riemann recruitment point, of course, I have to think about the balance of students at Minar Academy. Stare. Elian looked into her aunt's eyes beside her. I don't believe you. Why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, you won't learn much at a school like Minar Academy, which is managed by humans. You can choose any major, right? I understand. Eline, held by Ibel, recalled her time training in grass elemental magic with the forest dragon in Dragon Forest. If lightning elemental magic moves were cool, then grass elemental magic moves were cute. Her aunt definitely had this in mind when she wanted her to enroll in grass elemental magic. Don't think like that, little girl. As he spoke, Ibel had already led Eline to the grass elemental magic registration area at Minar Academy. There are fewer people here, you shouldn't get lost. Come down. After putting the little girl down, Ibel handed the girl in the grass green academy uniform Eline's brand new Lehman Empire resident identity card. I'm registering to become a grass elemental mage. Okay, please wait a moment. Taking the ID card and checking it, then glancing at the sulking little girl on the ground, the senior student with the single ponytail smiled slightly. Elenine Piarista, 12 years old, Lehman, Piarista family. Sorry, my Lehman isn't very good. I register you for the beginner class here. Okay. Have you practiced or used grass elemental magic before? After quickly recording the relevant information in the registration book, the senior student asked casually. Yes. Ibel said, gesturing to Elenine with her eyes. She'd definitely be fine. Okay, your registration is complete. Handing Ibel the ID card and a small booklet, the senior student pointed to the testing area not far away. Please go over there for the magical talent test. Well, hearing this, Ibel lowered her voice and pulled a certificate from her skirt pocket. I'm a special guest here today. Could you make an exception and let her pass the test directly? You can write down her talent as A, B, C, or D, it's fine. That won't do. The senior shook her head. This procedure is mandatory. Don't worry, Minar Academy doesn't have many requirements for grass elemental freshmen's talents. You just need to take her over there to touch the testing crystal. Unless she has absolutely no elemental talent, she pass. That's what I'm worried about. Ibel said with difficulty, I've seen your crystal. In most cases, it's definitely fine for testing ordinary people, but with her talent, the crystal will explode. You mean? This little girl. Your grass elemental talent is so strong that it could cause our crystal to explode? The ponytail-wearing senior in the green uniform chuckled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. That's the funniest joke I heard all year. But it's true, Ibel quickly explained. I really don't want Minar Academy to waste a testing crystal because of us. Don't worry, we have a backup. The ponytail-wearing senior's smile widened, clearly not believing Ibel. Go quickly. If you really break the crystal, I take the loss. Chapter 87. Look! Another person has signed up to be a grass elemental mage. A gasp rippled through the stands, drawing the attention of almost half the audience. Sometimes, the rarer something is, the more captivating it becomes. For elemental tests like these, the fire mage testing area had a long queue, with applicants ranging from A to D in affinity. At most, when an A-level affinity appeared, the crowd would gasp in surprise. Otherwise, watching children touch the crystal and have it light up was rather boring. But the grass elemental testing area was different. Not a single child was touching the crystal. So when someone signed up to test their grass elemental affinity, the crowd's attention was instantly drawn, surrounding the 10-year-old girl. How many grass elemental mages are we talking about today? The second one, I guess. The first one wasn't very good, he barely got a C rank. His crystal only lit up a little. If it went any lower, Minar Academy wouldn't accept him. Let's see how this one is. This little girl is quite cute. I remember she's the youngest princess of some country? Yes, her name is Sophia. She seems a bit timid. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a girl dressed in a green mage's robe, holding a sprouting staff, walked shakily to the grass elemental testing platform. Perhaps it was her first time facing so many people alone. The girl walked with her toes pointed inward the whole time, her head bowed, looking as if she dared not look at the audience. Sophia? This alarmed her elderly father, who had brought her along. The burly, bearded middle-aged man shouted at the girl, "Be brave. Don't be afraid. Think about how you behave at home. Yes, yes. Despite saying this, the girl called Sophia trembled uncontrollably. She handed the booklet containing her identification information to the girl in charge of the testing. Hello, I'm Sophia. Come here for the test. Don't be nervous. The girl took the booklet and skillfully wrote down the relevant information in a file beside her. Sophia Carroll, 13 years old, from Atlantis. Carroll royal family, is that right? Yes. You speak Esperanto very well. She returned the booklet to. The girl gestured to the enormous crystal, a full meter tall, beside her. Ready for the test? Sophia nodded. Yes. Place your hand on the crystal, then infuse it with grass elemental power. The girl took a few steps back. Or wood element, nature element, whatever you call it. This element is special. You need to input as much elemental power as possible for a more accurate result. Okay. The little girl, holding a small staff of tender shoots, took a deep breath and closed her eyes, seemingly adjusting her mindset. A few seconds later, she arrived at the testing crystal and placed her small hand on it. Ding-ling. Accompanied by a melodious sound like wind chimes, the testing crystal began to emit a faint green light. There's hope. This brightness, her elemental affinity is at least B. No, the brightness is still increasing. The little princess of this country is actually a rare grass elemental mage. By the way, what's their country called again? Atlantis, a small country with an area of only 3,000 square kilometers, but even small. She's still a princess. Ring ring. The light from the testing crystal continued to increase. The girl in charge of the testing looked surprised in the dazzling green light, constantly recording data on the scoreboard. My God. Is it that bright? For grass element to be this bright is amazing. This must be B+, right? No, I think it should be A. It really is A. My God. What does A-level grass element affinity mean? Minar Academy has struck gold. This kind of magician is extremely valuable in a team. Wait. The brightness is still increasing. This brightness could be? Amidst the exclamations of the surrounding crowd, Sophia's face grew paler and paler in front of the testing crystal. Finally, she could no longer maintain the injection of magic power. Her body went limp, and she withdrew her small hand. The testing crystal also gradually dimmed after emitting its last bright green light. Seriously, an A+ level affinity for grass element. What am I seeing? An A+ grass element mage. Atlantis is saved. Just this little princess's magical talent alone will make the country famous for decades to come. I can already imagine how crazy the world will be about poaching her. Who knows? Talent can be a stroke of luck, but it can also bring misfortune. Grass element has almost no combat power. If she encounters an unreasonable empire, I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, wish her good luck. Congratulations. Amidst the noisy crowd, the girl in charge of the test handed Sophia the recorded affinity card. Based on the test, your grass element affinity is rated A+, fully meeting the admission standards. Next, please go to the practical testing area over there. Holy crap! What the hell? Before the girl could finish speaking, the crowd in the stands suddenly erupted in screams. S-rank affinity. This is a once-in-a-century event. S-rank affinity is the absolute maximum, right? It really is S-rank affinity. What attribute? This color. Is it ice? It's ice element. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the second ice god. Quick, everyone stop looking. Go and befriend this person. If we can become acquainted, I can just say I'm a friend of the ice god when I go out. Wow, that'd be incredibly cool. Following the crowd's gaze, 50 meters away from the grass element testing area, in the ice element testing area, a testing crystal was shining with an incredibly dazzling light. This icy blue light even overshadowed the colorful lights of all the surrounding elemental testing areas, and even from hundreds of meters away, it was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Quick, what's the test subject's name? Didn't you hear? Her name is Lilia. And her full name? Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna, daughter of the current Queen Katerina of Arcana. No wonder she's ice attribute. She's of royal blood. This Lilia will definitely be the next ice goddess. Then Arcana's power will absolutely rival Aspera's. No way. Even if she's the queen's daughter, I try to strike up a conversation. This is the closest I ever gotten to the Ice Emperor. Wait for me. Amidst the chaos, Erin, who had just registered her identity, moved with a dragon dance-like gait, holding a small card, towards the grass element testing area, handing it to the tester. Sorry. The tester, regaining her composure, gestured to Sophia, who was panting heavily on the ground. She probably used too much magic just now and can't recover yet. Could she wait a moment? Erin nodded and knelt down in front of the girl. Are you alright? And no. I'm fine. As she spoke, Sophia looked up, her eyes meeting Erin's. At that moment, the girl felt her heart skip several beats. So cute. Then, the girl's heart began to pound rapidly, and her face began to flush slightly. So cute, so cute, so cute, so cute. Her hair is amazing, half black and half white, and it looks incredibly smooth, just like a cat's fur, and her eyes, golden and sparkling, like agate gems. Her cheeks are so chubby, I want to pinch them. I can't breathe. Why is there such a cute girl in the world? Sophia? At the same time, the bearded king of Atlantis rushed over and helped the girl up. How are you? Are you alright? No. I'm fine. Come on, Daddy will carry you out to rest and get something to eat. Okay. As the girl was carried away from the testing area, her gaze was almost entirely fixed on Eline, who wore a fairy dress. Dad? What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? I think I'm in love. Chapter 88. The commotion caused by the ice god continued for quite some time at the Lehman Minar Academy's admissions office. The Lehman admissions team won the grand prize. I wonder if they get a reward back at the academy. People discussed among themselves, each talking to their companions. What I find strange is that there's an admissions office in Arcana. So why did the Princess of Arcana choose to register in Lehman? Maybe on the way? Speaking of which, when was the last time an S-rank elemental affinity was achieved? It's been hundreds of years, hasn't it? That's right, over 400 years ago. That person was also the later god of fire, from the Piarista family. Lehman hadn't even been established yet. The elemental affinity test levels at Minar Academy can be roughly divided into 5 major levels from DCBS. Rank D is the unremarkable ordinary person level. Mages at this level have elemental affinity only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Rank C is the slightly talented level. A mage who achieves rank C affinity has already met the entrance requirements for Minar Academy, and can basically achieve financial freedom through magic in their lifetime. Rank B, on the other hand, is the promising future level. Receiving a Rank B Magic Affinity certificate from Minar Academy proves that, as long as the mage doesn't slack off, they can generally cultivate to at least the level of a junior mage, and with enough opportunity, even become a grand mage, becoming a pillar of the nation and enjoying endless wealth and honor. As for Rank A, those are true magical geniuses. People at this level are extremely rare, even among all of humanity. With diligent cultivation, becoming a grand mage or even an elemental god in the future is not impossible. As for the top-tier S-rank elemental affinity mage at Minar Academy, that's truly a terrifying existence, appearing only once every few centuries. It can be said that anyone with S-rank elemental affinity, as long as they don't study sporadically, can easily reach the level of advanced archmage within 20 or 30 years by simply entering any academy to cultivate magic, and then be guaranteed a place as an elemental god, bringing unparalleled glory to their country. Empress Katarina is probably grinning from ear to ear right now. Their country has produced an elemental god. As the light in the ice element testing area faded, and the tester accurately recorded Lilia's score, the crowd in the stands began speculating about this Arcanian princess. It's hard to say. This is just elemental affinity. There's a practical test later. What if Lilia's elemental control is poor? Generally, those with high elemental affinity have good control, but I remember Lilia's reputation in Arcana isn't very good. I'm not sure what Queen Katarina's attitude towards her is. It's not that it's bad, it's just that this little princess didn't like going out much when she was little, always staying at home. She has a straightforward personality, and sometimes she says strange things. Rumors spread, and things get distorted. Elemental affinity can be understood as an element's affinity for the mage. When a mage with low elemental affinity uses magic, the element hesitates and grumbles, muttering, "This ugly thing is asking me for power again," so annoying, before reluctantly attacking. When a mage with high elemental affinity uses magic, the element is very excited. The mage doesn't even need to chant incantations, they come running to do the work. We're on the same wavelength, aren't we? As for our little dragon princess using magic, it's pretty much like, I'm Erin's dog. After watching Sophia being taken away by her father, and once the noise from the audience subsided slightly, Erin gave the tester an inquiring look. Can we begin? The tester who, like Sophia, had been completely captivated by the little girl's adorable face for a while, finally snapped out of it, quickly took the card in front of her, and began registering information. Erin. Piarista. All done. After registering the relevant information, the tester stepped back slightly. Please place your hands on the testing crystal and inject as much grass element as possible. Because Erin was so incredibly cute, the tester almost unconsciously used reduplicated words to speak in a coquettish way. Infuse it with as much grass element as possible? Hearing this, Erin hesitated. Won't the crystal explode? Huh? The tester girl was taken aback at first, then gave her a look of disbelief. No, it won't. This thing was personally designed by our Academy's guardian beast, Emotion. It's protected by his spirit beast aura. That's a 6th-tier guardian beast, you know. As long as it's not an 8th or 9th-tier magical beast that tries to destroy it, this crystal will definitely be fine. After saying that, the tester girl asked jokingly, this cute little sister in front of me can't possibly be an 8th or 9th-tier magical beast in human form, can she? Erin thought seriously for a moment. What level of magical beast is a dragon? This answer made the tester girl burst out laughing. You're so cute. Or are all girls who like grass elements this cute? Don't worry, it won't explode, I promise. Erin used her dragon senses to examine the crystal in front of her, which was engraved with numerous grass green patterns. 2 seconds later, she stretched out her small hand, condensed ice element, and cast an ice shield on the tester girl beside her. What rank would it be if it really exploded? In Minar, the highest rank is S rank. If you can really make this crystal explode, I make an exception and give you S+, okay? The girl examined the semi-transparent ice shield on her body. You can use ice magic. Wait, why are you floating? You can also use wind magic? A 3-elemental mage? Yes, big sister, step back a little. Taking a step towards the crystal in front of her, Erin stretched out her small hand. Pour as much grass element into it as possible, right? Ah. Despite realizing something, the tester girl nodded. Yes, let's begin. At the same time, the audience members, who had been drawn to the ice element testing area, also noticed the commotion at Erin's side. Another grass elemental mage? The crowd turned their attention back to the grass element area. Some took out recording crystals to start recording, while others simply stood up to examine the barefoot dragon princess. Have you noticed that there are a lot of female grass elemental mages, and they all really like that green, natural style outfit? Come on, place your bets. We just got an A+ affinity. It's unlikely we see another grass mage with a high affinity. Guess if this little girl is AC or AB? It can't be that low, right? This little girl looks like she's floating in the air, and she's not wearing shoes. Am I seeing things? I bet she's at least an A. Another A-rank grass elemental mage is impossible. I bet she's AB or B+. With that level, she can basically fit into any team. Amidst the noisy audience, Erin placed her small hand on the beautiful grass green crystal in front of her, trying to infuse some grass element into it. Buzz? Despite trying to keep the amount of element as low as possible, the tiny bit of grass element that Erin considered still instantly turned the green crystal in front of her into a giant light bulb. Holy crap! That's so exciting. At least an A rank right off the bat? No. Wait, this light isn't A rank, it's at least A+. This is a plus? This is an A+ starting move. Wait, this light isn't even in the A+ category anymore. Is this an S rank starting move? So bright. When did grass elementals become this bright? Ouch, ah. I can't look anymore, my eyes are going to go blind. The gushing green light instantly enveloped most of the audience, blinding everyone who instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Wait, no, this green light is so blinding. Could it be? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in uncontrollable screams. Another S. An absolute S. A super S rank affinity, even more terrifying than that ice elemental one. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Am I witnessing history? The ice elemental's S rank affinity starts at B+ and slowly builds up. This one starts at S. I can't take it anymore, it's too bright. Don't call it S, I believe you if you said it was SSR, it's definitely beyond the S category. The sudden burst of cheers from the audience made Erin quickly pull her hand back. However, she still underestimated the wisp of grass element that had been channeled into the crystal. The crystal, supposedly handcrafted by the 6th-tier guardian beast of Minar Academy, grew brighter and brighter under the worried gaze of the dragon princess. A green light, symbolizing life and nature, formed a semicircular halo that spread outwards, rapidly engulfing the crowd within a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the entire Minar Academy testing area turned green. Within this light, the wounds of passers-by and mages injured in Goddess Square from falls, biting their tongues, burns, scratches, and other injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Roadside plants, mushrooms, and flower beds also began to grow wildly after being touched by this green light. Crack, crack, crack. Within the light, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal in front of Ellen. What the hell? Such powerful vitality. The crystal seems unable to withstand the grass element that little girl put in. It's about to collapse. Someone can actually blow up a testing crystal. I take back what I just said. This isn't just SSR anymore. This, I don't even know how to describe it. I can't breathe. This is a god. The god of grass element. Crack, 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 crack. The gasps from the audience grew louder, and the cracks on the testing crystal widened. Ivor, the ice dragon who had been watching the scene from a distance, sighed, and casually cast an ice shield on the passerby beside him. Crack, 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 buzz. Finally, after several seconds of energy overflow, the core protective device inside the testing crystal shattered completely. An unparalleled aura of grass element instantly erupted. Boom! Chapter 89. Buzz. The instant the grass element testing crystal exploded, a vast, ocean-like life force transformed into a visible grass-green shockwave that swept outwards in all directions. Unlike the shockwaves produced by other elemental explosions, this shockwave carried an immense, dense life force, bringing everything to life wherever it passed. Crack, 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 crack. Even covered by a layer of hard mixed marble, when the shockwave passed, the grass seeds that had slumbered beneath for hundreds of years rapidly took root and sprouted, forcefully pushing open the flat surface of Goddess Square, growing wildly under the sunlight. In an instant, the plants buried beneath the square sprouted up one after another like groundhogs. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of the marble floor shattering echoed throughout. Vines, fruit trees, sunflowers, mushrooms. These plants showed no sign of stopping after pushing open the surface, continuing to grow. The vines spread in all directions at a speed exceeding 10 centimeters per second. After reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters, the fruit trees quickly bore tempting fruit. Various flowers bloomed, their vibrant petals swaying gently in the sunlight. Even the fungi and mushrooms beneath the pavement sprouted from the cracks in the marble, expanding and splitting into smaller mushrooms, as passers-by watched in astonishment, filling the square with a fresh scent of wild mushrooms. In an instant, the vast Goddess Square became a kingdom of plants. Meanwhile, the mages, who had been somewhat weakened from using magic, instantly regained all their magical power after being struck by the shockwave. Buzzing. Like a gentle spring breeze, the shockwave continued to spread, and the green expanse on the ground expanded accordingly. Finally, after the shockwave from the explosion of the grass element testing crystal had spread more than 200 meters away, the vast life force it contained gradually weakened and then quickly dissipated. At this moment, everyone, from the audience in the stands to the staff of Minar Academy responsible for admissions and testing, fell silent. They had no wounds. Even some old age ailments and chronic diseases had been cured, and their magical power had been replenished to near overflowing levels. No one knew what to say, no one knew what to do next. The Goddess Square was filled with flowers, plants, and trees growing due to the excessive life force, as if this had always been an ancient jungle, not the city center of some Lemanian kingdom. What terrifying life magic could achieve such an effect? The passers-by and mages in the stands looked around at the surrounding plants and trees, their faces filled with bewilderment. No, this doesn't even seem like life magic, because the other party only injected a portion of grass element into the test crystal, without combining the elements to use magic. In other words, this miraculous scene isn't even considered magic, it's simply a phenomenon of elemental stacking, caused by an excess of grass element that the space couldn't handle. Just a test and a grass element domain was created. No one in human history has ever been able to do something like this. Big sister! At the testing platform, only after the shockwave from the test crystal's explosion had completely subsided did Erin turn to the tester, her little face full of innocence. Look, it exploded! My God! The tester knelt down with a thud, her grass-green dress instantly disappearing into the grass. Are you a god? I'm not a god. Erin shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying like butterflies. I just practiced grass elemental magic a lot when I was little. As an all-elemental mage, if she had to say what magic she was best at, Erin would say ice magic without hesitation. Because ice magic perfectly suited this dragon princess's lazy temperament. The low temperatures made her drowsy, perfect for a sleeping ice beauty. Moreover, the temperature at the Dragon Forest Crystal Palace was generally low, and ice elements were everywhere in the air, making ice magic easy to learn. This was also why she instinctively said ice magic, when the Minar Academy staff asked which magic she wanted to enroll in. Classrooms were filled with ice crystals, and her roommates were all ice beauties, who didn't like to talk, perfect for her to sleep. But if someone asked Erin what her favorite magic was, she would answer without hesitation, grass magic. The reason is simple, grass is edible. Or rather, it can be used to find food. For example, in a forest, if you encounter a fruit tree, but it's not fruit season, and the tree is bare, if you're skilled in grass magic, you can instantly ripen the tree. For Erin, eating and sleeping are her two greatest pursuits in human society so far. Wait, I remember, she's from the Piarista family, the little Erin who just resolved the flame wolf crisis not long ago. After nearly half a minute of silence, someone in the audience seemed to recognize Erin in her grass green dress and exclaimed, "My God! I only remember her fire magic being very strong, and her ice magic being almost divine. I never imagined her affinity for grass element was so terrifying, directly shattering the testing crystal? She's a 3-element mage." No, let me remind you, at the Harvest Festival party, when the fireball exploded, she threw water shields at those nobles. Without those water shields, people would probably have died. Also, she never wore shoes when she went out, and her magic power seemed to be unlimited, maintaining a continuous wind elemental levitation spell throughout. What are you guys talking about? Aren't we discussing this future grass goddess? Grass goddess? Oh darling, let me tell you, she's not just the grass goddess, she's also the future fire goddess, ice goddess, water goddess, wind goddess, and the dark goddess of Gunera. The noisy discussions from the surrounding crowd and audience finally managed to pull the tester back to reality. As agreed, swallowing hard, the tester picked up the pen with trembling hands, wrote S+ in the grass element affinity column for Erin, and stamped it. Congratulations, you passed the Minar Academy's grass element affinity test. The tester's voice trembled slightly as they spoke. She pointed to the practical testing area not far away. You can go over there for your practical test now. That crystal. Erin took the small card and gestured to the scattered crystal shards beside her. Is it alright? It's fine. The tester wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Having a student with your talent, even if 10 more crystals were broken, I don't think the teachers and professors would feel bad. Please go over there for your grass magic practical test now. Chapter 90. At the Minar Academy's grass element combat testing area, Erin found the tester tending to the plants. Compared to the diverse array of flowers, grasses, and trees around her, the plants in the grass element combat testing area were relatively simple and concentrated, mostly pea shoots and large-mouthed flowers that could prey on small rodents. The tester here was also a girl, and she looked even younger than the tester in the previous elemental affinity testing area. I'm sorry. Seeing Erin approach, the tester quickly bowed and gestured to the pea shoots that had become somewhat rampant. They're growing way too fast, it takes some time to clean them up. Minar Academy's elemental combat tests are designed based on the characteristics of each element. For example, the most numerous and powerful element, fire, only requires testing attack power at Minar Academy. The biggest advantage of fire elementals is their high and consistent damage output, along with a subsequent burn effect. The downsides are their slow casting speed, the fact that most fire elementals are extremely volatile, and the higher mental energy required for casting compared to other elements, making them vulnerable to interruption if not careful. In simple terms, a fire elemental mage is a versatile, stationary turret capable of large-scale, burst damage attacks. Therefore, the Minar Academy's practical test for fire elementals requires them to attack completely stationary targets, typically high-temperature resistant stone statues. Breaking or melting the statue signifies that the fire magic damage is sufficient, and the test is passed. Lightning elemental magic is characterized by its speed and agility. Almost all lightning spells are instant cast, inflicting a certain amount of paralysis, allowing for sustained combat without the mana drain of fire elemental magic after a single explosion. This type of magic heavily relies on the caster's accuracy. As long as the spell hits, the output can be maintained indefinitely. Therefore, the practical test for lightning elemental mages at Minar Academy requires freshmen to use lightning elemental magic to hit multiple moving targets within a certain time limit while dodging incoming attacks. Grass elemental magic is even more unique. In most cases, a grass elemental mage in a team, besides acting as a healer, needs to draw the enemy's attention as much as possible to create space for teammates to deal damage. For example, they can inject life magic into nearby plants, causing them to grow rapidly and make a significant noise. Or they can simply throw a thorny rose at the enemy's feet to prick them. Therefore, The assessment for grass elemental mages is clear: healing magic, life magic, and a certain amount of disruptive ability. Healing magic doesn't need to be tested, since healing won't miss. Life magic is used by freshmen on plant seeds to make them sprout and take root. Interference magic works similarly. Prepare some thorny plants or carnivorous plants, and have freshmen throw these seeds into the target area, and use life magic to make the rapidly growing plants attack the scarecrows in the arena. A successful hit counts as passing. These tests primarily screen out those with high elemental affinity, but who are not particularly intelligent or have some physical disability, making it impossible for them to use magic. So, the tester at the grass element practical testing area brought a whole bunch of seeds for testing life magic and interference abilities. This year, the two plants used by Minar Academy for testing life magic are pea shoots and chomptails. Just now, after Rin broke the grass element testing crystal, the overflowing life energy instantly activated all the pea shoots and chomptails on the tester, turning the testing area into a pea and chomptail paradise. But I feel, under Rin's gaze, the girl responsible for testing grass element practical skills was a little embarrassed. Your practical test is probably unnecessary. I just passed you here. Rin was a little embarrassed. Is that alright? It's fine, it's fine. We grass element students are very few each year. Last year, we almost couldn't fill a class. Basically, any grass element mage is in high demand. The tester emerged from the pea and chomptail thicket, took the small card Rin handed him, and stamped it. Alright, congratulations to Elenine Purista for passing the basic test for grass elemental mage at Minar Academy, and you achieved. The tester carefully checked the level on the card again, making sure she wasn't mistaken. Before continuing, you obtain proof of grass elemental talent S+. We be here recruiting for the next 6 days. You can prepare, or visit Minar Academy. Returning the card to Elenine, the tester said, the 7th day is when we announce the list of participants for the Wilderness Survival Training Group. Remember to pay attention. Thank you. Elenine took the card. Those peas. Do you need any help with? No, it's nothing. The tester waved his hands repeatedly. The situation here should have already been reported back to Minar Academy. Someone will come to handle it before this afternoon. Oh. Hearing this, Elenine subconsciously turned around and waved to Ibel at the entrance to the testing area in the distance. Then, she looked towards the familiar faces of Bilotes and the others in the stands. Besides Bilotes, Alice, and Carrick, Linton and his daughter Wendy were also present in the audience. I watched Minar Academy's admissions fair for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a grand spectacle. Unlike the relatively calm Linton and his group, the audience was still arguing about the scene where Elenine had shattered the testing crystal, causing the entire plaza to be covered in plants. Her grass element affinity isn't human, is it? That's too exaggerated. Why wouldn't she be human? What if someone was born with such talent? This is purely based on luck. She must be an immortal being. I heard it from a friend. Not only is her grass element affinity maxed out, but her ice, fire, water, and wind element affinity is also at a terrifying level. Humans simply can't do that. Even immortal beings can't do that. Don't think that immortal beings are omnipotent. Dual or triple elemental mastery is extremely rare even among immortal beings. Even some magic apprentices in the testing area were discussing this matter. This little girl's multi-elemental talent is unlikely even for an immortal being, right? Immortal beings just live longer, while talent is innate. Let me ask you something. What are ants to you? Aren't ants just little bugs on the roadside that get stepped on at any moment? Very well, now that you learned shape-shifting, you can transform into an ant and go play in an anthill. Are you interested? Why would I bother transforming into an ant and playing in an anthill when I have nothing better to do? That's it. Even if there really are immortal beings, those with excellent affinity for 2 elements are already extremely rare, let alone those with excellent affinity for 3 or 4 elements. An immortal being, proficient in all 5 elements, and interested in our human society, actively learning shape-shifting and then participating in this academy's test. What do you think the probability of that happening is? But the problem is this Elenine really that strong? I heard it from the locals in Lehman. Amidst the debate, many magic apprentices cast cryptic glances toward Elenine. You guys think if we get paired with her in the later tests, we're guaranteed a spot in Minar? Do you believe these uncivilized monkeys from Lehman's region spouting nonsense, or their professional knowledge? So what if her grass elemental affinity is off the charts? A novice grass elemental mage can't even beat a high-level fire elemental mage. What if she gets matched with some idiot teammates? She still failed the practical test. That's why it's good to be paired with me. I deal damage, and she just needs to make sure I don't get hurt. Hey, I remember there's a deathmatch mode after the practical test, a knockout tournament. Is that true? Won't we be competing against such a powerful grass elemental mage? I already said high grass elemental affinity isn't scary at all. You're a fire mage. Are you afraid of grass? Unbeknownst to anyone, on a 1,000-year-old tree not far from Goddess Square, a girl with sandalwood horns and a couple were sitting on a branch, quietly watching the scene. See that? Our daughter. The man and the couple pointed proudly to Eline, who was yawning in the center of Goddess Square. It's daytime, morning, and she's been awake for a full half hour. I told you human healing wouldn't be a problem, right? Then we pair her with the Ice Elemental Princess of Arcana and the Grass Elemental Princess of Atlantis, and have a Royal Rock Elemental made from Aspera take care of their daily needs. Sharon Aisha quickly scribbled a few lines in her small notebook and handed it to the couple beside her. Is that all? Chapter 91. Aunt. After receiving the Grass Element S Plus Talent Certificate, Erin returned to Iber's side at the entrance of the testing area, hovering in the air. Is this alright? During the test, Erin had taken the time to check on the surrounding elemental testing areas. The elemental tests at Minar Academy are divided into an affinity test and a combat test. Only by passing both tests can one obtain the corresponding talent certificate. Currently, the magic humans can use, in order of popularity, is fire, lightning, ice, wind, water, rock, and grass, wood, a natural element. While the light element has been confirmed to exist, no human can currently use it. The dark element, however, was only confirmed by Erin a few days ago, and similarly, no human can control it. Assuming the grouping for the Academy's upcoming wilderness independent survival training is truly random, Erin will likely be assigned many fire or lightning elemental teammates. Ibel only said she wouldn't be paired with boys, without specifying the elemental types of the girls in her team. If there really are several fire mages, Eline could only pray that her teammates didn't set the surrounding forest on fire while she was sleeping. You really gone too far. At the entrance to the testing area, Ibel crouched down, tidying the little girl's twin ponytails, straightening the four-leaf clover hair clips, checking the large bow on the back of her clothes to make sure it wasn't crooked, straightening the two green ribbons, and finally patting the girl's shoulder. Your dad and mom were watching just now. I know. Erin yawned and stretched out her hands to Ibel. I want a hug. TSK. Ibel looked a little annoyed. Want to sleep? Hold on a little longer. Those people seem to have something to say to you. Picking up the little girl in front of him, Ibel gestured to Bilotes and the others in the audience. Let's go over first. Don't keep everyone waiting. Grass God. Grass God. Grass God, I love you. As soon as they stepped out of the testing area, the surrounding audience and passers-by swarmed towards Ibel like a tidal wave. Your talent is incredible. Do you have any unique training techniques? Which country do you plan to stay in? Do you have a boyfriend? Well, if you really don't mind, could you come to our country and be a princess or something? Madam, is this your daughter? You look so young. Have you considered studying at our academy? Although we can't compare to Minar Academy, we will definitely invest all our teaching resources in you. We guarantee your satisfaction. Faced with a chorus of compliments from the surrounding crowd, Iber regained her usual indifference. She held the dazed Erin like a kitten in one arm, and with the other, she gestured to grab the frost greatsword on her back. Make way. The crowd silently parted to make way. This woman is a bit arrogant. Looks like an ice elemental sword woman, but I wonder what her level is. How can an ice elemental mother give birth to a grass elemental daughter? Holy crap. Another one. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the Magic Apprentice's elemental tests erupted in another sharp roar. This time it's Geo. An A+ level Geo. Another rare attribute? This isn't even a mage. This girl wields a great sword. A Geo fighter. My god, Lehman is full of hidden talents today. First grass, then ice, and now a Geo. I'm being blinded by all that light. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the crowd around Iba. The previously congested path suddenly cleared. Sorry to keep you waiting. Carrying Erin back to Bilotes' side, Ibel sighed softly, gesturing to the little girl who was barely able to stay awake in his arms. She seems about to give up again. Then let little Erin go back to rest. We visit Minar Academy tomorrow afternoon. Bilotes opened her arms and took the barely open-eyed Erin from Ibel's embrace. Kalatau said she knows the village chief of a small village near the academy. After we visit Minar Academy tomorrow afternoon, we can stay in that village for the night. Yes, the village is called Hennessy Village. I stayed there for a few days when I was studying there. The village chief is very kind. Carrot Owl also came over. There's a small volcano to the west of that village, and in the center of the crater is a particularly beautiful crater lake. If little Erin doesn't mind, we can go swimming there after dinner this evening. Swimming? Erin opened her eyes slightly. I don't think I have a swimsuit. That's easy. Ibel gestured to a large tree not far away. Just have them make one. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the Lehman Empire, in the Moan Forest. I didn't expect this, our flame wolf brother. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings of fire, a large bird with eerie black flames burning on its wings landed at the entrance of the Moan Forest. Whoosh! At the same time, tens of thousands of smaller black flame birds also descended from the sky, landing on the snowy forest peaks behind the large bird. They must have hired some high-ranking ice mage from who knows where. Brother Flame Wolf is really foolish. The two large birds exchanged a glance, both seeing fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Brother Flame Wolf has always been good to us, now it's time to test our loyalty. That's right. One of the large birds sneered. Humans, no matter how powerful, can't fly. I heard they're holding the Minar Academy recruitment fair right now, so there's hardly anyone guarding the city. It's the perfect opportunity for revenge. Attack the Minar Academy recruitment point in Lehman? A small black bird in the forest asked, puzzled. Won't that make enemies of Minar Academy? What's there to be afraid of? Minar Academy's fighting strength is at most one Xuanwu cub. We have 2 rank 6 black flame birds, and you're rank 3 magical beasts on the human side. Minar Academy wouldn't offend us for the sake of one Lehman. And, as it spoke, the large bird spread its massive wings, burning with black flames. The Minar Academy Xuanwu cub, Mo Xian. They won't even leave the academy. Their recruitment point only has a few mages. Humans can't fly, what's there to be afraid of? We can even use this opportunity to sow discord between Riemann and Minar Academy. Boss means, we should bomb Minar Academy's recruitment point in Riemann, and then Minar Academy will blame Riemann for inadequate protection? Exactly. Are you sure there aren't any strong fighters at the recruitment point? Yes, there are. Riemann is a human city. It can't be guarded by several dragons, can it? Your question is. The large bird in front gestured to the ice wolf at the entrance of Moan City. Look at our good brothers, look at them. Their behavior is definitely provocative. Good, as long as you can confirm that there aren't any fighters at the Minar Academy recruitment point. Another large bird spread its wings. Attack! Attack! Avenge Brother Flame Wolf. Chapter 92. How did the test go? About what we expected, the test crystal exploded. Mo Xian is still just a kid. The quality of the crystal he made isn't very good. What did the Minar Academy say? They gave her an unprecedented S+ talent rating, but I feel even S+ is a bit of an insult to Little Earl. They should have used the symbol infinity instead. She could be the principal of a school like Minar, which is entirely managed by humans. Half asleep, Erlani felt many familiar scents around her. Raising her little head and letting out a big yawn, the little girl looked around with sleepy eyes and murmured in a childish, indistinct voice, "Are we home?" Immediately afterward, Erlani was drawn to the familiar scents beside her and instinctively turned her little head. "Mom?" Upon seeing who was sitting beside her, she instantly snapped back to reality. "Mom, why are you here?" At this moment, Eline was in what appeared to be a dessert shop or something similar to a bubble tea shop in the Lehman Empire. The shop's layout was minimalist, with brightly colored tables, chairs, and wallpaper, giving it a small capital restaurant feel. Eline was currently lying in Ibel's arms, with her mother Fafnir sitting to her left and her father Nasad to her right. On her father's other side sat a chestnut-haired girl wearing a simple, antique-style dress with black stockings covering her legs. Eline sensed the aura of a dragon emanating from this girl. The opponent was at least a fully grown dragon that had lived for 50,000 years. That means, in this room, besides her aunt, the Ice Dragon King, her father, the Black Dragon King, and her mother, the Holy Dragon King, there was another dragon who seemed very skilled in using rock element, Sharon. As for whether she was the Sharon Queen, Erin wasn't sure. She didn't know much about the situation in the desert, but judging from her parents' attitude towards this Sharon girl, her strength was probably not low. We're not home yet. This is a dessert shop near the Minar Academy's admissions office. Ibel, holding Erin, gestured to the opposite side of the table. Your parents want to talk to the people from Piarista. Oh. Erin turned around. Across the table were Bilotes, holding Wendy, and Alice and Karachow sitting in a row. Linton, sitting alone on a small stool on the other side of the chair, was completely devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. As a diplomat from Piarista, he clearly sensed the unusual nature of these people, and was now too intimidated to breathe, anxiously awaiting the words of Elaine's parents. "Mommy, I want a hug." Elaine, however, seemed completely unconcerned, slipping out of Eibel's arms and opening her arms to Fafnir. "Hey!" Eibel chuckled, exasperated. "Now that you have a mom, you don't want your aunt anymore, huh?" "Yes." Elaine replied almost without thinking. "Mommy brought some delicious food, Mommy's nice. But Auntie was mean to me as soon as we met. Auntie's mean." "Was I mean to you?" "I just wanted to test whether you've been practicing your ladylike manners these past few days." Ignoring Eibel's complaints, Erin snuggled into Fafnir's arms, her keen sense of smell finding a baby dragon's milk jug in the bag beside her. "Thank you, Mom." Happily holding the milk jug decorated with tiny wings, the little dragon girl sat contentedly in Fafnir's lap and drank her dragon milk. This milk jug had been with her for nearly 50 years. Fafnir brought it back from outside shortly after Erin learned shape-shifting, though she didn't know which magical or sacred beast had been harmed by it. When Erin first opened her eyes in this world, her initial reaction was that her earthly soul had possessed a dragon egg. However, as she spent more time with her parents, she realized that her soul's origin seemed to be half from her mother and half from her father, possessing an extremely powerful dragon aura, far beyond what an ordinary earthly soul could compare to. Her situation was closer to a second time travel, meaning she first traveled from the continent of Eve as a soul to Earth, and then traveled back from Earth. However, because Elaine didn't have a physical body during her soul form period, and her memories were fragmented, she mistakenly believed that her birth occurred during her time on Earth. All the evidence indicated that her parents had definitely done something extremely intense before this, such as arguing and fighting fiercely, causing parts of their souls to split off, eventually forming her new soul form. Understanding this, Elaine completely accepted her parents in this world. After all, the soul doesn't lie, and there's no such thing as possession black magic on the continent of Eve. Nasod, as the Black Dragon King, wouldn't be so stupid as to not recognize his own daughter. "You?" In the dessert shop, looking at her daughter in her arms, who seemed to never grow up, Fafnir smiled indulgently. Her gaze fell on Erin's twin tails, and she asked curiously, "Who made this for you?" "I made it myself." Erin, drinking dragon milk, mumbled, "An older sister taught me how to do it at the clothing store." "Not bad. What kind of reward do you want?" "I want a swimsuit?" Erin turned to Karachu opposite her. The sisters seemed to be saying they're going swimming in the lake tomorrow. "Ah." Kalatau quickly raised her hands. "It's just a suggestion, just a suggestion. It's a volcanic crater with a large lake in the center. I went there with some girls from my class before. If Shower doesn't like swimming, then forget it. She really hasn't learned to swim. It wouldn't be a bad thing if she did." Fafnir then gave Bilotes an apologetic look. "Shall I get Shower a swimsuit and a lifeboat later? Since Elaine is awake too." At this moment, Nasod, standing next to Fafnir, coughed. "Let's get down to business now." The Black Dragon King glanced around the dessert shop, making sure no customers were paying attention, before continuing, "Because of the time crunch, I sent my daughter back with your people without any explanation. Now that the main people in charge of Piarista are all here, we can all face-to-face and ask any questions. Furthermore, I suggest that the content of today's conversation, you all keep it strictly confidential, otherwise it might cause some trouble for Piarista." As if remembering something, Nasod gestured to Aisha beside him. "By the way, her name is Aisha, the real principal of Minar Academy. You can ask her any questions you have about that school now." "The real principal?" Karika's eyes widened. We can ask anything?" While Bilotes, Karik, and Linton were still pondering Nasod's words, the ever-innocent Wendy almost instinctively blurted out, "Are you little Ire's father?" Nasod nodded, "Yes." "A dragon?" "That's right." Then, Wendy seemed a little excited. Then little Ire, "Is he also a dragon?" The room fell silent at this question. Wendy's face was filled with pure curiosity. Bilotes looked at Elaine, who was holding a milk jug, with some concern. Alice calmly drank her milk tea. Linton was somewhat restless. Only the little dragon girl in Fafnir's arms seemed completely unaffected, happily drinking dragon milk from her jug. "Yes." After a few seconds of silence, Nasod nodded. He gestured to his left and right, and said in an extremely calm tone, "Sitting before you now are all Dragon Kings." Chapter 93. Huh? Nasod's words were so explosive that Linton, sitting across the table, was completely dumbfounded. "Dragon? What does Dragon King mean?" Actually, based on Elaine's behavior these past few days, Linton, As the second-in-command managing various affairs of the Piarista family, and having frequently interacted with others, had already more or less guessed the general idea. He knew Eline might not be human. But Linton genuinely hadn't expected that such a cute little girl would actually be a dragon. The thought had indeed crossed Linton's mind before, such as whether Eline was a dragon baby or something, but he quickly dismissed it. Because no matter how you looked at it, the idea of a dragon entrusting its own daughter to a human to raise was too abstract. Humans didn't know much about dragons, but the Piarista, as a large family that had existed for over 2,000 years and operated several libraries, had a relatively general concept of long-lived species. The biggest characteristic of long-lived species is their long lifespan, and the time required for them to reproduce is also long. Therefore, for long-lived species, each offspring is incredibly precious. This is even more true for dragons, such mysterious long-lived creatures that need to lay eggs and nurse their young. The cost of raising a single young dragon would be exorbitantly high. Let alone dragons, even among humans of the same race. Unless something truly terrible had happened within the family, Linton would never give his beloved daughter Wendy away to anyone. However, Linton didn't realize that in the eyes of dragons, the 100 years or so spent with humans were insignificant, and he also failed to understand that humans and dragons operate on different timelines. If humans kept kittens, most wouldn't care whether their cats were mistreated during the week they spent at their grandparents' house. Even assuming, hypothetically, that Eline suffered some injustice, the Lehman Empire is only a short distance from Dragon Forest. At the Black Dragon King's speed, he could fly over in less than 10 minutes. As for Eline herself, Nasod was even less worried. He knew about Eline's soul, and was aware that his daughter's soul had wandered in the dimensional rift for a period. This was evident in Eline's relatively mature way of doing things after she regained consciousness. Nasod and Fafnir both knew what their daughter must have experienced before birth. These experiences had matured her, and she wasn't a clueless infant dragon baby at birth. With this background, coupled with 100 years of training in Dragon Forest, Eline was essentially a relatively mature dragon baby in Nasod and Fafnir's eyes. They would feel at ease letting her run around barefoot. Although, for Arin, she only cared about eating and sleeping. The Dragon King is the king of the elemental dragons. You can think of him as an elemental god to humans. Under Linton's curious gaze, Nasod pointed to Aisha beside him. For example, this is the Sand Queen. Her former empire was in the Nia Desert. I don't know if you heard of this legend. Nasod's words instantly made Linton tremble uncontrollably. Rock Dragon King? Nia Desert? The true headmaster of Minar Academy? The story of the Nia Desert dates back to a very, very long time ago. According to historical records, an ancient human civilization once existed in the Nia Desert. At its peak, two demons appeared out of nowhere, attempting to destroy it. Ultimately, both demons were defeated by the dragon, the ruler of the Nia Desert, and sealed forever underground. I understand now, everything makes sense. Linton observed Aisha sitting at the very edge of the chair opposite him. No wonder Minar Academy has endured for thousands of years. No one dares to touch this school. It really does have a dragon backing it up. Moreover, even as a rock dragon, she can only sit on the far right among all these dragon kings. Does this mean she's still the weakest among these dragons? As a diplomat for Piarista, Linton, forcing himself to maintain his composure, mustered the courage to observe NASD and the others ahead. It's quite clear, judging from their seating positions, who is stronger and who is weaker is already very obvious. Linton had witnessed the girl carrying the Frust greatsword before. She had used the ice coffin, a skill only a Grand Magister could wield, right in front of everyone, startling Linton and his group. Now it seemed that the dragon had shown mercy when facing the Lawrence family Schubert. Since Mr. Nasod said everyone present was a dragon king, then this ice elemental girl must be the ice dragon king. Good heavens, what kind of luck is Piarista? Not only did he have a historical alliance with the dragons, but he's also been repeatedly targeted by them in the past week, and now they even revealed their identities to summon him for a talk. Thinking of this, Linton felt a wave of fear. If Piarista hadn't given the dragon princess special attention when he took her home, would the entire family be in trouble by now? Mr. Linton, please don't misunderstand. Perhaps noticing the nervous expression on Linton's face, Nasod waved his hand. Since we agreed to give our daughter to you, it means the dragon race completely trusts the Piarista family. Aileen's current problem is that she's quite sleepy during the day. We hope she can make some new friends in human society, and live with you to alleviate this problem. Then, Nasod turned to Bilotes. Madam, you don't need to be too nervous, although our daughter has biological parents, she can also be your daughter in daily life. We don't place much importance on these human terms of address. Yes, Fafnir said. Our greatest wish is for little Elle to fully recover her spirit and be happy every day. At least for now, this treatment plan is feasible, Nasa continued. Our daughter enjoys human society and has become good friends with her older sisters. This is a good start. Charge. Avenge Brother Flame Wolf. Before Nasod could finish speaking, the harsh cries of a large flock of black flame birds suddenly echoed across the Lehman Goddess Square. Confirmed, there are indeed no flying humans here. Then proceed according to plan, everyone. Prepare to charge. Prepare to charge. Target, Minar Academy admissions point, sprint. Sprint. Speed up. Speed up. We need to be fast and accurate, humans are nothing to fear. Exactly, surely there can't be dragons in a human city, right? What's all that noise? The constant commotion overhead made Nasod frown. It seems like a group of magical beasts is flying over here. Isn't this a human city? Aisha also wondered. Today is Minar Academy's admissions day, and there are magical beasts causing trouble at this time without fear of death? Let's pause the conversation for a moment. Nasod stood up, glanced out the window, and a dense aura of dark magic emanated from his body. If these magical beasts are really here to cause trouble, their race has no reason to exist. Chapter 94. The dark mass of magical beasts and birds instantly triggered panic among the people of the Lehman Empire. Heavens! What are these things? They look like black fire vultures and black flame birds from the Moan Forest. Those are Tier 6 magical beasts. Air raid! Air raid! Air raid! Quickly! Notify King Cassius. The black flame birds from the Moan Forest are restless. They've flown over Moan City, and their target seems to be the Imperial capital. The black flame bird, classified as a Tier 6 magical beast by humans, actually possesses combat strength comparable to a flame wolf. Its Tier 6 classification is solely due to its ability to fly. Only a few high-level wind elemental mages among humans can fly. In actual combat, wind element is countered by fire element. Even if a wind elemental mage could fly to the black flame bird's altitude, maintaining flight while continuously consuming mana would make it difficult to kill it. Therefore, the black flame bird, being a fire-type creature, capable of flight, and extremely agile, can hurl fireballs from high altitudes, posing a significant threat to humans. There are no particularly effective countermeasures, and its rating is higher than that of the flame wolf. Unless humans use specialized wind elemental magic devices, or ride flying mounts to engage them in battle. However, doing so would be catastrophic if anything went wrong. What? Black flame birds? 2 of them? And a large flock of black fire vultures following behind? In the Lemanian Imperial Palace, King Cassius, who was discussing an alliance between the 2 nations with the Arcana envoy, paled upon receiving a hastily delivered memorial from his subordinate. When did this news come? Luna City sent this message about 20 minutes ago. The messenger's face was filled with anxiety. Mayade City was the first to spot these black flame birds. At first, the people there thought the black flame birds were targeting Mayade City, and had already sounded the air raid sirens in preparation for battle. Later, they realized that these black birds didn't seem to intend to attack, they were flying directly towards the capital. Why didn't you attack them then? Because at that time, the flock of black birds didn't attack our city, and they were all very high in the clouds, out of our reach with our anti-aircraft magic. The messenger lowered his head. Your Majesty, although we always been at odds with these black birds, there has never actually been a war between us in history. This time, they are led by 2 rank 6 black flame birds. What if their original target wasn't? It was us, just passing by over Riemann. Wouldn't attacking them unnecessarily invite hatred? Besides, today is the day Minar Academy is recruiting students here. The counselors think it's unlikely they attack Riemann. Counselors, again. I don't care if they might attack Riemann or not. These magical beasts have invaded Riemann's airspace. That's a provocation against Riemann's territorial sovereignty. Cassius stood up. These conservatives, we wipe them out sooner or later. Where are the blackbirds now? Your Majesty, when General Douglas sent the intelligence, they had just left Luna City. They should be here in less than 10 minutes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the messenger could finish speaking, the sound of a large flock of raptors flapping their wings echoed from high above the palace. Hee. Wah. Accompanied by a grating cry of a magical beast, a strange surge of fire elemental energy rapidly spread. Damn it. Cassius casually picked up the long sword from the table, and said to the envoys from Arcana, Gentlemen, excuse me for a moment. Where is your Majesty going? to fight. Jess, you can show the envoys around the palace. In the Moan Forest in the northern part of the Lehman Empire, the flame wolf and the black flame bird have always been in cahoots. As an elemental creature, the flame wolf itself doesn't need to eat much. It can survive on the fire element near the volcano. However, its maned wolves are different. The maned wolves are just ordinary magical beasts. They need to eat. Where is the most meat in the eyes of the wolf pack? Naturally, it's the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in the pastures and villages of Moan City, and even people. Thus, news of maned wolves attacking farms and devouring farmers was commonplace throughout history, and the citizens of Moan and most of the Riemann Empire hated these magical beasts. The black flame bird was similar. As a 6th-tier magical beast, it didn't need to eat much, but its subordinates, the black fire vultures, did. These black, vulture-like 3rd-tier magical beasts committed many atrocities similar to the maned wolves. The black fire vulture's favorite pastime was flying into Moan City, snatching lone travelers, killing them, and dumping them into the Moan Forest to be eaten by their companions. After such incidents became frequent, the residents of Moan City learned to band together, rarely venturing out alone. Upon seeing a black fire vulture, they would cast spells. Therefore, the black flame bird sought help from the flame wolves, having them lead a pack to periodically attack human villages, forcing the villagers of Moan City and nearby villages to scatter and flee. The black fire vultures would then attack the lone survivors from the air. Now that Mount Moan is frozen, and the flame wolves and their pack are all dead, the blackbirds, deprived of their food source of humans, are naturally panicked. Destination reached. Minar Academy recruitment site detected. In the Lehman Empire, the once clear sky was now shrouded in gloom by the approaching flock of black fire eagles. Attack? Thousands upon thousands of black fire eagles erupted in black flames, simultaneously aiming their fireballs at the terrified crowd below. What are those? I don't remember Minar Academy keeping these things. They look like black fire eagles, tier 3 magical beasts, but how come there are so many? The magic apprentices on the ground, sensing the hostility of the flock high above, panicked instantly. 2 more black flame birds. What's going on? If these things really attack, none of us here can withstand the attack of a 6th-tier magical beast. Aren't they afraid of my teammates? Hasn't Mo Xian from Minar Academy arrived? Mo Xian, please help. I hated these things the most when I was traveling in Moan. They just fly around howling, and then swoop down to attack you once you're away from the crowd. Now there are so many of them. Is there anyone who can set them all on fire? Hee hee. Amidst the chaos, 2 black flame birds hovering directly in front of the flock narrowed their eyes, revealing a comical expression. Then, the larger bird said in a satisfied tone, I just wanted to see that expression on the humans' faces, that look of displeasure with us, but inability to do anything about it. Brother Flame Wolf kept advising us to just have small skirmishes with the humans, saying that the human race is very troublesome, and it's best not to provoke them. Now I want to see what happens when we provoke these little insects. Having finished speaking, the large bird gestured to the flock behind it. Attack! Rock boundary. Almost the instant the large bird finished speaking, a woman dressed in a brown, ancient-style women's uniform, her jade-like hands suspending a strange amber-colored rock, emerged from a nearby dessert shop. The woman's vertical eyes shone with golden light, and an unparalleled aura of rock elemental energy hummed and spread out, enveloping the vast imperial capital and forming a semi-transparent amber-colored protective membrane. At the same time, the woman also released her own aura. Wait, a dragon? At this moment, the 2 black flame birds in the sky inexplicably felt their magical circuits being gripped tightly. Even their pupils began to dilate abruptly. It really was a dragon. Why? Why does the Lehman Empire have dragons? Overwhelmed with terror, the 2 black flame birds didn't know what expression to wear. Dragon aura, generally only dragons of exceptionally high rank can release it against a specific target. The crowd below couldn't sense it, the flock of birds behind them didn't understand, but the 2 leading black flame birds knew perfectly well. The woman wielding the strange amber-colored stone was indeed a dragon. Moreover, judging from the rock elemental aura emanating from her body, she was a rock dragon, not a pseudo-dragon, nor a sub-dragon, but a true dragon through and through. Judging from the fact that this true dragon casually unleashed a rock elemental spell capable of enveloping the entire capital, her level was quite high. A high-level rock elemental dragon, revealing her identity to us? What's wrong with this world? Why are dragons taking on human form and standing with them? The 2 black flame birds' minds went blank. However, before they could even react, another aura of ice elemental dragons emanated from the nearby street. Ice, An ice dragon? No, this aura doesn't seem to be from an ordinary ice dragon. This is the Ice Dragon Queen? Another dragon? Immediately afterward, another holy aura swept in. A holy dragon? A three-headed dragon? The two black flame birds froze. They instinctively opened their mouths, intending to call for the flock behind them to stop, but no sound came out. Their bodies felt like they no longer belonged to them. At that moment, an incomparably dark aura rose from the dessert shop below. A black dragon? Such a massive dark aura, the Black Dragon King, a four-headed dragon? At this moment, the expressions on the two black flame birds' faces could only be described as utterly devastated. They had heard the legends of dragons. Dragons were indifferent to almost everything in this world, but that didn't mean they were without temper. Generally speaking, if a dragon unleashed its dragon aura unreservedly upon a race, it only meant one thing. That is, they would personally exterminate that race from the continent of Eve. This wasn't a warning, but a notification. Now, it had received notifications from the auras of 4 dragons: rock, ice, light, and darkness, all at once. The two black flame birds didn't even have the heart to warn the black fire vultures behind them to stop attacking. This wasn't just "I know I'm going to die." This was "my people, and I are going to be gone." Fire! Attack! Ha ha ha, foolish humans, take this. At the same time, the flock of birds completed their attack preparations. A deluge of black fireballs, controlled by the flock of birds, rained down on the Minar Academy's admissions office like a storm. Sigh. Not far away, a gargoyle standing on a rooftop witnessed this scene and sighed softly. Now you know why I was so nervous back then, right? It slowly turned around, seemingly unwilling to watch the horrific spectacle of the birds in the air, and said to a girl in a bright red dress beside it, "That adorable baby dragon once unintentionally released its dragon breath at me." Chapter 95. Boom 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 boom. As the large flock of black fire eagles in the sky suddenly launched their attack, a large group of magic apprentices and passers-by near the Minar Academy admission point in Goddess Square were thrown into chaos. Run! Aren't these all Tier 3 magical beasts? My god. Can ordinary magic shields even stop them? Even if they can stop 1 or 2, can't you see how many magical beasts are in the sky? There must be tens of thousands of black fire eagles. A few thousand fireballs won't stop them at all. Run! I just passed Minar's talent test. I don't want to die here. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, countless black balls fell like hailstones. Boom boom boom. However, just a second before these black fireballs were about to hit the ground, an amber-colored barrier suddenly lit up, firmly stopping the thousands of fireballs about 50 meters in midair. What? This is a rock shield? Where did this rock mage come from who can create such a huge shield? It blocked thousands of black fireballs? That's terrifying. The crowd was dumbfounded. Boom 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 boom. At that moment, countless black fireballs exploded like fireworks about 50 meters above Goddess Square. No matter how fiercely these fireballs came, the shield in the air remained as solid as a rock, without even the slightest flicker. My god. This is too strong. Fighting against tens of thousands of Tier 3 magical beasts all by himself? I remember that the guardian beast of Minar Academy, EP81, is a rock elemental turtle. Could it be? It must be him. Legend has it that EP81 is a descendant of Xuanwu. Only he can generate such a sturdy shield. We're saved. Of all the elements, Geo is the most stable, and also the most durable. Fire shields can be quickly depleted by water, ice shields can be detonated by fire, and lightning shields can be channeled by water. Only Geo shields show no reaction whatsoever. They are unaffected by any element. Therefore, Geo mages are also known as shield heroes, typically serving as the tank in a team, charging into battle to protect their comrades. However, Geo's situation is as awkward as Grass's. Because it's so defensively focused, mages of this element have a very limited job market. They're in high demand when needed, but when not needed, they're often ignored even after begging for a job. A temporary announcement. A temporary announcement. Just as the magic apprentices and onlookers near the Minar Academy's admissions point in Goddess Square were still speculating whether the giant shield was emitted by Minar Academy's guardian beast, EP81, a student wearing a dark green Wind Element Academy uniform had already flown into the air with a megaphone. We received a notification from the Academy that Minar has just reached an agreement with the Tier 3 magical beast, the Black Fire Vulture. We plan to hold a barbecue at Goddess Square to celebrate the birth of 1S+ Grass Elemental Magic Apprentice, 1S+ Ice Elemental Magic Apprentice, and 3A+ Magic Apprentices at the Lehman recruitment point today. The barbecue is simple. The more than 10,000 Tier 3 magical beasts, the black ire vultures, above us will voluntarily die to provide food for everyone. The fire mages present will be responsible for providing the flames, and the academy will provide the barbecue seasonings. Theoretically, there will be an excess of barbecue ingredients, so please don't worry, everyone will get some. The senior student from Minar Academy repeated the announcement into a megaphone in Espere's common language, Arcana, and Lehman. After speaking, he looked at the announcement several times, muttering, "What the hell is this? Voluntary death for food? What does this mean? A barbecue party? Does it mean we can roast these black fire vultures and eat them?" The announcement had barely been broadcast when many students in the square couldn't stand it anymore. Don't be ridiculous. Even first-tier magical beast meat is ridiculously expensive in Lehman, let alone third-tier magical beasts. What kind of barbecue party is this, roasting third-tier magical beasts? And everyone gets a share? Was the senior talking about the birds above our heads? Maybe some kind of dark joke? How lame. We defended against the black birds' attacks, but how to shoot them down is the problem. At the same time, King Cassius, wielding a long sword, led several of his men to the center of the battlefield. By this time, most of the people had fled in fear. Only a young girl dressed in an ancient-style long dress and black high heels stood on a path next to a dessert shop, tilting her head back to look at the immobilized sixth-tier magical beast, the black flame bird, in the sky. "Hey! Madam, it's dangerous here." Cassius, who had noticed the girl first, quickly walked over. "That's a sixth-tier magical beast. Go take shelter." To Cassius's bewilderment, the girl merely turned her head slightly and glanced at him indifferently before bending down and picking up a small stone from the ground. "Madam, you..." Cassius was about to say something when the girl looked up at the sixth-tier magical beast, the black flame bird, high in the sky. She quickly aimed, raised her small hand, and threw a small stone at the bird. Buzz! The small stone emitted a piercing sonic boom, carrying a terrifying shockwave and unparalleled rock elemental energy as it hurtled towards the large bird in midair like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Boom! The next second, the black flame bird's head was struck by the small stone, exploding like a block of tofu hit by a high explosive shell. The girl picked up another stone and aimed it at another black flame bird. Boom! Instantly, another huge headless bird corpse fell from the sky. After doing all this, the girl silently picked up a handful of stones and handed them to King Cassius behind her. "Let's go have some barbecue, Your Majesty." The girl's words had barely left her lips when a vast, terrifying aura of ice elemental energy suddenly filled the air. This terrifying, boundless ice energy rapidly transformed into countless ice spikes, piercing towards the flock of black birds high in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, a rain of black birds began to fall across Goddess Square. This bizarre yet spectacular scene caused Cassius to kneel down with a thud. The king's mind went blank. This? Before the king could react, the girl had returned to the dessert shop. "Is it over?" "It's over." As she spoke, the girl's gaze fell on the little girl in Fafner's arms, and she subconsciously lowered her voice. "Asleep?" "Yes, back in Longland. She was never awake in the mornings." It's quite remarkable that she was awake for almost an hour this time with the help of the heart-cleansing flower. Fafner smiled and gestured to the empty baby bottle on the table. She finished her milk. Nothing was wasted. Then, as if remembering something, Fafner took a box of milk tablets from her bag and handed it to Bilotes and the others. "Ah, we don't need any." Bilotes waved her hands repeatedly. "These are Little Ire's snacks, right?" "They are snacks, but not for you." Fafner pushed the box forward. "Everyone should have a little." Little Ire probably shared some similar milk tablets with you before, but knowing her personality, my intuition tells me she probably didn't mention the effects of these snacks to you. It can extend your human lifespan by at least 100 years. Sharon Aisha explained proactively. "Also, you're under a curse. In a little while, gather everyone in your family, including the little girl who was affected, and we help break the curse." As they talked, the little girl in Fafner's arms lazily rolled over, seemingly having a sweet dream, and smacked her lips. His. Chapter 96. When Irini woke up, it was already afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, occasionally fluttering in the breeze, lazily spilling onto the windowsill like oversleeping sprites. Irini loved this atmosphere. A small room, a small bed, and the world outside the window was filled with nature. She didn't need to worry about tomorrow's monthly midterm, or final exams, nor did she need to struggle for credits or tuition, nor did she have to worry about rent increases, being laid off, her boss delaying her wages, or even whether she would have enough to eat. Every time she fell asleep, she felt no psychological pressure, no overthinking, and no fear of nightmares. This atmosphere inexplicably gave off a feeling of non-worry. Sitting up with a big yawn, Irene stretched, threw off the covers, jumped out of her small bed, and then neatly folded the blanket. Sensing the dragon's aura, it was clear that Bilotes had been frequently tidying the room these past few days. The previously ordinary bed sheets had been replaced with silk sheets, featuring a cute cartoon dragon design. The pillows had been changed to warm-toned, adorable styles, wind chimes hung on the windowsill, and potted plants were placed there. The old-fashioned cuckoo clock had been removed and replaced with a more childlike soft plum blossom wall clock. Even the wardrobe, which had been empty on the first day, was now filled with new clothes. "I'm hungry." Muttering softly, Irene opened the small drawer by the bed. Inside, as always, was a steaming hot breakfast. Several slices of grilled steak, a glass of milk, and a piece of cheese. Beside the small plate filled with breakfast were the delicate words of Bilotes. "Good afternoon, little Ire. Because I didn't know when you wake up this afternoon, Mom made some food in advance. If it's cold after you wake up, you can take it to the kitchen to heat it up, or ask Alice for help. Alice is a very good cook. Mom and Uncle Linton are probably still in a family meeting and won't be back for a while. If you need anything, you can channel your magic into the communication crystal next to me. This crystal is connected to the crystal on Mom's body, so you can contact Mom immediately. Sister Vera came by at noon and brought lots of new shoes and clothes. But since you're resting, Mom put the new shoes and clothes in the closet in your room. Vera said she'd come see you again tomorrow. Also, Mrs. Fafner has lifted the curse on everyone in our family and little Lily, and gave us a big box of dragon gifts. We talked about dragons and little Ire, and I understood how hard little Ire had been working in the dragon forest. Carrick was so shy she almost wanted to disappear. This piece of paper is too small. I stop here for now. If little Ire has any questions after she wakes up, she can contact us using the crystal. Love, Mom, a cute baby dragon's adorable Q-version handwritten emoticon.jpg. While eating breakfast and reading the words on the note, Irene opened another drawer in her bedside table. There was indeed a communication crystal. Communication crystals in this world can be broadly divided into two types. One type is similar to those on Earth, transmitting electrical signals to a base station crystal, which then distributes the information to a dedicated terminal crystal, enabling long-distance communication. This model is already very close to the old-fashioned brick phone model on Earth. The other type of crystal is like the one in front of Irene. Its principle is somewhat similar to quantum communication, utilizing the resonance effect within certain elements to achieve communication. A change in the elemental state on one side will cause a change in the corresponding Gemini element. Irene felt that both types of communication could be research directions for future smartphones, and it was even possible that the smart crystals of this other world would be more convenient than smartphones on Earth. However, she didn't intend to personally become the scientist who would trigger this technological breakthrough. Anyway, the seeds of knowledge had already been sown, and the next few years in Riemann would likely be an era of technological explosion. A little more time wouldn't make a difference. After finishing breakfast and quickly tidying up the dishes, Irene creaked open the wardrobe and looked inside at the new clothes. Compared to a few days ago, there were at least 10 more outfits in the wardrobe now. 7 or 8 of them were bought yesterday when she went shopping with Bilotes, and 2 were probably brought over by the clothing store owner, Vera, while she was asleep. Irene could sense the warmth of the sun emanating from these clothes. This indicated that all the clothes had been carefully washed and then sun-dried for a full day, absorbing the essence of spring, before being brought back. The styles of clothing were varied: cute school uniforms, ladylike dresses, and glamorous Lolita gowns, among others. 2 of the small, cake-like dresses were clearly custom-made for Irene by the shop owner, Vera. The dresses had a magical girl style, primarily light pink and black, with off-the-shoulder straps and a cinched waist, adorned with a large bow. They looked incredibly beautiful. Below the dresses were matching round-toed shoes and various socks. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes and shoes before her, and then at the dragon-shaped nightcap and stockings on the bedside table behind her, Irene hesitated for a moment before taking out the small, bow-adorned dress with straps, the matching black stockings, and the round-toed, chunky-heeled shoes. Clearly, Bilotes was aware of Eline's situation. She placed Eline's baby dragon nightcap and stockings imbued with dragon spirit by the bedside for the dragon princess to wear easily, while her ordinary human clothes were placed in the wardrobe. Due to magic, Eline theoretically didn't need to bathe or change clothes. If it weren't for her cravings, as a dragon, she wouldn't even need to eat. Bilotes understood these things, so she didn't insist that Eline bathe or change clothes every day. But just because her mother didn't require it, and she didn't need it herself, didn't mean that doing these things was meaningless. Just like Eline, being the daughter of the Black Dragon King and the Holy Dragon King, with her parents' protection and her maxed out magical talent, a single spell could destroy a city. Theoretically, nothing in this world could harm her. After all, dragons are a race that loves to sleep. Let alone sleeping 20 hours a day. Even sleeping for 10 or 50 years straight wouldn't be a problem for anyone. However, Eline came to human society at her father's insistence, living with everyone in Purista. She could indeed go decades or even centuries without changing her clothes, but since she was now a girl and had promised her father to experience human life for a few years, getting up, dressing up, and wearing new clothes every day like a normal girl, wouldn't that be normal? Trying it out a little wouldn't hurt, right? Most importantly, Eline knew that as she wore the new clothes Vera gave her, not only would Vera be happy, her mother would be happy, but her sisters Alice and Victoria at the villa would also be happy. She didn't want to be treated differently in Purista because of her identity as a dragon princess. Back on Earth, Irene had encountered similar situations many times. For example, when classmates had birthdays, everyone would give gifts and money worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Irene was invited, and when she took out her phone to transfer 30 yuan as a red envelope to the birthday girl, it was returned shortly afterward. The girl even said, "You're already struggling so much yourself, it's okay." And after entering the workforce, when she was a food delivery driver, the writer who introduced her to the industry suggested giving the station manager a pack of cigarettes to build a relationship, so it would be easier to get things done later. Having never smoked before, she foolishly bought what she thought was a decent pack and gave it to the station manager. The station manager, with a gloomy expression, waved his hand dismissively, saying he didn't like this kind of cigarette. Eline had once been among the lowest rungs of society, experiencing that kind of humiliation firsthand. She knew that if ordinary clothes were left hanging in the closet for years without being worn, while people might not say anything, there would be a certain distance between them. The materials used for those clothes couldn't compare to her father's nine-tailed fox fur or winged human feathers, but they were still carefully made stitch by her sisters, Vera and the others. From childhood, Eline had never seen any difference between a gift she made herself with materials costing only 10 yuan and a gift bought from a store worth 1,000 yuan. Since it was a token of everyone's kindness, she was willing to accept it and be grateful. This outfit, should I put on the socks first? Returning to her bedside with the clothes from the closet, Eline slowly rolled up the starry sky patterned stockings, shaping them into a donut, then bent her small, snow-white feet and slipped them inside, pulling the socks up. Soft, high-quality silk quickly covered her small foot with a gentle pull of the girl's small hand, soon enveloping her beautifully curved right leg, making her look like a two-dimensional anime girl from a painting. Following the same method, she put socks on her other foot, briefly checked the structure of the new dress, then took off her nightgown and put on the new dress. Because the dress was custom-made, it looked fantastic on her, not only making Irene's lovely figure appear even more petite, but the large bow at the waist and the fluffy hem also made this little girl seem like a mysterious fairy in the night. Finally, Irene picked up the little shoes and slipped her small feet, encased in black stockings, into them. Like the clothes, the shoes were incredibly cute, with round toes adorned with a pretty large bow, tiny devil wing ornaments on either side, and a 3-centimeter heel. They perfectly mimicked the way Irene's feet had lightly touched the ground earlier, making her feet appear even smaller and more delicate. Tap, tap. After putting on the shoes, Irene tried walking a couple of steps in place. The heeled shoes made a dull thud as they hit the ground. Despite the lingering memories of her past as a boy deep within her soul, looking down now and seeing adorable girls' clothes, and the vibrations from the heeled shoes constantly reminding her of her girlhood, this experience was truly magical. While sighing, Irene walked to the full-length mirror in the room, picked up the hair ties and ribbons that Bilotes had bought from the clothing store, and tied her hair into twin ponytails. Right now, Irene only knew how to do twin ponytails, but she felt that this hairstyle, along with loose hair, seemed sufficient for most outfits. The little girl in front of the mirror tried raising her small hand, conjuring a fireball in her palm. It really had that otherworldly magical girl vibe. She felt like that scene could even be used as her own character portrait. Irene thought to herself quietly, if I could be added to the gacha pool as a hero, probably a 5-star character? Or 6-star? Lock skill, Baby Dragon's Milk Jug. When you have no cards in your hand, you can draw 1 card. Skill 1, Pillow Impact, swings a pillow to knock the target a short distance. If the target is knocked into a wall, they are stunned for 3 seconds. Skill 2, Dragon's Aura, illuminates all enemy units within a 12-kilometer radius, including units in smoke. Ultimate skill, Dragon's Roar, deals true damage to all surrounding units and inflicts fear. Passive skill, Little L is good at hiding her strength. Other players cannot see her stats. Why is she suddenly acting like a Chunibu? Eline pinched her cheek in front of the mirror. Whatever, I tried going out like this today. After tidying her bangs, and the few bows on her clothes, the little girl carried her tray out of the room, walking down the corridor and small stairs with a tap 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 sound. After washing the tray in the kitchen, Eline, sensing the dragon's aura, headed to the back garden and found Alice practicing fire magic there. Little L? Because Eline was wearing an adorable dress and little shoes, the tap 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 sound of her heels hitting the ground was very noticeable. Even from a distance, Alice, practicing fire magic in the training ground, could immediately spot the little girl approaching. So cute. After just one glance, Alice couldn't help but run over, standing less than 2 meters in front of Eline, her eyes sparkling as she admired the doll-like little girl on the lawn. Oh my god. This outfit really suits you. You're so adorable. Thank you. A little embarrassed by the compliment, Erin tilted her head back to look at Alice, who was also wearing a Lolita dress. Sister, you're beautiful too. If I were even a tenth as cute as you, I wouldn't dare look in the mirror at night. Afraid I'd be unable to resist hugging and kissing myself. Alice pulled Erin to a nearby gazebo. Have you eaten? Yes. Shall I make you something else? Not hungry yet. Erin was a little embarrassed. We're going to Minar Academy tomorrow, right? Yes, Mom will take us back to the academy tomorrow, and little Erin and Sister Karachu can visit the academy while they're there. Even though she already knew Erin was a dragon, Alice's attitude towards her remained unchanged. Minar Academy is very big, almost as big as the capital of the Riemann Empire. Everyone usually goes there to check things out beforehand. Then, as if remembering something, Alice lowered her voice. Oh right, there's one more thing. I think I should tell little Elle about what we talked about with those dragon kings while she was asleep. Eline asked curiously, what is it? Well, your dad, Mr. Naysod, also took the Academy's elemental talent test after you fell asleep and got an A in lightning element affinity. This year, Minar Academy plans to add a deathmatch mode after the freshman entrance combat test. It's said that the final winner will gain certain privileges in future Academy life, such as not having to attend classes or sleeping in class. Huh? Hearing this, a white-ahogue, Cowlick, suddenly stood up uncontrollably in the middle of Eline's neatly styled twin tails. I can sleep in class? Really? Really, but... Alice hesitated, but Mr. Naysod seems to participate in the deathmatch mode too. Little L, are you sure you can beat him? I can. In the pavilion, Eline raised her little fist, her face full of determination. I do my best so I can sleep in class. Chapter 97. The afternoon sun shone brightly. On Goddess Square, blooming with flowers and adorned with various exotic trees, the Minar Academy's freshman talent test was in full swing. Alright. Next up is Windy Piarista, the youngest daughter of the Piarista Wind House. Wow! A rare wind elementalist. No student has yet achieved a B+ level or higher affinity in our wind elemental affinity test today. Can she break this record? On the warm stands, the host, dressed in a Minar Academy uniform, amplified her voice through the surrounding megaphones to every spectator in the square. Wind, the only element that grants humans the ability to fly, and hailed as the freest element, can a miracle occur today? The locals of Lehman are well aware of the Piarista family's situation. As a family with over 2,000 years of history, the Piarista are arguably older than the Lehman Empire itself. However, this family of magicians has suddenly declined rapidly in the last 50 years, with their magical talent diminishing with each generation. However, my latest news is that the Piarista have resolved their talent issue and regained their former glory. Can they recreate their former brilliance in the magical realm? Amidst the host's impassioned words, Windy, wearing a feathered hat, a green bard-themed dress, and white silk shoes, slowly walked onto the testing platform. The audience in the surrounding seats also focused their attention on this little girl, who was only slightly taller than Eline. The Piarista family, right? They're the magic family that was persecuted by the Osborne family, aren't they? Were they the ones who destroyed the grass element test crystal yesterday? That Erin from yesterday was an adopted daughter. She's not considered part of their family, is she? Why not? Being able to take such a powerful daughter into their family is a strength in itself, okay? Amidst the bustling crowd, Erin, dressed as a grass element sprite, sat obediently in Bilotes' lap, like a well-behaved child, holding her milk jug in her little hands, drinking milk while observing the crowd in the testing area ahead. When she woke up in the afternoon, with the help of fashion designer Vera, she changed into this outfit full of natural charm. Under was the little camisole nightgown Erin wore to bed, and over it was the grass-green dress given to her by Minar Academy, adorned with a large bow and ribbon at the back. Vera slightly modified the nine-tailed fox bell token, threading a red rope through a small green ribbon to create a makeshift green bell collar, which she then placed around Erin's neck. The little girl's tiny feet were adorned with white lace stockings and green Lolita-style round-toed shoes. These shoes were said to be made from a special plant, sturdy yet soft, ensuring comfort even after long walks. Did you come yesterday? I heard there's free Tier 3 monster meat in the plaza? I only got on the carriage this afternoon and missed it, so annoying. Because Erin's attire was rather casual, and the Goddess Plaza was bustling with people, when she and Bilotes and the others came to the audience to watch Wendy's test, everyone's attention was primarily focused on the testing area. Therefore, almost no one noticed that this little dragon princess was the S+ genius grass mage who blew up the grass element test crystal yesterday. Didn't you know? We haven't finished eating all that monster meat yet. It's right next to the fire element testing area. Anyone want some barbecue? Go get some, it's free. Wow! There's even this perk? Tier 3 monster meat isn't something you can eat all the time. I'm taking my leave. Don't rush, there's plenty. There are over 10,000 of them. I don't know what got into those monsters, suddenly attacking the Minar Academy admissions point. Wasn't that just plain suicide? Speaking of which, that Emotion is really strong. As a Tier 6 monster, he managed to withstand the attacks of over 10,000 Tier 3 monsters, and even instantly killed those 2 Tier 6 black flame birds. No wonder no one dares to touch Minar. In the bustling Goddess Square, Wendy placed her small hand on the testing crystal. The crystal emitted a gentle light. Then, the light grew increasingly dazzling, gradually transforming into a massive light source capable of enveloping a large area. Holy crap! As expected of Purista. This is at least A rank affinity. And it's still increasing. The enormous light instantly drew gasps from the audience. Wendy! Go for it! Some family members, who had just finished their business with the Purista family, also stood up and cheered towards the testing area. Little Wendy! Go for it! You're the best! The gradually increasing wind elemental aura quickly turned most of the testing area green. Some students in the testing area stopped what they were doing and looked at the wind element testing area with surprise. You know, wind element, like grass and rock, is a very unpopular element. Very few people major in wind magic. If the grass element is the healer and the rock element is the shield warrior, then the Anemo element is a cheerleader with almost no support or offensive capabilities, and its application scope is equally narrow. The most appealing characteristic of the Anemo element is fun. Because Anemo magic like levitation allows one to fly high into the sky, roaming freely. Whether it can support teammates is unimportant, whether it has offensive capabilities is unimportant. If I find treasure, I'd be the first to grab it. If I encounter danger, I'd be the first to run away. Its main theme is I want to be an immortal, living the life of the immortals. But even for an element focused on fun, an affinity level of A or higher is still quite terrifying. The Anemo element's wind blades have no offensive power, right? Wait until I become a Grand Magister. I use a super wind blade to slice you up, and you still die. They're back. The familiar Purista is back. Suddenly filled with excitement, Erin, clutching her milk jug, activated her Eye of Truth, surveying the Purista family members around her, and Wendy standing before the testing crystal below. The curse on everyone had vanished, replaced by the blessing of the Holy Dragon. It was palpable that almost everyone, Wendy, Bilotes holding her, and the Purista family members beside her, had experienced a significant increase in their magical abilities. Purista. Purista. Oh! This is the day the broken sword is reforged, the day the knights return. I knew Purista would one day reclaim their glory. A plus affinity. Wind God is in the bag. Purista. Purista. Wind God Wendy. Wind God. This is probably similar to the feeling of breaking free of shackles. After closing the Eye of Truth, Erin raised the milk jug to her lips again. The curse inflicted on the frost cross of the Silas Empire by the magical beast Black Swamp is, in a sense, the same as tying sandbags to an athlete's feet. The curse only suppresses their talent, not erases it. An athlete, who always scores full marks on the track, suddenly finds themselves struggling to walk, unable to achieve full marks in competitions, not even touching the passing grade. If this athlete becomes discouraged, loses faith in themselves, and abandons training, then the curse's purpose has been achieved. However, it's clear that the Piarista family, including their youngest daughter Wendy, haven't given up on magical training because of their perceived lack of talent. This is like an athlete who keeps running even with sandbags strapped to their feet. The moment someone removes those sandbags, they soar to new heights. Now I announce. After the dazzling green light in the square gradually faded, the tester approached Wendy and lifted the little girl's hand. Wendy Piarista's final wind element affinity test result is a plus. It was clear that to maintain the crystal's brightness, Wendy had channeled almost half of her wind element into it. She was now pale, weak, and barely able to stand. However, despite her pale complexion, Wendy forced a smile, her sweaty face radiating happiness. She made a peace sign to Erin in the audience and mouthed, "I did it." Congratulations to Wendy on passing the entrance aptitude test for Minar Academy with an 8+ score. Chapter 98. After watching Wendy's elemental talent test, Erin and her group returned to the Fire Room Villa in Piarista and quickly packed their belongings. Alice and Victoria, being boarding students, had more luggage. In the 2 days since their return, they had also been busy with a lot of sniper rifles and mechs, so they had even more to bring back to the academy. Alice was fine, after all. A sniper rifle wouldn't weigh more than a person. Victoria, however, had many more treasures. Various mortars, heavy machine guns, a Thanos gauntlet that could fire laser beams. Just looking at the room full of Titan-like machines, an uninformed person might think this little sister was preparing for war. Victoria. Seeing her younger sister still hesitating about what equipment to bring, Alice frowned at the door. "We're scheduled to meet the Lion Scorpion at 3:30 p.m. Even if no one brings luggage, you can only carry 20 kilograms. If you dawdle any longer, the Lion Scorpion will fly away." I know. Victoria hurriedly packed the design blueprints and various chips into her bag, saying to Alice, "Sister, you know what? I've been having dreams these past 2 days. I dreamt of a scorched earth and many warriors like me. We were fighting, using these mechs. I dreamt of the mech design blueprints, and so much stuff I couldn't understand before." Victoria's face flushed slightly. "It feels like ever since I met Eline and Fafnir helped us break the curse, I suddenly had an epiphany. So many new ideas and concepts keep popping into my head. Aren't you always like this at school?" Alice crossed her arms. "I often skip classes because I come up with all sorts of weird ideas, and I lock myself in my dorm doing experiments all day long. I almost didn't have enough credits for many courses. Believe me, sister, I'm serious this time." Victoria gestured to the dirty-looking but shimmering blue-green mecha fragments behind her. "I know how to assemble them. I just figured out the circuitry that little Elle mentioned yesterday." "What is it?" "I possess a B-level affinity for lightning element, and I can cultivate both lightning and fire. I mean, lightning element can write circuits into crystals, electricity represents 1, and no electricity represents 0. This element has infinite possibilities," Alice said helplessly. "But our problem now is that the Lion Scorpion's carrying capacity is limited. You can only take the most important things." "What's wrong?" Just then Erin, dressed in a little fairy dress, walked over, her Lolita-style round-toed shoes making a tap-tap-tap sound on the wooden floor. "Mom asked me to come and ask if you haven't packed your things yet? Victoria doesn't know what to bring." Alice gestured to the room in front of her. "Although we booked the entire Lion Scorpion, if we have to take even these parts back, the Lion Scorpion can't fly. Is the Lion Scorpion's carrying capacity that bad?" Erin muttered subconsciously, then went into Victoria's room. Erin only had a general understanding of the travel methods between the various empires on the Eve continent. Most people here seem to rely on horse-drawn carriages for long journeys. The horses in this other world are different from those on Earth. Many are incredibly fast, some even magical beasts that run recklessly. If the carriage is sturdy enough, its top speed is comparable to a high-speed train on Earth. Even faster are flying magical beasts like lion scorpions, Pegasus, and gargoyles. Humans simply attach their luggage to their backs and travel at high altitudes. However, these flying magical beasts have a drawback. Their load-bearing capacity is limited. Most of them, even with people on board, can't lift a single cannon. "Sorry, please give me some more time." Seeing Eline approach, Victoria clasped her hands together. "I have so many circuit design chips and inspirations installed in these mechs." "Mechs?" Eline cast a curious glance at the various mechanical parts in the corner of the room. Unlike when she first saw them, these metal lumps had now undergone polishing and elemental infiltration treatment. The original dirty, slightly rusty alloy color had largely disappeared, replaced by smooth, bluish-green magical metal blocks. You engraved lightning element circuits inside each piece of metal? Seeing this, Eline was somewhat surprised. She walked to one of the mechanical arms, which resembled Thanos' arm, and reached out her small hand to sense its aura. On this mechanical arm, she sensed 3 elements: lightning, fire, and wind. The wind element allowed the mechanical arm to move without feeling cumbersome. The lightning element controlled the internal circuitry of the metal mechanical arm, similar to the nerves of the human body, and the fire element was used to synthesize offensive magic. This child. Could she really be a mechanical genius? Sister Victoria, I have a question for you. Thinking this, Erin gestured to the mechanical arm in front of her. I saw you carved lightning element circuits inside. If these circuits are actually activated in the future, what energy do you plan to use to drive such a massive network of circuits? Virtual Flame 235, the fission reaction that Erin mentioned before. Victoria answered almost without hesitation. I know it's incredible, but ever since Erin mentioned the properties of Virtual Flame 235 to me that day, I've been thinking in my dreams that since this element can unleash enormous energy and shockwaves in an instant, perhaps we can artificially slow down this fission reaction, or convert this energy into usable energy through some kind of mechanical device. Erin was somewhat surprised. For example, I could place a coolant device near the energy source. When this coolant comes into contact with the heat source, it will form water vapor, driving the mechanical movement. This way, the energy of Virtual Flame 235 can be converted into mechanical energy, or a combination of energy devices and magic. Victoria scratched her head. Of course, this is just an idea for now. I'm still in the conceptual stage regarding many aspects of this mecha. That's why I plan to bring all the devices back to the academy. I'm afraid that if I forget something, I might suddenly forget my original idea. Hearing this, Eline turned her head. Sister Alice, our appointment with the Lion Scorpion is at 3:30 p.m., right? Yes, less than 20 minutes. Do we have a map showing the location of Minar Academy? Map? Alice paused. A map of the Eve continent? A map showing our current location, and the location of Minar Academy will suffice. We have many of these maps at home. Then how about this? Eline gestured to the messy mechanical devices in the room. In a little while, everyone doesn't need to worry about what to bring back. Bring whatever you want, just bring what you need. The little girl pointed to herself. I transform into a dragon, and carry you all to Minar Academy. Chapter 99. The Back Garden of the Piarista Villa. After having Bilotes and the others clear a circular area about 30 meters in diameter in this flower-filled area, Erin, dressed in a pajama set, stood in the center of the clearing, hugging a pillow and yawning slightly. Well, I begin here. Everyone please don't get too close. Glancing around at the girls, who were casting curious glances her way, Erin's mind stirred, and her small body transformed into a soft white light. Within this white light, the little girl's body rapidly expanded, visibly growing into the shape of a giant beast. Dingling. Accompanied by a melodious elemental vibration like a wind chime, the white beast, shimmering with soft light, quickly took shape, gradually growing dragon wings, a dragon tail, a dragon head, and a massive dragon body. In less than 3 seconds, Erin's transformation was complete. The golden light faded, and a vast, sacred aura, like a boundless ocean, surged forth from the dragon in the clearing, spreading in all directions. Countless glittering starlight and elemental energy instantly obscured the vast blue sky, then slowly fell like snowflakes. Wow! Wendy, always incredibly curious about everything, reached out her little hand, trying to catch the starlight and sacred energy. Some starlight landed on Wendy's little hand, flickered a few times, and disappeared. Some white particles of light wobbled and drifted down from around the little girl, twinkling and shimmering on the ground. The radiant light and stars transformed this back garden into a dreamlike scene from a fairy tale. So beautiful. Alice, holding a parasol, instinctively closed it upon seeing this scene, and looked up at the rain of starlight. This is little Elle's dragon form. Looking at Elle's dragon form as the light faded, Bilotes instinctively covered her mouth. So beautiful. This mother used the word beautiful instead of huge or terrifying. Although Elle's dragon form, including her tail, was only about 30 meters long and about 10 meters high from claws to head when lying down, it was still considered a giant by ordinary humans. 10 meters is roughly equivalent to 4 stories in a standard human building. If Elle stood up, her dragon form would be about 8 or even 10 stories high, roughly the height of most modern urban apartment buildings. Encountering such a colossal beast, most ordinary people would react with fear. But Bilotes felt no fear whatsoever. Besides knowing the dragon before her was her daughter, The main reason was that Erin's dragon form was truly beautiful. In her dragon form, Erin was almost entirely white, with only barely perceptible black magical runes etched on her horns, claws, and back. Moreover, even in her dragon form, Erin gave off the feeling of a childlike dragon who never grows up. Her dragon head wasn't as dashing as most dragons. Instead, it was more rounded, and her horns weren't sharp, giving her a somewhat adorable appearance. Besides, Erin's dragon body was more cute than handsome, round and chubby, with almost no sharp horns or barbs. Even her long tail looked like it had grown to the size of a cat toy. Most importantly, perhaps because she was still a little sleepy, Erin's golden vertical pupils lacked any of the fierce aura of a dragon. Instead, she seemed drowsy, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. If it weren't for her towering height of several tens of meters supporting the last vestige of her imposing presence, one might mistake her for a kitten that had just finished drinking milk and was sleeping with its belly exposed. Alright, everyone, stop spacing out. Opening her blood-red maw and letting out a huge yawn, Erin did a tooth-scratching motion on the spot, shook her massive dragon head, flinging off the starlight and holy elemental particles, then spread her snow-white dragon wings and tried waving them a few times. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind whipped up by the dragon's wings, swirling up countless bits of grass and pulling the nearby Elodis and the others back to reality. Ah! Windy was the first to react. I thought little Elodis would be half black and half white after turning into a dragon. That would be too strange. Elodis took 2 steps toward Elodis, her massive dragon claws sinking deep into the garden lawn. It's getting late. Bring everything that needs to be moved. Although Elodis' father, Nasod, was the Black Dragon King and could use most elements, his forte was Dark Element. He was only able to use, but not proficient in other elements. Her mother, the Holy Dragon, was proficient in all elements except Dark, especially Light. As her daughter, Erin inherited all the advantages of both her parents. Proficiency in all elements. Oh right, I almost forgot. After slowly lying down in front of Bylodis, Erin slightly turned her dragon head and cast rock element magic on her smooth back. Buzz! Instantly, one after another, bright white jade pillars rose from the ground, forming the foundation of a small house on Erin's back. Then, a large amount of rock element gathered on it, quickly forming the shapes of doors, windows, and roof. Finally, as tables and chairs made of rock element magic quickly took shape inside, this small-scale rock element magic was completely completed. How magnificent! Victoria, her eyes wide, gazed at the white gold house on Erin's back. Little Erin is a Geomage too? In actual combat, Geomages typically serve as protectors within a team. However, in everyday life, they often work as architectural assistants for specialized jobs. Because Geo has the strongest solidity and is exceptionally hard, certain jobs require the assistance of these mages' Geo creations. For example, Erin could use Geo to create a house on her dragon's back, complete with tables, chairs, a small bed, and other furniture for Bylodis and the others to live in. This way, when they fly rapidly towards Minar Academy later, even at high speeds, it won't affect anyone inside. So, he knows a little bit of everything? With that, Erin buried her large head in the grass in front of Bylodis, summoning a wind elemental current in front of her and creating a rock elemental staircase beside her. Then, in her lazy, lowly-like voice, she said, "Everyone, come up from here in a bit. Be careful, don't fall." Bylodis subconsciously stepped forward, touching the enormous dragon horns in front of her, and exclaimed, "Have I been hugging such a huge dragon these past few days? I'm not an adult yet." Erin yawned slightly. "My dad, if you include his tail, is 200 or 300 meters long. He's the biggest dragon. Hopefully, he won't get too worked up and switch forms during the Minar Academy's deathmatch mode." Chapter 100. Minar Academy was as peaceful as ever today. Minar Academy's teaching methods differed somewhat from other academies on the Eve continent. It emphasized a people-oriented approach, with teaching methods closer to those of a university on Earth. Most courses were assessed using a credit system, divided into attendance points, exam points, and research points. During class, teachers and professors assessed students, noting absences, activity levels, and student participation. Exams included midterms, monthly exams, and final exams, with exam points awarded based on a combination of all semester grades. As for research points, they were more like bonus points. Minar Academy encouraged innovation. Even if a student missed classes and exams, resulting in 0 attendance and exam points, a significant contribution to the academy, such as discovering and proving the existence of dark elements, a monumental achievement worthy of historical acclaim, might still allow them to graduate from the course. Furthermore, choosing a test element during registration does not mean that a new student at Minar Academy will only be able to study that element. All classrooms at Minar Academy are open to the public. If you have enough time, you can go to other element classes after class to study and earn the corresponding credits. I heard the Academy's admissions meeting was moved up this year. In the afternoon, several kilometers away from Minar Academy, 2 students were picking wild fruit by a small river. It seems so. It's been moved up by more than a week. However, our start date hasn't been moved up, so we might be able to go and observe this year's freshman entrance exams. Over thousands of years of development, Minar Academy has reached the level of a nation, both in terms of its size and its facilities. The Academy has farms, wheat fields, shops, a canteen, factories, crystal research labs. It has essentially achieved self-sufficiency within its own borders. Even in terms of food reserves and the progress of some scientific and technological advancements, Minar Academy surpasses most countries. If it weren't for the rule that only a select few top students are allowed to stay and conduct research or pursue professorships after graduation, the vast majority of students would probably stay at the Academy and enjoy its benefits for life. It was during the Academy's spring break, and many students chose to stay on campus to study. After all, the Academy provided food and lodging, the scenery was beautiful, the facilities were complete, and there were so many peers to play with. If they needed money, they could simply carry baskets to the wilderness to collect wild fruits or catch a few magical beasts to sell at the flea market. It was very free, and no one wanted to go back to listen to their parents nagging. So, this year's freshman's wilderness survival training. The Academy doesn't forbid us upperclassmen from watching? By the river, after hearing his companion's words, the boy who spoke looked curious. Isn't that a bad idea? Wilderness survival training isn't that easy. The 2 girls in my group cried in their tent that night. If we let people watch in public, many freshmen will probably lose face. From what I heard so far, that's definitely the case. Another boy lowered his voice, and I heard that this spring's wilderness survival training isn't going to the same island we were originally going to, but to a much harsher, deserted island, an uninhabited island with absolutely nothing on it. Wow! Really? The island we were going to was already harsh enough, but at least there were some supplies and rest areas left by previous students that we could use. This year's freshmen are going straight to a new island. Real wilderness survival? The boy who spoke looked incredulous. Are this year's freshmen that unlucky? And that's not all. Another boy looked around. I also heard this time. The wilderness survival training will be live-streamed, and then we score the new students' abilities. What does live-streamed mean? It means Minar Academy will have a wind elemental mage fly up into the sky and use a recording crystal to transmit the day's footage back. We can watch their daily routine in the Academy's viewing room. Wow, being watched and entertained by a bunch of upperclassmen? This year's freshmen are so unlucky. A new island, a live stream. This is hell on earth. And what else? After the wilderness survival training, isn't there a combat training session? Guess what monster they be fighting this year? What monster? Black Swamp, an ice attribute monster deep in the western forests of Silas. A tier 6 monster? Have the Academy professors gone mad? It's not about killing it, but about sneaking up to Black Swamp, attacking it, harassing it a bit, and that's enough to complete the mission. There are 5 people in a group. As long as any one of them hits Black Swamp with a skill, it counts. Oh, that scared me to death. I thought we were going to send a bunch of freshmen to kill a tier 6 magical beast. I was wondering if everyone in the Academy had gone mad. But even just touching it is terrifying. What if that beast suddenly attacks and hurts someone? Doesn't the Academy care? Well, there's nothing we can do. You can give up your admission and study at another academy. That's the rule at Minar this year. During their conversation, the 2 suddenly noticed a gentle breeze blowing overhead. Speaking of which, there's been a rumor that dragons are hiding within our Minar Academy. Which of our old professors do you think looks like a dragon? How could there be a dragon? We humans haven't had any contact with dragons in years. For an ordinary person to even see a dragon is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Would a real dragon abandon its noble status as a sacred beast to come to Minar Academy? Take a guess. I don't know either, but if you ask me, I feel that the old professor who teaches us Esperanto is quite dragon-like. His temperament is very reserved. Come on, according to you, I think the auntie who sweeps the cafeteria looks like a dragon. Buzz? As the 2 were talking, a huge shadow suddenly swept across the sky above them with a loud bang. Whoosh! The white shadow created a hurricane, forming a terrifying shockwave that instantly blew the two men from the riverbank high into the air. What the hell? I don't know. It was too fast. You break your bones from that height. Quick! Grab me. High in the air, one of the boys grabbed the other's hand and, just before landing, threw a water ball at his feet. Water prison. With a splash. The two boys landed accurately in the water ball amidst the gale, then tumbled to the ground. Ugh, cough cough cough, are you alright? I'm fine. The boy who spoke struggled to his feet and looked up at the white shadow in the distance. Did we see a dragon just now? Neither of them noticed that most of the wild fruit they had painstakingly collected that morning had been blown away. The wild berries landed with a plop at the entrance to a nearby chipmunk's burrow, rolling down the slope and inside. The chipmunks inside were dumbfounded, watching the berries keep rolling in. Cuckoo. Chapter 101. In the forest not far from Minar Academy, a soft white light slowly descended, and a wren, dressed in an adorable dragon nightgown, emerged from the light. Everyone, looking around at Bilotes and the others who already had their luggage on their backs, Erin yawned slightly. Did you all leave your things behind? The distance from Minar Academy to the Lehman Empire would normally take a lion scorpion several hours to fly, but for Erin, it was only a 10-minute flight. This was only because she had deliberately slowed down to prevent her sisters from getting dragon sickness, and to ensure a smooth ride. In her dragon form, Erin had essentially entered her true name release state. If she wanted, the shockwave generated by her passing at full speed over Minar Academy would be enough to reduce the academy to half ruins. So fast. Victoria, carrying a large backpack and dragging the rope of a small cart behind her, glanced at the mini cuckoo clock and exclaimed, "If little Elle wasn't a rock mage, we'd probably suffocate after a few minutes of flying at this speed." Victoria, the daughter of the Piarista family's fire room, is a true cuckoo clock enthusiast. It's said that when Victoria was young, she was fascinated by mechanical gadgets, often taking the family's cuckoo clock apart and putting it back together, trying to stimulate its internal circuitry with her lightning or fire elements to observe its reactions. The cuckoo clock is a well-established brand in the Lehman Empire. Originally, the brand made wall clocks, named for their owl-shaped design and hooting sound. Later, the brand expanded to include cuckoo cradles, cuckoo speakers, cuckoo refrigerators, and other appliances, representing a significant part of many children's early mechanical education. It's been a long time since I transformed into my dragon form. I was worried about losing control of my speed and making everyone dizzy. In the forest, Erin took a large bag from Victoria and looked around. Let's go! I can sense that quite a few people from the academy are heading this way because of the commotion. The academy's people? Carrick thought for a moment. Probably the student council. The student council handles this? Carrick's words were almost blurted out by Erin, then she immediately realized. The student council in this world, and the student council on Earth seem to be completely different concepts. The student council here is likely a very broad concept, not only managing students' daily lives, but also being responsible for security around the academy, etc. For example, just now, Erin, a 30-meter behemoth, flew from afar at several times the speed of sound and landed in the forest near the academy, causing a sonic boom, a hurricane, and a shockwave. Such a commotion probably reached most of the academy. Well, let's leave here first, otherwise things will get complicated when the student council arrives. Carrick took the large bag that Erin had just received. Little Erin, you don't need to help carry things. You just flew so far, take a rest. This distance isn't even a warm-up. Despite this subconscious thought, Erin nodded, pulled a refreshing flower from her nightgown, and followed Carrick to nibble on it. This white silk dragon nightgown she was wearing could be considered Erin's exclusive set. Because it was custom-made, she didn't need to change clothes when transforming. If it were other clothes, Eline would need to take off her clothes before transforming, and after transforming, she would need to find a secluded spot to cancel the transformation and put her clothes back on. Everyone be careful, that white orb of light should have landed nearby. Almost immediately after Eline and the others left the small forest, the security team from Minar Academy arrived at the scene. As soon as they approached the woods, they assumed a wary stance, gripping their weapons tightly, looking as if facing a formidable enemy. The target is enormous and incredibly fast. A preliminary estimate puts it at least at the level of a rank 6 magical beast. The squad leader, a mage in a red academy uniform, surveyed the forest floor with a grave expression. Strange. A member approached. Captain, what's wrong? Did you notice? Theoretically, that white magical beast landed around here. It's the most likely place it would have landed, but there are no footprints or signs of large magical beast activity around. The squad leader frowned. This doesn't make sense. Could it have descended and then flown away? Possibly, but such a large size combined with such incredible speed. It's unreasonable for it to remain completely still after gaining altitude again. The squad leader surveyed the forest. I thought of a possibility. What? Could that magical beast, like our Academy's guardian beast, EP81, be able to transform into human form? Huh? A rank 6 magical beast that can transform into human form? Landing near our Academy? The nearby squad members were dumbfounded. What kind of magical beast is so bold as to attack Minar Academy? It might not be an enemy. After all, if it really intended to attack Minar, it would have at least concealed its presence before coming, instead of being so blatant. The captain thought for a few seconds. Anyway, report this matter first. Just then, the communication crystal on the captain's waist lit up. Mika. After pressing the crystal, a calm voice came from the center of the crystal. Disperse. Huh? The squad leader, called Mika, asked in confusion. Disperse? No, teacher, we reached our destination and are investigating. This is EP81's order. It's not a magical beast, nor is it an enemy of Minar Academy. Disperse. EP81's order? Mika was taken aback. Does EP81 know what that is? EP81 didn't say, but my feeling from EP81 is that he's describing an acquaintance his. It means they hope we won't investigate further. Alright, since it's Lord EP81's order, then we head back. Although still puzzled as to why the Academy's guardian beast would allow such a terrifying creature to land near the Academy without any investigation, trusting EP81, the squad leader gestured to his team members. Everyone, back to base. What? Back already? Captain, we haven't even investigated anything yet. Just because I told you to back to base, you back to base. Lord EP81 gave the order directly. It's probably a friend of Lord EP81. Oh, I see. Since he's a friend of Lord EP81, that's not surprising. Although EP81 is only a 6th-tier sacred beast, he's still a descendant of Xuanwu. His friends are probably all big shots. Then that white behemoth from earlier might also be 6th tier or higher. Our academy is really thriving, knowing so many powerful figures. Shortly after the Minar Academy Student Council investigation team left, 3 small heads popped up from a clump of grass not far from the 6th-tier magical beast landing point. 3 Ahog, Calyx, grew out of these small heads in unison. Victoria, on the far left, had short hair and looked like a mushroom in the grass. Wendy, on the far right, was dressed entirely in green. Even her whitish hair was highlighted with a touch of grass green, like a forest sprite. While the one in the middle, Erin, had a sleepy face and long hair that was one black and one white, her style was slightly out of place with her surroundings. So Lord EP81 already knew we were coming. Watching the student council members disappear from sight, Victoria sighed, as she brushed the fallen leaves off Erin's head. Those people were really fast. EP81 definitely knew. Erin thought of the salon Aisha that Nast had introduced at the dessert shop. She was the true principal behind Minar Academy, and the true emperor of the Nia Desert. Even the sudden change of this year's freshman combat test to harassing the 6th-tier magical beast Black Swamp was probably a last-minute arrangement by Aisha. With so many magical beasts on the Eve continent, it was impossible for Minar Academy to just happen to change this year's freshman combat test target to Black Swamp, who had a grudge against Piarista. Calling it a feud isn't quite accurate, because that magical beast was merely a weapon seller. The Frost Cross Church of Silas demanded a curse from it, and Black Zay probably didn't know what these humans wanted the curse for, so he simply sold them the curse and its items on a condition that benefited him. But since Aisha knew about this, it means she must have discussed it with Nasod not long ago. Arlene knew about her father Nasod's connections. Before meeting her mother Fafna, he was a womanizer. Not to mention the continent of Eve, Dragon Island of the Dragons, the Sky City of the Winged People, and the continent of the Sacred Beasts, there was practically no creature in this world that Nasod didn't know. His knowledge of the feud between Black Zay and Piarista meant that during the time Erlini had been adopted into the Piarista family, her father had been constantly monitoring their situation. She abandoned me so cruelly to Karachow, putting on an indifferent act, but secretly she still. Anyway, let's go back to the academy. After waiting in the bushes until the student council members had completely left, Karachow helped carry her sister's luggage. My mother and I used to be students at Minar Academy. Wendy and Little Elle need to register briefly at the gate. Did you bring your talent test cards? Wendy patted her pockets. Yes, I brought them. The grove wasn't far from Minar Academy. They arrived at the academy's gate in less than 10 minutes. Hello, I am Karachao Purista, a graduate of Minar Academy. This is my academy card. At the school gate, or rather, the city gate, Carrick found the staff member on duty and handed over her student registration card, gesturing to Wendy and Erin behind her. These two are my sisters. They just passed the Minar Academy's freshman talent test and are planning to visit the academy. Could you help them get temporary student registration cards? Sure. The man in charge of registration readily agreed, waving his hand. Let me see their talent test cards. Okay. Carrick handed over Wendy's card. Wow. A plus wind element talent? Just one glance at Wendy's card, and the man was instantly filled with respect. Our academy hasn't seen an A+ talent in almost 100 years. Little sister, you have a bright future ahead of you. What? A plus talent? And wind element? Really? There aren't many wind mages in the academy. The gatekeeper's exclamation immediately attracted another man nearby, who also seemed to be in charge of registration. So it really is an A+ wind element talent. After looking at Wendy's talent assessment card, the man's eyes widened. He said jokingly, if nothing unexpected happens, you'd definitely be the future wind god. Wind god, please take notice of me. You flatter me. Wendy looked embarrassed and scratched her head. Little Ire is much stronger than me. Didn't you say there were two people? The gatekeeper placed Wendy's talent card on the table and held out his hand to Karachao. Where's the other one? As he spoke, he noticed Eline floating beside Lodi's and couldn't help but tease. This little girl's outfit is quite peculiar. Why is she out in her pajamas? Here. Carrick quickly handed over Eline's talent card as well. Her name is Eline, and she's also from our Purista family. Oh! The Purista family, I heard of that family. The other man in charge of registration nodded. A family with over 2,000 years of history? If I'm not mistaken, from the Lehman Empire. Yes, yes. Karachi nodded. Uncle, 2 years ago during the new year, I brought back some rice cakes from the family. You said they were delicious, just a bit sticky. Oh, I remember now, it was you. The uncle laughed. Graduated? Graduated. What have you been up to since graduation? Doing some odd jobs for the family. Karachi was a little embarrassed. My fire element talent isn't very good, and I was too playful at school, so I didn't get good grades. What? S. Plus talent? Before Carrick could finish speaking, another man suddenly jumped to his feet, trembling as he held up Erin's grass green card, his face filled with disbelief. And the rarest grass element? What is plus talent? Dude, are you kidding me? The man who had been chatting with Carrick snatched the card, then jumped to his feet as well. Holy crap. Right. I thought I was seeing things. The first man scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, then turned to Carrick. Girl, you should know that forging talent qualification certificates is a serious crime at Minar Academy, right? It will result in permanent disqualification from admission. I know. Carrick nodded. We didn't forge any talent qualification certificates. But the highest level of talent at Minar Academy is only S rank, not S+. The man shook his head, and even if there is an S rank, it's a legendary level. My great-great-grandfather's generation never saw one. And you're an A+? An S+, to be honest, I find it very suspicious. The man then picked up a communication crystal. Sorry, I need to call someone from the registrar's office. Chapter 102. S+ Elemental Affinity? Are you kidding me? The two gatekeepers had just reported Erlini's situation to the school's academic affairs office, when the commotion quickly attracted the attention of several passing boys. If I'm not already suffering from dementia, Minar Academy has never had an S+ level talent since its founding. The highest is S. And this S level is a super genius that might not appear for centuries. If someone does appear, they're guaranteed to become an elemental god. The student speaking was wearing a dark purple academy uniform, and was likely a student majoring in lightning element. Yes, Minar Academy only has 4 levels, D, C, B, and A. The S is the highest level, there's no S+. Another boy chimed in, are you really not afraid of death forging talent certificates? This will get you banned from Minar Academy for life by the principal, and your families might even be blacklisted. Calm down, calm down. Karakia raised her hands. Junior, please don't get so agitated. We really didn't forge talent certificates. This S+ talent was a last-minute decision by the tester yesterday because of some unexpected events. Unexpected events? What unexpected events? The boy stepped forward, scrutinizing Karakia's academy uniform. Senior, which year are you in? I already graduated. Karakia continued to explain, I know Minar's rules. We didn't forge certificates, nor was there any need to. Since this matter was indeed quite sudden, let's wait for the registrar's office to arrive before discussing it further. I don't think even if the people from the registrar's office came, they believe your certificate is real. The security guard shook his head. Although the certificate itself and the seal are real, the handwriting of S+. I can't say for sure. Who is this little sister, Erin Piarista? Erin, clutching her pillow, walked up with a dragon dance-like gait and said in a lazy voice, "Here? Aren't you a wind elemental mage?" The security guard noticed Erin's dangling feet and subconsciously asked, "Do you have enough magic power to play like that?" Little Erin is a multi-elemental mage. Kara quickly explained again, "She's not used to wearing shoes. She usually walks like this." Huh? Karika's words made several boys nearby look incredulous. You mean? This little sister not only has S+ grass elemental talent, and a wind elemental mage? Has so much magic he can't use it all, and he's always floating? There's a limit to jokes. Exactly. This is ridiculous. S+ is already outrageous enough, and now they want a multi-elemental mage? Why don't you just call him a god of all elements? I think I recognize the Piarista family. They seem to be a mage family from the Lehman Empire. They produced a fire god, but they declined in recent decades. The commotion at the entrance attracted the attention of more and more students. Although it was still spring break and many students had gone home, quite a few chose to stay on campus. The afternoon to evening was the busiest time for students to enter and leave the school, so any noise could draw the attention of a large group of students. What's going on? What's going on? That little girl is so cute. She came in her pajamas. She's not a student at our school, is she? Probably a family member. Mainly because her hair color is so weird, and her outfit, it looks like a little cake. Apparently, this little girl has an S+ grass element talent. You're kidding, aren't you? If you said A rank or a plus, I might believe you. Our academy has never had an S+ talent. So they were stopped by the security guard, right? Apparently, the Academic Affairs Office has been notified. Let's see how it goes. Forging a talent certificate is no small matter. If it's serious, they might trace the forgery tools and take them to court in that country. In the noisy crowd, Erin, who wasn't used to this kind of environment, instinctively hid behind Bilotes. The drawback of the slow information flow in this other world was now apparent. Erin thought to herself quietly. She received her S+ grass element talent certificate yesterday. Even taking the fastest Lion Scorpion train, the journey from the Lehman Empire to Minar Academy takes an entire afternoon. The Lehman Empire's communication crystal doesn't cover Minar Academy, so messages from there can only be transmitted via the most traditional methods. The staff at the Lehman Empire's admissions office likely relayed the news back to the academy that same day. By now, some of the academy's higher-ups are probably already aware of the news, but the students are unaware, as is the gatekeeper. The leaders and teachers have no need to publicize such a thing. Even if the leaders and teachers didn't publicize it, the bystanders who witnessed the test crystal explosion in the Lehman Empire would spread the news within 2 days. Word spread like wildfire, and Minar Academy's reputation would be established, far more effective than any self-promotion. If Eline and her group had arrived a day or two later, the gatekeeper probably wouldn't have been so suspicious of the S+ talent certificate. Susan's here. Everyone, make way. The registrar's office is here. As they spoke, the crowd quickly parted to make way. A woman with black hair, wearing a black dress and high heels, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, accompanied by several men, walked through the crowd towards Bilotes and Eline. Susan? It's her? The Dean of Academic Affairs? She actually came in person? Looks like the forged certificates really angered the Academic Affairs Office. Usually, Ian or Ruta handle these kinds of things, but Susan actually came herself this time. It was clear that this woman named Susan held a very high position in the group. Everyone treated her with great respect. This is going to be interesting. She's definitely angry. I knew it. There's no such thing as an S+ certificate. S rank is an absolute elemental god. S+ would be at the superstar god level. It's a bit of a pity. Those girls look quite cute. If they could be classmates, they'd probably have tons of suitors. What were they after by forging certificates? Just to come to the academy for a quick look? Amidst the noisy crowd, a woman named Susan slowly walked up to Bilotes. Then, in front of a large group of students, Susan slowly bowed to Bilotes. Huh? Holy crap! What is she doing? The surrounding students looked at each other, instinctively mouthing their shock to their companions. I didn't see wrong, did I? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to eat an ice coffin? They couldn't believe that this dean of academic affairs, who always had a stern face and possessed the power of an ice elemental archmage, would actually bow to someone. She actually bowed? Is this really the Empress Dowager Susan we know? I'm so sorry, madam. The students are ignorant. Please forgive them. After bowing deeply, Susan returned Wendy and Eline's talent cards to the table and winked at the gatekeeper. The children's certificates are fine. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded, but it says S+ talent on them. Eline P. Arista is indeed the only S+ talent Minar Academy has ever received since its founding. We just received the news from the admissions office. Susan said seriously, because our elemental testing crystal couldn't handle the purity of the elements she input, it exploded. Recording it as S+ talent is simply because the highest level we can give in words is S+. This isn't Arin's true talent level. We apologize to her in advance. If everyone understands, you may leave. Having said that, the Dean of Academic Affairs turned to the students gathered around him, his previously respectful face instantly turning icy cold. Or perhaps some students need a little help from the teacher? Chapter 103. So, it really is an S+ talent. At the instruction of the Dean of Academic Affairs, Susan, the two guards quickly completed the registration of Wendy and Arin, producing temporary passes and student ID cards. Here. Handing the student ID card to Bilotes, the guard's attitude towards the group had completely changed thanks to the Dean of Academic Affairs' assurance. The guard, who had spoken to Carrick earlier, lowered his voice. Carrick, could you tell us what's going on with this S+ talent? Did they really blow up the testing crystal? This is terrifying. That crystal was personally crafted by Lord Mo Xian. An S-rank talent is confirmed as a future elemental god, so an S+ talent is. It's not some secret news. We find out in a couple of days. The Dean of Academic Affairs glared at the gatekeeper. Go about your business. Don't ask too many questions. Yes, yes. The gatekeeper turned around innocently, muttering, We're just a security guard. What can we possibly be busy with? I'm very sorry. Handing the pass and student card to Bilotes, the Dean of Academic Affairs looked apologetic. We received information that several people had booked the 3:30 p.m. Lion Scorpion from the Lehman Empire, and were expected to arrive at Minar Academy around 6 p.m. We were planning to send someone to pick you up at 5:30 p.m., but we didn't expect you to arrive early. Because we did. Change our mode of transportation along the way. Karaki waved her hands repeatedly. We just came to show my sister around the school, to let them familiarize themselves with the environment and culture here. Minar Academy is huge. Indeed. Susan nodded, then, as if remembering something, turned her gaze to Eline behind Bilotes. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Susan, full name Susan Belinda. I'm the Dean of Studies at Minar Academy, mainly responsible for the students' daily lives. I'm Karachupi Arista, this is my mother Bilotes, these are my sisters, this is Alice, this is Victoria, Wendy, and Eline. Hello. Susan nodded. Victoria, I remember you. Victoria, dressed in an engineer's uniform and carrying several bags, seemed a little embarrassed. Is it because I skipped too many classes? Susan simply smiled, not pointing it out, and picked up a large bag next to Victoria. What's in this? It's so heavy. An alloy robotic arm. With this Dean of Studies leading the way, Eline and her group entered Minar Academy much more smoothly. It must be said that both the entrance's decor and the campus scenery gave Arini a very strong sense of a university campus. Before coming, Arini had heard many legends about Minar Academy. People said it didn't feel like a school at all, but rather a complete country. However, Arini still felt it had more of an academy feel. Like most schools on Earth, Minar Academy's gate featured a huge artificial stone monument, behind which were the prominent school gate and security office. The monument was inscribed with the words Minar Magic Academy in Esperanto, the common language of the Eve continent. On that enormous rock, nearly 5 meters tall, Arin also saw the 4 characters reincarnation stone written in dragon language. This massive rock was no ordinary stone. Its materials were of exceptional quality, and it was infused with a rich dragon aura. Moreover, it was clearly the core stone of some sealing magic array. The gate Arin and her group entered through was the east gate of Minar Academy. If all went as expected, the same reincarnation stone also stood at the other 3 gates to the west, south, and north of the academy. In other words, the entire academy might actually be a giant sealing stone, and something must be sealed beneath it. Considering her father Nasad's previous attitude towards Aisha, Arin believed that the sealed entity was stronger than Aisha but weaker than Nasad. As for the interior of the academy, it had all sorts of sports fields, training grounds, swimming pools, laboratories, teaching buildings, a canteen, and other facilities. Because of its vast size and location near the Minar Forest, Minar Academy boasts exceptionally large green areas and stunning scenery. Small groves of trees are just a short walk away, some even taller than the school buildings. At the heart of Minar Academy stands a colossal tree named the Divine Tree. This tree is said to be hundreds of thousands of years old, towering into the clouds. Even looking up from the ground, one cannot see its uppermost canopy. Classrooms for wind and grass elemental magic apprentices, student dormitories, and some important laboratories are built on the branches of the Divine Tree, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. This is enough. Carrick stopped at the entrance of a girls' dormitory next to the sacred tree. A little embarrassed, she took the backpack from Susan's hand. "Thank you for carrying such heavy things all this way, teacher." "No trouble at all." Susan shook her head. "Then I head back now. If you need anything, use the communication crystal." "Okay, goodbye, teacher." "That's amazing." Watching Susan leave, Carrick remarked, "I never imagined the legendary Empress Dowager of the Empire had such a humble side." Erin snapped out of her daze. "Empress Dowager of the Empire?" Susan has been the head of the Academic Affairs Office for over 10 years. From the day she took office, we like to call her the Empress Dowager of the Empire because she always has a stern face, looking fierce plus. She's an ice elemental mage, not someone to mess with. Carrick shrugged. But that's just what everyone says behind our backs. Most of the time, Teacher Susan is actually quite nice to us, just a bit strict, so we're all afraid of her. Hee hee, that must be because our little Elle is too cute. Aunt Susan. Oh no, Sister Susan can't be fierce. Wendy imitated Elaine's actions, using wind elemental magic to levitate herself and taking 2 steps in place. Little Elle, look. I completely mastered this. Wow. Elaine clapped her hands. Great job. You guys. Just then, accompanied by footsteps, a white-haired girl in a red coat walked out of the girls' dormitory exit, her gaze meeting Elaine's. Lilia. The genius girl from Arcana, the youngest daughter of the Arcana Queen, who achieved an S rank in Ice Elemental Magic in the Riemann Elemental Talent Test. Erin, clutching her pillow, stared at Lilia. After a moment, Lilia lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. I think I'm lost. Chapter 104. Huh? Lilia's sudden appearance left Karachu, who was about to enter the dormitory, stunned for a moment before asking curiously, Did you come alone? Alone? You came alone? You mean by yourself, without your parents? Not alone. The girl in the sunlight shook her head. I came with my mother. Is your mother that? Karacha thought for a moment. Empress Katerina? What? Perhaps because her Riemann wasn't very good, Lilia didn't quite understand Karacha's meaning. She tilted her head, her big eyes full of confusion. Queen. Hearing this, Elaine explained in Arcana. She asked if your mother is the current Arcana Queen Katerina. Ah! Elaine's fluent Arcana made Lilia's eyes widen. The girl quickly stepped forward, grabbed the little girl's hand, and exclaimed excitedly, Your Arcana is so good. I studied it for a few years. Elaine hid behind a cushion. Where did you and your mother get lost? Learning human languages had always been a relatively painful memory for Elaine. From hatching from a dragon egg, during her years as a young dragon, the first language she learned was undoubtedly dragon language. On the continent of Eve, dragon language, as a language that relies on elemental assistance to express emotions, has a grammar that is basically universal. Once you learned one form of dragon language, you can understand all other dragon languages, including those of wyverns and pseudo-dragons. But human languages are different. On the continent of Eve alone, there are countless human nations, each with its own distinct language. While countries, like the Lemons, use Lehman as their common language, many nomadic tribes in the surrounding villages speak local dialects, requiring translators in large cities. When Elaine wanted to learn to transform into a human, her father, Nasod, didn't understand. Nasod couldn't comprehend why a perfectly good dragon would choose to become human, offering excuses like there are so many human languages you could never learn them all, and even if you became human, you probably wouldn't be able to integrate into human society. Elaine made a promise with her father. If she could learn all human languages, she would stop worrying about becoming human. The result, naturally, was that Elaine actually mastered almost all human languages, including lesser-known ones, and Nasod, after trying to transform into a human, also found it surprisingly appealing. If she hadn't actively sought to learn human languages, even Elaine herself wouldn't have known her linguistic talent was so strong. Currently, Espera is the most powerful nation on the continent of Eve, making Esperan language the common language. Although Arcana is the second most powerful, its language is very difficult to pronounce due to the prevalence of retroflex and trill consonants, and it has many different parts of speech. Few people are willing to use Arcana as a second language. I came in through the west gate of the academy. I asked many people in the dorms here, but they didn't seem to understand my Riemann pronunciation very well. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Eline's standard Arcana seemed to relieve Lilia. Her face relaxed. Mom said she was going to the registrar's office to take care of something, and told me to wait here for a while. I suddenly needed to use the restroom, so I just wandered around a bit. This child must be lost. Just then, a woman in uniform emerged from the dormitory ahead. But because she doesn't seem to speak Esperanto or Riemann, no one really understands what she's trying to say. She then waved to Karachu. "Hi, Karachu. Aunt Lucy." Karachu trotted over. "Long time no see. Long time no see. You've grown so much, and you're starting to help the family now?" The woman called Lucy turned to Bellodice. "Then this must be Mrs. Bellodice, right? I often hear Alice and Victoria talk about you, about the Piarista family." "I'm so sorry." "It's all right. I lived around here when I was a student." Bellodice nodded. "Originally, this place was. There aren't these two buildings. That was a training ground." "Yes, things have changed a lot in the last few years." Seeing the group still chatting, Lilia blushed even more. She lowered her voice to Erin. "Where's the restroom?" "Huh?" Erin snapped out of her daze. "You still haven't found the restroom?" "I don't know how to say restroom in Riemann." I thought this was the student dormitory. Everyone should know the word." Lilia clutched her stomach, tears welling up in her eyes. "Could you ask where it is?" "Sure." Although Lilia's tearful appearance was somewhat amusing, Erin tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "Wait a moment, I go ask the dormitory manager." "Excuse me." As she spoke, Eline walked towards the woman called Lucy, presumably the dormitory supervisor. "Excuse me, where's the nearest restroom?" "Huh?" So that's what the child wanted to know, the restroom? The dormitory supervisor seemed a little surprised. She pointed to a corridor in the dormitory, indicating the right side at the end. "Go in from here, walk all the way in, then turn right. Go to the end this way." Eline turned to Lilia and said, "Then the restroom is on the right." "Eline Piarista, you can." Lilia clutched her stomach, her face flushed. "Can you come with me?" I don't speak Riemann, I'm worried I'll get lost again." "Eh?" Eline was somewhat surprised by this Alka. Princess not actually remembered her name. She was about to wonder if she'd get lost going to the restroom. But considering this big sister was the type who could easily get lost from her parents, she nodded and said to Karaku, "I go with her to the restroom. Then I help Alice and Victoria carry their things back to their dorms." Karakia pointed to another dorm area not far away. "When you get back, just find us in room 315 over there." "Okay." Erin, with her dragon dance steps, walked ahead of Lilia. "Let's go." Slow down." Lilia quickly followed. Thank you." "You're welcome." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Erin changed the subject. "Your hair is so beautiful. Has it always been this white?" It's been like this since I was little. Mom always said my hair was the same color as the snow fox at home, and also the color of ice magic." "Snow fox?" "It's a local fox from Arcana. If Elenine Piarista likes Arcana too, I can take you to see the foxes. Just call me Elenine or Little Elenine." How old is Little Elenine this year?" 12 years old on her ID card. After entering the girls' dormitory, Elenine noticed that it was somewhat different from the middle school dormitories she remembered. She vaguely remembered that back in high school, the boys' dormitories were 8 or 12 people deep, with only one bathroom. However, the girls' dormitories here in Piarista were two-person rooms. And each room was particularly large. Since almost all the doors in this girls' dormitory building were open, Elenine could observe the rooms from the corner of her eye as she walked down the corridor. The dormitories here can almost be described in one word: luxurious. A spacious hall, clean and tidy beds, and beautiful dressing tables, desks, dining tables, and other furniture. The bathrooms and sinks are also separate. Most amazingly, opposite each dormitory is a fire mage's exclusive training ground. Each training ground is over 200 square meters in size. Besides various magic tables and magic gyms, Irene also saw that it was filled with all kinds of fitness equipment. Many of the small windowsills in the training grounds were also filled with beautiful flowers and plants, showing that the girls living here really like it. "This is the bathroom." Leading Lilia to the bathroom entrance at the end of the dormitory, Irene gestured to a few small chairs near the door. I wait for you outside. Thank you. Lilia blushed and went inside. Irene, carrying a large pillow, sat down on a small chair near the window in the corridor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as she sat down, several girls' heads almost simultaneously popped out from the dormitories behind her. Everyone carefully observed the adorable little girl in her nightgown sitting on the small chair, exchanged glances, and came to the same conclusion. So cute, shall we go and flirt with her? Chapter 105. Little sister, was that your older sister just now? Are you from Arcana? Are you all freshmen this year? Fire elementals? In the corridor, Irene, clutching her pillow, was still pondering how to slack off during tonight's volcano crater pool swimming when the girls from her dorm room suddenly surrounded her from behind. Since they were in the dorm, these girls were mostly dressed casually. Some wore only bunny nightgowns, some wore loose magic robes, and some even came over in short-sleeved crop tops and hot pants. She's so cute, so sleepy. I feel like her eyes aren't fully open, like she's thinking about something else. Hi, little kitty. Why do I always feel like she smells milky? Can you smell it? Yes, it smells like little cakes, and a bit floral. This child is so lovable. Huh? When Irene came to her senses, she realized she was surrounded by all sorts of girls. These girls had distinct appearances and skin tones. Some had faces like the foreigners from Aspera, some had tan skin, and some had blonde hair, like Alice Carrick and the others. The girls all seemed to be over 18, probably the older students at Piarista Academy. At least to Irene, they were all older sisters. Why you, hello? Surrounded by small stools, Irene instinctively shrank her head behind her pillow. Is there something you need? Little cake, what's your name? A girl wearing a magic hat stepped forward. Can you tell me? Eline. Eline shrank back in her chair. Eline Piarista. Oh no, I should have brought Bilotes along. Eline thought to herself, with a hint of annoyance. Her long, black and white hair was undeniably striking among ordinary people. Most people would first be drawn to her incredibly beautiful, waist-length hair, then notice the little girl's adorable features with a touch of baby fat, and finally marvel at Eline's petite figure. Her face paired with her small frame was a powerful weapon against men, women, and children of all ages. It could be said that Eline's cuteness transcended race and gender. Like a kitten lying defenselessly on its back, paws in the air, belly exposed, then extending its pink paws in a playful kneeling motion, at that moment, whether the kitten was male or female, a ragdoll or a Norwegian forest cat, was irrelevant. And most girls are naturally powerless against cute things. Piarista? I think I heard that name before. It's from the Riemann Empire, right? Yes, from the Riemann Empire. Aren't there two Piarist children in the dorm next door? Oh right, Alice and Victoria. I remember those two applied for the pyromechanics major. Sorry, my Riemann isn't very good. Is Eline here to visit Minar Academy? Or is she a freshman this year? Amidst the noisy questions from the surrounding girls, out of politeness, Eline had no choice but to answer, I'm a freshman this year. I just passed the talent test, and came to visit the school with my mother and sister. Oh, I see. You just passed the talent test? What element did you apply for? Oh my god, did you see her eyelashes? She's so pretty even without makeup, and she's so cute when she moves. Her little face is so soft, I really want to pinch it. So, is little L also a fire element major? Does that mean we can be roommates? No. Hearing this, L quickly explained, I applied for grass element. Grass element? Grass? She's a grass element major? But she doesn't seem to fit the grass element at all. Hearing that L, dressed in a nightgown, looking dizzy and seemingly about to fall asleep, completely unlike the vibrant and cheerful grass element girl they remembered, was actually a grass element freshman, the surrounding girls all gaped in astonishment. So, what's your affinity for the grass element? Judging from her expression, it probably isn't very high. All the grass element girls I know are incredibly lively. Going out with them is like following a husky that's been locked up all day with no furniture to destroy. I'm exhausted, but she's still jumping around and won't stop. But is it really okay for a grass element girl to come to our fire element dorm? Fire absolutely counters grass, you know? Aren't you afraid we eat her little cake? Didn't she just say that her older sister brought her to tour the school? The older sister is a fire elemental, and the younger sister is a grass elemental. If she's the older sister, then her grass element affinity might indeed be. What are you doing here? Are you bullying the new student? Just then, Lucy, The dormitory supervisor who had been chatting with Carrick walked over. You scare the child like this. Hello, supervisor. Reporting to Sister Lucy, we weren't bullying her. Yeah, we were just asking her what element she was, and then wondering why the grass elemental mage seemed like she hadn't woken up yet. What? Lucy walked over to the girls who were talking, rolled her eyes at them. You think someone's cute, but... So you thought you could bully her because her talent is so low? No way. Sister Lucy, I swear to God I never intended to bully her. I just wanted to hug her and pinch her cheeks. Okay, I admit I wanted to bully her. See? Lucy sighed softly, then sat down next to Erin. No one did anything to you, did they? No. Erin simply shook her head slightly. Everyone was just too enthusiastic. It's alright. A fire mage, after all, wouldn't be a fire mage if they weren't enthusiastic. It's understandable. Don't think you can bully her just because she's a grass elemental mage in the fire elemental mage dormitory. Lucy crossed one leg and said to the girls in front of her, even with elemental advantage, none of you here, including me, could beat this little one. What? Lucy, you've gone too far with that joke. Isn't she a freshman this year? We're all old fogies about to graduate. How could we not beat her? Exactly, even if we switched places. She'd be graduating soon, and we're just fire elemental freshmen. Grass elementalists basically can't beat fire elemental mages. What if she had an S+ talent? Lucy looked up. The only grass elemental S+ freshman recognized by Minar Academy. She even blew up the testing crystal, causing the Lehman Minar admissions office to be covered in flowers and vines. Even Lord Emotian said he didn't have the face to receive her. She's hiding under some pretext. Do you really think you can bully her? Alright, go do what you were doing. Lucy waved to the girls around her. I watched this little cake. Chapter 106. Erlini felt like she'd become the darling or mascot of Minar Academy. She was simply following her mother, by Lodi's, with a pillow in her arms, from the school gate all the way here, and after sitting for a while near the fire elemental girls' dormitory, the number of students who had come to see her suddenly became uncontrollable. Have you heard? A new student with an S+ talent in grass element just arrived at the east gate of the school, and she's an incredibly cute little girl. S+ talent? Seriously? Isn't the highest talent rating at our school only S? The S+ grass element talent isn't the point anymore. The point is, this little girl is really cute. Let me show you the photos I saved, just taken. My God. What is Minar Academy thinking? Such a cute freshman with an S+ talent, can't they just admit her directly? Why does she have to go through that freshman combat test? What if a grass element mage gets randomly paired with some teammates who can't do anything? Wouldn't she fail the freshman test? The main problem is that they can't open that special admission channel. By the way, where is that little girl? Didn't you say she was near the fire element girls' dormitory? The open space outside the girls' dormitory suddenly became lively. Many people came just to catch a glimpse of the so-called S+ elemental talent and the cutest freshman. After all, this period of time still belongs to the spring holiday of Minar Academy. Most of the students who stay at school have nothing to do. Any small news that occurs at school can spread throughout the entire campus in an instant, let alone such a huge news as the appearance of a junior girl with S+ elemental talent. Let alone S-level plus. For Minar Academy, the enrollment of a freshman with elemental talent reaching A-level plus is already a once-in-a-century event, and S-level talent is even rarer, occurring only once every few centuries. Students with such talent would undoubtedly be most popular at Minar Academy, as no one would pass up the opportunity to befriend a god. However, due to Minar Academy's regulations, these people who had come out of admiration could only gather outside the dormitories, constantly peering into the surrounding area. This is troublesome. After shooing away the girls from the dormitories, and seeing the growing number of students outside, the dormitory manager, Lucy, looked troubled. She said to Erin, Child, how about I have a wind elemental mage come and take you to dormitory 315 across the street? No need. Erin shook her head repeatedly. I just sneak over myself. The dormitory area of Minar Academy seemed to be built at the foot of that giant divine tree, with only some wind and grass elemental classrooms and dormitories built on the tree itself. Compared to the people outside, Erin was actually more curious about the enormous tree. If the 4 reincarnation stone tablets in the east, west, south, and north were the 4 eyes of the sealing array, then this tree was the core of the seal. The tree's root system was incredibly vast, extending at least 500 meters into the rock layers, forming a massive underground network. Furthermore, based on her dragon aura sensing, Erin had already detected the approximate outline of the Minar Academy's underground royal palace when she and Lilia walked over. The palace was imbued with an extremely dense sacred aura, mixed with some kind of eerie dark energy. That dark energy must be some demon sealed within. It was precisely because of the dense sacred aura within the palace that the tree on the ground had grown into a towering giant, thousands of meters tall. During her journey here in her dragon form, Erin had seen this tree from afar. This tree, both in appearance and the structure of its trunk, was completely out of place with the surrounding forest. It somewhat resembled a vine tree from an elven forest. Beep beep beep. Just then, the communication crystal in the dormitory administrator's pocket lit up. Hello? After infusing a little magic into the crystal, Lucy took it in her hand. This is the Minar Fire Element Girls Dormitory Building Number 2. I'm Lucy, the dormitory manager. May I ask? Is my daughter over there? Lucy was interrupted before she could finish speaking. A queen's voice, sounding very authoritative, said urgently, her name is Lilia. The surveillance crystal from the administration office shows she went over there. Splash. At that moment, the sound of a water element crystal being used, and a large amount of water splashing through the stalls, came from the nearby restrooms. Your daughter. Lucy glanced at the bathroom room. Is she the one with white hair, wearing a red coat, who received an S-rank rating in Ice Element this year? Yes. Is she over there? Yes. Lucy waved to Lilia, who had just come out of the bathroom. The child was probably looking for a bathroom, and couldn't find it, so she ran towards the dormitory area. Since none of us speak Arcana, communication was a little. Thanks, could you watch over her for a bit? I'd be right there. No problem. Lucy turned off the communication crystal, and Lilia returned to Erin's side just then. Your mother will be here soon. Erin, clutching her pillow, stood up from the small chair. Then I go find my sister first. Do you know the way? Lucy covered her mouth and chuckled. There are so many fire elemental dorms here, you know? Every year some freshmen get lost. Yes, I know. My sister said it's in room 315 of the dorm building across the street. Erin yawned slightly. Don't worry, I'm not so stupid that I don't know how to get to the dorm building next door. Or maybe I should. Let me take you there. No need, Sister Lucy can stay here with Sister Lilia. Didn't they say her mother would be here soon? Oh, right. The Queen of Arcana asked me to help look after her child. Let's go. Goodbye, Sister Lucy. Goodbye, little cake. Be careful on your way. Watching the growing number of students outside, Erin, clutching her pillow, her soft little feet encased in white stockings, patted the wind element plop 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 as she retraced her steps along the corridor she had come from. This Fire Element Girls Dormitory building was a circular structure with a small garden in the center and 4 exits. To avoid the crowds, Erin specifically chose a less crowded exit. After quickly leaving the dormitory, she held up her pillow to roughly indicate the direction. I came from here, and Sister Karachu said there, which means that building is roughly over here. Having confirmed her location, Eileen, who lived near the dormitory building, headed straight for the girls' dormitory she had identified. Hello. At the entrance of this dormitory building, just to be on the safe side, Erin went to the dormitory management office on the first floor first. She tiptoed to the windowsill and asked the administrator inside, Excuse me, is this the Fire Element Girls' dormitory? Ah. The administrator in charge of this dormitory was dozing off. Erin's words made her groggily open her eyes. Yes, yes, little sister, are you looking for someone? How do I get to room 315? That staircase over there. The administrator stood up and pointed to the staircase not far away. Go up to the 3rd floor. The left is for odd numbers. The right is for even numbers. Room 315 is odd, so go to the left. Okay, thank you, sister. Such a sweet tongue. Just call her auntie. Thank you, sister, I go up now. This is so simple. How could I get lost? With this thought, Erin, clutching her pillow, ran straight to the small staircase and climbed up to the 3rd floor in one breath. Left. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, found it, dormitory 315. A moment later, Erin stood in front of the door of the girls' dormitory building with the sign 315. Looking at the slightly ajar door, Erin hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and gently knocked a few times. Come in, the door's unlocked. A strange girl's voice came from inside. Excuse me. Despite her hesitation, Erin pushed open the door with a creak. The scene of Carrick helping Alice and Victoria pack their luggage, which she remembered, was absent. In the room, 2 girls wearing semi-transparent sundresses were lying on the same bed, embracing each other. Both girls were startled when they saw Erin enter. Erin, too, froze, stunned by their position on the bed. Yes. A few seconds later, Erin, who had been drowsy, instantly snapped awake and teleported out of the room. Sorry. Wrong way. Chapter 107. What were those two girls in the dorm doing just now? Under the warm sunlight, even after she had dashed out of the dorm at top speed and slammed the door shut, the sight of two girls in strange nightgowns embracing each other a few seconds earlier still made Erin blush instantly to the roots of her neck. Although she had experienced many things on Earth, she had virtually no experience with love. Growing up in an orphanage, Erin had always been a rather introverted person. While living in the orphanage, because the orphanage itself didn't have much funding, the children often had to work to cover the expenses. For example, there was a medicinal botanical garden not far from the orphanage. The botanical garden was a local tourist attraction and had several restaurants. So, the children in the orphanage, who were still in elementary and middle school, had to help out at these restaurants after school every day. Sometimes they helped make dumplings. Sometimes they helped wash dishes and vegetables. They basically had no free time. In high school, Eline was so busy with her studies that she had even less time for dating. Furthermore, because she had never been able to afford a cell phone growing up, she didn't experience the same level of exposure to strange information through phones or the internet as most boys did at a young age. In college, although Eline paid off her student loan and bought a cell phone through part-time work, her studies and work were so demanding that she often returned to her dorm late at night. After showering, she would basically go to sleep, leaving little time to enjoy life or play on her phone or computer. Therefore, witnessing two girls hugging in the girls' dormitory was quite a shock to Erin, who just came in. While the little girl outside was blankly confirming that this was indeed room 315, the two girls inside seemed to have snapped out of their daze. It seems to be a super cute little sister hugging a big pillow? Is she a wind elemental mage? How come she ran so fast? When she knocked, I thought it was my takeout order arriving. How come a child suddenly came in? Then, one of the girls seemed to get off the bed, put on slippers, and pat-pat walked to the door. With a creaking sound, the girl pushed the door open again. I'm so sorry. Eline quickly held up her pillow to cover her face. I went to the wrong dorm. I didn't mean to. A wind elemental mage. The girl immediately noticed Eline's small feet floating in midair. Shouldn't the wind elemental mage's dorm be in the trees? It's quite far from here. How could you get lost? Are you a freshman in the spring recruitment? Eline cautiously peeked her face out from behind the pillow a little. Yes, but I'm a freshman in the grass elemental dorm. No, I was looking for my sister. They told me she's in dorm 315. What am I even saying? As soon as she finished speaking, Eline pulled her head back down. Calm down, you're a dragon. Don't be afraid. Wow, you're so cute. The girl who spoke leaned closer, examining Erin's slightly flushed face behind the pillow. As expected, all grass element girls are this cute. What's wrong? At the same time, another girl, having changed her clothes, came out from inside. What happened? Huh? Seeing Erin in the hallway outside, this girl asked, puzzled, why are all the freshmen coming over here? This is the dorm area for older girls, you know? She seemed to be looking for her older sister, but couldn't find her way. The girl who spoke put on a "don't worry, I'm not." With a so kind expression, she said, come on, little sister, tell me where you're going. Fire element. Dormitory 315? Erin looked at the dormitory number in front of her, then turned to look at the dormitory exit. Are there many Fire Element 315 dormitories here? Yes, there are. Fire Element is the most popular magic major at Minar Academy. Besides the boys' dormitories, there are 4 girls' dormitories nearby. Number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 5. Huh? Erin was taken aback. Why isn't there number 3? Because number 3 was blown up 30 years ago by a senior with a plus elemental talent. The girl shrugged. I remember that senior wanted to conduct some kind of lightning and fire element experiment in her dormitory. Her dormitory happened to be on the first floor and then, boom, she blew up several load-bearing walls, and 10 minutes later the entire building collapsed into ruins. It hasn't been rebuilt since. Oh. Eline nodded slightly. So, which building is it for researching muskets and cannons? It's right across the street. The girl walked over to Eline, leaned out of the corridor, and pointed to the building next door. Musketeers and mechanical engineering are over there, but are you sure it's the Musketeers major? Yes. Feeling a little unsure, Eline asked directly, Do you know Alice Piarista from the Musketeers Major and Victoria Piarista from the Mechanical Engineering Major? The other girl thought for a moment. Isn't Alice the junior who sang at last year's opening ceremony? I think so. I also remember Victoria. She always made quite a racket in the lab building. Little sister, are Alice and Victoria your older sisters? Yes. Hearing this, Erin finally breathed a sigh of relief. They're right next door, aren't they? No wonder you got lost. The girl next to Erin said, suddenly realizing these two dorm buildings were built on the same day. This is Building 4, and that was originally a twin building of Building 4. Because we were worried about a repeat of the tragedy of Building 3, it was built separately for our experiments. In recent years, with the addition of majors like Musketeer and Mechanical Engineering, it was converted into a new dorm building. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, Erin bowed to the two girls. I won't bother you two any longer, I go now. With that, the Dragon Princess jumped from the third-floor dorm, using her grass element to control a vine that lifted her into the air, then leaped towards the trees ahead, landing on the third-floor corridor of the opposite dorm building. As expected of a grass element freshman, so lively and adorable. Watching Erin leave, the two girls exchanged a glance. Why is our takeout taking so long? Sorry. Arriving at the neighboring dormitory 315, Erin finally sensed a familiar presence through the half-open door. Did Lilia find her mother? Karachu, who was making Alice and Victoria's beds in the dormitory, saw Erin enter and handed her a bottle of camel milk. Why is your face so red? Thank you. Erin took the bottle and immediately started drinking. You weren't lost, were you? No. Chapter 108. This whole area around the Divine Tree is full of girls' dormitories. Coming in from the north gate, it's divided by that street. The north side has the Ice and Water Elemental Girls' dormitories, and the south side has the Fire and Lightning Elemental Girls' dormitories. The Fire Elemental Girls' dormitories have many buildings. Building 1, Building 2, Building 4, Building 5, and that whole area over there, though that's the old dormitory area. In Alice and Victoria's dormitory, while Erin was happily drinking camel milk, Karachu proactively explained the history of Minar Academy to the little girl. Because there are many fire elemental mages, besides department stores, there are many barbecue stalls around these dormitory areas. Barbecue? Hearing about food, Erin became interested. Do the girls here like barbecue too? Although I didn't know little Erin, girls don't like barbecue. Where did this impression come from? At least here in Minar, especially in the fire elemental dormitories, barbecues have practically become a culture. Karaki pointed to a place that resembled a market ahead. Our classes usually only last until 5 p.m., after which it's free time. After class in the afternoon, children from ordinary families usually eat in the cafeteria or buy ingredients to cook themselves, while aristocratic families order takeout or go to fancy restaurants. After dinner, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., is Minar Academy students' social and research time. After 10 p.m., our favorite activity as fire and lightning elemental mages is to hold dormitory get-togethers, then go to the market to buy some leftover ingredients from the day and have a barbecue. This way, we can make new friends and practice fire magic. Hearing this, Erin became even more curious. If get out of class ends at 5 p.m., don't we have homework? Homework? Karachu was taken aback, then suddenly realized, oh, you mean hobbies? No, it's that. Erin gestured with her small hand. Don't teachers or professors assign homework during the day, like completing a project after class? No, Minar Academy doesn't have that tradition. After all, we already had classes all day. If we have to do homework at night, wouldn't we not even have any free time left? Karachu shook her head. Did you go to school in Longland before? Did the teachers there assign homework? Hearing this, Erin quickly hugged her pillow. No, I thought. At a prestigious institution like Minar Academy, everyone studies tirelessly all day long. Although she had learned almost all human languages, Erin didn't know much about the schools of this world. She only knew that the Lehman Empire seemed to have schools similar to compulsory education, where parents could choose whether to send their children. These schools taught subjects like arithmetic, languages, imperial history, and religion. However, she had no concrete idea what the imperial schools and various magic academies specifically taught, or how long classes lasted each day. Her only memory of schools was the elementary, middle, and high school she attended on Earth in her previous life. She had to get up at 6 in the morning, be at school by 7, and finish school around 6 in the afternoon. Then, evening self-study started at 7:30 and continued until 10. Both boarding and off-campus students have to attend evening self-study sessions. These sessions are frequently interrupted by teachers who suddenly barge in saying, "I only taught for 10 minutes," and end up lecturing for the entire class period. If you don't listen, you fall behind. Saturdays are mandatory makeup classes. Junior high and senior high students even have to attend classes on Sunday mornings, leaving only a small afternoon for weekend homework. Compared to this, the children in this other world seem quite fortunate. Of course, in such an environment, graduating from the academy truly tests a student's talent and self-control. It's different, Karachu smiled. The mental health teacher also said that besides food, mental nourishment is essential for humans. If you only think about studying and don't rest, you easily ruin your health. Of course, some science fanatics are exceptions. After saying this, Karachu glanced at Victoria, who had already run to the lab across from the dormitory and started fiddling with the machines. Sorry to bother you. Just then, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat and alcohol, a girl in a light yellow uniform with a little duck cartoon pattern knocked on the door. "Miss Annie, your takeout has arrived." "Takeout?" Wendy was the first to run over. "Did you order takeout, ladies?" "No." Alice also looked confused. She peeked out from behind the wardrobe, looking at the girl in the little yellow duck uniform at the door. "Are you sure this is takeout from here?" "Fire Element Building 4, Girls' Dormitory, Room 315, Miss Annie, 1 beer braised duck with glutinous rice cakes, and 2 cups." Purple lovers?" The delivery girl was also a little confused. "Isn't this it? I asked the people downstairs, and they said Building 4 is here. Building 4 is next door." Alice pointed to the place across the street where Ren had just come from. This used to be an auxiliary dormitory for Building 4. Usually, when you order takeout here, they write Building 4.5. "Oh, okay, thank you." The girl in the rubber duck uniform quickly retreated. "Sorry to bother you." It's all right. Watching the rubber duck girl leave, Erin asked curiously, "Does Minar Academy have takeout delivery services?" "Quite a few, but only within the student campus. They're usually kids from less affluent families earning some extra money." Alice clapped her hands after putting all the clothes in the closet. "All right, all done. Finally, everything's packed up." "Yay!" Wendy exclaimed excitedly. "Shall we go swimming next? Little Elle, would you like to wander around the area?" Carrick looked at Eileen. "Hennessy Village is quite close. We can easily hire a lion scorpion. It only take half an hour. Before that, we can check out Minar first." Eileen, clutching her baby bottle, thought for a moment. "Anyway, we can come to school every day from now on. Let's go see that little village first." Eileen was quite curious about Minar Academy and the lives of ordinary people in the surrounding villages. Since Carrick knew the village chief of Hennessy Village, she figured he would probably come out to entertain them, and there would be plenty of good food. Most importantly, Wendy seemed very interested in swimming, looking eager to try it out, so she naturally couldn't say, "I want to just look around here first," and spoil the little girl's fun. "Okay, then we stay in Hennessy Village tonight, go to that heavenly lake this evening to check it out and try swimming, and then go for a proper picnic and swimming tomorrow at noon." Oh! Wendy clearly liked this arrangement, and immediately ran over and hugged Karachu. "I love Karachu so much." Karachu simply patted her. "Cousins," Ed while giving Bilotes a look that said, "Am I all grown up now, and can stand on my own?" Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the dormitory door was knocked again, and Karachu instinctively turned around. "Come in." "Excuse me." Entering from outside was a certain Desert Emperor Dragon, who was also the cleaning lady of the Minar Academy's dormitory cafeteria. "Aisha." "Ah, Aisha, sister." Having already learned Aisha's identity, Karakia stammered, "Why are you here?" "To bring little Earl a swimsuit and a lifebuoy." Handing a large bag to her Laney, Aisha instinctively smoothed the little girl's slightly messy hair. "A bunch of students outside have been looking for you like crazy. You're not even planning to hide your identities." "Never mind them." Her Laney took the bag, glancing inside at the light blue dress with a bow. Aisha, wearing a swimsuit, asked curiously, which sacred beast suffered this time. "It just so happens to be the ice crystal phoenix that went to Dragon Island for tourism. They plucked a few of its feathers, and the rest were hand-sewn by your mother using some materials from the Crystal Palace. After all, it's underwear." After casually explaining the materials, Aisha turned to the others in the room. "Be careful if you're going to the Hennessy Crater. A female dragon lives at the foot of that volcano. By your human standards, she's probably a 7th-tier magical beast." Chapter 109. As the lion scorpion slowly descended, a tour group from Minar Academy landed smoothly. "Thank you." Carrick smiled at the young woman controlling the lion scorpion and handed her the prepared silver coins. Here. Thank you for using the Menard Lion Scorpion writing service. We look forward to your next visit. Smiling professionally at Erin, the young woman on the lion scorpion suddenly lowered her voice. Could you secretly tell me Erin's ID number? She's so cute. Everyone at the academy is talking about you too. Carrick hesitated slightly. Erin isn't a member of Menard yet. As official students, we don't have student ID cards or communication chips yet. Carrick then turned to Erin. After officially becoming Menard students, the school will give each of us a chip, which is the student ID card. It has communication functions, so as long as someone knows your ID, you can contact them anytime. Erin nodded. It means a school card, I understand. Like a combination of a school ID and a cell phone? Giving every student a cell phone after enrollment, Menard Academy is really generous. I see. Carrick's words made the girl controlling the lion scorpion a little dejected. I thought Menard would make an exception for such an outstanding student and issue the student ID crystal card early. Then, as if she had figured something out, she perked up again. Anyway, at least little Erin recognizes me. Erin was a little embarrassed. I'm not some kind of celebrity. You already are. The girl on the lion scorpion's back stretched out a hand and waved it in the air. Little Erin probably doesn't even know it, but someone secretly took a picture of you hiding behind your mother with a pillow at the school gate. Everyone in the academy has that picture. Everyone's scrambling to get your contact information. Huh? Erin tried to hide behind Bilotes. Like this? Yes, you're so cute. You're popular with both boys and girls. The girl gave a thumbs up. You made the right decision to come to Hennessy Village for refuge, otherwise tonight's search operation targeting little Erin would have been. It can cover the entire Menard Academy. Okay, just kidding. The young lady on the lion scorpion glanced at her watch. Since we arrived at our destination, I won't stay any longer. I pick you up tomorrow afternoon at this time, right? Yes, that's right, also this time. We stay here for one night, and go back tomorrow. Alright, I'll be here promptly at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow, don't forget. As she spoke, the young lady climbed onto the lion scorpion's head and blew the flute around its neck. Pig, get ready to go back. The lion scorpion, known as Pig, let out a lazy cry, then spread its black wings, flapped them a few times, and flew into the sky, disappearing into the distance. See you next time, my lovely little sisters. Goodbye. Watching the lion scorpion depart, Karakia shook her head. Victoria is probably in big trouble now. What's wrong? Eileen asked, puzzled. Didn't she say she was going to stay in the dorm to study circuits? Victoria hadn't come to Hennessy Village this time. Instead, she chose to stay in the dorm and work on her mecha. Only her mother, Bilotes, Eileen, Carrick, the eldest sister from the Piarista Fire Element Room, and her sister Alice, and Wendy, Linton's daughter from the Wind Element Room, came with her in the Lion Scorpion, 5 people in total. It's because Victoria is the only member of the Piarista family left at school. Anyone who wants to see Elle will definitely try everything to find her, ask her out, or have the girls go directly to her dorm. Carrick chuckled, covering her mouth. The thing that mad scientists can't stand the most is being constantly disturbed. Never mind her. Alice, dressed in Lolita fashion, crossed her arms. Elle is so cute, it's a little punishment that she managed to resist coming along. You can't say that, Eileen said somewhat embarrassedly. For mechanical engineering, sometimes. Well, inspiration is more important. Let's go, it's been almost 2 years since I've been here. Slinging her small backpack over her shoulder, Karachu gestured towards the path ahead. Back then, I came here as a teacher to provide support, and the village chief told me I should definitely come back to visit them sometime. I wonder how the village is doing now, 2 years later. When I was studying at Menard College, we also had a project that required us to teach in nearby villages, but that semester there were too many people from the college participating in the support program, so I wasn't selected and stayed at the college. Bilotes glanced around at the surrounding woods and remarked, this Hennessy village probably isn't very big, is it? Yeah, it's a very, very small village. When I was teaching there, I heard there were fewer than 500 people. I wonder what it's like now. Karachia said, as they walked along the path. But don't let the village's backward conditions fool you. They've been encouraging compulsory education for decades, and most of the children speak Esperanto, so basic communication isn't a problem. Hennessy means archer or hunter in the local language. Many villagers make a living by hunting, so you could call it Archer's Village. Despite the poor environment, many children got around a C level in magical talent during the talent tests. Because there are many hunters in the village, they're particularly skilled at cooking meat. I remember Little L loved meat, right? Their barbecue is absolutely amazing. Just then, several men dressed in strange clothes suddenly ran out from the previously quiet path ahead. No, who are you? Seeing Eline and the others, the leader drew his great sword. You're not from this village? What did he say? Carrick turned to Eline behind her. He asked if we were from this village, Eline explained. He used a minor language, something like the dialect of a village near Silas. Boss. At this moment, a henchman approached the leader. You can't understand this. Use Esperanto. It's the international language. Oh. The man called Boss stepped forward and said in a broken accent, Where are you from? Do you have any money? If you have, hand it all over. And women, all the pre-women, come with us. This tree is mine, this road. However, before the boss could finish speaking, a petite figure rushed forward, raising a cushion in her hand. Boom. Chapter 110. Boom. Wearing a nightgown and white stockings, her feet seemingly floating on soft air, Erin arrived less than a meter in front of the people blocking her path, with lightning speed. The pillow in her arms glowed with an icy blue light, and she swung it down at the boss. No one expected Erin, the seemingly most harmless member of Bilotes' team, to suddenly attack, and no one could keep up with the little girl's speed. Even the man in the middle of the path, known as the boss and a high-level fighter, felt no danger approaching. 1 second, he was contemplating how to use harsh words to force the girls in front of him to submit. The next second, he was sent flying backward with a whoosh, crashing into several large trees, and leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Finally, a sharp pain in his chest and back struck, and he fainted. Because the pillow was a precious gift from her parents, and she always slept with it, Erin cherished it greatly. Every time she fought with the pillow, several layers of magical coating would form on its surface. These coatings completely isolated the pillow from the outside world. Whether it was the young Master Black of the Osborne family, who had been sent flying earlier, or the thugs before her, even if they coughed up blood at the moment of the attack, the splattered blood wouldn't fall directly onto the pillow. It would only fall to the ground as the coating disappeared. What? How dare you? Seeing their leader sent flying by a pillow, the surrounding men instantly flew into a rage, and seeds of resentment quickly spread within them. Perhaps driven mad by excessive anger, or perhaps simply due to their habitual arrogance, these men didn't even consider Eline's strength before boldly drawing their weapons. Clang! Seeing this, Carrick retaliated without hesitation, quickly drawing her magic staff and hurling a fireball at one of the thugs. Buzz! Sensing the approaching danger, the thug raised his greatsword, holding it horizontally in front of him, and channeled his lightning power to create a shield. Lightning shield. Boom! The shockwave from the fireball's explosion sent the thug flying several meters away, but judging from his composed expression, the fireball didn't seem to have caused any fatal damage. They're fire mages. Seeing that not only Erin, but even Carrick was a mage capable of combat, the men instantly snapped to their senses, raising their weapons and assuming defensive stances. Who are you people? Lost fire spirits on their way back from the other shore. Hear my prayer. Under a starry sky filled with mandala flames, answer the faith of fire. At this moment, Bilotes began chanting a large-scale spell. Erin, who had already rushed to the front, instantly returned to the center of the group, hiding behind Bilotes. She raised her small, snow-white hand and infused a wisp of light element into the mother's body. Creation mantra Holy Dragon's Blessing. As this wisp of light element rapidly merged into her body, Bilotes felt an unparalleled power being injected into the depths of her soul. A surging, ocean-like aura of fire rapidly spread from her heart, quickly filling her entire body. The terrifying fire element, almost bursting forth from her body, made Bilotes tremble violently. Her originally azure left eye suddenly ignited with a pale blue flame. Through the flame in her left eye, she felt as if she were seeing the past of the dragon race, the glimmer of creation, and the rage and sincerity unique to fire spirits. Buzzing. The addition of light element caused the fire element in the air around Bilotes to go completely berserk. The once pleasant climate of the forest instantly transformed into a cradle of flames as the surrounding fire element raged. Whoosh! First, the pile of fallen leaves beneath Bilotes' feet quickly ignited and turned to ashes. Then, the branches and leaves on the nearby bushes withered and caught fire. Finally, this tsunami-like wave of fire element engulfed everything around them, turning them into flames and ashes. A raging fire engulfed the forest, setting the heavens and earth ablaze. Fire tornado. Amidst the flames, Bilotes, having just finished chanting, raised her hand, and cast what she considered a normal spell on the group of thugs in front of her. Boom! However, Bilotes' fire tornado directly triggered a cataclysmic change in the heavens and earth. A complex magic circle, constructed of raging flames, ignited around her feet. Endless fire from the abyss, and heaven swayed and leaped within the circle, engulfing Bilotes in flames. The once clear sky darkened in that instant. The surging fire elementals blotted out the sun, mercilessly obscuring the clear sky and the spring sunshine. A colossal fire tornado, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, rapidly formed in front of the magic circle. The fire tornado contained two streams of fire, one rotating clockwise, and the other counterclockwise. With a thought from Bilotes, the two streams quickly separated, transforming into two super tornadoes that roared towards the thugs from the left and right. Holy crap! The apocalyptic scene left the thugs wide-eyed. The flames stained their eyes red, and sent wisps of smoke rising from their clothes. Is this woman a fire goddess? You still have the nerve to look? Run! A single hit from such a massive fire tornado will kill us all. Run! Don't leave me behind. The colossal fire tornado, 20 meters in diameter and over 50 meters high, terrified the thugs. They dropped their weapons and fled desperately into the depths of the forest. What about the boss? Is he dead? Who cares about the boss? Let's go! How could we run into the god of fire in such a poor place? Ah! My butt's on fire. However, how could the thugs outrun the fire tornado enhanced by a wren? The enormous fire tornado, a veritable fire beast to ordinary people, roared and hurtled towards the thugs at hurricane speed, quickly catching up and sweeping them all into the sky. Ah! I was wrong, I was really wrong. No. Amidst the flames, several thugs were swept into the sky and flung into the distance. Creation mantra. Seeing the surrounding forest fire showing signs of spiraling out of control, Erin raised her small hand again. Rain. Whoosh. In an instant, the fire element rapidly dissipated, replaced by a sky full of pure rain. A large amount of water extinguished the surrounding forest fires. The flame in Bilotes' left eye went out. The enormous fire tornado in front of her also dissipated. My God. This exaggerated scene left Carrick and Alice stunned. Little Alice, you. After a long stunned silence, Carrick finally turned her head and looked at the little girl hugging a large pillow beside Bilotes. You know light element magic? Light element, an element whose existence was confirmed by humans over 100 years ago, but which cannot be directly used by humans. Light element participates in the vast majority of elemental reactions, and can amplify these reactions. A magical scholar once predicted that if light element mages existed in human society, then such mages would be indispensable super support members of any team. Assisting a fire mage with light elemental magic can significantly increase their damage, skill range, and casting speed. Assisting a grass mage with light elemental magic can improve the uptime and healing efficiency of grass elemental magic. Furthermore, light elemental magic appears to be a natural element, capable of healing wounds and even resurrecting the dead, similar to grass elemental magic. However, these ideas only exist in recent years' academic papers by magic scholars. Humans cannot directly control light elemental magic, and they rarely encounter magical beasts that can use it, so naturally, they know very little about this element. Calatau and Alice are both students at Minar Academy and magic scholars. They have learned about these concepts in class. This was also the first time they had ever witnessed true light elemental magic. It was indeed auxiliary magic, but wasn't the effect of this auxiliary magic a bit exaggerated? It directly ignited the entire forest, the fire element blotted out the sun, turning day into night, and instantly transforming ordinary fire tornadoes into firestorms, leaving several warriors with nowhere to run. I smelled blood on them. While Carrick and the others were still marveling at the wonders of light magic, Erin slowly stepped forward, gesturing towards the direction of the previously mentioned Hennessy village. Either these people attacked the village, or they had clashed with other passers-by while robbing people on the road, killing many. Regardless of the situation, it didn't change the fact that these people were ruthless bandits. This area, if I remember correctly, belonged to the no-man's land of the various empires. Although it's very close to Minar Academy is a school, and its area marked on the map is limited. Areas exceeding a kilometer or so around the school are outside Minar Academy's jurisdiction, and the nearest empire to Hennessy village is hundreds of kilometers away. In short, bandits committing crimes in such an area would be beyond the reach of any nation. They are a group of outlaws. Really? Hearing Erin's words, Carrick was somewhat worried. She hesitated for a moment, then slung her luggage over her shoulder and ran towards the village. No, I feel the village chief and the others are in danger. I have to go check. Let's go too. Having just experienced the power of Vulcan, Bilotes took Arin's hand and said to Alice, "You take Wendy." Alice pulled Wendy aside. "Okay." After quickly regrouping, the group ran briskly towards Hennessy Village. A few minutes later, a small sign with the words Hennessy Village printed on it appeared before them. Behind the sign was a winding path, lined with many houses, resembling a small village from another world. Village Chief. Village Chief Balkan. As soon as they entered the village, Karachu ran straight to a house at the village entrance with the word shop written on the door in the local language. No, this really won't do. Inside the house, Village Chief Balkan, his face full of worry, cried out to several burly men with fierce faces and weapons in hand, "Hennessy Lake is the lifeblood of our ancestors. The goddess Hennessy from mythology lives in the spring. We absolutely cannot." "Are you deaf?" Before the village chief could finish, one of the men impatiently interrupted him. "We told you to blow it up, not to stop you from drinking the water. We don't want the water, we just want the treasure behind the waterfall. Do you understand?" It seems this village chief, they don't quite understand their situation. One man raised a large knife and held it to the village chief Balkan's neck. "We're not here to discuss things. We're here to give orders, understand? We tell you to blow it up, so you have to blow it up. Don't whine to your brothers. If you ask me, if it really comes down to it, we just do it ourselves." Another man asked, puzzled, "Why do we have to discuss it with these villagers?" "You don't understand." The man who spoke lit a cigarette. "The terrain around Hennessy Lake is very complicated, the mountain roads are winding, and the path up is very steep. Without a local guide, it's easy to get into trouble. And I also heard that some kind of demonic beast is sleeping in their heavenly lake. If we accidentally awaken it, we can use these villagers as cannon fodder. Do you understand?" "I see. I was so stupid." "Good to know." Taking a smug puff of his cigarette, the man turned to the village chief in the house again. "We only have 2 requirements. 1, bring all the valuables from your village here. 2, find a few people who know the way, and go up the mountain with the brothers to blow up the mountain behind the waterfall. After that you're done. Understand?" No. The village chief knelt down before the crowd inside the house. "The treasures are negotiable, but blowing up Mount Hennessy is absolutely out of the question. This will offend our gods, and they will punish us." "I am a god. What divine punishment?" The man was clearly impatient. "Let me tell you the truth, the road into the village is blocked. No one can save you today. Not even your so-called gods. Not even a dragon could help you, I'm telling you." Village chief. Just then, accompanied by an urgent voice, Karakia pushed open the door. Instantly, a large group of burly men with fierce faces and Balkan kneeling on the ground all turned their gazes to the girl at the door. "Huh?" Karakia was taken aback, instinctively looking around the room. "Did I go to the wrong place? Aren't you from the village?" A man noticed Karakia's academy uniform. "Weren't the roads into the village blocked off? How did you get in?" Karakia was somewhat bewildered. Just like that I got in? Third brother and the others clearly blocked all the roads. There's no way they could let a little girl like her in." Another man lowered his voice and said in dialect, "Her attire seems to be that of a student from Minar Academy. She's very likely a mage. She probably forced her way in. They probably overheard what we were saying. This girl can't be allowed to live." Chapter 111. Karachu? In the murderous horror-filled room, upon seeing Karachu enter, Village Chief Balkan almost instinctively stood up. How did you get here? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Immediately, several men beside him drew large knives and held them to the village chief's neck. "I told you not to move. Do you want to die? She's not from our village, this has nothing to do with her." The village chief anxiously waved to Karachu, signaling her to leave quickly. Go, child." We can't leave." A man sneered. "Didn't you hear what we just said? The village is sealed off. She could only get in by using unusual means, like some valuable flying magic device, or she got into a conflict with our brothers outside and forced her way in. If she brought anything valuable, she'd have to leave it here. If she brought third brother." He then pulled a crystal from his pocket and infused it with a wisp of magic. "Hey, third brother, hey?" However, the crystal didn't respond. "What's going on?" The man patted the crystal and infused it with more magic. Third brother, are you there? Strange, is this thing broken? It can't be. These communication crystals won't break unless they suffer a violent impact that damages the internal magic circuitry. Then why can't I contact Third Brother and the others? Third Brother and his group couldn't have been killed by such a young girl, could they? They have a battle master over there. Taking advantage of the men's attention being focused on the communication crystal, Karakia mustered her courage and ran to the village chief's side. What's going on? Who are they? They, child, don't worry about who they are. You, why are you here at this time? The village chief looked anxious and whispered in Karakia's ear, these people are bandits. You should run as far as possible. Hey. After fiddling with the crystal for a while and finding it ineffective, the man who had spoken looked at Karakia. Didn't you see Lao San and the others when you came? How would I know who Lao San is? I don't know him. Karakia glared at the man, then helped the village chief to his feet. Village chief, let's go outside first. Can't you understand human language? I said. No one is allowed to leave. Instantly, several long knives clashed and blocked Karakia's path. Want to fight? Facing several long swords, Karak immediately pulled out her magic staff and began to gather fire elemental energy. In such a small space, are you really going to fight a fire mage? Students of Minar Academy? The man holding the communication crystal slowly stood up, glanced at the short staff in Karaka's hand, and gestured to the surrounding crowd. Judging from your appearance, your strength is probably only around that of a mage, or perhaps not even at that level. We have so many brothers here, and you, a woman, TSK, I can only say you got some nerve. You too. Karak said coldly. Hennessy Village has been a designated magic teaching village by Minar Academy for the past few years, and you actually dare to set your sights on this place? A magic-themed volunteer teaching village? Please, no matter how far Minar Academy's reach is, can they control this place? The man laughed. So what if it's a volunteer teaching village? This isn't some imperial territory. I can't just kill whoever I want, or do whatever I want here. Karakia was taken aback, turning to the village chief. They kill people in the village? The village chief nodded, his face showing difficulty. Even if I killed you, a student from Minar Academy right here, so what? Can anyone from Minar Academy fly over and slit my throat in an instant? Bang. Before the man could finish speaking, the door that had just been closed was suddenly smashed open by the butt of a sniper rifle. Don't move. Alice, pointing her gun at the robbers inside, assumed an attack stance. Heh, so many women have arrived all at once. Seeing Bilotes and Alice outside, the leader drew his large sword. So that's why we couldn't contact Third Brother and the others. You guys took care of him, huh? You got some skills. Sister Alice. At the same time, Wendy, who had just finished exploring the village with a wren, flew back using wind magic. So many people are dead in the village. The deaths all occurred within half an hour, mostly from sharp weapons, the cause of death being excessive blood loss. Erin also jogged over. Looks like this village really was ransacked by bandits. Oh! Almost as soon as Erin returned to Bilotes' side, the bandits inside the house also noticed this girl, who looked harmless, didn't seem threatening, and was like a chipmunk. If these people were all mages, then the girl hugging the large pillow would definitely be their weakness. The other girl in green was clearly a wind mage. Wind mages are too fast to catch. Only the girl in the nightgown seemed to have little fighting ability. The bandits thought to themselves. Besides, even if the girl in the nightgown was a mage, it didn't matter. Almost all mages feared close combat. As long as they got close to her first at top speed, most of her magic wouldn't be able to be cast, and then they could take this little girl hostage. Thinking this, the thug leader and his men in the room exchanged glances. Suddenly, he charged towards Eline, who was behind Bilotes, wielding a large sword. Arcs of electricity crackled across his body as he moved with lightning speed. 3,000 thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, the thug leader was less than 2 meters away from Eline. His speed was so fast that most of those present didn't even have time to react. Got it! The thug leader was overjoyed, staring at the little girl so close. However, before he could even make a move, the little girl, amidst the thug's excited gaze, swiftly took a step back, then gave him a lazy, dismissive look. Using the momentum of her retreat, she spun almost 360 degrees, raising her right leg, encased in stockings, high. Whoosh! In that instant, the thug noticed a sharp leaf had sprouted from Irini's little foot. A grass mage? Before the thug could react, Irini, using the classic spinning kick move from human martial arts, had already delivered a kick aimed at his neck. A razor-sharp blade was flung out with terrifying speed, easily piercing the thug's neck and cleanly severing his head. The next second, before the splattered blood could even fall, Elinii instantly teleported dozens of meters away. Throughout the entire process, she maintained a languid posture, arms wrapped around a pillow, looking as if she could never get enough sleep. In the setting sun, the thug's headless body slumped to his knees with a thud. A moment later, the corpse slowly collapsed to one side, blood pooling on the ground, motionless. Chapter 112. What? Boss? How is this possible? The men inside the house, seeing the battle outside, decided in an instant. All wore expressions of disbelief. Boss is a mid-level fighter. How could he be defeated by a mage in close combat? What just happened? Did you see it clearly? In the chaos, the village chief Balkan, standing beside Karakyu, seized the opportunity, suddenly snatching the short sword from one of the thug's waists. His body was quickly enveloped in a large amount of rock element, entering the combat state of rock fighter. Rock spikes. Phantom fire step. Kalatao reacted immediately, her small body transforming into a dazzling burst of fire as she retreated to the doorway, raising her magic wand. Fire spirits from hell, he might call and burn these villains to ashes. Stop her. Seeing Carrot Al about to unleash a powerful spell, several thugs instinctively tried to follow, but Alice at the door had already pointed her sniper rifle at their heads. Boom! Damn it! What kind of firearm is this? How powerful! This isn't an ordinary firearm. Six brother, how are you? Instantly, the house-marked convenience store was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder. You dare! You actually! Having obtained the weapon, the village chief, Balkan, almost instantly entered berserk mode. Recalling the various atrocities these bandits had committed in his village not long ago, he continuously brandished his short knife, stabbing at the bandits inside, terrifying rock element continuously gathering within his body. Meanwhile, Carrick, standing at the entrance, prepared a massive fire spell, Hellfire C. Boom! Village chief Balkan, quick! Over here! Observing the fierce battle at the village's convenience store, Erin, not far away, yawned slightly, raised her little hand, and cast a buffing blessing on Carrick, Alice, and Bilotes respectively. Boom 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 boom! The sudden surge of flames blew the entire convenience store high into the air, various snacks and drinks exploding like popcorn. Casually catching a bottle labeled Hennessy milk wine, Erin unscrewed the cap, smelled the aroma, and took a sip. The next second, the little girl was choked by the overwhelming smell of fresh milk and alcohol. So spicy. 10 minutes later, not a single intact corpse of the thugs could be seen in the village. Almost all the thugs had been stabbed hundreds of times by the village chief, a rock elemental fighter, then burned to a crisp by Carrick's flames or blown to pieces by Alice's bullets, all in gruesome state. As for the village's small shop, it had been completely transformed into a pool of lava. The shop was no longer recognizable. It was a vast expanse of billowing lava. We did exactly as they asked. After confirming that all the thugs were dead, the village chief knelt down beside the lava pool with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably in the heat. Why did you kill our people? Why, you demons? Village chief. Seeing the village chief's grief-stricken appearance, Carrick went over to him. Don't be too sad, get up. They killed so many people. If I hadn't made sure the children hid beforehand, even more would have died. The village chief slowly stood up with Carrick's help. I'm so useless. As the village chief, I can't do anything. Village chief, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Carrick handed him a bottle of water. There's no reasoning with bandits. That's why Minar Academy chose Hennessy Village as a teaching village. The academy hopes that villages like Hennessy, far from the empire, can protect themselves by learning magic. Bilotes turned to Wendy. Let's go see the fallen villagers. Go see the fallen or injured villagers. The villagers have all moved here. During the conversation, Erin, whose face was slightly flushed from a sip of milk wine, approached and tugged at Bilotes' sleeve. I can resurrect them. Huh? Hearing this, the village chief, who had been filled with grief and indignation, looked up at the adorable little girl in her nightgown with disbelief, his voice trembling. People die. Can they be resurrected? Yes, in most cases, up to 10 hours after death. Erin nodded. However, some memories will be lost after resurrection because death damages a large number of brain and nerve cells, and resurrecting these cells sometimes goes wrong. Simply put, the longer the time since death, the more memories are lost. If the time since death exceeds 1 hour, resurrection is likely to leave various aftereffects. Huh? Even Carrick was startled upon hearing this. Her eyes widened as she looked at Erin with the gaze one would give a goddess. Little Erin. You're not joking, are you? Erin thought for a moment. Back in the Minar forest, Carrick's two servants, Puck and the others, Died from the gargoyle's death sound attack, you know? WH. Arin's reminder brought Carrot back to her senses. So that's how it is. At that moment, she suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. No wonder Puck and the others could withstand the 4th-tier magical beast gargoyle's death sound. It wasn't that the servants had amazing physiques, but rather that they had already died once and been revived by little Arin. So, the overflowing magic power within her body when she woke up was also thanks to Little El's resurrection spell? My lady. Hearing this, Village Chief Balkan practically scrambled to Elaine's feet. Please, save everyone. They haven't been dead for more than half an hour. My lady, I beg you. Alright. Facing the somewhat agitated village chief, Elaine deliberately adopted a "you need to show some sincerity if you beg me" expression. You're the village chief here, right? I didn't save them for nothing. You need to give me something in return for their lives. The village chief looked up nervously. What is that? You sell milk wine in your shop, right? Yes. Do you raise cattle around here? Yes, we raise some dairy cows. Do you have your own dairy farm? Yes. Then after I save that person, you have to give me this big box of milk as compensation. Arin held up her small hand in the air. We do an equal exchange. Neither of us owes the other anything. I save someone, you give me milk, and if you have cheese, we can exchange it for cheese, okay? Huh? Hearing Arin's words, the village chief on the ground froze. Karacho quickly gave him a meaningful look. Oh, okay. Understanding Karika's meaning, the village chief quickly stood up. An equal exchange, that, I agree. Then, it's a deal. Chapter 113. Soon, with the help of the village chief and some surviving men, the villagers and wounded, who had been brutally murdered by the bandits, were moved to an open area in the center of the village. From the village chief, Elaine learned the general cause and course of events. This small village, named Hennessy Village, is located at the foot of the largest volcano in the area, Hennessy Volcano, a dormant volcano that has been dormant for thousands of years and has never erupted in the limited historical records of humankind. The Hennessy crater contains no magma or fire elements, but thousands of years ago, several springs mysteriously emerged. The water gushing from these springs converged in the depression of the crater to form a huge crater pool, which the locals named Hennessy Heavenly Pool. At the same time, because there is a huge gap on the east side of the Heavenly Pool, below which is a huge cliff, the water falling from the Heavenly Pool forms a huge waterfall, which then flows into a river that passes through Hennessy Village. The villagers of Hennessy have lived for generations at the foot of Mount Hennessy. Local mythology says that the goddess Hennessy resides in the Hennessy Heavenly Pool, which created the pool and brought water and life to the area. The villagers deeply worship the goddess Hennessy, holding monthly ceremonies near the rock face below the falls. A group of bandits, having heard rumors of treasure hidden behind the rock face beneath the falls, forced the villagers to lead them up the mountain. Their plan was to use explosives to blast open the rock face and search for the legendary treasure. The villagers naturally refused. Without a word, the bandits killed the resisting villagers, fighting their way to the village chief. The chief, claiming things could be discussed, took the bandits to his house, intending to sacrifice himself to cover the surviving villagers' escape. However, the bandits split into two groups, one to harass the chief, and the other to block all exits from the village. What happened next was what Elaine witnessed. Goddess Hennessy? In the sunlit center of the village, Elaine listened thoughtfully to the village chief's description. If she remembered correctly, the desert dragon had mentioned a female dragon inhabiting the Hennessy Heavenly Pool. Although the dragon's name contained the character for dragon, it was essentially unrelated to dragons, much like the dragon-winged gargoyle. This thing was basically a giant snake. To humans, a 7th-tier magical beast could indeed be considered a god. A 6th-tier magical beast could slaughter a city. A 7th-tier magical beast could probably destroy a nation. However, if the dragon were to learn shape-shifting like Elaine, it would generally be very beautiful in human form. If that dragon were to reveal its true form even once in history, or interact with the villagers of Hennessy in human form, casually displaying its divine power, it could easily create a mythical story called Goddess Hennessy. Sir? Seeing Arin's adorable, thoughtful expression in the sunlight, the village chief gestured worriedly towards the corpses lying on the ground nearby and cautiously asked, Is there anything else we need to do? You brought them all right? Arin, snapping out of her reverie, floated towards the crowd with her dragon dance steps, roughly checking the corpses before her. Good heavens, there are so many. Although Arin had a premonition that these bandits were ruthless when she attacked the bandit leader at the crossroads, she was still slightly surprised to see so many people lying on the ground. Nearly 200 people were killed, with over 100 dead, and 30 to 40 seriously injured. Karacho had previously mentioned that this was a small village of only about 500 people. A bandit gang of only about 20 men had wiped out nearly half the village. Big sister. At this moment, several children couldn't help but run over and knelt down before Erin, sobbing uncontrollably. Please. Save my mom and dad, please. Sob, sob, sob. Please. Sob, sob. Why did this happen? My mom, dad, grandpa, and grandma are all gone. Sob, sob, sob. The children's cries caused the other children, who had just been brought out of the basement, and were hiding nearby to also break down in tears. Even some villagers who had miraculously survived the bandits' attacks looked grief-stricken, wiping away tears and biting their lower lips, looking at Erin with pleading eyes. They had all heard from the village chief about the magical sorcerer, who claimed to be able to resurrect everyone. But most adults didn't hold out much hope. The dead cannot be brought back to life, it's the law of nature. Especially when they saw that the sorcerer was just a little girl who looked to be under 13, wearing a nightgown and clutching a pillow, their doubts deepened. But, no matter how unreliable it seemed, Eline in the center of the pile of corpses was their only hope. They could only hope for a miracle. Don't cry. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Eline slowly walked towards a crying little girl nearby, reaching out her small hand to pat her head. It'll all be alright. After speaking, the dragon princess used her senses to scan the entire village, ensuring no corpses were missed, before returning to the center of the crowd. May the gods forgive those souls lost on their journeys. Eline opened her lips slightly, and a voice, seemingly ethereal yet incredibly sacred, emanated from her. Buzz, accompanied by an elemental burst that made even the sky tremble, light elements, comparable to a vast ocean of stars, erupted from the little girl's body, instantly covering an area of several kilometers. Sacred light particles were continuously sprayed into the sky, then fell like raindrops. Beautiful starlight fell beside the corpses, on the bloodstains, and on the sweat-drenched foreheads of the crying children in the village. A semi-transparent, sacred palace appeared in the void at that moment, enveloping Bilotes and the villagers within. The holy palace seemed to come from a distant heaven and an ancient mythological world, showering the world with abundant light and hope. At this moment, all gods, listen attentively. As the colossal, sacred palace appeared above the people, Erin's small body emitted a soft white light. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and assumed a prayerful posture. A gentle holy light slowly lifted Erin into the air. The little girl's legs, encased in snow-white stockings, stepped lightly onto the holy light, one in front of the other. May the swans returning to their nests be redeemed, may the red spider lilies on the other shore quietly bloom. In the holy light, the black hair on Erin's left side rapidly receded, transforming into a completely white-haired girl. Come, with floating clouds as our boat, with hope as our sea, let us sing for life. As the final chant ended, Erin opened her eyes, and countless holy lights descended from the sky, dyeing the world a sacred white. Creation Mantra Heavenly Blue. Chapter 114. The Creation Mantra is a relatively advanced form of magic in dragon language. While Heavenly Azure isn't the highest level resurrection spell, it's sufficient for reviving humans. The principle behind this resurrection spell is to directly inject a large amount of life force into the corpse, regenerating lost blood, restoring dead cells, and making the heart beat again. Cells can regenerate, but some memories and neural networks in the brain are difficult to replicate completely, so errors may occur during the restoration process. In other words, the longer a person has been dead, the more brain and memory cells die, and the less effective this resurrection spell becomes. If the deceased died from brain damage, such as being shot in the head, even if Heavenly Azure resurrects them, they will likely suffer from amnesia, probably not even remembering who they are, or even becoming a cripple. In such cases, other advanced resurrection spells are needed. Fortunately, the bandits' methods of slaughtering villagers are basically limited to one, stabbing them in the neck or body, causing them to bleed to death. Therefore, for this type of death, the relatively low-level Heavenly Azure resurrection spell is the most suitable. In other words, even resurrecting so many villagers at once is merely a small-scale resurrection spell for Erin. In the center of Hennessy Village, inside the massive palace, as holy light descended, the wounds on the corpses on the ground began to heal rapidly. The pain of some of the seriously wounded also vanished at this moment, their previously pale faces regaining their rosy hue. Influenced by the holy light, the village chief, who had been nearly exhausted from fighting thieves and moving corpses for half a day, instantly regained his energy. Many of the wrinkles on his face disappeared, and he seemed several years younger. Around him, some elderly men and women experienced healing from all their ailments in the light, their withered hands becoming smooth again. Wow! The children tilted their heads, watching this scene with incredulous eyes. A beautiful palace, a sacred paradise, and an angelic maiden. Is that the goddess sister? She must be an angel. So beautiful. To this, Erin, who remained in a praying posture in midair, merely smiled slightly, observed the hundreds of people on the ground, who had mostly recovered their lives, and slowly descended from the sky. Ding-ling. The moment the dragon princess landed, the enormous palace enveloping the villagers dissipated into bursts of white starlight with a sound like wind chimes. Erin's hair returned to its black and white color. That should be enough. After checking the people lying on the ground one last time, Erin's body glowed with a grass-green light. She opened her arms, gathering grass elemental energy, and ran towards the villagers. Whoosh! Her small body transformed into a pale green afterimage, jogging a lap around the villagers. As Erin's little feet skimmed the ground, the once barren yellow earth rapidly sprouted a multitude of flowers and grasses. Many of these flowers and grasses were vines, which lifted the villagers' bodies several centimeters off the ground, and around them bloomed enormous buds laden with nectar. In no time, the open space in the center of the village was covered with colorful wildflowers and abundant vines. All right. Eline, having run around, returned to Bilotes' side, took the cushion from her mother's hands, and said to the village chief not far away, they should wake up in a little while. Once they wake up, give them some nectar to replenish their energy. The village chief was stunned by Eline's series of godlike spells. He looked at the 100+ people lifted up by the vines, then raised his hand to his chest, clenched his fist, and felt the power within him, stronger than in his youth. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Is she really a god? Is she a god sent by heaven to save us? In that instant, the village chief made a silent decision in his heart. We must carry forward the glory of Goddess Eline. As for Goddess Hennessy, well actually, we don't even know if such a goddess truly exists. Let's leave her aside for now. My god, little Ire. Karichuk, having recovered her senses, exclaimed, when you were in the sky just now, I really thought I saw a real god. I don't even know how to describe that feeling. Yes, I was stunned too. Alice nodded. Especially little Ire's chanting just now, that voice was simply heavenly. I never understood why believers could be so devoted to their gods, but now I understand. If little Ire were to establish a cult of Ire, I, having witnessed that scene, would definitely become little Ire's most loyal follower. Yeah, Elle was so beautiful just now. Even Wendy couldn't help but chime in, like a legendary goddess. A creator goddess. Little Elle, resurrecting so many people at once. Is that alright? Compared to Carrick and the others' praise, Bilotes seemed slightly worried. Will it consume a lot of magic? Should we rest? No need. Eline truthfully replied, this magic doesn't use much magic, far from needing a rest. Good grief, resurrection isn't some small-scale spell, is it? Resurrecting so many people so easily? Just how terrifying is Elle's power? Hearing this, Alice and Carrick both subconsciously thought to themselves, cough cough cough. Where am I? Strange, I remember I wasn't. At the same time, the hearts of the villagers, who had previously shown no signs of life on the vines, began to beat again. After their brains received a blood supply, many people soon opened their eyes and sat up, looking bewildered. Where is this? I'm not dead? Where are the bandits? What happened? Who am I? What's with this flower? The sight of everyone getting up caused a huge uproar among the surrounding villagers and children. They really came back to life. My God! People can really come back to life. This is a miracle. Absolutely a miracle. Dad. Mom. I'm here. Realizing what had happened, the villagers, forgetting all about saving face, climbed up the vines in amazement, looking at their companion, now perfectly healthy, with a mixture of surprise and joy. This is simply unbelievable. I lived this long. And this is the first time I ever witnessed such a miracle. Meanwhile, village chief Balkan shakily approached Erin, and almost without thinking, knelt before the little girl. Thank you. No. Seeing this, Erin raised her small hand, and used wind magic to blow the village chief back to his feet. I don't want to hear those flattering words. I just want to ask one question. Clutching her large pillow, Erin puffed out her cheeks at the village chief. Where's my cheese? Chapter 115. Half an hour later, in a small two-story house on the west side of the village, Eline finally got to eat the local cheese she had been longing for. It has to be said, these snacks from remote mountain villages are quite delicious. Both the milk and cheese have a very rich milky flavor, with a subtle, pleasant aroma. As a young dragon, She truly couldn't resist the temptation of dairy products, whether it was camel milk, cow milk, or dragon milk. There were very few farmers raising cows in the Lehman Empire. Usually, Bilotes gave Eline camel milk to drink. Although the nutritional value of both was similar, and the taste was equally sweet, perhaps because she had been to Earth, Eline still preferred cow milk. That. After the villagers cleaned the hut as quickly as possible and cleared out 5 rooms, the village chief, looking at Eline happily munching on cheese in Bilotes' lap, was momentarily at a loss for words. It's that. Sensing Karika's friendly gaze, village chief Balkan mustered his courage and gestured towards the outside. There are many, villagers outside who want to bring some gifts. Do you want them? It wasn't that Balkan was inexperienced. As the village chief, he couldn't even speak properly. In fact, what had happened in the village today far exceeded this village chief's understanding and comprehension. Village Chief Balkan of Hennessy Village was a geo-elementalist, 52 years old this year, and had served as village chief for nearly 20 years. Hennessy Village, a small village untouched by any empire or power, far removed from the borders of major empires, had experienced bandit attacks over the years. However, a large-scale bandit attack like today's was unprecedented for Hennessy Village. Many of the bandits were even at the level of battle masters. Even the entire village combined couldn't defeat them. After that, there were various casualties. However, to Balkan's surprise, despite their strength, the bandits couldn't even withstand a single move from Carrick and the others, especially the little girl clutching a pillow. A single spitting kick sent them to their deaths. And that wasn't all. After wiping out the bandits, the little girl transformed into a goddess of heaven, resurrecting everyone in the village killed by the bandits. Most importantly, the resurrected little girl only made one request: milk and cheese. In Balkan's mind, resurrecting the dead was definitely a forbidden spell, requiring a massive amount of magic power. Using it even once could leave a mage completely exhausted. Not to mention the super forbidden technique that could resurrect over 100 people at once. According to Village Chief Balkan's understanding, as the price for such a massive magic spell, he could completely understand even if the other party demanded that Hennessy Village be enslaved for generations. However, that cute little girl only wanted some milk and cheese? This made Balkan extremely uneasy, even a little panicked. Grandpa Village Chief, don't be nervous, it's alright. Carrick, who had just finished unpacking her luggage, noticed Balkan's panic and quickly comforted her. Little Elle is just like that, you don't need to think too much. Carrick glanced through the open door at the large group of villagers standing outside. This is a small token of everyone's appreciation. We were just afraid of disturbing you. Balkan quickly said, if it weren't for you, our village would have been destroyed long ago. So everyone came spontaneously to bring us something, and I couldn't stop them. Carrick gave Bilotes an inquiring look. Bilotes looked at Eline in her arms, and nodded, then let everyone in. Balkan was immediately flattered. Thank you. Grandpa, please don't be like this. Carrick smiled wryly. You held me when we came here years ago. Why do you seem so distant today? Relax, we're really just here for a couple of days to visit Hennessy Heavenly Pool. Alright. Balkan nodded and quickly walked out. Soon, a large group of villagers poured into the house. Saviors, benefactors. Thank you, sisters, for saving my parents. These are eggs and honey from our family's farm. Please accept them. My years-long stomach ailment and cold have been cured. Thank you so much. These are 2 of our own heavy-duty ducks. My benefactor, please accept these 2 baskets of fruit from this humble woman. It's just a small token of my appreciation. The crowd pouring in from outside were almost all carrying large bags, small packages, or bamboo baskets and wooden buckets. As soon as they entered, they placed their items on the open ground in front of Karaku. Dad. Unlike these excited villagers, a woman holding a parchment walked in from outside, her face serious. Take a look at this. The woman appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. Carrick recognized her as the village chief's daughter. What's wrong? Village Chief Balkan took the parchment from the woman, examining the writing on it. What does this say? I found this in the clothes of those dead bandits. It should be written in the language of the Silas Empire. The village chief's daughter pointed to a few lines on the parchment. Parchment is very difficult to destroy, so I thought it must be some very important document, so I brought it here. The village chief handed it to Carrick. Girl, take a look. What does this say? Okay, but my Silas language isn't very good. Taking the parchment, Carrick read out a few keywords. About, Hennessy Village, secret, archaeology, discovery, A Tier 7 treasure? After reading, Carrick looked up, somewhat surprised. This seems to be archaeological data that Silas found somewhere. They say they discovered at least a Tier 7 treasure behind the great waterfall in our Hennessy village, and the Silas Frost Cross. The cultists seem to have already set off. So that's why those bandits got their hands on it, and our village suffered this fate? The village chief's face was full of bitterness. What treasures do we have here? Even a superpower like Silas is coming here. What sins have we committed? Silas? Hearing this, Eline held up her small hand. Let me see. Carachow handed over the parchment. While drinking her milk, Eline read aloud the text on the parchment. An archaeological team from Silas came here a week ago. They discovered what appeared to be an entrance hidden behind the waterfall. One of the water mages on the team sensed a strong fluctuation of water elemental energy near the entrance, and he deduced that at least a Tier 7 crystal should be buried within the rock wall behind the waterfall. This document was given to the Silas Cathedral. The Pope has decided to send some high-ranking mages from the Frost Cross to investigate the Tier 7 water elemental crystal. Based on the timeline, they plan to arrive here tomorrow morning. After reading, Eline returned the parchment to Carrick. Carachow pondered. So the bandits just happened to loot the Silas Cathedral? And steal this? The Frost Crusade of the Silas Empire? A Grand Magister? Arriving tomorrow? My God. Hearing this, the village chief collapsed onto a nearby stool in despair. This is fate. The Silas Empire. Nobody dares to mess with Silas. What are we going to do? It's all right. Eline simply picked up a piece of cheese from the side. At worst, we can just ask their pope to come again. Chapter 116. Meanwhile, at the Silas Empire Cathedral. The Frost Cross Council Chamber. Is this really something a little girl could do? Looking at the cathedral, almost completely destroyed, with sunlight streaming through the ruins, the Pope of Silas was filled with worry. His back to the Frost Cross members behind him, he said. What kind of immortal being is that? Have you investigated thoroughly? The Frost Cross members exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation. The Pope, growing impatient, said, Just say it. Yes. A member of the Frost Cross cautiously replied, We investigated the long-lived species that have had contact with humans so far, and found that even considering all possibilities, she couldn't possibly have done all that. What do you mean by considering all possibilities? I don't understand what you're saying. The Pope turned around, impatiently saying, Can you be more direct? It's just... The Frost Cross member lowered his head. The vast majority of long-lived species that have had contact with humans are elves, but elves don't use fire or ice magic. Almost all elves are masters of nature magic, and almost all of them only know grass elemental magic. And elves rarely appear in human society. Only hunters or rangers from villages around the Empire, who accidentally wander near the elven forests, have a chance to make contact with them. Otherwise, we generally don't have contact with the elves, and they won't actively come to the human empire to participate in and interfere in our internal affairs. Besides the elves? The Pope was somewhat displeased. Could it be another long-lived species? Based on the intelligence we have so far, the girl named Eline is proficient in water, fire, ice, wind, and even grass elemental magic. If there really is a magical beast or sacred beast that possesses such high multi-elemental talent, I think. He hesitated for a moment. I think this girl named Eline is absolutely a king among magical beasts or sacred beasts. Offending her is equivalent to offending an entire race. At this moment, a bishop slowly stepped forward. Your Holiness, is it possible that the other party is an ancient sacred beast like a dragon or a winged being? A dragon? The Pope was stunned, then shook his head violently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Lehman Empire. If they had dragons with their help, they would have even conquered Aspera. Dragons haven't had contact with humans for thousands of years. It definitely couldn't be dragons. Then, never mind. Just keep an eye on that Eline. Investigate if you can, but remember, whatever you do, don't let her know we're investigating. And under no circumstances should you upset her. Remember, that's absolutely forbidden. But my lord, the bishop said, somewhat unwillingly, she destroyed most of our country. What more do you want? She alone could destroy our country. The fact that we're still alive and talking here is already a great act of mercy. The Pope rolled his eyes at the bishop. Do you want Silas to be buried with her? I was rash. Her strength is undeniable. Faced with absolute power, one must yield. Understand? There's an old saying in Riemann, a wise man submits to circumstances. Putting aside everything else, at least for the next 100 years, we absolutely cannot afford to be enemies with this Eline and Riemann again. Remember that? Yes. Next. The Pope then looked at the investigators behind the Frost Cross members. Do you have something to say? It's like this. One investigator stepped forward. Regarding Hennessy Village, we reported to you and His Majesty the King before. This Hennessy Village. There might be a Tier 7 treasure buried beneath the rock face of the great waterfall to the north of the village. The Pope nodded. I remember that. Back then, we sent a force including a Grand Magister from the northern part of the Empire. The treasure hunt team is heading to Hennessy Village. They should reach the volcano in about a day. What's wrong? The investigation report about Hennessy, and your plan? We stored them in the warehouse behind the church. The investigator spoke somewhat nervously. And then? We were bombed here before, right? And then the warehouse was robbed. What? The Pope was stunned, then angrily asked, the warehouse was robbed? What was stolen? Things. The investigator's eyes darted around. A lot of things were stolen. What things? Tell me. Several account books, and some gold and silver jewelry. Even account books can be stolen? And a lot of weapons and documents, including the parchment containing information about the 7th-tier treasure of Hennessy Village. The Pope clicked his tongue. Have you found out who did it? A group of bandits, seemingly from the south of the Silas Empire. They were all at least archmage level. The papacy was in such disarray at the time, we couldn't stop them. Why did those bandits know about the bombing of our papacy so quickly? Your Majesty, I really don't know. Very well. The Pope sneered. How they knew about this, I keep it to myself for now and won't pry. Are you sure they were all bandits? Yes. So, according to you, a group of bandits from the south of the Empire not only stole our gold and silver jewelry, they stole our report, and they even took our account books? Yes. What did they do with our account books? The investigator lowered his head. I don't know either. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to live. Yes, it's like this. The investigator trembled and knelt on the ground. My lord, the papacy's expenses in recent years, especially the war and the welfare of mages, have really been insufficient. The Pope instantly understood. So there's something wrong with your accounts? The investigator didn't speak, but from his trembling appearance, the Pope had already figured it out. How much is missing? I asked you how much is missing. My lord. The previous bishop leaned closer. My lord, please don't make things difficult for him. His Majesty the King is unaware of this matter. We check the missing items later, and report the accounts to the King. Your audacity is growing. The Pope looked at him with exasperation. You're pushing Silas to his death. My lord, as long as the expedition to Hennessy finds a Tier 7 noble phantasm, everything will be all right. The previous investigator hurriedly crawled 2 steps toward the Pope. Those bandits know our secret, and are probably already on their way to Hennessy Village. All we have to do is snap them, and no one will know how much the papacy is short of funds. It would be best if there really is a Tier 7 noble phantasm there. The Pope turned and walked towards the papal chair not far away. I don't want to be caught again last time, dragged thousands of kilometers through the air at an altitude of several thousand meters. Chapter 117. The house that village chief Hennessy arranged for Eline and her group was a simple mud house, somewhat rudimentary compared to the Piarista family's grand villa. The house itself had no concrete structure. It was entirely a simple hut built brick by brick using homemade rural materials. The bricks weren't even red. The whole house looked like a completely yellow mud house. However, for Eline, this kind of house felt quite familiar. Because when she lived in an orphanage on Earth, there were many such mud brick houses near the orphanage building. Now it's basically confirmed that these bandits came here to rob you because they believed the contents of that Frost Cross parchment from the Silas Empire. While Eline climbed the ladder to the 2nd floor to check out the individual rooms, Karaku downstairs discussed the cause and effect of the robbery with the village chief. I just don't understand why such an important document ended up in the hands of these bandits. I have the same question. Bilotes pondered for a moment. The importance of a Tier 7 treasure is almost comparable to a nation's treasure vault. Even the Lehman Empire has only obtained one Tier 7 crystal in over 200 years. Although Tier 7 treasures and Tier 7 crystals are not exactly the same, even news of the appearance of certain rare and precious materials, such as Tier 7 medicinal herbs, would be enough for Silas to protect with the full force of the nation. These bandits aren't even at the Great Battle Master level. Theoretically, it's unlikely they would have access to such matters. Carrick frowned. There are 2 points I don't understand. The first is why, even though the Silas Empire obtained news of the Tier 7 treasure earlier, They arrived a day later than these bandits. Silas is known for its blitzkrieg tactics. There's no reason for them to be this slow. The second strange point is what we were just discussing. Why did these bandits have the right to obtain this parchment? With their strength, they couldn't possibly have robbed the Silas church unless something went wrong on Silas's end, but there's no reason for that. Reporting, Chief. At this moment, a villager ran in from outside. We found a lot more things in the carriage and the bandits' clothes. Take a look. The chief turned around and was immediately stunned by the basket of gold and silver jewelry before him. So much? Chief, what should we do with all this? The villager scratched his head. This is too valuable. The bandits were eliminated by Karakiu and her group. These things should rightfully belong to them. Sigh. No. Hearing this, Karakiu quickly waved her hand. These bandits deserved it. Distribute the loot among everyone. It can be used to repair the village roads, or as funds to improve living conditions. Village chief, you go to nearby countries to buy things every month, right? You can buy more then. How could I accept that? There's nothing to be ashamed of. We're only staying for 2 days anyway. We can't take all this back. Dad. At the same time, the village chief's daughter came in again. I found these on one of the bandits outside the village, who seemed to have been killed with a blunt weapon. Oh! The village chief turned around and took several ledgers from his daughter. What are these? They seem to be ledgers from the Silas Empire recording some expenses. Why would a bandit like him carry the Silas Empire's ledgers? I think I understand. Hearing this, Karachu had a look of sudden realization. So that's what the Silas Empire was planning. Their Frost Cross's accounts might have some problems. What happened? The Frost Cross of the Silas Empire and the king are two separate institutions. Those in the Frost Cross who manage national expenditures probably engage in a lot of embezzlement. For example, the state might allocate 10,000 gold coins for the Grand Mage's salary, but only 5,000 gold coins actually reach the mage. This hole is getting bigger and bigger. The Frost Cross is about to be exposed. Just then, an archaeological team discovered the situation in Hennessy Village and reported back that Hennessy Village might possess a Tier 7 treasure. The Frost Cross then contacted nearby bandits, asking them to stage a plunder of the national treasury. It's a farce. Once the bandits steal some gold, silver, and jewels from the national treasury, along with the account books, those previously unexplained accounts will be easily explained away. After all, the account books are gone, and the new ones can be written however they want. The missing parts can be said to have been stolen by the bandits. Then, they deliberately leak information about a Tier 7 treasure to the bandits. Seeing a Tier 7 treasure will drive them mad, and they rush to Hennessy Village immediately. Hennessy Village doesn't belong to any empire, so killing there is unchecked. If the Frost Cross arrives even a day later, they can wipe out all the bandits here. Karachow made a throat-slitting gesture, dead without any evidence. So, the source of everything is the Silas Empire? The village chief's daughter quickly understood Karaka's meaning. So, it means the Frost Cross of the Silas Empire will come here tomorrow morning to deal with the bandits, but because we already killed their bandits and obtained their ledgers. Ugh. She added with a worried expression, have we already offended the entire Silas Empire? This. The village chief also looked panicked. Those bandits are already so powerful. The Frost Cross of the Silas Empire, capable of dealing with bandits, must be at least at the Archmage level. The Silas Empire is one of the 5 strongest nations on the Eve continent. Offending this country? So be it. It's not like we haven't offended them before. Carrick smiled. Actually, the Pope of Silas isn't that fierce. He and the king even visited our house before, and they were very polite. Oh. The village chief scratched his head. Although he didn't say anything more, his worried expression showed he still didn't understand how to handle tomorrow's situation. During their conversation, Erin on the 2nd floor had almost finished setting up the room. She didn't have much luggage to begin with. She usually wore a nightgown to go out, and to bed in the same gown. Today, she only brought a swimsuit and some snacks. The sheets and other necessities were carried over by Bilotes. The swimsuit that Aisha had delivered on Nasod and Fafner's orders reminded Erin of Yoshino's swimsuit in a certain episode of the anime Date Alive. The swimsuit was sky blue, with a fresh and cute style. The top was a children's bra, and the skirt was short with ruffles, decorated with a small bow and soft feathers on each side. The swimsuit was light and airy, exuding a strong sense of ice elemental power. Those 2 feathers were most likely the ones Aisha had mentioned borrowing from a certain ice phoenix. Mom. Clutching her swimsuit, Eline gave Bilotes, who was sitting in the living room, a look that said, I'm all ready. Ladies. Bilotes nodded and stood up. Let's go see Heavenly Lake before the sun sets. Chapter 118. Hennessy Volcano is quite a distance from Hennessy Village. However, anyone who has lived in Hennessy Village knows that to reach the summit, one simply needs to follow the river that flows through the village towards the volcano until near the Great Falls, then follow the mountain path alongside it. Today's events have truly troubled you all. After leaving the village, Chief Balkan, while enthusiastically helping everyone carry their luggage, chatted with Carrick. Our village hasn't had anything of value for many years, and everyone has helped us so much this time, yet we don't know how to thank them. We are truly ashamed. Although Carrick had said before leaving that there was no need for a guide, Chief Balkan insisted on following, leaving his daughter in the small house to help clean. It was clear that the chief held Eline in high esteem, completely avoiding eye contact with her throughout, even walking with an unconscious bow and head, his face filled with adoration. Like a devout believer. Really no need. Haven't you already repaid us? Karakia took a piece of cheese from her pocket and smiled. Speaking of which, when I first came to the village, it seemed like not many people raised dairy cows. But in recent years... Oh, it was the Minar Academy that helped. Balkan quickly said. After Miss Karakia left, the Minar Academy sent a lot of supplies, like some improved wheat and corn seeds, and several dairy cows. Oriel, who lives to the west of the village, is a dairy farmer, so the cows were given to them. And you know what? The new breed of cows really produces a lot of milk. Do you remember Oriel? When you were teaching his daughter magic in the classroom, he moved a stool outside and listened. Now he's a mid-level grass elemental mage. Oh him! Carrick has suddenly realized he's already learned grass magic. A little, but not much. Balkan smiled. He just casts spells on the lawn near the cattle farm every day to make the grass grow, that's all. Even so, that's amazing. To learn magic just by auditing classes, that's incredible talent. Haha, let me tell you, since you came to the village to teach, our lives have really improved. We hunt with ice arrows and fire bows, farm with grass and water magic, and with improved corn and rice, we can harvest a crop every month. And so, led by village chief Balkan, Eline and her group chatted, as they walked along the Hennessy River outside the village towards the falls, arriving at the famous Hennessy Falls after about half an hour. Whoosh whoosh. The waterfall before them was at least 1,000 meters high. Even from a distance, one could feel the dense moisture and water elements in the air. The surging water crashed against the ground with a resounding roar, creating a magnificent scene reminiscent of the poem A Waterfall Plunging 3,000 Feet. Wow! Looking at the waterfall from afar, Wendy, who rarely left the Lehman Empire, widened her eyes, her face full of curiosity. Do dragons really live in here? Alice also took out her camera crystal and snapped several photos. It's truly spectacular. It was dusk, and the setting sun painted most of the sky crimson. Dark red rainbows were visible everywhere near the waterfall, creating a breathtaking scene of nature's artistry, especially considering the massive waterfall cascading from the center of the volcano. It's truly beautiful. After taking a few steps towards the misty lake at the base of the waterfall, Eline tried to probe the Hennessy volcano with her dragon aura. The water element was incredibly concentrated, and there was indeed a space inside the volcano. The interior was enormous, roughly the size of 5 or 6 football fields, and over 100 meters high. Due to the concentrated water element and the enclosed space, the Hennessy volcano had indeed produced many rare and precious medicinal herbs. Let me see what's there. Narcissus lotus, lyre, snow orchid, there were indeed several herbs that would be considered 7th-tier treasures by human standards. The Frost Cross of the Silas Empire wasn't lying. After all, they were the highest-ranking archmages among humans. They possessed basic judgment. Their investigation report regarding the existence of a Tier 7 treasure in Hennessy Village was accurate. Eline thought quietly to herself, standing before the waterfall. While this volcano and its various water elemental herbs wouldn't even be considered weeds in Dragon Forest, for ordinary humans, this place was indeed a geomantically auspicious location capable of igniting an imperial war. Even disregarding the herbs and byproducts within the volcano, the sheer abundance of water elemental energy in such a place was priceless to water elemental mages. However, there's still a big problem. Thinking of this, Eline once again extended her probing aura into the volcano, shining it towards a certain slumbering behemoth. A giant serpent. A water elemental serpent, also known as a dragon. Its personality seems similar to that of dragons. It loves to sleep, sometimes for hundreds or even thousands of years. This dragon seems to be still in its juvenile stage, and it's precisely because of its presence that Mount Hennessy possesses such a dense concentration of water element. Perhaps this was originally a small, active volcano, but because of the dragon's arrival, the fire element was forcibly dispersed, turning it into a water mountain. Who? Just as Eline finished examining the massive volcano before her, seemingly sensing something, the dragon that had been slumbering inside suddenly opened its eyes wide. A detection spell I can't comprehend has actually shown in? Who dares to be so bold? Realizing something, the dragon hesitated briefly before its massive body suddenly stirred. I don't care who you are. Since you dare show up on my territory and wake me up with your detection magic, don't blame me for being impolite. Buzz buzz buzz. With the dragon's movements, the ground around the Hennessy volcanic waterfall shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake? How could this be so sudden? Earthquakes are rare in Hennessy Village. Everyone, quickly find something to hold onto, don't fall. In the constantly shaking world, Erin, clutching her pillow, slowly walked towards the large waterfall before her. Her detection magic could, of course, be concealed, but there was no need. Besides, her main purpose in using detection magic on the interior of the volcano was to wake the dragon. This was the dragon's territory, and tomorrow she and everyone else were going swimming in the crater's celestial pool. She couldn't leave without informing them beforehand. Little Elle? Seeing that Eline remained unmoved during the earthquake, Bilotes seemed to realize something. Is it that dragon? Yes, she's awake. Eline nodded, her small body glowing with wind elemental light. I go talk to her. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. Chapter 119. Rumble. With the movement of the dragons within the mountain, the massive Hennessy volcano began to tremble visibly. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, even the enormous waterfall exhibited a noticeable water flow interruption. Countless rocks plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lake below the waterfall with a deafening roar, creating towering waves that sent fish and shrimp flying into the air. Being so big is definitely inconvenient. In the swaying world, Erin used wind elements to rapidly ascend, reaching an altitude of over 2,000 meters above the vicinity of the volcano. This Hennessy volcano, initially estimated to be nearly 2,000 meters high, had a very steep slope facing Hennessy Village, somewhat resembling a large volcano that had been sheared off one side. Indeed, a celestial lake sits in the center of the crater, its deep, azure waters incredibly beautiful. Putting a small dinosaur in it could probably fill several episodes of a documentary series titled The Unsolved Mystery of Hennessy's Celestial Lake Monster. The scenery here is exceptionally beautiful. Due to the altitude and excessive water elements, the volcano's summit is currently shrouded in mist, and the setting sun casts its last rays, painting the surrounding clouds crimson, creating a poetic scene of red clouds at sunset. Rumble. Just seconds after Eline flew to the volcano's summit, the dragon burst through the rock wall above her head from within the volcano. Its enormous body, like a true divine dragon, circled the crimson clouds around the celestial lake twice before turning its gaze towards the great waterfall. Who disturbed my sleep? This dragon was about 15 meters in diameter and over 300 meters long. Its body was bluish-green, covered in hard scales. Its head resembled the sub-dragons of the dragon forest, with horns and vertical pupils, giving it an imposing presence. However, the voice emanating from this dragon was rather childish. Although Eline could sense that it was trying its best to speak with an air of authority, the final effect was like a child whining. My God, it's a goddess, our goddess Hennessy. The dragon's voice made the village chief, Balkan, near the falls, kneel down with a thud. The goddess has appeared. Although she couldn't understand what the dragon was saying, Karachu asked curiously, Chief, is she really your goddess? Yes, our village's goddess, Hennessy, has been worshipped for generations. Balkan said devoutly, Goddess Hennessy protects us, blesses us with bountiful harvests every year. Wendy, standing to the side, asked, puzzled, this Hennessy. Has the goddess Hennessy appeared before? The village chief hesitated. No. Then is your village's annual harvest due to the improved crop seeds provided by Minar Academy, the new magic everyone learned, or the blessing of this goddess? It's because of the seeds provided by Minar Academy. Oh, right. Wendy's question startled the village chief, who then stood up. Does Minar Academy also believe in the goddess Hennessy? No. Karachia shook her head. If I had to say, Minar Academy also has a guardian deity, named Emotian, but Lord Emotian's relationship with everyone is more of an equal one. Our village's guardian deity all along. Balkan looked up at the enormous dragon high in the sky. If she's not the goddess Hennessy, then what is she? A dragon, a kind of. Well, it should be considered some kind of sacred beast. Carrick thought for a moment. According to the records of Minar Academy, Dragons often live in water sources far from human cities, but the last time humans had contact with a dragon was over 200 years ago. Believe it or little L instead of the dragon. Wendy chimed in. After all, this dragon can't do anything but sleep here. Little L not only saved so many people in the village, but she also cured all your illnesses, didn't she? Little L. Balkan looked up at L-Line, who was almost a tiny dot in the sky, and the scene of this little girl using heavenly azure not long ago unconsciously flashed through his mind. At this moment, his faith began to waver severely. Humans. At the same time, the dragon, coiled in a circle high in the sky, noticed Balkan and the others near the lake beneath the great waterfall and spoke again. Did you shatter my dream? What did she say? Karakia looked at Balkan. Not Esperan, not Riemann, not Silesian. Is it some local dialect? Balkan shook her head. I don't know. What the dragon didn't know was that hundreds of years had passed since her last slumber in the human world. Human dynasties underwent tremendous changes almost every 100 years, and languages constantly evolved. Even though the dragon was now using the universal language spoken by the ancestors of the Hennessy villagers, Balkan could no longer understand it. Here. At the same time, Eline flew high in the sky to the dragon's side and spoke in the dragon's ancient human language, saying, I woke you up just now. It has nothing to do with the people below. You? The dragon then noticed a person floating beside it, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Why can't I sense your presence? Because I concealed my presence. Recalling the despair of a certain unfortunate gargoyle after sensing its own dragon breath, Eline cut to the chase. I woke you up to let you know in advance that we'd be exploring the area around Heavenly Lake for the next couple of days, and tomorrow morning an army from the Silas Empire might come to cause trouble. I try my best to persuade them to go back. What do these trivial matters of yours have to do with me? Hearing this, the dragon clearly. She seemed somewhat angry. You woke me up for such a trivial matter? Do you know that's a capital offense? That's all. Eline gestured towards the crater's celestial pool. Also, it's getting late. If we climb back up from the foot of the mountain, it'd probably be dark by then. If you're free, could you bring those people up from below? In exchange, I can provide some food, like some monster meat. You? The dragon was completely enraged. Fine, fine, fine. I never seen such an arrogant human in all my years. As it spoke, the dragon's massive body circled Eline, completely sealing off the little girl's escape routes like a giant python about to strangle its prey. Then, it opened its abyssal maw, condensing a shimmering water elemental sphere. The enormous water sphere was filled with an incredibly violent aura, clearly not an ordinary object. Speak your last words. Pointing the water sphere at Erin, the dragon's voice was filled with murderous intent. I don't care if you're a human king or some elemental god. If you disturb my hibernation, you die today. I am a dragon. Furthermore, to make sure you die knowing why, let me tell you, I have a blood relation to dragons. Ouch, 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 what did you say? Erin's sudden remark caused the dragon to bite its tongue in sudden panic. I said, I am a dragon. Erin yawned slightly in midair, switching to her half-dragon form, shaking the horns on her small head. Are you going to kill me? Looking at the horns on the little girl's head, a symbol of absolute power, the dragon's originally ferocious eyes instantly became as docile as a puppy's. Ah ha ha What's that? Releasing its massive body from around Eline, the dragon adopted a subservient posture, gesturing towards Bilotes and the others below the waterfall. My lady, I go and fetch your distinguished guests immediately. Chapter 120. At dusk, Hennessy Heavenly Lake exuded a beauty reminiscent of a solar system empire's twilight. The setting sun dyed most of the sky red, rendering the lake's waters like a scene from a painting. Here, this is a local specialty of Dragon Forest, 9th tier magical beast jerky. Watching the dragon lead Bilotes and the others to the vicinity of the Heavenly Lake at the top of the volcano, Erin proactively handed over a small bag of jerky from her pocket. Thank you for your hard work, sister. I can't accept this. The dragon opened its massive mouth. Just tell me what you need. No need to be so formal. This dragon roughly knew the human classification of magical beasts. If the rules of human society hadn't changed over the past 1,000 years, she herself should be able to reach the level of a 6th or 7th tier magical beast. 7th tier magical beasts are already terrifying beings in human society. Displeasing them could lead to the annihilation of a nation, much like humans can easily crush an anthill. And then this dragon princess casually presents 9th tier magical beast jerky? 9th tier jerky, something she can carry around and casually give as a gift. What does that mean? It means that in their eyes, This level of magical beast is no different from a commoner's fragrant yak or heavy-fleshed duck. Nothing to worry about. Little offensive power, easily turned into snacks. How could she possibly be worthy of such a precious treat? Can't you transform into human form? Seeing the dragon's flattered expression, Erin asked curiously, I remember you're the goddess worshipped in the nearby village of Hennessy, right? A goddess should have a rather beautiful human form, right? I didn't learn it. Facing Erin, the dragon dared not utter a single lie. The reason I chose this place was because a water elemental crystal core was buried at the foot of the mountain, and I needed it for cultivation. My contact with humans was limited to simple exchanges at that time. I see. Erin thought for a moment. So the local villagers regarded you as their guardian goddess back then? Yes. The dragon remained trembling with fear. If you wish, I go learn the transformation technique right now. No need, it doesn't matter whether you learn it or not. We're only here for a couple of days. Erin pointed in the direction of Hennessy village. Those people you interacted with back then have now built a village. That man you just saw is their descendant. Recently, bandits have been rampant. If you're usually free. If you have any business, you can take a stroll around the village. It might help improve your sleep. Yes. The dragon looked humble. I definitely visit the village from time to time. Well, I don't have anything else to do here. Erin glanced at Karaku and the others, who had already reached the shallow water area beside the heavenly lake, and were changing clothes in a cave not far away. Go back and rest. I'm so sorry for disturbing you earlier. Considering that Erin's group consisted entirely of girls, who would be swimming soon, village chief Balkan didn't ride on the dragon's back. Instead, he said, I go back to the village to prepare some food for you, and return the way he came. It's all right. It's an honor to meet you in such a place, sir. Seeing that Elenin hadn't shown any intention to kill her despite her earlier offense, the dragon finally felt a huge weight lifted from its shoulders. The little girl's sudden half-dragon transformation had genuinely startled it. The dragon knew all too well the ways of the dragon race. If you really angered them, it wasn't just a matter of life or death. It meant the extermination of its entire clan. With a dragon's strength, wiping out its clan would be a piece of cake, and it didn't want to become a sinner for its family for all time. Thinking back to how it had actually said to the dragon, you die today no matter what you say, the dragon felt a chill run down its spine. Fortunately, this dragon elder seemed rather kind, and hadn't held its rudeness against it. Take this, Elenin said, tossing 2 pieces of 9th-tier magical beast jerky into the dragon's gaping maw. Without waiting for the creature's refusal, she grabbed her swimsuit, and headed towards the small cave where Bilotes and the others were changing. Sister Alice, Sister Karachu, I'm here. Little Elle. Seeing Elene approach, Karachu gestured to the cave beside her, where various girls' clothes were displayed. It's still the same as it was a few years ago, a natural changing room, a natural hot spring. A hot spring? Only then did Ellie notice that a natural, shallow, circular pool, less than 50 centimeters deep, had formed next to the cave. Warm spring water could be faintly seen bubbling up from the center of the pool. Perhaps because this was a volcanic crater, the small pool was composed of very hard, silvery gray rock layers. Not a trace of mud or impurities could be seen inside, making the water quality excellent. Yes, the spring water here is warm. Karaku, already changed into her swimsuit, stood beside the small pool, about 10 meters in diameter, pointing to the clear water and then to the distant heavenly pool. The first time I came here a few years ago, I was too scared to swim, so my friends and I soaked in the hot springs for half a day. Oh. Erin nodded her little head. Then why aren't you soaking today? Such a ceremonial first time, of course Erin has to go first. Karaku pointed to the cave. We're waiting for Erin to go into the hot springs first. This has to be ceremonial. Okay. Erin was a little amused, but she still took her swimsuit and went inside the cave, behind a large rock, and took off her nightgown and white stockings. Although Erin in human form was a complete little loli with a light weight, her human form wasn't the kind of girl who looked frail. Conversely, after removing her nightgown, the dragon princess's figure was, overall, the type that perfectly maintained a girl's curves while showing a touch of plumpness. Erlini's legs were long and slender, with soft, bouncy flesh on both her thighs and calves, which resulted in slight skin marks at the ends of her stockings when she wore them. Further up, there was a slightly protruding belly and faintly visible abs. The flesh around Erlini's chest wasn't large either. When she wore a swimsuit, only a faint curve was visible, which was particularly cute. Her figure was perfectly suited to that sky blue swimsuit, especially the little skirt. As she walked, The two ice crystal phoenix feathers fluttered like the wings of a fairy, beautiful and ethereal. Why is everyone? After changing into her swimsuit and emerging from the cave, Erin saw her mother and sister still waiting near the hot spring. A little embarrassed, she said, "Really, you didn't need to wait for me? So cute." Erin was interrupted by Alice before she could finish. Always powerless against cute things, Alice looked at the little girl in the swimsuit as if she were a delicious cake. "I can't take it. This is simply. I understand why that little princess from Arcana was so eager to marry Erin. Now I feel like I want to." Little Erin, quickly try the temperature of the spring water. Karachu gestured expectantly to the small hot spring beside her. "I loved it here a few years ago. See if it's suitable, if it's hot enough." With light steps, Erin reached the edge of the hot spring. She first dipped one of her snow-white little feet into the water to briefly feel the temperature, then slowly walked into the water and sat down. No problem, just right. Sitting down in the steaming spring, Erin shifted to make room, her little feet playfully bobbing up and down in the water, and she flashed a big smile at Bilotes and the others. "Mommy, come on over." Hee hee. Suddenly, Karacha pulled a small water bottle from her backpack, ran to Erin's side, and without a word, placed the bottle underwater. With a glug-glug sound, the clean, clear spring water filled the small bottle in no time. Tier 100 Noble Phantasm, Little Erin's Spring obtained. Chapter 121. Considering it was getting late, after soaking in the hot springs, Erin and her group briefly surveyed the terrain and environment around Hennessy Heavenly Pool, planning their pool party itinerary for tomorrow. Hennessy Heavenly Pool was indeed enormous. When Erin was flying through the air, she felt the pool's radius exceeded 5,000 meters, and its deepest point was over 500 meters, almost entirely composed of clean spring water. Let alone humans, it seemed even Erin in her dragon form could swim in such a large pool. Karacho chose a swimming spot near a small cave in the southern part of the pool. The path down the mountain was not far from the cave, and there were several warm hot spring pools nearby, making it very convenient to change clothes and wash immediately. Alright, that concludes our scouting for today. After soaking in the hot springs and circling the small cave, Carrick and the others packed their things again and prepared to descend the mountain. "My lady, shall I escort you back?" Before Erin could even consider whether to walk back with everyone or transform into her dragon form herself, the dragon had already flown over. "It's getting dark, you see." Erin, who had just changed her clothes, teased, "Haven't you been staying indoors for the past few centuries?" "That's different." The dragon was a little embarrassed. "I haven't left the house for the past few centuries mainly to absorb the water elemental cores underground. There's no need for me to go out, and I can't just take your gift for nothing, my lady, can I?" "Alright." Seeing their trembling fear, as if they were afraid she might wipe out their entire clan at the slightest provocation, Erlini nodded. "Then take us back. You know where Hennessy Village is, right?" "Yes." Seeing Erlini agree, the dragon flew to the group like a child and lay down. "Adults, please come on up." Although I've been sleeping for the past few hundred years, I could still sense the faint sounds the villagers made when they offered tribute. There should only be one village nearby. I know how to get there. Back in Hennessy Village, to celebrate the resurrection and recovery of the entire village, the villagers lit a fire and slaughtered several fragrant yaks, processing dozens of heavy ducks and turkeys. Fragrant yaks are a specialty of the Hennessy area. These cattle generally live in relatively high-altitude areas, such as the mountainside of Hennessy Volcano. They are characterized by their strong physique and disease resistance. Their meat has a rose-like fragrance, and is usually slaughtered only during festivals. Volcano, Earth, is the goddess Hennessy asleep? Let me sing a song, call her name. The bonfire lit for pride, has it ignited hope? As a bonfire slowly rose in the center of the village, children sang ancient songs around it. The villagers spontaneously organized themselves. The men started the fire and cooked, the women washed rice and vegetables, and the elders placed the finest yak meat and chicken on the grill. Village chief. At this moment, several village officials ran over carrying various documents, saying in the village dialect, "It really is the Silas Empire. That goddess-like little child wasn't wrong. Their people will arrive tomorrow." Sigh. The village chief looked troubled. "What are we going to do?" The village chief and villagers of Hennessy Village were mostly unsophisticated, but they recognized the country of Silas. Hennessy's history recorded dealings with the Silas Frust Cross cult. These records revealed that the Silas Empire was an unreasonable and warlike nation. Compared to neighboring countries, life in Hennessy Village was very simple. Every morning, the women and children farmed, raised chickens and cattle, while the strong men or those with magical skills went hunting. Every so often, the village chief would take the wealth they had accumulated to a nearby small country to sell, bringing back some daily necessities and snacks. Coincidentally, the small country that village chief Balkan had been frequently trading with in recent years was a vassal state of the Silas Empire. The ordinary citizens of that small country were terrified of the Silas people, considering them cruel, ruthless, and heartless. Unfortunately, Silas is a powerful nation in magic and technology, boasting a large number of archmages and having developed a vast array of war machines. Although Karachu had said there was no need to concern himself with the Silas Empire's affairs, a person's mindset is difficult to change. In Balkan's mind, offending the Silas Empire meant that Hennessy Village would likely never have a good life again. Even if the lovely girl, Eline, was very powerful and could temporarily protect the villagers from the Silas Empire's Frost-Cross army, everyone has to leave eventually. She wouldn't live in the village forever. And that giant serpent from Mount Hennessy, sigh. After reading the report, Balkan sighed deeply. It seems our village is doomed. Dad, you're always like this. Pessimism solves nothing. Seeing this, Balkan's daughter snatched the report from the village chief's hands. I think that little girl named Eline is very strong. Couldn't she talk to our goddess Hennessy, or put pressure on the Silas Empire to stop bothering us? You're too young to understand. Balkan shook his head. Sometimes violence doesn't solve problems. Look at those Grand Magisters of the Silas Empire. Their strength is already among the top of humanity, yet they still have to obey the king or the pope. That's because they're not strong enough. His daughter scoffed. I think if someone's strength is strong enough, to a certain extent, it's possible to disregard the empire or the papacy. Do you think the child's strength has reached that level? Didn't you just say she tamed the giant snake of Mount Hennessy? The daughter asked, puzzled. Such a large snake, it's at least a rank 6 magical beast. The strength to make a rank 6 magical beast obey. I think that's enough to intimidate the Silas Empire. She said she was talking to the snake, not taming someone. Balkan still looked worried. No matter what, that child is human. She can't bring the giant snake back like a dog, can she? The village chief had barely finished speaking when a huge, piercing sound suddenly came from the sky not far away. Whoosh! The enormous body of the dragon blocked out most of the starry sky and the crescent moon, rapidly approaching the village from the direction of Mount Hennessy. Before anyone could react, the dragon carrying Carrick and his group landed near the campfire in the center of the village. Boom! The moment the enormous dragon landed, it kicked up a cloud of dust and caused a noticeable tremor. Instantly, the old man grilling his food stopped, the children singing hid in fright, and the men and women cooking stared in disbelief at the colossus before them. Your landing was too rough, not ladylike at all. You're absolutely right, sir. I try to be more elegant in the future. After Bilotes and the others dismounted from the dragon, Eline jumped down as well. Then, she gestured for the dragon to bow its head before the village chief, stroked the massive creature's scales like she was soothing a puppy, and said to Chief Balkan, from now on, she will be the village's guardian deity. If the people from the Silas Empire come tomorrow, don't be polite to them, be arrogant. Chapter 122. Early morning. A small team, flying the banner of the Silas Empire and led by a junior fire elemental archmage, arrived near Hennessy Village. Why is this place such a mess? Looking at the small forest that had been reduced to ashes by Bilotes' fire tornado yesterday, the archmage and the team frowned. A fire? Maybe it was those bandits. A subordinate quickly stepped forward. Sir, if those bandits clash with the villagers, Hennessy Village might already be. Where's the information on the Hennessy villagers you mentioned earlier? The archmage spoke impatiently. Bring it here, let me see. Yes. The subordinate quickly climbed into a carriage behind him and brought out a thick stack of documents. It's all here. What are these? The history of Hennessy Village, information on the current village chief and his daughter, and the village's development over the past few decades. And their records of contact with Minar Academy. How come there are so many? My lord. The subordinate spoke cautiously. Hennessy Village has a very long history. Although the village's size has been limited due to factors like monster attacks and diseases, it has never had any major problems. Their history seems to be even older than the history of the Silas Empire. That's exaggerated? How many years has this village existed? 700 or 800 years, maybe even longer. The villagers are descendants of nearby nomadic tribes. The subordinate explained, at its largest, the village had over 2,000 people. Currently, Hennessy Village has a registered population of 521. It's said that many have gone out to study magic. There's so much, it'd take me forever to finish reading it. Feeling the heavy folder in his hands, the Archmage hesitated for a moment, then finally returned it. You read it all, right? Just highlight the key points, like what kind of personality the village chief has, what kind of personality his daughter has, what the current situation in the village is. Keep it simple. Yes. The subordinate took the documents. The village chief and his daughter are both rather honest and timid types. They're both earth mages. The village chief often trades in our vassal state and knows about the situation in Silas. If we run into them later, a little scare will probably make them behave. As for Hennessy Village, frankly, it's just a poor little village, lacking everything, nothing much to introduce. Then later, after we enter the village, shall we go directly to the village chief or his daughter? And get them to cooperate in finding the bandits and the treasure? The Archmage turned to the charred road ahead, and then scare them a bit, so they won't tell anyone about what happened today. I reckon the bandits have already scared them enough. His subordinate shrugged. Villagers in small villages are all like that. To put it nicely, they're honest and law-abiding. To put it bluntly, they're easy prey. With your power, Archmage, you only need to show it a couple of times, and I bet that village chief's daughter will wet her pants in fear. All right. The Archmage gestured to the convoy behind him. Enter the village. A few minutes later, at the village entrance, which looked like it had just witnessed a fierce battle, the Frost Crusaders squad from the Silas Empire found a young girl sitting on a large rock, flipping through documents in her hands. Hey! Seeing the girl, the Archmage at the head of the group quickly stepped forward. Is your village chief here? I'm not calling him hey. The girl turned around and said in a completely impolite tone, Don't you have any manners? TSK. This remark instantly made the Archmage's lips twitch. He pointed to the army behind him. Do you know who I am? Huh? The girl slightly raised her head, glancing at the group behind the Archmage flying the banner of Silas. From Silas? It's amazing you can recognize our banner. The Archmage smiled slightly. So, can you take us to find the village chief now? My dad's still sleeping. Just call me if you need anything. Despite saying this, the girl looked impatient. After speaking, she lowered her head, crossed one leg, and continued reading her documents with a nonchalant air. The Archmage frowned. Your father? She should be the village chief's daughter. His subordinate lowered his voice. A novice earth elemental mage. I remember you just said the village chief and his daughter are both timid and cowardly. Honest and dutiful? The Archmage gestured with his eyes to the girl in front of him, who was sitting with her legs crossed, reading documents. Is that what you call honest and dutiful? The data might be wrong, or maybe. She's just going through puberty. The subordinate was a little embarrassed. It's not a big problem. Anyway, almost everyone in this village has never seen much of the world. A few scares, and they confess everything. All right. The Archmage adopted a I trust you this once look and walked towards the girl again. Little girl, tell me, have you seen a group of robbers these past few days? Robbers? The girl looked up again. Oh, you mean those guys who barged in yesterday without a word, started killing everyone they saw, and then made us lead them to Hennessy Heavenly Pool? Yes. The Archmage quickly asked, where did they go? We killed them all. Huh? The Archmage thought he misheard and asked again in standard universal language. What do you mean by killed them all? They all slaughtered them, all of them. Hey, are you deaf? The girl gave him a disdainful look. That's it? And you call yourself an Archmage of the Silas Empire? Huh? Now it was the Archmage's turn to be speechless. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he tried to sense the magical aura emanating from the girl. She was indeed an ordinary mage. A novice mage, not even at the level of a sorcerer, with low talent and no divine artifacts. What happened to her being timid and cowardly? What happened to her being naive and unsophisticated? Her arrogant demeanor almost made me think she was the Rock King. You know I'm an Archmage? After confirming the girl's identity, the Archmage still sounded incredulous. Then, how dare you speak to me like that? That's how I always talk. You disagree? The girl maintained her arrogant expression. This is Hennessy Village. Not Silas. Even if I kill you all here, even the Silas Empire can't touch me, understand? Fine, she even stole my lines. The Archmage, enraged, laughed coldly. So, little sister, you said you killed all those bandits. What happened to their belongings? What things? Well, the treasure, the ledgers, and stuff like that. The treasure was confiscated, of course. You're not going to give it to me, are you? The girl rolled her eyes at him. I gave the ledgers to my dad. I make hundreds of copies to use as leverage against the Silas Empire. I can't take it anymore. Hearing this, the Archmage finally snapped and drew his weapon. I had enough of you. Boom. Just then, a huge water sphere erupted from nearby, blasting the Archmage away. What? Want to fight? Accompanied by a childish voice, a little girl with long blue hair emerged from the village. This place is under my protection. I don't care if your Silas or Lux get lost. Chapter 123. The morning in the Silas Empire was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Weren't we supposed to go to war with the Lemanians? Why the sudden change of heart? Are we not fighting anymore? In this merchant-dominated federation, many shopkeepers had already opened their doors, chatting idly as they looked at the somewhat deserted streets. It's said that our king and the Pope of Lemanian have reconciled and signed a whole bunch of contracts. When did our king go to Leman? Why isn't there any news about it in the country? It takes at least a day for Silas to get to Leman, so a round trip would take 2 days. His Majesty has been missing for so long without a single reporter noticing? He couldn't possibly have flown there, could he? These merchants had basically placed spies in the royal palace and the papacy. Upon hearing that the empire was going to war, they immediately purchased large quantities of supplies and, together with major merchant guilds, inflated prices. Now, looking at the large piles of unsold goods in their shops, these merchants all wore anxious expressions. I don't know. The rumor is that we won't be at odds with the Remans anytime soon, and we don't have the resources to fight. Then who's going to sell all this stockpiled goods? Wait, what happened to the war that was supposed to start? A last-minute change of heart? Can you really go back on your word about such important matters? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I also stockpiled a bunch of stuff, and it's all stuck with me. I'm still worried about it. Compared to the big merchants, many ordinary people in Silas were quite supportive of the fact that there was no war. That's great. The war with the Remans has been cancelled. We don't have to go to the battlefield. Every day there's war, and it's us commoners who suffer the most. Those who hoarded goods are happy though. Prices skyrocket when there's war, and ordinary people can barely survive. Anyway, I don't want to fight. War not only kills tons of people, but it's also a waste of resources and manpower. Can't we just do business properly? In the crowd, no one noticed a little girl clutching a black and white pillow, quickly running through the bustling street, heading straight towards the Silas Palace. For us cross church, for us cross. I got it. After running for a while through the streets of the Silas capital, Eline finally found the very conspicuous building she remembered. A super cathedral adorned with an ice blue cross. Hello. Clutching her pillow, Eline bowed slightly to the 2 guards at the church entrance and said in perfect Silesian, "Good morning, folks. Is the Pope home?" You are? The little girl standing before them, bathed in the warm morning light like an angel, made the 2 guards feel as if they were looking at an evil little devil, and they immediately stumbled back several steps in fright. You cough cough cough. Realizing the visitor's identity, one of the guards, who had been dozing, instantly became incredibly clear-eyed. "May I ask what business you have with His Holiness the Pope?" You see, the day Eline first came to the Silas Empire, they were the ones responsible for patrolling this area. Back then, almost all the combat power in the church, several grand mages, grand battle masters, hundreds of mages and battle masters, were all crippled by this adorable little girl. This was even with the opponent holding back. According to church members, who witnessed the entire event, if this little girl wanted to, she could easily destroy the entire Silas Empire, blowing up the entire nation, and its people and buildings in one fell swoop. This wasn't just the combat power of a mage or archmage, she was a humanoid walking apocalyptic weapon. Furthermore, it's said that this little girl single-handedly destroyed their fortress city, Palenque, in less than 10 minutes. News about this has already spread throughout the Silas papacy and the royal palace in recent days, and almost everyone who knows about it remembers the little girl's name. Elenine Piarista. You can offend a mage, you can offend the Pope, you can offend the king, but whatever you do, never offend that little girl named Elenine. This is currently the consensus reached by most of the members of the Silas Empire's royal palace and papacy. I like to ask him to go out for a stroll. Facing the guards' disapproving looks, Eline yawned slightly. Should you call him out, or should I go in and find him? Keep in mind, it's morning. For getting up at this hour and personally flying all the way from Hennessy Village, Eline was already giving the Pope considerable face. No, you can wait here for a moment. Seeing Eline's drowsy appearance, the soldier practically scrambled to his feet and ran off. I fetched the Pope right away. Please calm down, Your Excellency. Calm down? Eline tilted her head. Do I look like I'm angry? My little darling. Almost immediately after the guard left, the Pope, who had just gotten out of bed and hadn't even washed up or eaten breakfast, scrambled out of the church like the messenger. "What's the matter today?" The Pope, his face contorted with grief, hadn't even reached Eline before he suddenly knelt before the little girl with a plop. "Everything is negotiable. Please be merciful. Please don't." Hennessy Village. Seeing the Pope's enlightened attitude, Eleni didn't intend to make things difficult for him, and went straight to the point. "Your Holiness should know what it is." "You know the people of Hennessy Village?" Hearing that familiar name, the Pope wanted to slap himself. "I already told those people, balance the accounts, balance the accounts, balance my ass. Do they really think His Majesty the King can't see through it? They do nothing all day but stare at the treasury's measly silver, and then I have to clean up their messes. I have no intention of interfering in your country's affairs. It's a matter of business." Eline yawned again. However, the team Silas sent to Hennessy Village has had a minor conflict with the villagers. "I hope His Holiness the Pope can go to the village to mediate." "All right, I go." Although inwardly reluctant, the Pope of the Frost Cross forced a smile and pulled over a guard beside him. "You, take off your clothes." "Huh?" "Take off your coat, give it to me." "Your Holiness, what is this?" "I'm going to Hennessy Village. It's cold on the way." "Oh." On the other side, the Archmage, who had just arrived in Hennessy Village, faced a little girl with her hands on her hips, barefoot, with long blue hair past her waist, wearing only a simple dress, and was filled with doubt. Subconsciously, he knew this little girl, who looked only 10 years old, was incredibly strong, but he couldn't understand where her strength lay, or why she was so strong. "Hey!" Seeing the Archmage remain unmoved, the blue-haired girl grew impatient. "Don't you understand me? Aren't I speaking Esperanto? This village is under my protection, understand? Are all kids this arrogant these days?" Although the various events in Hennessy Village left the Archmage of Silas's team completely bewildered, the thought of the ledger and the Tier 7 treasure from Hennessy Volcano forced him to steel himself and draw his weapon. Enough talk, come on! Chapter 124. Boom! The battle in Hennessy Village was essentially decided before it even officially began. Because the little girl with long blue hair didn't even wait for the Archmage on Silas's side to react before charging at him and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Without any fancy magic, without any dazzling martial arts skills or battle aura enhancement, this simple kick instantly broke several of the Archmage's ribs, sending him flying several meters away. Even, the blue-haired little girl seemed to barely know how to walk. Her charging and kicking were entirely based on instinct. Yet, this simple kick rendered the Archmage of Silas's team incapacitated, spitting out blood as he collapsed to the ground. "You're not worth my full strength." Looking at the man lying motionless on the ground, the blue-haired girl snorted and said in her still unfamiliar Esperan language, "Just a mere human, don't think too highly of yourself." You. Having coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and with the help of his remaining magic and the temporary boost from adrenaline, the Archmage on the ground barely managed to lift his head, looking at the little girl with disbelief. The little girl was very cute, with a playful round face and almond-shaped eyes, and was about 1.45 meters tall. Her hair was very long, exceeding her waist, and her chest, while not exactly flourishing, was at least flat as a board. "You are?" Only then did the Archmage on Silas's side notice that the little girl's eyes were vertical pupils unlike those of ordinary people, and that she had two barely noticeable horns on her head, mostly hidden by her thick hair. "This means, the opponent is a magical beast." Realizing what was happening, the Archmage let out a mournful cry of despair, then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "And Master?" This bizarre scene prompted members of the nearby Silas squad to rush forward. "Quick! Healer! Help!" As several mages and fighters in the squad formed a defensive formation, the grass elemental mage began healing this master. "This is a small warning to you bunch of weaklings." Looking at the crowd's terrified yet worshipful expressions, the blue-haired girl walked to the village chief's daughter's side and pointed to the peaceful Hennessy Village behind her. "If you dare to lay a finger on this village again, I won't hold back next time." Lacking suitable clothing, the little girl was only wearing a small dress borrowed from the villagers. She didn't even have socks or shoes. Her small, white feet were directly on the muddy ground at the village entrance. However, the little girl didn't seem to care at all. As a dragon, she was a master of water elemental magic. Any dirt she got could be easily washed away with water magic once she got back. What bothered her more now was the way the group of people in front of her were looking at her. Those contradictory looks, displeased yet simultaneously admiring of her power, fearful of it, a mixture of not daring to offend and profound worship. Yes, this blue-haired little girl was none other than the young lady of the dragon clan, who had slumbered for thousands of years on Mount Hennessy. Last night, after returning to the village with Eline, considering her enormous size, and the inconvenience of sharing a barbecue with everyone, Eline introduced her to the shape-shifting techniques used by dragons and had her learn a few simple phrases of Esperan, the common language of the current human world. Initially, the dragon was somewhat resistant to becoming a hairy monkey, unable to understand why she would give up her sacred status to become an ant-like human. However, when she tried becoming human and barbecued with the villagers, enjoying their praises like "You're so cute. Are you the goddess Hennessy? And thank you for protecting us all these years," and indulging in the adoring gazes of the crowd, she discovered being human was truly amazing. The village's heavy-duty ducks and yaks, if she were still a dragon, would basically be gone in one bite, without even tasting them. As a human, she could eat to her heart's content. When she was still a dragon, she spent her days sleeping on Mount Hennessy, with no one to talk to. Becoming human instantly gave her so many companions. Everyone would flatter and praise her. Everyone's expressions were full of admiration and respect. Her emotional value was off the charts. For humans, no matter how exceptional their talent, the pinnacle they can reach in their lifetime is essentially Grand Magister or Elemental God, which, in practical terms, is equivalent to a rank 6 monster. But the Flood Dragon is a rank 7 sacred beast. Even the strongest human would be no match for her. Speaking of which, this Flood Dragon was indeed the eldest daughter of a Flood Dragon clan. She ran away from home after arguing with her family, choosing to live in seclusion at Mount Hennessy. Having always been discriminated against in her clan because of her talent, she never imagined she would experience being the center of attention among humans. Be careful, this woman is most likely not human. While the Archmage was being treated, the strategists of Silas's team began to whisper among themselves. To be able to take down our squad leader in one move, that's beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. I don't recommend engaging her in any further conflict. You were so arrogant just now, why are you suddenly scared? Facing Silas's team's retreating posture, the dragon took 2 steps forward, its small feet splashing into a small puddle. You Silas are a superpower of this era, right? I have a suggestion. Let Silas nominally become a vassal state of Hennessy Village. What do you say? Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone in Silas's team was dumbfounded. If they remembered correctly, there was a small country near Hennessy Village that was a vassal state of the Silas Empire. The village chief of Hennessy frequently trades with that small country, and the entire village's economy is almost entirely dependent on it. You could say Hennessy is a vassal state of that small country. No, a vassal village. And now you want the Silas Empire to become a vassal state of Hennessy? What kind of magical relationship exists between these three? You're delusional. Thinking this, one of the members of Silas's team almost instinctively stood up and blurted out. However, before he could utter the word dream, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, a Linii descended from the sky with the Pope of the Frost Cross, landing in the crowd. Alright, everyone's here now. After confirming that the Pope hadn't fainted from her terrifying speed, a Linii clapped her hands, pushed him towards the front of the crowd, and yawned widely. You guys chat, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 125. Excuse me, good afternoon everyone. Ah, Lady Aisha. Is little Ire still resting? And who is this? She's the guardian beast from Tianchi, the little dragon's sister. Oh, I didn't come here today for anything special, mainly to see little Ire, and to give you a general overview of this year's Minar Academy freshman group assignments. The afternoon air in Hennessy Village was filled with the scent of sunshine. When Airlini opened her eyes in the small room on the second floor of the house, she just saw a small potted plant sprouting a touch of green on the windowsill. Although the old house, built of mud bricks, wasn't particularly beautiful, its overall structure was very sturdy. It had 2 floors, 4 rooms downstairs and 1 room upstairs, just enough for their group. And the small room on the second floor. Well, it was more like the entire second floor. The space was tiny, with a pointed roof overhead. An adult over 1.8 meters tall would probably bump their head on the tiles if they stood up on the second floor. But for Eline, this little room was just right, possessing a dreamlike, comic book feel. The room was cozy, with a warm little bed, a comfortable table and chairs, and a small window to keep the air circulating. Looking out the window, she could see the Hennessy River, which had nurtured countless generations, and the dense forest. Is it already this late? Eline yawned slightly, walked to the windowsill, and looked at the newly sprouted green shoot in the flower pot. The flower pot seemed quite old, but when she came upstairs to tidy the house yesterday, Eline hadn't noticed any signs of seeds sprouting. She guessed that some of the previously dormant seeds had sensed her presence overnight, absorbed a large amount of life elements, and finally broke through the soil to sprout. Eline is an all-elemental mage, which naturally includes grass element. When a grass elemental mage reaches a certain level, even without using any magic, these life elements will unconsciously permeate, affecting the surrounding plants and animals. In online game terms, Eline possesses a passive ability similar to Heart of Nature, which has an effect like restoring 1% of the maximum health and mana of nearby allies per second and accelerating plant growth. Good afternoon, little Elle. Seeing Eline descend the small stairs, Bilotes, who was tidying up in the living room, quickly stood up. Want something to eat? Mom will make you something. Eline looked around the room. Where are Wendy and the others? They went to Hennessy Lake ahead of time to prepare. Bilotes picked up a bottle of still warm milk from a small table. Would you like some beef? The fragrant yak beef we grilled last night? Eline almost blurted out, yes. Last night, when everyone was grilling around the campfire, the fragrant yak beef, a specialty of Hennessy Village, had left a very deep impression on Eline. This beef is not only delicious and tender, but it also has a delicate aroma. Combined with local cumin, star anise, perilla, and other seasonings, grilled over a fire, and with a touch of oyster sauce, it's simply divine. I know you like this, so Mom saved a lot of grilled beef. Looking at the little girl in the room with the same eyes she would give a little glutton, Bilotes picked up a plate of fragrant roasted beef from a thermal container under the table. Thank you. Erin took the tray and happily sat down on a small chair. Around noon, Miss Aisha came by once. As she spoke, Bilotes sat down next to Erin and gently put a napkin on the little girl's head. Erin ate her roast beef and asked curiously, what did she come for? Officially, she said she was mediating between the Silas Empire and Hennessy Village, but actually, Bilotes thought for a moment, she actually came to inform us of part of the group list for this year's Minar Academy Freshman's Wilderness Survival Training, including you and Wendy. Erin nodded. What are their plans? Little Erin and little Wendy, and Princess Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna of Arcana, and the daughter of the King of Atlantis, Sophia Carroll. Bilotes took out a pen and paper and wrote down the names, countries, elemental attributes, and talent levels of these people in detail, plus a maid from the Esperin royal family, Tina Plant, making a total of 5. Erin, eating her steak, remained silent for a while. Isn't this behind-the-scenes manipulation too obvious? Leaving aside the incredibly low probability of Erin and Wendy, both from the Piarista family, being grouped together, even if it were just a coincidence, Lilia and Sophia's inclusion could be considered not even an act. If nothing unexpected happens, Lilia should be the only S-rank talent among the new students admitted to Minar Academy this year, while Sophia's A+ grass elemental talent is also among the rarest in a century. Wendy herself is also an A+ wind elemental talent, not to mention Erin. Putting these 4 strongest new students together, anyone with eyes can see it's been arranged. Because Minar Academy never promised that the group roster would be completely random, and as a magic academy, they value highly talented freshmen. Putting top students together increases their chances of passing the assessment. It's a tacitly accepted rule. Back in our year, the 4 most talented freshmen were grouped together, Bilotes explained. However, whether you can survive independently on a deserted island depends most on your teamwork and cooperation. Teams aren't usually hostile to each other. I see, Eline said, seemingly understanding. I remember Sister Aisha saying that Minar Academy added a deathmatch mode this year. Doesn't that also consider combat strength? Deathmatch mode isn't included in the freshman assessment, the bonus points are the privileges I mentioned before, like being able to skip classes or sleep in class. You can apply to withdraw if you don't want them. So everyone tacitly approves of these kinds of behind-the-scenes manipulations? Yes. Bilotes smiled. Because everyone knows that the later tests don't really consider talent and combat power. However, it's still rare to see a freshman with top-tier elemental talent who is entirely female, like this year. Back when my mother was studying at Minar Academy, there was a little-known fact. During wilderness survival training, the higher the bloodline of royalty or nobles in the empire, the lower their self-reliance, and the more likely they are to make all sorts of embarrassing mistakes. As she spoke, Bilotes took out the projector Aisha had handed her at noon and turned it on, with a beep. The projector appears to be recording an interview conducted by a college reporter, with most of the interviewees being freshmen and passers-by from various Imperial Academy's admissions offices. What are your thoughts on this year's champion team? Obviously, this year's champion team consists of just a few girls, either nobles or members of royalty. I can't say. I hope they don't scream when they see a snake in the wild. Last year's nobles couldn't even cook. If Minar Academy manages to put 5 nobles together this year, I laugh at them for the rest of my life. I heard Minar updated its live stream this year. The equipment. I lock in the champion group right away, especially the grass goddess girl. I suspect she'd be completely helpless in the wild. What's your opinion? This year's top freshmen are all girls. The men are useless. If 5 noble girls end up in the same group, I'd be waiting to see the joke. It seems like nobody has high hopes for this year's champion group. While the projector was playing, Bilotes cast a curious glance at Eline. Can little Eline live alone in the wild? The little girl eating steak thought seriously for a moment. As long as the wild beasts outside aren't like my dad, a black dragon king, it'd be no problem at all. Chapter 126. Hennessy Heavenly Pool. With a refreshing splash, Wendy, wearing a dark blue one-piece swimsuit, plunged to the bottom of the shallow end of the pool. She surfaced quickly, tossing the 2 small fish she caught to Bilotes, who was near the fire on the shore. Quick! Fish! Bilotes hurriedly caught the fish, somewhat exasperated. Be careful. Don't swim too far. Okay. With that, Wendy took a deep breath and submerged. Catching fish like this is too inefficient. On the shore, Karachow casually conjured a fireball and threw it at the surface of the lake, which was clearly teeming with fish. Boom! The fireball exploded violently upon contact with the water, sending a jet of water soaring into the air, carrying a large number of unconscious silver fish high into the sky before they fell back into the shallows. Can't you be a little more ladylike? Alice, sitting under the parasol, was both amused and exasperated. I feel like I should have brought Julie along today. You're acting like a wild child without her. Hee, we came here to relax anyway. Carrick was a little embarrassed by her comment, and ran to the shallow end to pick up the little silver fish that were floating belly up one by one. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl, wearing only a dress, looked at Erin, who was hugging a swim ring in the hot spring pool. Aren't you going to play with them, adults? Erin sat down in the hot spring pool, buried her mouth below the waterline, and blew several bubbles. How did your talks with the Silas Empire go? After blowing bubbles, the little girl finally raised her head. You didn't do anything to their pope, did you? Having sensed the Silas Empire's team approaching Hennessy Village that morning, Eline had flown to the Silas Empire as quickly as possible and brought their pope over. After that, she yawned and went back to her room to rest. She hadn't inquired about the agreement between the Silas Pope and the dragon, how the bandit matter was being handled, or the future of Hennessy Village. I didn't dare to make a move, afraid of killing that pope. Eline's question made the dragon obediently sit down on the rock beside the hot spring, sighing, I really didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the overall level of human magic would have declined so much, and there aren't many high-level magical beasts around. Eline asked curiously, was the level of human magic very high 1,000 years ago? The upper limit was about the same, but the lower limit was different. Back then, the popes of some empires were at least at the level of elemental gods, and those powerful countries often had many high-level archmages in charge. The dragon looked at the cute little girl's face in the hot spring. I asked their pope, and currently the Silas Empire only has 1 high-level archmage. The rest are all mid-level or low-level archmages. They can hardly send any high-level magical beasts. With that kind of combat power, any major power in my time could easily crush them. Similar to the novel, I woke up, and the world's magic level had dropped 10,000 times. But I become stronger? Eline thought to herself. We signed an agreement with the Pope, allowing Hennessy Village to trade directly with the Silas Empire and exempting it from all tariffs. Silas needs to protect Hennessy Village's independence from a political perspective, and I helped them tier up the ledgers so the Pope can report back to the king that the ledgers were swallowed by a 7th-tier magical beast. The dragon added, as for the safety of Hennessy Village, I'd be responsible for that from now on. You must be a princess from the dragon clan, right? Eline casually asked, have you decided to stay? I'm the most low-ranking princess, with mediocre water elemental talent, and I dislike the hypocritical social interactions of my family. I couldn't stand being nagged for hundreds of years and ran away. And then I slept on this volcano for thousands of years, achieving nothing to this day. The dragon smiled bitterly. If I hadn't met you, sir, I would have just slept through the rest of my life. Oh, a young lady from a noble family, because of poor grades, lack of talent, and poor social skills, fed up with her family's nagging, ran off to an internet cafe in a small county town and played there for over 10 years, becoming an internet addict, planning to just play through the rest of her life. But I seem to be very lucky to have met you, sir. The dragon said respectfully, if you have any further orders, sir, please feel free to ask. For most magical beasts, to know a dragon is already a great honor. This honor is far more precious than any treasure, even priceless. Moreover, Erlini doesn't seem to be an ordinary dragon. She is clearly a dragon princess. Similar to something in an ancient drama, being able to meet the current emperor, speak with him, and leave an impression on him is a gift far more valuable than gold and jewels. Do you know Maple Leaf Village? Faced with the dragon's question, Erin suddenly spoke up, or, do you know the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Nine-Tailed Fox? The dragon was taken aback. White fox or fire fox? Fire fox. I do know fire foxes. The dragon gestured to the great waterfall at the bottom of the heavenly pool. It must have been over 100 years ago. A half-fox came here. She probably wanted to collect herbs behind the cliff, and she used fire magic to blast me awake for a while, so I chased her away. As for Maple Leaf Village, I don't know anything about it. Do you remember what characteristics that half-fox had? I don't remember, just a very ordinary half-fox. The dragon asked cautiously. Sir, do you know her? She asked. Not really. Eline shook her head. Do you have any clues about that half-fox? Like, did she say where she was going? She seemed to have mentioned something about Atlantis, but I didn't understand the language. I see. Eline, holding her swim ring, jumped out of the hot spring with a splash. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. I'm going back to Lehman in the next few days, then to school. Please take care of Hennessy Village. With that, Eline, still holding her swim ring, walked towards the shallow end of the heavenly pool and jumped in with a splash. In her previous life, back at the orphanage on Earth, she had actually learned to swim. There was a small river behind the orphanage. During holidays, the children would run to play in the water, and over time, they naturally learned to swim. However, swimming, like riding a bicycle or dancing, is a form of muscle memory. Although she still retains the memory of swimming, her human body, after transforming, can't keep up, and she needs more practice. Of course, for dragons, swimming isn't a necessary skill. Little Erline, Wendy, beaming, raised her hand for a high five as she saw Erline swimming towards her with her swimming ring. Did you hear? We've been put in the same group. Sister Lilia and that little princess from Atlantis are in our group too. Erline also raised her little hand and gave the little girl a high five. Good luck on the first day of school. Chapter 127. A few days later, Minar Academy concluded its spring admissions for the year and announced the group assignments at its admissions points in the great empires of Lehman, Arcana, Hespera, and others. Elenine, Wendy, Lilia, Sophia, Tina. Sure enough, the most talented students have been grouped together again. Standing in the Goddess Square in Lehman, overgrown with plants and mushrooms, people examined the list projected on the crystal and the physical notice board beside it, discussing amongst themselves. And the most amazing thing is that these 5 top freshmen all took their talent tests in Lehman. Can you believe it? Even more amazing is that these 5 are all nobles, and even all girls. This wilderness survival training is going to be interesting. Judging by your tone, are you a Minar scholar too? Most of those checking the group assignments were parents of the students on the list, but there were also quite a few enthusiastic citizens and Minar scholars who were there to watch the spectacle. Because Minar Academy is the only academy that publicly announces and broadcasts its freshman entrance exams in their entirety, and it's also the most prestigious and largest academy on the Eve continent, admitting students in 4 semesters, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and holding a large-scale freshman entrance exam almost every 3 months. There are many people who study this academy and closely observe its freshman exams. After Minar Academy's talent test, there's a 3-day wilderness survival training, followed by a 4-day magic challenge test, totaling a week. Some people specifically study the students' performance during this week for each season, analyzing common mistakes made by freshmen, assessing which elemental magic is best suited for in the wild, and selling related items and supplies to freshmen, etc. For example, some scholars would collaborate with the Mages Association to compile relevant data, produce must-pass wilderness training tailored for nobles, sell various daily necessities, and wilderness survival guides near enrollment registration points, or bet on which group of freshmen would be eliminated, and gather with companions to watch the live broadcast. People who research Minar Academy and its freshman entrance exams in this way are called Minar scholars. This is a very large organization, comparable in size to the magic scholars of the major empires. Huh? Is there a rule about it being all nobles and girls? My daughter is in the same cohort this year. Will she be bullied? Listening to the Minar scholars around her talking so confidently, one parent panicked. This freshman wilderness survival training. Is there any rule about it? That depends on whether your daughter is a pampered princess at home. I'm a longtime fan of Minar Academy. I never missed a single live stream of the freshman wilderness survival training every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I know all the rules inside and out. The man speaking adopted an expert air. If you don't want your daughter to be bullied, why don't you consult us? The parent next to him immediately panicked. Tell me in detail. Tell me in detail. Since you're so sincere, I just give you a brief explanation. Generally, the ones who have problems in this wilderness survival training are mostly children of nobles. Nobles, you know, have good family conditions. They have nannies and butlers at home. They only need to practice magic every day, and often the cultivation of independence in these children is neglected. What do you mean? What exactly does independence refer to? Minar Academy's wilderness survival training doesn't allow any tools or food. Everyone has to wear a special uniform, and the survival location is a deserted island. Imagine sending your daughter empty-handed to a deserted island. What would she eat? What would she drink? What if she encountered magical beasts? Where would she sleep at night? Most noble children haven't encountered anything like this. Some nobles have heard of Minar Academy's reputation, and will train their children beforehand. But you know how it is with children. Training at home is one thing, but surviving alone with 4 strangers is another. All sorts of unexpected events can happen in the wilderness. Take Silas a few years ago, for example, that fire elemental talent A+. Is this the young master Brand? The Minar scholars, who witnessed his wilderness survival training, were all deeply impressed by him. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't pitch a tent. He couldn't cook. If it weren't for his 4 good teammates, he probably wouldn't have survived a single day on that deserted island. What should we do? My daughter is usually quite independent and can cook for herself, but it seems she's never actually lived alone in the wild before. If you're really in a hurry, I have a book here called Minar Freshman Wilderness Survival Case Studies and Teamwork Wins: How to Pass the Minar Freshman Entrance Test. They're originally 20 silver coins, but I think you're destined for them, so I sell them to you for 18 silver coins each. Want one? From the crowd, a boy with short, choppy black hair pushed through the people in front of him, came to the list display point, and expressionlessly examined the information on one of the notice boards. Nasod Garland, 13 years old, A-level lightning elemental talent, group 99. Calling him a teenager isn't entirely accurate, as both his appearance and height give off a more boyish vibe. He's less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, carrying a small backpack. This is none other than Nasod, the Black Dragon King, who recently participated in the Minar Newcomer Elemental Talent Test through special connections. Garion is the surname of Fafnir, Elaine's mother's side of the family. In dragon language, the pronunciation refers to a flower, symbolizing glory and stars. The reason he appeared in this boyish form was because Nasod felt his previous image as a black-haired youth blended slightly into the group of 13 and 14-year-olds. It was too conspicuous, so he changed his appearance. To achieve this age regression effect, Nasod even used advanced curse black magic on himself, forcibly regressing his strength as the Dark Dragon King to that of a young dragon, suppressing most of his power, and only then using the transformation spell. The effect of using both curse and transformation magic simultaneously was Nasod could temporarily transform into a child of about 10 years old, and during the talent test, he only achieved an A level in lightning element. Hey bro, which group are you in? Just as Nasod was looking at the group list, a blonde-haired boy walked over. Could it be group 99? It's young Master Benson. Is he Benson Wayne? Yes, the only A+ lightning element talent mage from Aspera's side. At this moment, many people in the crowd recognized the blonde youth and waved to him. Why did young Master Benson come all the way from Aspera to Lehman? Maybe Lehman is closer to this year's wilderness survival training location. He can rest here for a bit, and then head straight there. I reckon even more people will come to Lehman after we see the group assignments and training locations at noon. Speaking of which, there are an absurd number of A+ affinity freshmen this year. Normally, even an A level is considered a big deal, but A+. Theoretically, a single elemental encounter might only happen once every 100 years, yet several have appeared this year. Seemingly enjoying the onlooker's flattery, the boy called Benson Wayne stood next to Nasod. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Which group are you in? Nasod glanced at the blonde boy subconsciously, paused for a moment, and replied, Group 99. Oh! What a coincidence. Benson gestured to the list on the signboard in front of him. What's your name? Nasod. Nasod. A rank lightning elemental talent? Not bad, very strong, only one rank below me, and both are lightning based. After finding Nasod's information on the list, Benson smirked. How's your lightning elemental magic? How far have you progressed? Not bad. Nasod thought for a moment. Just average mage level. Haha, no problem, I already learned all the skills of a lightning mage. I carry you when the time comes. Speaking with a hint of pride, Benson pointed to the remaining 3 members of the group. These 3 B rank. Haven't shown up yet. Looks like we can't count on them. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Nasod. How about you become my underling? Before Nasod could speak, Benson added, Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm from the Aspera Wayne family. A word from our family is enough to make Aspera tremble. You won't regret following me. All right. Looking at the blonde youth's ambitious demeanor, Nasod didn't mind and said calmly, Then you can be the group leader, I follow you. Chapter 128. Compared to the eager new students and parents at the Lehman Goddess Square, who were impatient to know their group assignments, Irene, having already been informed of her group members' names, slept until around 2:30 p.m. as usual at the villa. School, ugh. Sitting up, the little girl almost instinctively licked the back of her hand, then used her slightly damp little hand to smooth down her ahogue, cowlick, quickly combing her messy hair before getting out of bed. I remember I have to wear that school uniform today. In her wardrobe filled with adorable clothes, Irene found the Minar Academy's Grass Element exclusive new student uniform and square-toed school shoes, paired with white stockings adorned with dragon souls, and went to the small mirror to change. This outfit was very youthful and cute. The top was a green and white sailor uniform, or rather, a British-style school uniform, and the bottom was a grass-green pleated skirt. The sailor uniform has a small pocket on the left chest, printed with the Minar Academy's dragon logo, and a small green bow at the center of the collar. The matching skirt has metal zippers. One slides up and down to adjust the opening for easy on and off, while the other slides left and right to secure the skirt at the waist. Besides, the skirt also hides 2 large pockets, each marked with a grass element symbol, giving it a fresh and sweet look. If all these clothes in my wardrobe were put in the world of infinite love, most of them would probably only have sweet or fresh attributes, and I'd definitely lose to any random person in a fashion showdown. Irene thought helplessly. This grass-green outfit, paired with white stockings and school uniform shoes, gave off a little elf going to school vibe. Of course, although this outfit belongs to the Minar Academy uniform, because it doesn't have a student's name or student ID number on it, it's currently only applicable to students who participated in wilderness survival training before enrollment. Only after passing all the tests and obtaining an official Minar Academy student card can the outfit be taken to the Academic Affairs office to have one's name and unique student ID number printed on it. You're not planning to hide your presence at all, are you? After changing her clothes in front of the mirror, tying the little bow at her chest, tightening the zipper of her skirt, and canceling her dragon dance step, Irene slipped her small feet, encased in white stockings, into her brown uniform shoes, and then said to the window, Come out, Cyndaquil. Hee. As she spoke, a girl in a red dress flipped backwards through the window into the room. Hiding my presence in front of you is useless. Wow! The person who entered through the window was none other than Hugh, the chipmunk from the Lemanian underworld organization Shadow Soul. Your outfit is so cute. The chipmunk was immediately taken aback by the little girl's attire upon entering the room. A uniform. The grass element freshman uniform from Minar Academy. Eline tiptoed, tapping her uniform shoes a few times on the floor to confirm they fit perfectly before looking up. In trouble again? Because her feet were so small, Minar Academy didn't have shoes in her size, and these uniform shoes were something Vera, who had commissioned by Lodi's, to make at the last minute. Fortunately, Vera's craftsmanship was excellent, and the materials she used were the softest in the shop, making them very comfortable to wear. Otherwise, Aunt Iber would probably have had to seek help from some high-level sacred beast again. No trouble at all, but isn't today your first day of school? I thought I'd come and check on you. Looking at the little girl fixing her hair in front of the mirror, the chipmunk put on a frightened expression. You won't kick me out, right? Let me guess. After simply combing her hair into pigtails, Irene took out the breakfast prepared by Lodi's from the drawer, and while eating mumbled, Any news about the matter I asked you about before? You're so clever, I don't know what to say. The chipmunk shrugged. Yes, my dad and I have almost completely wiped out Riemann's underground forces these past few days, and we also talked to the king and the church counselors. They said they were willing to relinquish some power, and we could then oversee the future of this country. Are the church council members really so comfortable handing over power to you? Well, there's no other way. Shadow Soul does have a lot of dark history, and the situation in Lehman is quite complicated. The king, the parliament, the papacy, nobles, a whole bunch of forces are tangled up, all wary of each other. Having another underground force like us won't make a difference. We can help them maintain a balance. Chipmunk said, casting an inquiring glance at Eline. Would you like to see our progress these past few days? No. Eline refused without hesitation. I'm not interested in these things. I knew it. The chipmunk chuckled. Dad insisted I make this trip. A few days ago, I went to Hennessy Village. There's a very high volcano there, and a dragon lives inside. After quickly finishing her breakfast, Erin tidied up the food on her small plate and said to the chipmunk beside her, I asked about the dragon fox. She said a half-fox had been there, and gave us a clue about Atlantis. Atlantis? Atlantis is a small country. Your background might be related to that country. Erin took a bell from under her pillow. And this should also be a token of the Fox clan. It has the same aura as that mask. Wear it. The chipmunk took the bell, momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Seeing the girl's silent expression, Erin yawned. Let's be clear, the half-fox mentioned by the dragon only mentioned the country of Atlantis. It doesn't mean that half-fox actually went to Atlantis, and I can't be sure that half-fox definitely. Why are you helping me? Huh? Why are you? The chipmunk turned her face away, seemingly not wanting Erin to see her expression. You are a noble dragon. Why are you helping me with these things? It's not really helping. I just asked casually. I found this bell at the clothing store earlier. Picking up the small plate, Erin walked towards the door. Are you going to Atlantis? Yes. In front of Erin, the chipmunk put the bell around her neck. Thank you. I owe you twice. I repay you when I come back. Without waiting for Erin's reply, the girl with the bell on flipped out the window. As expected of the Fox clan, Erin walked to the window in her uniform shoes, glancing at the warm sunlight and the lingering fragrance of the girl, and shook her head. Just helped her with a clue, and she's already thinking about repaying a debt. If all else fails, I have Dad catch a few nine-tailed foxes from the Fire Fox's territory. Chapter 129. Little Elle. Over here. After breakfast and changing clothes, Elle and Bilotes emerged from the Piarista family villa. At the entrance to the Lehman Goddess Square, Elle saw Wendy and her group, who had been waiting for some time. Wendy was wearing the same British-style Minar Academy uniform as Elle, but compared to Elle's grass green, her uniform and skirt had a touch more cyan in their main color, giving her a restrained and gentle feel. Good afternoon, Sister Wendy. After greeting Wendy, Elle turned to the group behind her, and Aunt Connor, Sister Carachu, Sister Juliana, Uncle Linton, and... At this point, the little girl looked at the men and women next to Linton, with a slightly embarrassed expression. These people were clearly members of the Piarista family. They had appeared with Linton at previous family gatherings and the Harvest Festival party, but because of Eline's absent-minded nature, she still couldn't quite remember their names. Moreover, the Piarista family was a large family, divided into 4 main branches: ice, fire, thunder, and wind. There were also many scattered members outside these 4 branches, and Eline genuinely couldn't remember a single name. It's all right. I'm from the wind branch. You fell asleep at the family gathering, so I sat next to Linton. I'm a mage from the ice branch. I was in Moan City when little Eline defeated the Flame Wolf and witnessed the entire battle. Hello, little Ire. I'm Juliana's older sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're so cute. Fortunately, seeing that Arini didn't remember her name, the people who came to see her off took the initiative to introduce themselves. If it weren't for little Ire, our family might never have known we were cursed. I'm sorry, I've been too busy with family and council affairs lately, and haven't had time to come see little Ire. Little Ire is a superstar in the Lehman Empire now. Just seeing her makes me happy. Oh, right. These family members' words reminded Linton of something. King Cassius just came over and said that if little Ire would do him the honor, he'd like to meet you. King Cassius? Hearing this name, Aerines Ahogue, Cowlick, seemed to peek out slightly. In a public setting? Privately, I heard that if the king were to come in public, Goddess Square would probably descend into chaos. Cassius is quite influential in Lehman. Linton gestured to a tea house not far from the square. His Majesty the King is wearing a mask, and is having tea on the first floor of that tea house. He added, he meant it was a private request, something he could choose whether to attend or not. Oh. Hearing this, and realizing the tea house wasn't too far away, Eline handed her small backpack to Bilotes. Mommy, I'm going over there. Okay. Bilotes nodded gently. Then Mommy, and everyone else will wait for you here. Okay. Eline walked briskly towards the tea house. The little girl's chunky-heeled school uniform shoes made a cheerful sound on the hard floor of Goddess Square. Eline actually had a somewhat favorable impression of King Cassius of the Lehman Empire, known for his battle-loving attitude. At least compared to the two-faced Pope, the profit-driven senators, and the Skyfire cult members who feigned ignorance and amassed wealth alongside the Pope, this king who personally went to battle was at least somewhat normal. Considering that she would be studying at Minar Academy in the future, and that the Piarista family would inevitably have to deal with this king in their work, Eline decided to give him some face. Welcome. As soon as she entered the tea house, a waiter greeted her. How many are in your party? It was clear that due to the recent announcement of the new student team rosters by Minar Academy, and Riemann being the closest major city to the new student wilderness survival training location, the tea house was extremely popular, packed with people inside and out. 1. Eline easily spotted a masked man sitting near the window, after surveying the tea house. Even without using her dragon senses, finding someone so unusual in this bustling tea house wouldn't have been difficult. This Cassius looked remarkably different. He was dressed in formal attire, quite tall, with long hair styled in a small braid. His mask, worn for ease of eating, was an open-mouth style, giving off a stop it, Azu, there are police everywhere outside vibe. I'm looking for someone, thank you. Signaling to the waiter that she didn't need to attend to her, Erin walked straight towards Cassius. Hello? After sitting down on a small chair, Erin unceremoniously picked up the untouched millet cake and camel milk from the table, clearly her own order, and waved to Cassius in greeting. I start eating. After the greeting, the little girl immediately picked up a knife and fork and began eating the millet cake. Ah. Seeing Erin's completely unfazed demeanor, Cassius was initially taken aback. Then, to hide his nervousness, he picked up his teacup and took a couple of sips. I thought you wouldn't come. How could he not be nervous? This was a formidable figure who had single-handedly forged an alliance between Lehman and Silas, brought the king and pope of Silas back from their homeland thousands of kilometers away in less than 20 minutes, and then easily defeated the Tier 5 magical beast, the Flame Wolf. In the past few days, Cassius had managed to obtain footage of Eline negotiating with the pope at the Silas Cathedral. Combined with the footage of this little girl's battle against the fire wolves in the northern Lemanian city of Monde, he easily drew the same conclusion as the Silas Empire. With the strength of his nation's little darling, even if she intended to become queen on the continent of Eve, absolutely no one would dare utter a single word of dissent. Cassius had witnessed the ferocity of the fire wolves, yet in Eline's hands, they were less than insects. Now, this figure, comparable to a dragon, sat before him. How could he not be nervous? I just happened to be passing by and stopped by. Eline, munching on a snack, said, if the meeting place were in a palace or a church, I probably wouldn't have gone. I certainly wouldn't dare take up your time, sir. Cassius wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Then let's get straight to the point. I mainly want to express my gratitude in person for your help during this time. With that, Cassius removed his mask. Please forgive me for not being able to meet you on my own initiative, because given my status, if I went there directly, it might cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. So I could only invite you here to thank you in this small place. Thank you so much. Eline nodded, feigning indifference. I understand. Ahem, Thank you for understanding. Cassius was full of gratitude. I already applied to the Silas Empire for the trial and handover of the Osborne family. I believe the Osborne family will receive their due punishment soon. Furthermore, the Piarista family will henceforth be the only honorary noble family in the Lehman Empire. Joining the Parliament grants you equal power with the Parliament and the papacy, and the right to supervise and govern them. And regarding the corruption within the palace, I will have trusted subordinates investigate thoroughly in the coming days. For the next few minutes, Cassius and Eline spoke at length about internal reforms and the transfer of power, essentially saying that Riemann would treat the Piarista family well, investigate all past injustices, and launch an anti-corruption campaign, hoping Eline wouldn't hold Riemann's arrogance against her. Of course, compared to these promises and apologies, the delicious millet cakes on the table were far more appealing to the Dragon Princess. I know you might not like hearing this, so... After expressing her gratitude, Cassius put his mask back on, took a small box from his bag, and opened it. Inside the box was a miniature sword crafted from pure gold and special crystal. This is the symbol of the Cassius royal family, and also the symbol of our Lehman. Cassius pushed the miniature golden sword, box and all, before Eline, adopting a respectful demeanor. I have already sent envoys to almost every country on the Eve continent to inform them. This sword is now equivalent to that of the Lehman Empire. If you or Piarista encounter difficulties in any country on the Eve continent in the future, you can present this sword to the high-ranking officials of that country. If they still do not respect you after seeing it, Then we will consider this a declaration of war against the Lehman Empire. Chapter 130. Upon returning, Eline handed the small golden sword to Linton almost without hesitation and explained how to use it. She barely remembered anything King Cassius had said in the tea house. For Eline, the life or death of the Lehman Empire was unimportant, as were the corruption of the high-ranking officials and royal counselors. The empire's future and its intended direction were of no concern. This dragon princess, adopted as Piarista's daughter, only cared about two things from beginning to end: sleeping and eating. She would only intervene if anyone directly or indirectly affected these two things. If King Cassius hadn't arranged to meet her at the tea house, where entering meant receiving refreshments, Eline wouldn't have even considered listening to his rambling. Wow, directly representing the royal family and the Riemann, it seems our King Cassius has really gone all out. At the entrance to the square, after listening to Eline's words, Linton sheathed his little golden sword and remarked, "His Majesty seems to have matured quite a bit. He rarely participated in state affairs before. This is also one of the reasons why the Riemann Church and its members of parliament have gradually fallen into corruption, because the king doesn't manage things." Connor said helplessly. Luckily, little Eline stepped in and saved everyone. "Let's go!" Belodis, carrying a small bag, took Eline's hand. "Let's go see the group list and location for this year's wilderness survival training." "Okay." Wendy pulled Eline's other hand. "Anyway, no matter where we are, as her older sister, I take good care of little Eline. Can you cook and take care of little Elle?" Linton teased. "You're lucky you're not causing trouble." "Of course I can," Wendy retorted, her face full of indignation. "If there were a heavy-duty duck on that deserted island, I could make lemon duck for little Elle every day." "Can you kill a duck?" Linton laughed. "Don't embarrass yourself by not being able to beat a duck." "A mere heavy-duty duck? I'm sure I can beat it. But there might not be lemons on the deserted island, right? We can use something else sour. Flavorful fruit. It tastes weird if it's not lemon. And what sour fruit are you planning to use for the dipping sauce? How about a sour apple? Apple trees seem to be everywhere. Little Wendy, there are 3 ways to marinate the lemon heavyweight duck before cooking. Can you tell me what those 3 are? Aunt Connor, don't expose me now." In a relaxed atmosphere, Erin and her group entered the crowded Goddess Square and arrived at one of the notice boards. "What kind of monster is this first group? S-rank ice element talent is one thing, but S+ grass element talent? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Minar Academy has S+ talent?" At this moment, the Minar scholars and parents who came to inspect the group assignments had basically noticed the conspicuous words Erin Piarista, 12 years old, S+ grass element affinity on the notice board for the first group, and they whispered among themselves. It said that the child broke the testing crystal on the day of the test, and the tester made an exception and gave him an S+ rating. Wasn't the crystal designed and manufactured by the 6th-tier magical beast Emotian himself? How could it break? What kind of monster is this freshman named Eline? Can a local from Lehman tell us? Don't ask. This is our great heroine of Lehman. Don't be fooled by the S+ grass elemental talent written on it. Her greatest strengths are actually ice and fire elemental magic. Others are at least at the level of a Grand Magister in these 2 elemental magics. What kind of person can possess S+ grass elemental talent? Under the premise of affinity, you can still cultivate fire and ice elements? Can you at least write something before you start bragging? You're the one who asked me, a local from Lehman. I'm telling you the truth now, but you don't believe me. You don't even believe such an absurd statement yourself, do you? I believe it. Excuse me, excuse me. In the noisy crowd, the burly Linton clapped his hands. We are parents. Let us see the group list and training location. This year's survival training location is Weltenhare Island, in the center of an inland lake, more than 600 kilometers from our southern border of Lehman. A kind member of the crowd made way for Linton. The biggest highlight is the incredibly strong Group 1. This Group 1 not only has 1 S+ top-tier talent, unprecedented in the history of Minar Academy, and 1 S-level ice element talent, but the remaining 3 in the group are also 8+. A lineup of geniuses of this caliber, practically a once-in-a-millennium all-star roster. It's just a pity that all 5 of these top-tier talents are girls. A bespectacled scholar from Minar adopted a mysterious air. I wonder how they performed in their wilderness survival training. Yeah, if they're all pampered young ladies, there's a high chance of conflict on the first night, a passerby chimed in. Besides, survival training is just the beginning. Later, they need to evacuate the island alone to the western forests of the Silas Empire to harass a magical beast. I remember that forest is incredibly dangerous, teeming with magical beasts. Navigating it will truly test the team's cohesion. I'm still very curious about what this little girl named Erin Piarista looks like. Grass element girls are usually very lively, but I haven't seen many lively ones today. Amidst the bustling crowd, Erin and her group squeezed near the notice board, examining the text. Just as Aisha had said, Erin was in a group with Wendy, Lilia, Sophia, and Tina. Their elemental types were listed as grass, wind, ice, grass, and rock. As the first group of the spring semester at Minar Academy, their names were listed at the very top of the notice board. This naturally aroused curiosity and confusion among the surrounding crowd. Generally speaking, regardless of the year, fire and lightning elemental talents are the most common among new students, with almost every group having some students possessing these two elemental talents. However, Group 1, to which Erin belonged, didn't have a single member with either fire or lightning elemental talent. Furthermore, their group was one of the few that consisted entirely of girls, all of whom were nobles, an almost impossible combination that astonished the Minar scholars who had observed it. After reviewing the notice board, Erin, sensing a familiar aura, turned her head towards another new student list display point not far away. Dad? There, although Dragon King Nasod had concealed his aura well, it still couldn't escape Erin's dragon breath. At the same time, Nasod also noticed Erin, creating an awkward moment. What, you know those girls? Benson, who had recently taken Nasod as his underling, glanced at Nasod, then at Eline and Wendy in their school uniforms ahead, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Let's go, we go meet them. Chapter 131. Let's go! We go after them. The moment Benson uttered these words, Nasod, standing beside him, almost instinctively raised his hand, instantly conjuring a black magic orb in his palm capable of annihilating an entire city. Then, he forcefully resisted the urge to throw the orb at Benson, putting his hands behind his back and extinguishing the black magic. This action sent a chill down Benson's spine. Unable to sense dragon breath or understand black magic, he didn't even recognize the overwhelming killing intent Nasod was unleashing. However, as a nobleman and a mage with an A+ affinity for lightning, he instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Don't go! Absolutely don't go! Going will kill you! As if countless voices were preventing him from moving forward, Benson, who had just taken 2 steps, froze. He stopped and looked around. Why do I feel a chill despite the sweltering heat and the large number of people around? This is the capital of the Lehman Empire, and there's a huge group of mages from the Minar Academy nearby. There's no way anyone would dare to commit such a crime. Besides, I'm a nobleman of Aspera. My family's bodyguards are everywhere within 100 meters. If an assassin were to appear, those bodyguards wouldn't remain silent. What was that feeling I just had, as if I circled the gates of hell, almost seeing the face of death itself? Captain, what's wrong? At this moment, a member of the team noticed Benson's unusual state and asked curiously, weren't we supposed to be going to flirt with that girl over there? Aye. Benson quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked around again, repeatedly reliving the feeling of being on the verge of death, and a shiver ran through him. I better not go. Under the threat of death, Benson chose to follow his instincts. Although he was only a teenager, a spirited age full of curiosity and confidence about the opposite sex, as a nobleman, he had been taught countless times by his elders, never gamble with your life, no matter what. Huh? Why aren't you going again? The team member who spoke was full of questions. He was just a mage with only B-rank elemental affinity from a small country on the outskirts of the Lehman Empire, so naturally he couldn't sense the deathly aura from earlier. Is the captain feeling unwell? No, it's just suddenly. Suddenly, I wanted to give you guys a chance to shine. In his panic, Benson noticed Nasod beside him, and quickly patted the little cutie on the shoulder. Why don't you go? You're pretty handsome, I bet the girls won't mind. Nasod didn't speak, gave Benson a disdainful look, and walked towards Eline. You almost blew up Riemann just now. Seeing Nasod approach, Eline made a classic W face like Izumi Kanata from Lucky Star, and said in slightly mocking dragon language, Dad's such a coward, he's hundreds of thousands of years old and still bothers with these mortals. Nasod's lips twitched. I was worried you get hurt. Get hurt? In what way? In terms of relationships? Eline covered her mouth and chuckled, Silly Dad, you don't think I like boys, do you? I won't argue with you. Nasty avoided Eline's gaze. Listen, the wilderness survival training at Minar Academy isn't like the one at the Piarista family, where there's someone to take care of you. Starting tonight, you'll be spending 3 days and 3 nights alone on that deserted island, and you're not allowed to bring any tools or food. You must cook for yourselves and make fires for the nights. So Dad thinks your greatest and smartest daughter can't live alone in the wild? Nassie was speechless for a moment, then sighed softly. Okay, I'm really worried about you. I understand. Eileen. He pulled out a small biscuit he casually grabbed at the tea house from his skirt pocket, munching on it while mumbling, after all, Dad spent hundreds of thousands of years in battle, always a cold-blooded, ruthless assassin? And then this assassin suddenly had a daughter like me, an ice elf, kind and lovely. Being a father for the first time, he's bound to be a little flustered and at a loss. He then handed over another small biscuit from his pocket. Here, calm down. It's human food, and it tastes pretty good. King Cassius offered it to me. Nasod gave a disgusted look, but he still took the biscuit. Is this Mr. Nasod? At this moment, Bilotes, behind Arin, also noticed the little boy who looked exactly like the previous Black Dragon King Nasod, but seemed almost 10 years younger. What happened? Putting a high-level curse on yourself, then using the transformation spell will achieve the effect. Arin sighed softly. Dad, you're really ruthless to yourself. I already scouted it out for you. This year, the ecosystem of Wiltonhar Island, the wilderness survival training ground for the new students of Minar Academy, is very complex. The most common animal on the island is an Angora rabbit called the Hellish Mad Rabbit. This rabbit ranks third in the human world's magical beast rating. Its bite hurts a lot, so don't be fooled by its appearance. Nasod didn't mention putting a curse on himself. After all, that's similar to punching yourself twice to make your face fatter. He went straight to the point with Arin. Also, there are many more giant lizards, moikuku birds, mixed fungus heavyweight ducks, and hell pythons on that island. The temperature difference between day and night is huge. Heavyweight ducks? Hearing this, Arin subconsciously asked, okay? Want some? Mushroom-fed heavyweight duck, not the kind of meat duck raised by humans. Nasod chuckled. This kind of duck has a symbiotic relationship with many mushrooms. It's huge, and it bites. Are those mushrooms poisonous? Not poisonous. Heavyweight ducks aren't elemental creatures. If they were poisonous, they wouldn't survive. Then they're all food. Eileen nodded, stepped forward, and patted the little boy's head on her little leather shoes. Thanks, Dad, for coming all this way to tell me. Nasod's face flushed red and then paled. After a long pause, he slapped Eileen's hand away and scolded, no manners. All right, pack your things and get ready to go to the training camp. If anything happens these next few days, you can come find me anytime. With that, he turned and walked back towards the direction his previous team had gone. How is it? How is it? Seeing Nasod return, the squad leader, Benson, immediately rushed over. I saw you two talking for quite a while. What did she say? She said she doesn't like men. Huh? She's the top S+ grass element freshman at Minar Academy this year, and many girls are pursuing her, including the Princess of Arcana. Moreover, that girl's background is very mysterious. If you don't want to die, you better not get involved with her. Nasod said, sitting down on a thick vine nearby, taking out the cookie Eileen had given him, and taking a bite. This cookie tastes citrus. It's quite sweet. Chapter 132. As the griffin slowly descended from the sky, Arin and Wendy, holding Bilotes' hands, jumped down from its back. Wow! Before them lay the location of Minar Academy's spring semester wilderness survival training ground. Weltonharu Island. What a huge island, what a lush forest. Weltonharu Island is located in the middle of a vast lake on the outskirts of the Lehman Empire, a no-man's land on the Eve continent. As an island in a lake, Weltonharu is quite large. Even if the thousands of freshmen recruited by Minar Academy this spring were to land on the island simultaneously and disperse, the probability of different groups meeting after 3 days would be extremely low. Starting at 6 p.m. tonight, all freshmen who have passed Minar Academy's talent test will gradually enter the island. Wilderness survival training will officially begin after 6 p.m. On the island, all freshmen must wear Minar Academy's uniform. In addition to uniforms, the Academy also provided each student with a small backpack containing spare clothes and a signal flare. If anyone encounters any emergency on the island, such as falling into a deep hole beyond the reach of their companions, being bitten by venomous snakes or wild beasts, food shortages, heat stroke, or simply feeling they can no longer endure the training, arguing with their companions, or deciding they no longer wish to continue, they can fire a signal flare into the sky to request withdrawal. This wilderness survival training is a mandatory test for new students established by Minar Academy thousands of years ago. It is said that over 1,000 years ago, before this test existed, students could enter Minar Academy as long as they possessed the necessary elemental talent and were in good health. Assigning these students from all over the world, regardless of background, and solely based on talent to the same dormitory often led to various conflicts. Back then, there were often arrogant or spoiled freshmen causing trouble in the dorms. For example, some freshmen were spoiled at home and wouldn't do their laundry, litter, or practice good hygiene. They used other people's belongings without asking, didn't know how to get along with others, had bad tempers, were easily stressed, and would verbally abuse their roommates. These arguments would escalate into fights. Once these conflicts between the magicians were escalated, it wasn't just a simple hair-pulling brawl between students. If the two sides in the dorm got into a fight and started using magic, it was possible to demolish the entire dorm building. Having learned these painful lessons, Minar Academy began to incorporate freshman wilderness survival adaptation training into the pre-enrollment tests. The aim was to smooth out the rough edges of these spoiled students, teaching them about teamwork, mutual respect, and the value of their hard-won dorm life. Hey, you two, want something to eat? Super konjac duck noodles. Just one bowl will keep you full until tomorrow afternoon, easily getting you through the first day. As soon as they disembarked from the Griffin, a swarm of vendors and Minar scholars, seeing a business opportunity, surrounded them, trying to sell their wares to Arin and Wendy. Or how about a supersized bottle of mineral water? Drink your fill before going in, you won't need to look for water all night. How about a map of Wiltonheru Island? There's still some time before training officially starts. You can buy the map and sit here for a while, memorizing all the resource points to give you a head start. Resource points? Almost nothing on your map is real. You'd be better off buying my magic amplification potion. It's a tier 2 noble phantasm. Just one small bottle, and you can unleash magic freely for the next 3 days. Unleash magic freely? You're kidding. They'd be grateful if your stuff could increase a newbie's magic by 10% for 3 hours. Are you trying to sabotage me? Before Arin and Wendy could speak, the vendors and Minar scholars started arguing amongst themselves. Let's go, let's ignore them. The two quickly followed by Lodi's towards the small port in the direction of Wiltonheru Island amidst the chaos. This small port was a temporary construction by the Minar Academy staff. Several wind elemental crystal speedboats floated near the port. Once an entire new student team was present, and the port inspector confirmed they weren't carrying any prohibited items, they could board the speedboats to Wiltonheru Island. Sorry to keep you all waiting. At the port, Eline met Lilia, who was sitting next to her mother, Katerina, and Sophia, a grass elemental mage, sitting on her father, the bearded king's lap. Beside them stood a quiet girl with short blonde hair. The girl wore an amber-colored school uniform. She was likely Tina Plant, Aspera's maid with a plus geo-elemental talent. You're the little one who blew up the testing crystal, aren't you? Hee hee, she's really cute. My daughter's been acting like she's lost her soul ever since she came home. This is the first time I've seen her like this. She looks exactly like her mother when she was young and in love. Upon seeing Eline, the bearded king laughed heartily and gave the girl a shove. Hey, your beloved Eline is here. Go and introduce yourself. I'm Sophia. Sophia Carroll, I'm 13 years old. The girl in the grass-green school uniform was very shy, even avoiding eye contact with Eline. My favorite food is rose nectar. My hobbies are gardening, flower arranging, and painting. As she spoke, the little girl named Sophia's voice trailed off, seemingly growing nervous. Look, this is my daughter's personality, ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the bearded king also seemed somewhat helpless. Don't let her appearance fool you. Though she may be timid, Sophia is quite self-reliant. She can cook, does housework, knows to run home when it rains, and won't pick up suspicious fruit from the roadside to eat. Hearing this, almost all the girls present, along with their parents, cast speechless glances at the bearded king. Knowing to run home when it rains. Isn't that common sense? Anyway, don't worry, our Sophia will never hold you back. The bearded king patted his chest. She's not the pampered young lady those Minar scholars talk about. Last year, we let Sophia live alone in the forest for half a month, and she had no problems at all. Alright, that's all about my daughter. The bearded king turned to Katerina. Your Majesty, Queen of Arcana, could you briefly introduce your situation to the newcomers? Aside from not speaking Esperanto very well, and having a rather straightforward personality, Lilia has no problems with taking care of herself. Katerina, dressed in a red coat and wearing a crystal necklace, showed no queenly airs, speaking calmly. I believe she can complete the mission excellently. Very good, as expected of the Winter Kingdom of Arcana, very confident. The bearded king gestured to a short-haired girl who seemed to have come alone. The maid from Esperanto? In Esperanto, I mainly take care of the young lady's meals and daily life, as well as the maintenance of the back garden. I'm proficient in basically all household chores. The short-haired girl stepped forward. I am skilled in court swordsmanship. However, since weapons aren't allowed on the island, and my magic skills are terrible, I might need to be a bit more lenient with fighting monsters in the next few days. Little Ire's situation is a bit special. Seeing it was her turn to introduce herself, Bilotes said apologetically, she's suffered from something like narcolepsy since she was little. She usually needs to rest shortly after dark, and then most likely sleeps until the afternoon of the next day. During this time, Little Ire might need some care. Before Bilotes could finish speaking, Wendy, Lilia, Sophia, and Tina almost simultaneously stood up and said in unison, I take care of her. Chapter 133. Amidst the powerful airflow created by the wind elemental crystals, the speedboat carrying 5 girls whizzed away from the harbor. Mommy, waving goodbye. I take good care of little L. Little Wendy, do your best. You be fine. After waving goodbye to Bilotes on the shore, Eline, sitting on the small boat, dozed off while observing the girls before her. They were her roommates, who would be living together in the wild for the next few days. Although for Eline, this level of training wasn't even a warm-up. After all, as an elemental creature, she wouldn't starve to death even if she didn't eat for 3 days and 3 nights, or even for months or years. Otherwise, so many dragons wouldn't sleep for decades or even centuries. In the wild, as a dragon, Eline only needed to release a weak dragon breath, and she wouldn't be in any danger even if she slept directly in the center of a monster territory. Hee, I can cuddle with little L now. Watching the small boat drift further and further from the shore, Wendy, sitting next to Eline, happily hugged the little dragon girl, rubbing her face against her. Little L has a sweet milky smell and a lovely floral scent. She really is like a little cake. Perhaps because they were same age, Wendy had given Eline almost 100% trust when they first met, even eating the dragon's cheese. From then on, whenever the two went out together, this youngest daughter of the Piarista Wind House would almost always stick close to Eline. Unlike Alice and Victoria's blonde hair, Wendy's hair is darker, almost devoid of its original blonde hue, instead having a chestnut-colored hue. She's also taller than Erin. After spending a few days together, Erin believes that Wendy's personality means she won't be stumped by this wilderness survival training. The Piarista family holds several family gatherings each month. Wendy not only cooks, but also excels at making various desserts and manages her own life very well. Moreover, this wind elemental little girl is incredibly quick to learn. Upon first seeing Erin float in the air using wind elemental power, she immediately began imitating her, developing a special levitation technique similar to the dragon dance in less than 2 weeks. One can imagine how hard she works at home. Most importantly, Wendy is truly a very lively, cheerful, and optimistic girl. She has an exceptionally high capacity for learning. Whether it was Erin illuminating the entire Lehman region with a fireball or Wendy revealing herself as a dragon in the dessert shop, Wendy wasn't as dumbfounded as the other family members. In Wendy's own words, she already liked little L, but after learning that little L was a mysterious and powerful dragon, she liked him even more. As for Sophia, the little princess of Atlantis next to Wendy. Why you? Hello. Sensing Eline's gaze, Sophia lowered her head shyly, then occasionally stole glances over out of the corner of her eye, like a little girl who wanted to see a cute kitten on the street but was afraid of scaring it away. Hello, Sophia. Eline simply smiled slightly at the little princess of the Atlantis Empire. Your hair is beautiful. Sophia's hair was a light color, a bluish white, and her hairstyle reminded Eline of an anime she and her roommates watched in college, What Are You Doing at the End of the World, where the protagonist, Thali, had the same hairstyle. 2 small ponytails at the top, with the rest of her long hair flowing naturally down her back. This hairstyle was perfect for a girl, who was more than a lowly but not quite a young girl. Thank you. Eline's compliment made Sophia's face flush instantly. She complimented me. Does she like me? At this moment, Sophia's heart fluttered, and she even started thinking about questions like, should we get married in Atlantis or in Riemann? And would I be the husband or the wife? Ha, an all-girls group is quite rare. As he spoke, the crew member at the front of the speedboat seemed to have adjusted the boat's direction and, feeling he had nothing more to do, turned to Erin and asked, Are you prepared for the harsh wilderness? Is it harsh? Sophia snapped out of her reverie, somewhat uneasy. Are there many monsters on this island? I can't spoil that for you, but based on my 7 years of experience at Minar Academy, a team like yours, consisting entirely of girls, has almost no chance of completing the training." He paused, then added curiously, "But then again, why did they arrange it this way? The people who made this year's rankings are so irresponsible. Isn't the list random?" A royal maid from the Aspera Empire asked, puzzled. "It's not random, just pseudo-random." The staff member felt a surge of pride, seeing the curious looks on the faces of the girls waiting for her to continue. "Let me put it this way," she continued, "the arrangement of this list follows a pattern. First, it ensures that each team has at least 1 or 2 fire mages, because fire mages can light fires at night, preventing teams from having to eat raw meat on their first day on the island. If there isn't a fire mage available, the Academy will assign at least 1 lightning mage, because lightning mages can also be used as fire mages at night. Then, the group lists will try to avoid teams with only boys or only girls. Teams of 5 will either have 3 men and 2 women, or 3 women and 2 men, with an extreme case of 4 men and 1 woman. The number of boys will generally not be less than 2. This wilderness survival training not only tests the students' independence and self-reliance, but also requires them to understand the concept of division of labor and cooperation. The boys, being stronger, are responsible for gathering firewood, building houses, and the girls, being more meticulous, are responsible for gathering wild fruits, cooking, and resource planning. And then look at your clothes. There aren't any fire mages or lightning mages, and they even gave you 2 grass mages. I don't know what the people from Minar Academy were thinking when they grouped you like this." At this point, the staff member looked at Eline, whose hair color was the most unique among the group. "But since the groupings are already like this, let me test you. What would you girls do if you encountered a snake on the island? Is anyone afraid of snakes?" "Snake stew is delicious." Before Erin could speak, Wendy eagerly raised her hand. "Cut the snake meat into chunks, add winter melon, goji berries, yam, some ginger, and salt and pepper. The resulting soup is fragrant and warming. If you don't have any of these ingredients, you can also coat the snake meat with spices and grill it over a fire." This girl seems so quiet and reserved, but she's so bold when she talks. "No, I need to ask another girl." Wendy's words sent a shiver down the staff member's spine. He looked at Tina, the maid who seemed the quietest, and asked, "And you? Aren't you afraid of snakes, child?" "Snakes?" Tina asked, puzzled. "What's there to be afraid of? I seen many snakes when I worked in the back garden. Even a king cobra as thick as a bowl, one cut, and its head is gone. The body is a great source of meat. It's perfect for soups, as a snack with drinks, or for miso soup. This girl is so fierce." The staff member then looked at Lilia. "Are you afraid of snakes?" Lilia looked completely bewildered. "What?" Eline interjected. "She doesn't speak Esperanto well. She has to speak Arcana." "Oh!" The staff member switched back to Arcana. "Child, if you saw a snake on the island, would you scream in fright? I catch it, and soak it in vodka for 2 days. Lilia said expressionlessly, "I take a sip when I need to fight. This one is definitely from a fighting nation." The staff member's lips twitched, and he turned to Sophia with a hint of despair. "What's your opinion on snakes?" "Snakes. Snakes are nature's friends, but getting bitten still hurts a lot. So, to avoid being bitten, I carefully send them on their way." Sophia, clutching her backpack, said, "I like flower arranging and gardening, and I deal with hundreds of snakes every year. Even you." The staff member, somewhat desperate, turned his last hope to Eline. "Child, you can't be completely without fear of snakes, can you?" "Snakes?" Eline, who had been dozing, snapped back to reality. "How many heads?" "Huh? A snake with several heads? What do you mean, a snake with several heads?" The staff member was completely dumbfounded. "Snakes can have 2 heads, right?" "Yes, there is. 2 years ago, my dad took me to visit the Yamata no Orochi. I think that's its name. It had 8 heads." Irini put her backpack on her lap and hugged it obediently. "The Yamata no Orochi gave us its shed skin to use as medicine, and told us to come back for more if we needed more." This time, the staff member was stunned for almost half a minute before coming back to his senses. "I see now. You all possess extraordinary skills." Saying this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and climbed back to the driver's seat of the speedboat. "No wonder we were assigned to the same group. The magical beasts on this island are really unlucky to have encountered you." Chapter 134. As the small boat slowly came to a stop, Erin and her group, with the help of the driver, disembarked, carrying their small backpacks. "My mission ends here. You shouldn't have forgotten anything, right? If not, I head back." Once everyone was standing on the soft sand, the speedboat driver returned to the cockpit at the bow and said, let me give you some final advice. I've been doing this job for 7 years, watched a lot of live broadcasts, and listened to my colleagues talk about the recent battles. I can pick a few things to keep in mind. It's about 5 p.m. now, and there's still an hour until the survival training officially starts at 6 p.m. Of course, for those of you who have already landed on the island, the training has already begun. The first night will be the hardest. You need to prepare enough food and water for the night before dark. Luckily, the training ground is in the middle of the lake. You can go find containers to hold water beforehand. Remember, you can go without food at night, but you absolutely cannot go without water. Also, you are now a team, so unity is crucial. Don't argue over anything. This is of utmost importance. I've seen countless squads escalate from minor disagreements to physical fights, and even firing signal flares in a fit of pique. Finally, remember not to overexert yourself. If you feel unwell, for example, if you eat poisonous mushrooms or are seriously injured by a monster, don't push yourself. Minar is a good academy, but the continent of Eve has many other schools besides Minar. Don't risk your life for one school, it's not worth it. That's all for now. The crew on the speedboat activated the wind element crystal. Dear lovely little girls, I wish you all success in passing the test and becoming the rising stars of magic in this era. Thank you. Take care, big brother. Waving her little hand at the departing speedboat, Wendy watched it disappear from sight, then turned around. Speaking of which, it seems we haven't decided on a squad leader yet? I think little Wendy is perfect for the squad leader. Erin said with a smile. People suitable for the position of squad leader are usually cheerful, lively, charismatic, and have excellent leadership skills, like a gentle and warm spring breeze in the team. Speaking of wind elements. Little Wendy, it's only you, okay? Erin's words made Wendy's face flush red. The little girl instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, staring blankly at Erin. Wow. Little Elle actually praised me? She praised me as a gentle yet passionate wind, and also said I was cheerful, lively, and infectious. At that moment, Wendy's mind raced with memories of her time with Eline. Speaking of which, didn't little Elle give me the first piece of cheese at the family gathering? Dragon cheese. 1 bite can add 100 years to your lifespan. Such a precious thing, and little Elle gave it to me the moment we met. And when we go out, little Elle doesn't seem to mind us being close at all. Most importantly, little Elle mostly uses wind magic to levitate, and I'm the only wind mage in the family the same age as little Elle. Is this hinting at something? Yes, we do need a squad leader. After hearing Eline's words, Tina was the first to speak up. Because I grew up in the palace from a young age, I learned how to be a maid from a very young age. I'm used to taking orders, and I'm not good at leading, so I personally cannot be the captain. I'm very sorry. I can't either, Sophia quickly chimed in. I'm a grass elemental mage, used to performing logistical work behind the scenes for the team, and my personality isn't suitable for being a captain either. Eline translated these words to a somewhat bewildered Lilia. I'm even less suitable. After hearing this, Lilia shook her head. Mine, in Esperanto, is terrible, so I can't. I usually fall asleep shortly after dark, and then most likely sleep until the afternoon of the next day, so I'm not suitable to be captain either. Erin walked to Wendy's side. It seems you're the only choice for captain, little Wendy. Wendy never expected that she, who had originally planned to recommend Erin for captain, would instead become the leader of this dragon princess, and immediately waved her hands frantically. I definitely can't. Then let's vote. Erin made a cute W shape with her little mouth. Raise your hand if you support little Wendy as captain. After saying that, she raised her hand first. Seeing this, the other 3 girls also raised their hands. Look, unanimously approved, Captain Wendy. Shouldn't we be thinking of a squad name next? Erin looked at Wendy. Does the captain have any ideas? The Air Alliance? What a weird team name, change it. Air Tribe? Why both Alliance and Tribe? Little Air Protection Association? While Erlini's team was deciding on their name, staff from Minar Academy, carrying recording equipment, were already arriving on Wiltonheru Island. Their recording crystals were connected to a base station near Wiltonheru Island, which then transmitted the signals to the Goddess Square new student recruitment point in the Lehman Empire, and the new student wilderness survival training viewing point at the entrance of Minar Academy. At this time, Goddess Square was already crowded with people and Minar scholars preparing to watch tonight's live broadcast. Some journalists also raised their recording crystals towards the huge projection crystal in the center of the square, preparing to rebroadcast the live content. The Goddess Square was bustling with activity, filled with the whispers of onlookers. "Brother, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet?" "Of course I have. I'm off tomorrow, planning to watch the live stream all night." "Don't push yourself so hard, you're not a Minar scholar. My daughter's on TV. She's in group 23, 3 boys and 2 girls. My daughter's the most talented one in the group. I have to watch her performance closely." In the crowd, no one noticed a girl with beautiful long silver-white hair sitting in a corner of the audience with another girl with amber hair, Fafna and Aisha. As the live stream from Goddess Square began, these 2 Dragon Kings arrived with the crowd. "Little Ire should be fine, she's quite independent." After sitting down next to Fafna, Aisha handed the Holy Dragon beside her a cup of milk tea. "I know, but this is her first time enrolling, and we parents still want to see how she performs." Fafner took the milk tea and pointed to the Nasod squad discussing something on the beach on the other screen. "Also, I want to keep an eye on this guy. If he dares to let little Elle suffer any injustice, I rip off his dragon horns when I get back." Chapter 135. As the live stream from Minar Academy gradually opened, tens of thousands of people quickly gathered in Goddess Square of the Lehman Empire. Some had just returned from sending their children to the island, some were native Lemanians, and some were scholars researching Minar Academy. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Minar Academy's spring semester freshman wilderness survival training. Don't you know about something so important? No, my son can't afford Minar Academy. The vast Goddess Square was packed with viewers watching the live stream. The Lehman Empire quickly dispatched its imperial army and a large number of mages to maintain order. No wonder it's the #1 academy on the Eve continent. Its popularity is well deserved. They're so good at marketing, and their financial resources are ridiculously abundant. I heard they set up over 300 temporary stations for this live stream. Where did they get so much money and equipment? What do you think the Minar Empire is like? The most outstanding magicians and magic scholars on the Eve continent are basically all gathered at Minar Academy. They have no shortage of money or talent. Besides the students' parents, more and more Minar scholars were gathering. Many brought pens, paper, and recording crystals, recording data on paper while filming. Some who couldn't come in person had to settle for watching the secondary broadcast via projection crystals at home. Because the Chipmunk Hue had previously given away a large number of projection crystals to the citizens for free, the viewership of this Minar freshman wilderness survival training in the Lehman Empire was exceptionally high, basically a nationwide live stream. Since turning on the projection crystal was free, even ordinary citizens who rarely watched live streams were now turning on their free TVs at the urging of friends and family. This year's lineup is really luxurious, a bunch of A+s and 1S. I need to see how that all-girls team performs, they can't disappoint me. Sandwiches, Xiaolong bao, char siu, steak, fried chicken and duck stew. Come and see. Buy some food and drinks before it's time to buy, lest you can't find the shops later. Come on. Place your bets. The highly anticipated Group 1 has very high odds. After all, it's an all-girls team. If you want to play it safe, bet on Group 99. The all-boys team has a luxurious lineup. It's basically impossible for them to fail. Many people have already bet on Group 99. There are so many people. This is the first time I've seen so many people in Goddess Square. It's no wonder it's Minar Academy. Their influence is off the charts. Amidst the crowd, Minar Academy staff set up one extra-large projector after another in their designated positions, and completed the necessary adjustments. Group 113 signal is good. Group 276 signal has a problem. Please help set up the base station, lightning element, magic circuit 1101110000. Group 299 is fine. Signal reception is normal. Over 300 extra-large projectors, corresponding to over 300 video recorders. The area around projectors 1 and 99 had the largest audience, surrounded by vendors and Minar scholars. Because Arin's Team 1's buffs were almost fully stacked. A team of only girls. The only team in Minar Academy's history with an S+ talent new student. A team of all noble ladies. The only team without a fire or lightning element mage. Everyone was curious how such a team would survive on the deserted island. I heard that this noble lady, Eline, with S+ talent in Team 1, is also a mage of ice, fire, and wind elements. Who told you that? A local from Lehman. Everyone here says Eline is their idol, and a goddess of all elements. Dude, that's been mythologized. People back home say their king has 3 heads and 6 arms, and is omnipotent. Don't believe these rumors too much, just watch the live stream. Meanwhile, Team 99, to which the Black Dragon King Nasod belongs, is also attracting attention due to labels, like a team of only boys, and the only A+ lightning element team. Hello. Meanwhile, on the southern beach of Weltenhera Island, a girl dressed in the Wind Element Minar Academy uniform, carrying a large backpack and holding a recording crystal, approached the newly arrived Arin team. My name is Judy Reyna. I'm a volunteer for Minar Academy this year, and I'd be your team's photographer for the next 7 days. You can call me Senior Judy. She pointed to her student ID card hanging around her neck. I will be filming you all for the next 7 days, but I won't participate in any of your actions or provide any assistance, unless any of you encounter a life-threatening emergency and need to abandon the training. Of course, I will immediately avoid any private activities, such as changing clothes. There are less than 10 minutes until training officially begins. Would you like to introduce yourselves to the audience in front of the camera? For example, what's your team name, who's the captain, and is there anything you'd like to say to the audience in front of the projector? The volunteer's question instantly sparked a discussion among the viewers watching the live stream in front of the projection crystal. The captain must be that Arin, right? She's the only one in the team with an S+ talent. Lilia could also be a possibility. Arcana is the land of battles. She'd be perfect as captain. Maybe it's Sophia? The only princess of the Atlantis Empire. That's quite prestigious. I think it's Aspera's battle maid. On Weltenhera Island, the volunteers' words caused the girls in the team to exchange glances, their gazes almost unanimously falling on Wendy, who had just been confirmed as the captain. Our team's name is the Little L Protection Association, and I'm the captain, Wendy Purista. Stepping bravely into the camera, the ever-cheerful and sunny Wendy quickly adapted to her role as captain, saying in a lively tone, "Thank you all for your support. We will persevere in this wilderness survival training and deliver a result that will satisfy our parents." Who is Wendy? Wendy's answer stunned the viewers in front of the live stream. Wendy, the youngest daughter of Purista's Wind House. But why her? What's going on with this team? A wind elemental mage as captain? Okay, I admit they're free. I'm increasingly feeling this team is unreliable. It feels like Wendy was forced into this role. Are they having a falling out? This team probably lacks cohesion. Maybe someone will quit on the first night. Those who bought this team are going to lose a fortune. The group of Arin and her companions on Weltenhera Island were unaware of the audience's reactions on the other end of the live stream. Buzz buzz buzz. Shortly after Wendy finished introducing herself and her team, another team was brought ashore, only 100 meters away, accompanied by the sound of a speedboat rapidly approaching. This 5-person team consisted of 3 men and 2 women, 3 fire, 1 lightning, and 1 ice, a very standard lineup. Finally made it. Almost late. The 5 members of the team noticed Arin's girls' squad nearby as soon as they disembarked and exclaimed in surprise, "What? A team of 5 girls?" Because the group rosters were only announced today, most people, after learning their group numbers at the Minar admissions office entrance, didn't bother to look at the other group's members. Therefore, the new students arriving on the island weren't as familiar with Arin's team as the Minar scholars outside. Should we ask them if they want to cooperate? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Are group mergers allowed here? I don't remember the rules prohibiting cooperation between groups. Let's ask. Our captain is an A-level talent master. They shouldn't refuse. Just then, pale blue signal flares simultaneously shot up from the 4 cardinal directions of the island. These flares quickly ascended and exploded in the afterglow of the setting sun. Wilderness survival training has officially begun. Chapter 136. Bang 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 bang. On the shore of Weltenhera Island, dazzling signal flares exploded in the afterglow, briefly dyeing the clean lake water a beautiful pale blue. Alright, the wilderness survival training officially begins. Holding a recording device, Judy, a volunteer from Minar Academy, said to Arin's team, "As long as you can survive on the island for 3 days, and then head to the designated location to complete the mission, you will have passed the freshman test." Seemingly unwilling to let any member of the team drop out, Judy's tone was full of encouragement. "The wilderness is not like home. Please persevere." Hey. Just then, the team that had been scouting the area ran towards Arin's team from a distance. "Who's your leader? Want to cooperate?" "Cooperate?" Wendy looked at the 3 men and 2 women in front of her. "Can we cooperate with this?" "Yes, we can." A boy who was clearly the leader stood up. A young man stepped forward. "You're all girls. You won't have the strength to build houses or carry firewood. Cooperate with us. Many hands make light work." "I won't lose a strength contest," Tina, from the group, said. "Don't underestimate girls. I'm incredibly strong." "You?" The young man looked Tina up and down. She had short blonde hair and wasn't particularly burly. "You look so frail. How strong can you be?" Tina thought for a moment. Waving a 60-pound heavy sword with one hand isn't a problem. What? The young man was dumbfounded. Little girl, you should think before you brag. Do you know what 60 pounds means? Even the lightest girls only weigh 60 or 70 pounds. Cooperation allowed? While they talked, Erin secretly used her dragon breath to roughly assess the situation on the island. It was a lake island far from any human city. The island indeed had a large number of magical beasts, but most were Tier 2 or Tier 3. For example, there was a group of water lizards called Mora lizards lying on the rocks not far from them, and the hellish mad rabbits and moikuku birds lurking stealthily in the island's forest. These magical beasts were at most 70 to 80 centimeters long. Normally, students who passed the Minar New Student Talent Test would have some combat ability. 5 talented mages could easily handle these small magical beasts. If anything, the Mora giant lizards in the forest were a bit troublesome. They were super lizards over 3 meters long, and a bite from one would be very painful for an ordinary person. But those things were slow. If you saw one and couldn't beat it, you could run away. In other words, in such a wild environment, the students were mostly safe. The survival test was just a pretext. What Minar Academy really wants to get rid of are freshmen with princess syndrome, prince syndrome, or who are simply spoiled. Everyone only has 2 sets of clothes, and not even protective suits. There are no blankets, pillows, or tents either. At night, the torment of mosquito bites, venomous snakes, and wild beasts begins. It's estimated that no one will get a good night's sleep on the first night. If a few more harassing magical beasts appear in the middle of the night, keeping the whole team awake all night, no one will want to get up the next day to cook or tidy up. Naturally, conflicts will arise. This so-called survival training is precisely designed to cultivate this kind of mentality. Some people, thinking about having to endure 7 more days like this, then having to abandon their newly built shelters for a long trek after 3 days, and then having 1 or 2 conflicts with their teammates, would probably break down on the island after 2 or 3 days, and fire a flare gun to quit. No wonder Minar Academy doesn't prohibit cooperation between teams. In this situation, the more people in the team, the more debts of gratitude they have to deal with, and the more complex the various conflicts will become. Sorry, little Ire. Seeing the disdainful and disbelieving looks from the boys and girls before her, Tina turned to Erline, who was yawning incessantly, and said apologetically, Little Ire, could you do me a favor and let me hug you? They don't believe me. Huh? Erline snapped out of her daze, having completely missed their conversation, and nodded her head absently. Okay. Little Ire, step on my hand first. In front of everyone, Tina squatted down, placed the back of her right hand face down on the sand, and looked at the squad leader of the group, who had come to apply for cooperation. She should be lighter than my sword. I won't let you join my and Little Ire's team. The Little Ire Protection Association has enough of us 4 guardians. Tina thought to herself. Looking at the girl's small, white hands on the beach, Erin hesitated. Step on them? Yes, step on my palm. Tina gestured to her right hand. Try to keep your weight in the middle. I lift your hand up in a bit, so be careful not to fall. Oh. Understanding Tina's intentions, Erin nodded, approaching the girl's right hand. Her small feet, clad in custom-made size 30 uniform shoes, carefully landed on the girl's palm. With a slight sway, Tina's right hand exerted a little force, lifting the little girl up. Here. After holding the position for a few seconds, Tina withdrew her hand and skillfully caught Erin in a princess carry, placing the little girl on the ground. Does this prove anything? You? The squad leader in front stared wide-eyed. How did you train like that? That's terrifying. But just being strong isn't really useful. Talent is key. As he spoke, the squad leader suddenly noticed Erin's signature long black and white hair, and blurted out, Holy crap. The team member beside him asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. He quickly gestured for the team members to follow him. What's wrong, Captain? Several team members followed behind, looking confused. I feel like even if they have a strong member, they don't need to worry about being rejected, right? You're an A-rank talent master. We still have such a strong trump card to use. If those girls knew you had an A-rank talent, they definitely wouldn't. Master my ass. The opponent walking ahead looked incredibly embarrassed. Do you know what talent that black and white-haired grass elemental girl has? What talent? S+. S+? Is that a talent? Isn't the highest S rank? Didn't you see this year's freshman talent test? The only S+ talent was born in the Lehman testing area. He got the S+ talent because he destroyed the testing crystal, a rare exception from Minar Academy. Luckily, I ran fast enough not to show off my so-called A-rank talent, or I really look like a clown. Captain, actually, I think we look pretty clowns right now. Are you trying to demoralize us? Hurry up and go find another team willing to cooperate, preferably one with a geoelementalist that will make building houses at night much easier. After the team that had come to chat left, Lilia and Tina subconsciously gave Wendy a look that said, "Please give the order, Captain." Cough cough. After a brief pause, Wendy struck a follow me, and you get some meat pose. Now, I announce everyone's tasks before sunset. Lilia and I will go to the water's edge to find food. Lilia will freeze the water surface, and we run to where there are many fish to catch fish or more water lizards. Sophia is a grass elemental mage, familiar with forests and plants. You're responsible for finding fruits that can store water, like gourds, the more the better. Tina will be responsible for scouting the surrounding woods, looking for caves or other suitable places for everyone to stay at night. As for little Elle, you stay here to guard our bags and clothes. After everyone completes their tasks, return to little Elle. Assignments complete, let's go! Chapter 137. After Wendy assigned the tasks, the girls in the video almost immediately put down their backpacks and headed to their assigned locations. Sophia, like a little elf, plunged into the forest full of fruit trees on the shore. Tina ran towards a nearby hill, intending to find a suitable cave to spend the night in. Lilia followed Wendy to the lakeside, skillfully freezing the surface with ice magic. The two ran towards the fish on the ice, and Wendy immediately cast a tornado, instantly sending several fish flying into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wendy unleashed gale spells on the fish floating in midair, blowing them ashore. With crackling sounds of ice bursting, the fish, barely having time to struggle after landing, were instantly frozen into blocks of ice by Lilia's freeze spell. Not bad. Wendy was a little surprised to see how well they cooperated on their first collaboration. Did you catch fish like this when you were little, Lilia? Alcana is almost entirely covered in frozen lakes. I don't know wind magic, so I used a pickaxe to break the ice, and then went into the water to fish. In the dead of winter, fishing in sub-zero temperatures? We often go winter swimming. If it gets too cold, we go ashore and have a shot of vodka. Seeing this, the senior student carrying the camera lens hesitated for a moment, then followed the team leader, Wendy, to the lakeside to record the two skillfully cooperating and fishing. Why didn't they hesitate at all? No, why are they so united from the start? There must be a reason, right? For what, or for whom? Did these new students know each other before? This scene left the large group of Minar scholars in Riemann Goddess Square completely bewildered. They couldn't understand how a hastily formed team could possess such strong cohesion and execution. Minar had only announced the team rosters less than a day ago, and these girls shouldn't have had time to build rapport beforehand. Many were speculating about the relationships between the members of Eleni's team, while others wondered how they would face life after sunset. Only Purista and the other two should know each other. The remaining three are from Arcana, Atlantis, and Aspera, all noble princesses. It's impossible for them to know each other. That doesn't make sense. Noble ladies generally have a certain arrogance. I already found the selection of a captain unbelievable, and now they're all so subservient to this captain. Don't they have any doubts? I think they just don't want to appear too spoiled in front of the camera. Many teams were like that last year, very reserved and united on the first day, but then they fell apart. We see tonight when it gets dark. By the way, they don't have a lightning/fire mage. How will they start a fire at night? Mainly because so many people bet on this team and lost. The odds are ridiculously high right now. If no one quits, it'd be a huge upset. Besides being curious about why the Eleni team was so united, many spectators near the projection crystal also expressed their hope that the camerawoman would film more of Eleni. Although little Wendy and Princess Lilia are cute too, I still really want to see little Eleni. Does anyone know the photographer? If we have any assignments like this in the next few days, could she specifically follow and film little Elle? She's so cute. The people from Lehman said Elian was a national idol, and I thought they were exaggerating, but when the camera focused on little Elle just now, I realized how superficial I was. I suspect Tina did it on purpose. I really want to hug little Elle too. Oh no, I'm a girl too. So why does my heart race when I see that black and white-haired girl? On Weltenhera Island, seeing that the camera wasn't pointed at her, Elian, on the small lawn near the beach, gathered everyone's backpacks into her arms, and then used her grass elemental power on one of the small wildflowers beneath her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the pure grass elemental power flowed into the wildflower, the originally inconspicuous little white flower visibly grew to nearly a meter in diameter, completely enveloping alien. The little girl on the shore curled up, lay down among the pile of school bags, and closed her eyes, letting out a small yawn. A gourd to hold water, edible fruit, or wild vegetables and nectar. Meanwhile, Sophia, walking through one of the thickets, sensed something was amiss. Why hadn't she seen a single mosquito or poisonous creature around her from the beginning until now? Sophia looked around, then glanced at her snow-white legs beneath her skirt. The girls' uniforms at Minar Academy, regardless of the style, were always the British style top paired with a short skirt. Wearing such clothing makes exposed skin highly susceptible to mosquito bites. Before enrolling in Minar Academy, Sophia, at her father's insistence, had lived alone for a period in the primeval forest near Atlantis. She knew from experience that the magical beasts in the forest weren't the most annoying. The most bothersome were the pesky mosquitoes. The forest insects were practically inexhaustible in number. Some sucked blood, some were carnivorous, and they would swarm relentlessly at anyone they saw, leaving skin covered in mosquito bites. Some mosquito-infested areas were swarms of mosquitoes, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. This was one of the reasons why fire elemental mages were so popular in the wild. Fire mages could burn most of the mosquitoes that attacked, and even if they couldn't kill them all, they could prevent them from approaching by casting a fire shield around themselves or their companions. However, without a fire mage, their team hadn't been bitten by a single mosquito since arriving on the island? Is there no mosquito on this island, or are they all concentrated in the center? No. As she spoke, Sophia noticed a naturally formed mosquito cloud above the bushes not far ahead. Strangely, these annoying insects showed no sign of approaching. On the contrary, they seemed wary of something. With every step Sophia took forward, the swarm of mosquitoes would fly back a short distance. How amazing. Although she didn't know why, the thought of not having to worry about mosquitoes for the next few days on the island immediately eased Sophia's initial tension. She found several gourd and coconut seedlings in the grass and infused them with life. Soon, these gourds and coconuts bore tempting fruits. Meanwhile, Benson's squad, including the Black Dragon King Nasod, was struggling through the forest. Smack! Damn, 3 more mosquitoes. How many have I already swatted? These striped mosquitoes are really venomous. They bite without hesitation. Captain, are we really going to spend the night on this island? I suspect none of the brothers will get any sleep tonight. Forget the monsters, the mosquitoes alone are driving me crazy. You guys, TSK, hey you, don't save your mana, give him a fire shield. By the way, I didn't see Nasod swatting mosquitoes. Didn't they bite you? Huh? Seeing everyone. The topic shifted to himself, and Nasod, who had been silently following the team, snapped out of his reverie. I don't know, maybe the mosquitoes are afraid to suck dragon blood. TSK, you? Dragon blood, my foot. If you were a dragon, I wouldn't be named Wayne, I'd be named Raffi. Benson gave Nasod a mocking look, then waved his hand dismissively. Guys, forget about those mosquitoes. Remember the secret base I mentioned? I used connections and spent a fortune to get that intelligence. Once we get there, we win. As long as we hold that base, we can have as many girls as we want. Chapter 138. With Wendy and Lilia's combined efforts, a large number of fish, shrimp, crabs, and water lizards were blown ashore. Normally, wind and ice elemental mages can hardly cooperate, but it's a different story near a lake with abundant water. As soon as a school of fish was spotted on the shore, Wendy would use a tornado to lift them from the water, then Lilia would freeze the waterlogged fish in midair, and Wendy would blow them ashore, completing the hunt. As for the large-clawed crabs and giant crabs known as mini whirlwinds and elsewhere on the shore, catching them was even simpler. Lilia would freeze them, Wendy would blow them ashore, and that was it, no tornado needed. During their hunt, several water lizards were also blown ashore. In no time, Wendy and Lilia returned with enough food for the 5-person team for a whole day. Various kinds of perch, carp, crucian carp, hairy crabs, lobsters, and monitor lizards were all frozen solid, piled together. They planned to move this food to the vicinity of the cave Tina had found, build a fire, and grill some fish and shrimp. They would then combine it with the fruits and vegetables Sophia had picked for dinner, a nutritious and balanced meal. It's worth mentioning that the largest fish and shrimp they brought back from the lake was a long, slender, swordfish-like freshwater fish, exceeding 1 meter in length. It wasn't until they used a whirlwind to transport the fish and shrimp to the shore that Wendy noticed that a wren had somehow curled up asleep in the flower petals. So cute. Looking at the little girl nestled in the flower, completely unguarded, peacefully sleeping with her hands clutching her school bag, Wendy felt her heart melt. Like a newborn snow fox. Lilia quietly approached Shirin, resisting the urge to hug the little one, and asked in a low voice, "Will she sleep like this until the afternoon of the next day?" Little Shirin usually goes to bed around 8 o'clock at night. Wendy shook her head, glanced at the setting sun that was already halfway below the horizon, and whispered, "She probably plans to sleep a little earlier to recharge, and then have a barbecue dinner with everyone in the evening. If only she were my wife." Cough cough, my sister. Lilia reached out and touched Shirin's hand. Her Leanie's soft little head bobbed. "I'm so envious of you, Wendy, being able to spend every day with such a cute little sister. We can see each other every day once we get into Minar Academy." Wendy smiled. "I heard Minar Academy has a vibrant nightlife. During free time, you can freely go to different dorms and clubs for social events, and there are no restrictions on classroom access. Even Ice Element students can attend classes in the Grass Element classroom. Let's work hard together for this common goal." Meanwhile, the photographer who had been following Wendy returned to the lawn, focusing his lens on her Leanie nestled among the petals. So cute. At this moment, not only did the viewers near the live broadcast point in Goddess Square in the Lehman Empire erupt in excitement, but the live broadcast point inside Minar Academy also went wild. Even the Lehman citizens watching the second broadcast at home were in an uproar. The Grass Element girls' uniform of Minar Academy is mainly based on the fresh and cute style. This outfit makes the already cute Shirin look like a fairy in a fairyland. Paired with the huge flowers under her, it makes people unable to take their eyes off her after just one look. Is this girl in the team specifically there to be cute? Sleeping on stream? I can't stand just looking at her. I'm starting to doubt my sexual orientation. Mom, what am I going to do if I want to marry her? No wonder this team is so efficient. I couldn't see the camera woman clearly because she was shaking, but now I understand. If I were in this team, I'd try my best to impress this little girl too. Does anyone have information on this little girl in Team 1? It's the first time I ever seen someone so beautiful. Unlike the viewers from the Lehman Empire, influenced by Eline, almost half of the students from Minar Academy, who had just finished dinner and came to watch the live stream, were gathered in Team 1's live stream room. It's her! It's her! The little imp who caused such a stir in the Fire Element Girls' dormitory number 1245. I asked Sister Lucy, and she really does have S+ Grass Element talent. Such a cute little sister, and a Grass Element talent as big as a little cake. My goodness, she should be able to pass the freshman test, right? To be honest, I really don't want a freshman like her to be forced to transfer to another college because she can't pass the freshman test. Don't worry, she has S+ Grass Element talent. Her story has spread throughout most of Minar. Even if she really gives up the test, the principal of Minar Academy will most likely come and pick her up himself to admit her without taking the test. Can I say that when my sweetheart and I were about to blur in, the way she clumsily walked in was also cute? Captain Wendy. Just as Wendy and Lilia were sorting and arranging a large pile of fish on the lawn, Tina, who had gone to find a place to stay for the night, returned from the hillside. I found a cave suitable for sleeping tonight, but there's bad news. There's a monitor lizard in the cave. Wendy looked up. A Mora monitor lizard? Yes, a female Mora monitor lizard. Tina nodded. If we want to stay there, a fight with it is probably inevitable. Wendy's lips twitched. Can you tell if it's male or female? Mora monitors are very common where we live. Male Mora monitors are usually only 2 meters long, but the one in the cave was only a little over 3 meters long, and it had a red crest on its head, so it was obviously female. Tina was a little worried. Female Mora monitors are tier 3 magical beasts. We should be okay, right? I don't have any weapons, so I probably can't help much. Captain, what about you, Lilia, and Sophia? As she spoke, Tina noticed Eline sleeping in the flower petals, and her body instantly stiffened. So cute. Tina slowly knelt down in front of Shirin, her expression as loving as if she were looking at a sleeping baby. She whispered, "Is she asleep?" "Yes, let little Shirin sleep for a while. We wake her up after dinner. It's getting dark. Should we go fight that lizard? What if we don't have any weapons?" "Oh right, speaking of weapons, we found this." Wendy gestured for Tina to come over, dragging out a meter-long, frozen hard swordfish from the pile of fish. See if this can be used as a weapon. Although Tina possessed an A+ level of geo-elemental talent, she wasn't a mage, but rather a fighter specializing in physical strength. A mage without a wand might simply have a slower casting speed and less powerful spells, but a fighter's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced without a weapon. What's this? A fish? A frozen fish. With Lilia's magic, Freezing it for 3 days on its own is no problem. Tina asked curiously, can this be used as a weapon? I try. Taking the frozen fish, Tina swung it a few times on the spot, then walked to a large rock nearby. Her body glowed with an amber light of rock element, and she infused the frozen fish with elemental power, protecting it. Then, she raised the frozen fish high and swung it at the large rock in front of her. Boom! The rock was sent flying several meters away, but the frozen fish remained undamaged. Not bad. It's a bit light, but it feels good in the hand. Putting away the rock element, Tina nodded and swung the frozen swordfish a few more times. A very good weapon. I rely on it to drive away the lizards later. Chapter 139. The group waited a while on the beach, and Sophia returned from the grove. I found so many big gourds and coconuts over there. Before she could finish, Sophia noticed Eline, curled up in the petals, and quickly lowered her voice, and lots of coconuts, and I brought back some gourd seeds. By the way, is little Eline asleep? Yes. Wendy took the gourd Sophia brought back and examined its patterns. It should be the same variety as the wind-patterned gourd commonly seen in the Lehman Empire. This gourd is characterized by its large size and thin skin, but the outer skin becomes very hard when it matures. It also has many seeds, which can be made into small snacks similar to melon seeds. Wind blade. With a whoosh, Wendy first used wind blade to cut off the pointed end of the gourd, then turned the gourd upside down and shook it to pour out the seeds inside, and finally examined the inside of this large gourd. Seems all right? If there are no problems, I plant these seeds in the ground now, and then encourage them to grow. Sophia gestured to the gourd seeds in her hand. I already used growth-enhancing magic a few times in the forest, so my magic power should still be. Halfway through her sentence, Sophia, realizing that her magic power had completely recovered at some point, looked confused and somewhat at a loss, saying, I clearly used growth-enhancing magic several times, so why? At this moment, the magic power in Sophia's body was incredibly surging, even overflowing, as if she hadn't used any skills since arriving on the island. But she had just used the growth-inducing spell several times on a gourd vine, a level of energy consumption that would be enormous for a novice mage. Why was her mana full now? Sophia was dumbfounded. In the wild, besides healing the wounds of their party members, grass elemental mages had another crucial ability, stimulating plant growth. If they were hungry, they could find a fruit tree and have a grass elemental mage infuse it with grass elemental power, soon harvesting a whole tree full of fruit. Even a single seed was fine. A single seed could quickly grow and reach maturity. The difference lay in the mana consumption, developing a seed to bear fruit versus making a mature but unfruitful tree in the wild bear fruit. Grass mages weren't omnipotent. Every mage had mana points and mana consumption. A mage's body instinctively absorbs magic from the air when their magic is depleted. This absorption is extremely slow, at least in Sophia's memory. It takes at least a day for her magic to fully recover. But just now, she replenished all the magic she had used in the forest due to the growth-inducing gourd in less than 3 minutes. It's like this. Wendy glanced at the photographic crystal behind her and pulled Sophia, Lilia, and Tina to her side, adopting a whispering posture. This is one of Little Eyre's special skills. As long as we enter an area of about 200 meters around Little Eyre, our wounds and magic will be rapidly restored. Wendy said in a very soft voice. This ability can also eliminate the attacking urges of most magical beasts, including mosquitoes, towards us. Wow! Lilia couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, what kind of magic is this? It's amazing! I heard a counselor at the Aspera Palace say that some grass elemental mages do indeed have a similar constitution, which can increase the health and mana regeneration rate of their companions, but not as exaggerated as Little Elle's effect. Tina also lowered her voice and said, I just enchanted the frozen fish, which consumed some of my geo-elemental power, but as Captain Wendy said, that lost geo-elemental power was fully replenished in just a few seconds. No wonder there haven't been any mosquitoes since we arrived on the island. Lilia nodded. It means that as long as we don't leave Little Elle's side. Can you have inexhaustible magic within a 0-meter radius? 200 meters is just a rough estimate. I'm not entirely sure of the exact range. Wendy gestured to Eline. Maybe it has something to do with Eline's mood. Alright, enough of the girls' whispers. Wendy clapped her hands, resuming her usual voice. Everyone did a great job on the first phase of the task. Now let's continue with the assignments. Sophia will be in charge of planting gourds and coconuts here. The coconuts should be whole. I use my wind blade to split them open when needed. I also cut off the stems from the gourds and take them to the lake to fill with water. Lilia and Tina will be responsible for putting all the clothes and signal guns from our backpacks into Ellen's backpack. The remaining 4 backpacks, 2 for tonight's dinner, frozen fish, crabs, and shrimp, 2 for water and coconuts. After everything is packed, Lilia will carry little Elle on her back, and we head to the cave Tina found to prepare for the battle with the more giant lizard. Sophia said, sounding a little aggrieved. I also want to get close to little Elle. 1 for each of you. This time it's Lilia, next time it's Sophia, then Tina. Wendy teased. Speaking of which, Sophia, you really can carry that much. Should we touch little Ire? Yes. Didn't Sister Tina just say little Ire weighs less than 60 pounds? Sophia raised her little fist. I used to have a very fat serval at home, almost 50 pounds. I could pick it up when I was little, and little Ire weighs about the same as a cat. Your cat. Isn't it a bit big? Hee hee. With Wendy's order, the girls on the beach confirmed the assignment of Airlini and began their second round of division of labor. This scene once again stunned the viewers watching the live stream. Wait, what kind of execution efficiency is this? Didn't they hesitate at all? Why do I feel like that sleeping little guy is the core of the team? What did Captain Wendy whisper about just now? Why was she hiding from the camera lens? As they chatted, some viewers started discussing other teams. Have you noticed? This Group 1 style is different from the other groups. They seem like they're on vacation. What's the atmosphere like in the other groups? You can go check it out. Groups 3 and 19 are arguing over something, over there. Or you can connect to the Lehman Empire's channel using your projection crystal. Some viewers, out of curiosity, took out their local projection crystals and connected to the live stream signal of the Wilderness Survival Training Group 4, following the instructions. I might as well be the captain. What kind of path did you lead us to? Where have you led us? As soon as the signal connected, an impatient-looking boy appeared above the projector. It's almost dark. We've been walking with you in the forest this far, without food or water, and we've been bitten so many times by mosquitoes. Timmy almost got bitten by a poisonous snake just now. Is this my fault? Wasn't the captain chosen by you? Another boy retorted. I said from the beginning that we need to find a place to stay before dark, whether it's a cave or a tree hollow. We need to find a place to live before we can look for food, huh? You make it sound so nice, finding a place to stay before food. And now? Have you found anything? I feel like it would have been better to stay on the beach. There are fish and water there, and you can just lie down and sleep at night. Yeah, that's what those monsters are thinking too. Fish and water, and then they come over in the middle of the night to drink and see us sleeping humans and have a snack, right? Stop arguing, stop arguing. We're live streaming, arguing like this won't get us anywhere. Bang. While the team members were still arguing, someone from a nearby team, unable to bear the mosquito bites in despair, picked up a flare gun and fired the first shot into the air. Group 19. Ferguson Tang from Aspera has chosen to give up training, becoming the first freshman in Minar's class to drop out. Someone's already given up over there. Are you guys going to start shooting flares if we keep arguing like this? Seeing the green flare soar into the sky, the boys in Group 3, who had been arguing, changed their tone. Remember Group 1, the one with only girls? They were so close to us. I bet they're not doing as well as us right now. At least we already entered the forest and started looking for a place to spend the night, while they're probably still shivering outside. Other groups. But we don't have a fire mage to repel mosquitoes. Once we find a place to stay, we can hunt down a few magical beasts for a treat. Then, if we run into those young ladies, wouldn't that be a huge boost in their favorability? Alright, cheer up. Think of that little princess in Arcana. Think of the only daughter of the king of Atlantis, and think of the maid in Aspera. A whole bunch of girls are waiting for us to rescue them. The other groups might not be doing any better than us. While they were talking, Wendy had already packed frozen fish, shrimp, and crab into her backpack and filled 5 or 6 large gourds with water. It seems we caught a bit too many fish today, but luckily we have an ice mage to keep the food chilled. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon, Lilia picked up the sleeping Eline and carried her on her back. Then, after checking one last time to make sure nothing was forgotten, Wendy waved her hand. Towards the stars, let's go! Chapter 140. 10 minutes later, Erin's team arrived near a cave overgrown with vines. The cave was located in the middle of a small hill, with a downward slope of about 15 degrees. Because the cave was surrounded by weeds, and the entrance was covered in vines and moss, it was difficult for an ordinary person to spot the space behind the vines without careful observation. Found it. About 10 meters from the cave entrance, Wendy quietly used wind magic to clear away the nearby weeds and glanced at the scene inside. There really is something hiding in there. Tina, how did you find it? We rock mages react to places with a high concentration of rock element. Tina lowered her voice. Generally speaking, the rock element in a place is very balanced. Rock element inside a mountain won't just flow out for no reason, unless it's a very deep cave like this. When we came here, I felt that the rock element arrangement nearby was abnormal, and it turned out that I actually found the entrance. Feeling. Sister Tina knows so much. These are basic maid skills, Tina said proudly. The royal palace has given us a lot of targeted training. In case of an emergency, how to find shelter in the wild, how to take care of the young lady, how to find food, these are the very basics. We practiced them many times. So there's a Mora giant lizard hiding in there? Sophia shrank back into the crowd somewhat fearfully. I'm not very good at combat. The Mora giant lizard is a level 3 or so magical beast, skilled in using water elementals, and possessing a certain level of intelligence. In other words, this giant lizard is roughly equivalent to a mid-level water mage in humans, the same level as Brand of the Osborne family, who was previously brought to tears by Erin. Theoretically, even if Wendy's group is more people, a team of 5 novice mages shouldn't actively provoke this behemoth. High elemental talent doesn't equate to high magic level. Generally, for a new team like this, with an average age of only 12 or 13, it's already quite remarkable if an individual reaches the level of a beginner mage through self-study. A team of 5 mage apprentices with at least 1 beginner mage in their overall strength would be considered very excellent. Of course, Erin's team is an exception, because almost everyone here not only has high elemental talent, but they also maintained a solid foundation in magic training since childhood. The 4 of them combined might actually be able to defeat a level 3 magical beast. Don't be afraid. Sophia will help control the lizard from behind. Leave the fighting to me and Tina. In the bushes, Wendy gestured for Lilia and Sophia to step back slightly, saying, if we all work together, we should be able to take down this lizard. But my gut feeling tells me this fight is unlikely to happen. What kind of magical place is this? The current state of Erin's team left many viewers wide-eyed. How did they find this place? This cave is truly perfect. They happen to have both a geo mage and a grass mage. After they stay there at night, they have the grass mage or geo mage seal the entrance. Wow, no one can get in. Surviving for 3 days is no problem at all. Many were reluctant to believe that in less than an hour, this underdog team of only noble ladies had solved their food and lodging problems, putting them ahead of the other teams still arguing about whether to find shelter or food first. For those betting outside, any team would be considered a failure if even one member fired a signal flare and dropped out. But judging from the situation, none of the members of Elaine's team had any reason to quit. They were quiet and composed, with clear division of labor and each fulfilling their duties, and they had an excellent team leader who could immediately assess the situation and assign tasks accordingly. This division of labor is too perfect. The grass mage goes to find fruit and gourds, the rock mage goes to find caves, the wind mage and ice mage catch fish. This captain has perfectly made everyone in the team utilize their strengths. This team wouldn't work like this with any other element. I just don't know what this cutest little loli, Erin, is doing here. Is she just sleeping and waiting to win? Doesn't even the mosquitoes bite her? I just heard them say there's a Mora giant lizard in the cave. That thing is a tier 3 magical beast. A group of freshmen can't beat it, right? Don't let anyone get killed. What Wendy and the others in Erin's team didn't know was that their exploits had already spread throughout almost the entire campus of Minar Academy via the live-streaming crystal. Unlike the major empires, conducting research at Minar Academy doesn't require complicated procedures or the approval of any counselor or emperor. Installing base stations near the Riemann Empire or the Silas Empire requires the signatures of their kings, popes, members of parliament, the papacy, and other institutions. This means either paying for the qualification or doing them a favor, which puts the Minar Academy, which has declared permanent neutrality, in a difficult position. Therefore, the live broadcast from the Riemann Empire could only be achieved through relay, while the Minar Academy could directly transmit the footage to projectors in the dormitories via 2 base stations. Wendy's leadership is strong. It looks like the Wind Element Major is going to gain another formidable member this year. A few little girls are going to fight the Mora monitor lizards in the cave. Usually, the lizards living in caves are female, and they might even be incubating eggs. Fighting a mother monitor lizard with her babies, they can't win, right? But for some reason, Wendy seems incredibly confident. What makes her so special? Many students living in the dormitories were now watching the Elanine Squad's exclusive channel, marveling at their wilderness survival skills. Under normal circumstances, They probably wouldn't win, but I have a feeling this team isn't normal. Their whispered conversation must have been hiding something. The first day was alright, but starting from the second day, some of the new students started fighting and plundering resources without any sportsmanship. Hopefully, these kids won't get into a fight with those domineering teams. This lineup has almost no chance against the Thunderfire team. Look! That lizard looks like it's coming out. Perhaps sensing the approach of Eline and the others, in the camera's view, as a pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the center of the cave ahead, a huge lizard covered in scales and sporting a red crest on its head emerged from the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The lizard was incredibly robust. Its 4 arms, lying on the ground, were covered in strong muscles, and its long, spiky tail made it intimidating to approach. If an ordinary person were whipped by its tail, all their bones would probably break. Hiss. Juniors, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about this hole. Yeah, if something really happens to you here, I'd be heartbroken. All 4 of you are stunning beauties, and there's even a little cutie. Don't let your recklessness cost you your admission. If this lizard really intends to hold out, I think it would be better for them to go back to the beach and spend the night there. At least there aren't any tier 3 magical beasts there. Just as everyone was holding their breath for Wendy and the others, Erin, behind Lilia, yawned slightly and opened her eyes. Where are we? As she spoke, she noticed the large lizard lying at the entrance of the cave. Mora the giant lizard? Little Elle, you're awake. Wendy quickly explained, Tina found this cave. It seems we can stay here temporarily tonight, but it looks like the giant lizard's territory. Yeah, she laid 6 eggs in there. Eline jumped off Lilia's back, her body glowing with beautiful grass elemental starlight. I go talk to it. We can squeeze in, it shouldn't be a problem. As she spoke, Eline walked towards the giant lizard. With each step her little feet, clad in her school uniform shoes, took, beautiful glowing flowers bloomed on the ground behind her. What's going on? They actually let the grass elemental mage go first? Little Elle, no. That's a tier 3 magical beast. Is she still half asleep? Why didn't Wendy and the others stop her? The mother giant lizard during its egg-laying period is very irritable. Oh no, I can't watch anymore. However, the bloody scene the audience imagined didn't happen. Eline, having walked a path strewn with flowers, quickly reached the giant lizard and tiptoed to stroke its massive head. Under the dragon princess's touch, the lizard obediently lowered its head, rubbing its red crest against Eline. It agreed to give us this cave. The lizard, which had previously been rather unassuming, now looked like a pet dog. It proactively cleared away the weeds and vines near the cave entrance, shook its large head at Wendy and the others, made a strange gesture with its paw, and then turned and burrowed back into the cave. It said there's plenty of space inside, and we can go in and sleep when we're tired from playing at night. Seeing the girls' confused expressions, Eline explained, it also said it's willing to stand guard for us all night. It knows the area very well, and we can bring it anything we want to eat, like rabbits or tigers, anything we like, it will catch for us. Chapter 141. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon, and the vast world was shrouded in darkness, the bright moon gradually emerged from the clouds, draping everything on Wilton-Hare Island in a silver veil. Like on Earth, the night sky in this other world also has only one moon. The difference is that the moon here is much larger than on Earth, just like in some beautiful movies or anime, huge and bright. I can't take it anymore. Following a captain like you is my bad luck. Deep in the jungle of Wilton-Hare Island, a young man stopped and took out a flare gun from his backpack. I told you we could just spend the night by the lake, but you insisted there were wild animals and water snakes at night. Now look what we done. We haven't found a place to stay, and we have no food. We might as well go back and get bitten by snakes. Meanwhile, the team that chose to stay by the lake also had arguments over various issues. This lake water has no taste at all, and the fish are awful too. Are there any parasites? We have to stay on this island for 3 days and 3 nights? And then we have to hike to another forest? Oh, this is hopeless. I want to give up. I really don't know what you're thinking. We have 2 girls in our team, and you're letting them get bitten by snakes here. TSK. Listen, either I become the team leader, or I quit, okay? I'm not putting up with this. As night approached, various venomous snakes and wild animals became active, and infighting broke out to varying degrees in the more than 300 new teams on the island. Some teams chose to stay on the shore and rely on fishing and the lake water to get through the first night. Some went straight into the deep mountains and forests, and some simply found an open space and lit a campfire. The lakeside offers abundant food and an inexhaustible water supply, so there's no need to worry about food or water. However, being near water means being close to mosquito nests, and there are countless water snakes, water lizards, and various other dangerous creatures that might jump out and bite at any moment, drastically increasing the danger level. While there are relatively fewer mosquitoes and venomous snakes in the forest, food and water are scarce, and some areas are pitch black, making it torture for the more timid members of the group. So, the group that stayed by the lake to feed the mosquitoes complained about why their leader hadn't entered the forest before dawn, while the group that entered the forest complained about not finding a place to rest or food, leading to a heated argument. These newcomers were mostly between 12 and 14 years old, in the midst of their rebellious adolescence, many being pampered young masters and ladies who had never experienced such hardship before. Even with a camera lens pointed at them, many showed no respect for their companions and began shifting blame. Wasn't it a vote for us to decide whether or not to stay by the lake? Now you're blaming me? But you were the one who suggested it. As the team leader, shouldn't you have had a backup plan when you proposed the first option? Who knew there would be so many mosquitoes by the water? I'm practically sucked dry. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Wah, this place is torture. I want to quit. I should never have enrolled in Minar Academy. Alright, don't think the lakeside is any better. Damp places have the most mosquitoes. At least we'd be more comfortable in the forest. If we really can't find a place to stay, we can just find a big tree to spend the night under. Still hiding in the trees? Forget it. I don't think Minar Academy is absolutely necessary. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. It's like I'm begging them. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. At this moment, it was like New Year's Day. Signal flares rose one after another on the vast Wilton-Hare Island. Group 133. Christopher Anthony from Aspera has withdrawn from training. Group 218. Reinhardt from Silas has withdrawn from training. Anna from Group 65 has withdrawn from training. In an instant, Wilton-Hare Island was in chaos. Lions, scorpions, griffins, and various high-level wind mages flew overhead, picking up the team members who had withdrawn from training. See? I told you this kind of training doesn't consider talent or mage level, it's purely about character. Minar Academy wants students who can remain calm even in extreme environments. How far a mage goes depends 70% on talent and 30% on character. The Minar scholars watching the competition began a heated discussion. Generally, the first night sees the most dropouts. These are basically unprepared young talents who have never experienced the harsh realities of the wild. They can't handle the harsh reality. Yeah, even if some have simulated similar training with their parents, they often overlook a crucial factor. In real training, they not only need to adapt to the wild environment, but also to their teammates' temperaments. If they're unlucky enough to be assigned to that kind of pressure, they blame their teammates. TSK. Some boys like to yell and shout. Some like to show off in front of girls. Some love to be the center of attention. Oh, I know these kids all too well. I watch this live stream every year just to see them throw tantrums. It's so funny. Seeing most groups arguing endlessly about food and lodging, some viewers grew impatient. It's a bit boring. You've been watching for so many years. Haven't you ever seen a perfect start where the first night was uneventful and they found food and shelter? Well, there have been, like the group of Alice and Victoria from the Piarista family in the Lehman Empire a few years ago. Those two little girls, although nobles, were quite unclear, possibly related to interpersonal relationships. The noodles are perfectly made. It's just a pity that both of them participated in the training in winter. It snowed heavily, and the tree hollow they found was drafty. They almost froze to death. During their chat, several Minar scholars rushed over in a panic. Forget about a few years ago. Go check on Group 1 right now. They show you textbook teamwork and perfect mentality. Group 1? Isn't Group 1 the one without any men? And all of them are noble ladies, the one with the really high odds? I even bet on them to lose, and they still haven't fired the flare gun? Not only haven't they fired the flare gun, but they also used their backpacks to take food from the lakeside, found a perfect place to stay, and incidentally tamed a Tier 3 magical beast, a giant lizard. They already started preparing grilled fish. Huh? Are you kidding me? Don't 5 noble ladies argue when they're together? Tamed a giant lizard? Can a human even tame that thing? Shut up. Go watch the live stream yourself. These 5 girls are acting like family. I think this live stream will definitely be written into the history of Minar Academy, and used as a model of outstanding freshmen. Under the promotion of these Minar scholars, more and more viewers, who were initially uninterested in the noble ladies team, flocked to the vicinity of the live stream room, crowding the open space. Then, they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. 5 noble ladies and a gigantic lizard over 3 meters long were happily gathered around a campfire outside a cave. Erlini, dressed in her green academy uniform, had taken off her little shoes and lay down in a small nest made of hay not far from the campfire, seemingly asleep. Her small feet, encased in white stockings, reflected the forest's light and shadow in the firelight. The legendary, incredibly irritable Mora giant lizard was now like a loyal puppy, obediently lying beside Erlini, shielding the little girl from the firelight. The ice elemental mage Lilia thawed the frozen fish, then took the cumin, peppercorns, and other seasonings from Sophia. Using an ice blade, she made incisions in the fish, skewered it, and handed it to Wendy. Wendy was in charge of grilling the fish and shrimp. She placed a gourd filled with water near the fire to heat and sterilize the lake water, while using her wind element to control the heat and direction. Sophia planted various spices and fruit seeds she had gathered, allowing them to ripen and produce seasonings and fruits to prepare for the grilled fish and shrimp, and later, the fruit platter. Tina used her frozen fish greatsword to cut down the surrounding trees and weeds, clearing a clean area. She then gathered suitable hay and foxtail grass to make a small blanket and laid it out as a bed in the cave. Wow! How did they manage to perfectly solve their food and lodging problem in less than 2 hours? What's with that lizard? Isn't Group 1 without a fire mage? How did they start the fire? It seems like Eline did. She seems to be a fire mage too. Isn't that incredible? S+ grass elemental talent, and she can use fire elementals too? What kind of ultimate genius is this? I still can't understand how they can be so united, it's unbelievable. Unbeknownst to anyone, influenced by Eline's dragon aura at the cave entrance, the newly formed baby lizards inside the 6 eggs inside the cave were gradually showing pseudo-dragon characteristics. Chapter 142. The first grilled fish, cumin-spiced Christian carp, for the hardest-working Tina. In the campfire, facing volunteer Judy's camera lens, Wendy seemed completely unfazed, naturally handing the grilled fish to Tina, who was tidying up a cave nearby. Do you want chili? Yes. Tina poked her little head out of the cave. Spicy. Okay. But I don't have time to eat right now. There are still some loose rocks here that haven't been cleared. Then I leave Tina's for now. Remember to eat it when you're done. Sprinkling a generous amount of chili peppers chopped with wind blades onto the skewers, Wendy stuck the bamboo skewers with the steaming hot grilled fish next to the campfire. Then, there's grilled hairy crab and shrimp. It's a pity we don't have soy sauce, so we just use some spices to season it, hee. And grilled lizard. Oh well. Mama the Mora monitor lizard, is this okay? You two don't seem to be the same species? Huh? Faced with Wendy's question, the Mora monitor lizard beside Erin simply shook its head. Putting aside the fact that lizards and monitor lizards are completely different things, even if they are both monitor lizards, we Mora monitor lizards usually prey on other monitor lizards. This Mora monitor lizard mother wanted to say something, but because of the language barrier, she could only nod to Wendy after a long pause, indicating that she didn't need to worry about her. Oh, and the roasted sweet potatoes and taro are ready too, they smell pretty good. Seeing that the Mora monitor lizard didn't seem to care, Wendy turned around with the grilled lizard. Sophia, put them on a plate. Coming. Sophia, hearing this, quickly handed over several green plates. These small dishes were all made from gourds. After Sophia nurtured the gourd seeds, Wendy used a wind blade to cut the gourd in half, using the bottom part as a bowl and the top as a funnel to filter the boiling lake water. I don't know if little Ire likes spicy food, so I make some grilled fish without chili. Wendy placed the grilled fish, shrimp, and crab in bowls on the rock elemental table Tina had built next to the campfire. She pondered for a moment. I remember little Ire seems to like sweets? Like sweets? Hearing this, Sophia quickly took out several watermelon and cantaloupe seeds. I found quite a few on the way here. Wendy curiously leaned closer. What are these? Sweet melons and strawberries. As she spoke, Sophia planted the seeds and used ripening magic. With the blessing of almost infinite magic, the seeds on the ground quickly sprouted vines and blossomed and bore fruit at a visible speed. Soon, ripe watermelons and cantaloupes surrounded Sophia. This, despite her constantly replenishing magic, the continuous use of ripening magic had left Sophia feeling somewhat exhausted. She sat down dizzily on the small, soft hay bed next to Erin. Captain Wendy, I leave the rest to you. I need some water first. Okay, the water's over there, a bit hot, or you can have Lilia throw in an ice cube. Wendy plated the baked goods while checking the tableware, using her wind blade to whittle the bamboo she had prepared into chopsticks, knives, and forks, placing them next to each plate. By the way, isn't our dinner a bit too lavish tonight? It's more than just lavish. You guys are eating better than I do at home. Wendy's words prompted Judy, the senior student, who was recording the whole thing, to mentally mutter several complaints. What's going on with this team? Did they practice similar training beforehand, or are they really that skilled? Why are these girls so close from the start? Why does the information I have show that these 5 girls are from different places? Besides Eline and Wendy being from the same family, Lilia in the team is the youngest daughter of the Queen of Arcana, the kind who rarely leaves the house. Sophia is the only daughter of the King of Atlantis, who has almost never left the country, and as for Aspera, the little maid, needless to say, what kind of maid would abandon her mistress to serve someone else? Judy swallowed hard, watching the ever-increasing dishes on the table in the camera's view. 5 spice and cumin-flavored grilled fish, hairy crabs and prawns covered in seasonings, roasted lizard, roasted sweet potatoes, and roasted corn. There's plenty of meat and fish, plenty of whole grains, and you even have fruit for dessert, watermelon, cantaloupe, and strawberries, and because there's an ice elemental mage in the group, they can even have a few glasses of chilled watermelon or ice juice after their meal. Are they here for wilderness survival training? Are these young ladies here for a vacation? And why, after all this time, is there not a single mosquito or snake around me? Where are the legendary, terrifying mosquito clouds? Where are the hellish mad rabbits that bite like madmen? Have they all run away? Judy set up her camera lens and took out a bottle of Minar Academy's special potion from her large backpack. The bottle of potion was labeled mosquito repellent, a special product made by the Minar guardian beast Emotian. It was said to contain some of the Xuanwu divine beast's aura, and applying it to the skin would prevent mosquito bites, a protective tool provided by Minar Academy to the volunteers. But Judy felt she didn't seem to need the repellent. This is really weird. Putting the potion back in her backpack, Judy took out a bag of dry rations labeled emergency food. This bag of compressed rations was also distributed to the volunteers by Minar Academy. It came in flavors like ice cream, pork floss, vanilla, and cream cake. Similar compressed rations were also sold in some small supermarkets within Minar Academy, and were popular with students because of their extremely low price, and the fact that one piece will keep you full for a day. This wasn't Judy's first time volunteering. In previous filming missions, she had mostly enjoyed the Academy's emergency rations while her teammates, who could only afford wild fruits, frogs, and insects, ate their own miserable diet. However, looking at the abundant food on the table before her, she suddenly found the pile of compressed rations in her backpack unappetizing. Done! Half an hour later, as Wendy placed the last piece of grilled fish on the table, and used her wind blade to cut the watermelon and cantaloupe into chunks, Erin, who had been fast asleep, opened her eyes. Is dinner ready? It's a little late today. Wendy was a little embarrassed, but because we were short on time, we didn't catch the heavyweight duck, so we have to make lemon duck tomorrow. It's okay. Erin sat up obediently in a duck-like sitting position, her little legs crawling to the side of the table, peeking her head out from under the table. So much delicious food? Yes, thanks to everyone. Wendy clapped her hands. All right, you all worked hard. Come on over and have dinner. Oh, okay. And the photography senior, why don't you join us too? Huh? Judy blushed slightly. Is that all right? No problem at all. We grilled too much fish tonight. One more person won't hurt. Come on over. Oh, then, thank you all. Around the campfire, several girls sat down at the table, raised their gourd-shaped glasses of watermelon juice, and clinked them together. Cheers to our friendship. Chapter 143. Dawn. As the soft sunlight and the fresh scent of plants and earth seeped gently through the gaps in the vines at the cave entrance, Erin, curled up in a haystack deep within the cave, groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a monitor lizard egg that had somehow rolled to her side. She could faintly hear the subtle movements inside the eggshell, and the vibrant life force of the little creature. Recalling the scene of eating grilled fish with Wendy and the others last night, Erin sat up in the soft hay and yawned widely. She stretched out her snow-white hand and placed it on the eggshell in front of her, examining the inside. It was clear that the egg contained a nearly hatched female lizard, which would probably hatch in less than a week. Furthermore, because it was closest to Eline and exposed to the strongest dragon aura, this little lizard's pseudo-dragon characteristics were already very obvious, almost to the point of being fully evolved. The Mora monitor lizard is a mutated monitor lizard, similar to the relationship between a Jiao and a Jiaolong. If one had to choose, the Mora monitor lizard and the pseudo-dragon also have a tiny bit of a connection, At least in appearance, both are large lizards. Thus, Eline's dragon breath caused these baby lizards to evolve to varying degrees. Theoretically, Eline could have withheld her dragon breath, but considering that the Mora Monitor lizard mother had helped her team, she decided to take care of her offspring in exchange. Last night, before going to bed, Tina, with the mother lizard's permission, cleaned the cave, placed the 6 lizard eggs at the deepest part of the cave, covered them with straw, and then made beds for everyone in the team a little further out, creating a warm, cozy bed out of soft straw. Perhaps because the lizard egg was placed on a small slope, or perhaps because the little guy had been playfully moving around during the night, it had accidentally rolled to Arin's side, and thus naturally spent the night snuggling up to the dragon princess. Looking at the enormous lizard egg before her, Arin was reminded of herself as a child. Back then, she had struggled immensely to break free of the eggshell, and the first thing she saw was the holy dragon Fafnir guarding the outside. A strong instinct compelled her to follow Fafnir for decades, showering her mother with affection every day. Fortunately, the Mora giant lizard egg in front of her wasn't scheduled to hatch in the next couple of days, otherwise, it would have been disastrous if the little guy had hatched and seen her, or Wendy. She didn't want to suddenly have several children, just because she was participating in a wilderness survival training program at an academy. Everyone's out, huh? Carrying the largest lizard egg back inside, Erin quickly checked her surroundings, confirming that there was no one within a 500-meter radius before heading towards the cave entrance. Pushing aside the vines covering the cave entrance, she found a small stone platform constructed from rock elements in a clearing near the exit. On the platform sat a plate of grilled fish, bones removed, half a tempting watermelon, and a plate of washed strawberries. A wooden spoon, painstakingly carved with wind blade, was stuck into the watermelon. "Good afternoon, dear little Eyre." Beside the platform were several lines of writing in childish handwriting and some kind of juice. "Lilia, Sophia, Tina, and I went out to forage. That giant lizard seems to be planning to come help us out, so little Eyre, please guard the house today. We try to catch a suitable heavy duck and come back before sunset. We make duck stew tonight. Love, Wendy." Besides, there were other girls' signatures on the platform. "Lilia loves you too. Sophia too. Wait for us to come back. Tina, plant everyone." Looking at the various characters inscribed on the stone platform, Eline felt as if the smiling faces of the girls in the firelight last night were reappearing before her eyes, and a knowing smile crept onto her face. The dragon princess picked up a wooden spoon, hugged half a watermelon, and began to eat it. Last night, she must have been eating grilled fish with everyone, falling asleep while eating, and then being carried back to the cave. However, judging from the angle of the sun outside, she seemed to have woken up quite early, which was a considerable improvement. At the same time, in Harlan Academy in Harlan City, within the Aspera Empire, several high-ranking Academy members were grimly examining the 7 or 8 projection crystals displayed before them. These projection crystals were playing Minar Academy Intelligence, which the high-ranking members had purchased at great expense. S-rank affinity. My god. S-rank affinity for Ice Element. A definite future Ice Goddess. Ice Queen Lilia. You are the Ice Goddess. S+ Grass Element affinity. What a monster. Can someone really break through the testing crystal made by Mo Xian, with just a wisp of elemental power? This girl's future is absolutely immeasurable. She might even surpass all the grass gods of the past. Let's congratulate Sophia Carroll of Atlantis for achieving an A+ result in grass element talent. Tina Plant, her final rock element talent test level is a plus. The more intense the congratulations from the audience and host on the projection crystal became, the uglier the faces of the Academy's higher-ups in the room grew. Can anyone tell me? After all the recorded content had finished playing, a man with a long beard slowly walked to a sofa not far away and asked with a stern face, "Why did Minar Academy receive so many new students with A+ level talent this time? Even one S level and one S+ level? 1 or 2 A+ students are understandable, but what does it mean to have 5 or 6 students with such terrifying talent all at once? And that Princess Arcana with S-level Ice Elemental Affinity. You should all know what S-level Elemental Affinity means. It means she will most likely become the Ice Goddess Queen of this world in 50 years. Even our own noble family of Aspera, the Plant family, even the Plant family went to Minar Academy. Why would they rather go to such lengths, sending their maid to take the entrance exam for Minar Academy, than come to our Harlan Academy? Besides Minar Academy, there are many private schools in various parts of the Eve continent. One of the more famous noble academies is Harlan Academy in Harlan City, Aspera. Harlan Academy and Minar Academy are direct competitors. The difference lies in their focus. Harlan Academy is a for-profit institution, while Minar Academy places greater emphasis on academic research and character development. Normally, Minar Academy only admits one new student with A+ elemental talent every 7 or 8 years. However, this year, whether due to a surge of outstanding applicants or some other unforeseen circumstance, so many exceptionally talented mages have suddenly appeared. This immediately alarmed the higher-ups at Harlan Academy. Minar Academy already held a near monopolistic dominance on the Eve continent. If so many outstanding geniuses were allowed to enter Minar this year, Harlan Academy would have no future. The Academy's leadership had initially thought that with so many A+ talent freshmen, especially since Minar had foolishly placed 5 noble ladies with A+ or higher talents in the same group, Harlan Academy could easily attract them by having 1 or 2 of them throw tantrums and leave. But judging from the current situation, that team of 5 young ladies not only shows no intention of withdrawing, but is actually the best performing team on Weltenheru Island. Headmaster. Seeing the man on the sofa clearly suppressing his anger, a middle-aged woman in formal attire respectfully said, "The Plant family's situation is somewhat special. One of their young ladies went missing in our academy, so perhaps they harbor some resentment. Leaving aside the Plant family, allowing so many geniuses to enter Minar is indeed inappropriate." Across the table, a man with a buzz cut stepped forward. "Headmaster, I have a suggestion." "Speak." "Weltenheru Island isn't under the jurisdiction of Minar Academy, is it?" "Weltenheru Island is the territory of magical beasts." The bearded man, referred to as Headmaster, asked in confusion, "Why are you asking this?" "Since that island in the middle of the lake isn't under the jurisdiction of any country, those magical beasts just happened to land on the island during Minar Academy's freshman wilderness survival training, which just... It's not a big deal if I cause a little trouble for these new students when I'm in a bad mood, right?" The headmaster frowned. "You mean, doesn't our Aspera royal family know a few rank 6 magical beasts? Perhaps we can talk to the people at the palace and have them send someone to make a deal with the beasts." The crew-cut man revealed a sinister smile. "With the help of these rank 6 magical beasts, I believe quite a few talented children will voluntarily fire signal flares and withdraw from that wilderness survival training. That way, these outstanding new students will have no choice but to enroll in our Harlan Academy." Chapter 144. Aspera Empire Border, Lava Island. "No way. Are we really going to do this?" After landing from the back of the lion scorpion with his companions, the cardinal, holding a parchment, examined the shocking contents of the document in his hand. "Isn't this a bit too despicable?" The headmaster of Harlan Academy's intention. "Don't forget who's behind Harlan Academy." The archbishop beside the cardinal sighed. "There's no other way. Frankly, we're just pawns. Even His Holiness the Pope has tacitly approved. We pawns can only do official business. But this year's freshmen at Minar Academy are too pitiful. Those are 6th-tier magical beasts." The cardinal still looked distressed. Even if their talent is strong, they're still just a group of children around 12 years old. Sending a 6th-tier magical beast to fight them. This isn't appropriate, is it? It's a last resort." The archbishop sighed. "Nai said, if we allow these outstanding freshmen to flow into Minar Academy and cultivate future ice gods and grass gods, the map of the Eve continent will likely be rewritten in 50 years. Regardless of which empire those elemental gods favor, Aspera will be in a very passive position." He then added, "From another perspective, isn't our doing this also to attract outstanding freshmen to Harlan Academy, gathering talent in Aspera, indirectly making our country stronger?" "I still think it's too despicable." The cardinal shook his head. "Students should have the freedom to choose which school they want. Therefore, we don't intend to have Cerberus kill all those students. Harlan Academy's mission is to trade with the Hellhounds of Lava Island, to put some pressure on the freshmen on Weltenheru Island, nothing more. I remember the power behind Minar Academy is terrifying. Their guardian beast is a descendant of a 6th-tier Xuanwu, and rumors say there are even vampire dragons within the academy." The cardinal asked, puzzled, "What if Minar Academy finds out we're doing this? Won't we incur retaliation from those forces?" "As long as we don't get discovered, it's fine. Besides, Xian rarely leaves the academy, and Weltenheru Island isn't their territory. If we just send Cerberus with a few lackeys to put pressure on them, they won't suspect us." The archbishop patted the cardinal on the shoulder. "All right, buddy, don't overthink it. The idea of dragons and vampires hiding within Minar Academy is just a legend. Even if there really are dragons, the dragon race wouldn't turn against the largest nation on the Eve continent for a few new students. That's hard to say, after all, none of us have ever seen a dragon." As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance to Lava Island. Accompanied by a thick smell of sulfur, an overwhelming heat wave swept over the two bishops, slapping their faces. Humans! In a daze, a gigantic three-headed hound slowly emerged from the lava cave entrance ahead. I remember rejecting your offer last year. Why do you continue to harass us? Mr. Cerberus, we come representing Aspera. The two bishops knelt before the hellhound. The archbishop pulled a rank 6 fire crystal from his robes. Please forgive our rudeness. This is a gift prepared by His Majesty the King. Please accept it. Oh! Upon seeing the fire crystal, the three-headed hellhound's 6 eyes gleamed. Is it about the same old thing again? No, no, no. This time we're here for Wiltonharu Island. The hellhound was taken aback. Who is Wiltonharu Island? Not who, but a place. A bishop pulled a map from his pocket. It's located between the Lehman Empire and the Minar Academy, an unmanaged island in the middle of a lake. What's wrong with this island? We need you to lead some subjects to cause a ruckus on the island. The bishop, with a pious expression, produced another fire crystal. After it's done, this crystal will also be a tribute to you. The hellhound's middle head asked, puzzled, Do it? What do you want me to do? Big brother. Before the bishop could answer, the hellhound's left head chimed in. Humans are always cunning, said the bishop. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this job. Let's hear what they have to say first, ask them clearly, and then make a decision. Speak. The reminder from the left head instantly cleared the hellhound's middle head. It glanced at the fire crystal in the bishop's hand, and said coldly, Why are you making us do this? What will you humans gain from this deal? Actually, the two bishops exchanged a glance, and the archbishop spoke up, It's actually about the Minar Academy. Oh! That human academy that's rumored to be guarded by descendants of the Xuanwu? I heard some things about them. The hellhound narrowed its eyes. You don't mean you want us to cause trouble for the descendants of the Xuanwu, do you? No, we really just want the three of you to send some hounds to the island to cause some trouble. The bishop hurriedly said, To be honest, the Minar Academy's freshman training is being held on Wiltonharu Island this time, and many of the new students are exceptionally talented. We hope you will sabotage this training, so that these students might withdraw from Minar Academy and choose our school in Aspera instead. You see? The hellhound's left head chuckled. What did I just say? Humans are always cunning. This is a very profitable deal for both of us, the bishop quickly added. Wiltonharu Island is originally the territory of magical beasts. You could just take a few underlings there for a stroll, scare those new students, and even that descendant of Xuanwu from Minar Academy wouldn't dare say anything, right? Yeah, those new students are at most beginner mages. Any one of your underlings could easily beat them to a pulp. You wouldn't even need to lift a finger. 2 tier 6 fire crystals easily obtained. What a bargain. I'd like to ask another question. At this moment, the hellhound's right head, which hadn't said much. He spoke up. Are you sure those new students are weak? Yes, they're all just kids around 10 years old. They can't be that strong, you can rest assured. Among those children, are there any noble descendants, or human individuals connected to any magical beast forces? Not at all, Mr. Cerberus, you are a 6th-tier magical beast. The bishop raised his head. What human could be stronger than you? Even if we take a step back and say that the guardian beast of Minar Academy, Emotian, came, both being 6th-tier magical beasts, he is rock and you are fire, he is primarily defensive, and you are primarily offensive. Shouldn't we treat you with the utmost respect? All right. Hearing this, the hellhound, who hadn't found anything wrong, nodded. The deal is 2 tier 6 fire crystals. I take Wiltonharu Island. Is that what you mean? Yes. You said the island is full of students from human academies. What if my people on the island don't control their strength properly and accidentally kill a few? Will you cover for them? We cover for them. Then I'm relieved. The hellhound's massive body slowly walked past the two bishops. Keep the crystals for me. Wait for my news. Chapter 145. Near a hot spring pool on Wiltonharu Island, with a click, the door to the wooden hut in front of Nasod was closed from the inside. How was it? The door was then pushed open again, and Benson, the squad leader of Group 99, stood inside, speaking to his companions in a boastful tone. My skills aren't bad, are they? That's amazing. The teammate exclaimed, his face full of admiration for Benson. I didn't realize our captain was such an artist. I wouldn't call myself an artist, but I learned a few tricks from my parents in the countryside when I was a kid. The attraction between positive and negative poles of lightning is incredibly convenient when it comes to building houses, Benson said, conjuring a lightning sword in his hand again, then cutting a small, cat's eye-like hole in the wooden door beside him. That's it. Nasod looked thoughtfully at the small wooden hut before him, which, while somewhat ugly, certainly provided some shelter from the wind and rain. The moment they landed on the island last night, Benson Wayne, the young nobleman from Aspera, led his entire team straight to his so-called secret base, arriving around 10 p.m. near a hot spring atop a small hill. "Look," Benson said, "this is the highest point within 500 meters, easy to defend and difficult to attack, with abundant water resources. We just need to hunt some wild animals, or find some wild fruit to make do for the night. Tomorrow, I help you build the house, and we won't have to worry about food and lodging for the next few days." When Benson said this, most of the team thought he was bragging. Unexpectedly, the very next day, this young master, wielding the Thunder Sword, headed straight for the nearby woods. He returned shortly after, carrying a large pile of timber, and then spent most of the day building a small wooden cabin. I remember that the wilderness survival training locations for freshmen at Minar Academy are completely randomized every quarter. Nasty knocked tentatively on the cabin door a few times, then asked curiously, "How did you obtain this information?" 3 parts luck, 7 parts wealth. Benson chuckled. Our Wayne family is the wealthiest noble family in Aspera. Minar released the list and locations this morning, and we issued a bounty domestically less than an hour later. Anyone who can provide the most suitable survival location on Wiltonheru Island will be richly rewarded by the Wayne family. Although Wiltonheru Island is very remote, it has a history. Anyone who's been here before, as the saying goes, a handsome reward always brings forth brave men. Captain! As he spoke, a member of the squad responsible for keeping watch and searching for game returned, panting, "Someone's come up the mountain." "Oh!" Benson turned around. Did they say which group they were in? Group 86, 4 men and 1 woman, only one with an A-level wind element talent. What was their attitude? Oh my, who do we have here? Isn't this young Master Benson from that Nouveau Riche family in Aspera? Before the squad member could finish speaking, a young man led his team out of the forest ahead. Money really does make the world go round. You can even buy information about the Minar Academy's wilderness survival training site. Looks like your family really has a lot of money. Hey buddy, I haven't offended you, have I? The boy's sarcastic remark made Benson frown. He glanced at the only girl in the other group and the volunteer student filming behind them, suppressing his anger as he said, "You come all this way in such a menacing manner. What brings you here?" "Nothing much." The boy gestured to the hot spring not far away. "We just saw a pretty good spot here and wanted to ask if young Master Benson could reluctantly give it up." "You want to cooperate with us?" Benson was taken aback, then smiled. "Sure, but let's make it clear first, the merged team will only be led by me." "I didn't say I was cooperating with you." The boy interrupted Benson, pointing to the forest behind him, then to the hot spring. "This place, and that water source, are ours. As for you, find somewhere else." These words finally made Benson understand. These people were here to cause trouble. "Brother, are you sure you want to do this?" Benson, who had summoned his lightning sword, still tried to reason with them. "There are 2 camera crystals filming here, and hundreds of thousands of people are watching the live stream. When we enter Minar Academy, we all be in the same year, we run into each other all the time." "Who says we run into each other all the time? Minar has never forbidden students from using violence in training matches. You're a lightning mage, and I'm a wind mage. We have nothing to do with each other. Isn't the mage profession all about who has the bigger fist? If I beat you here, I might even gain a bunch of little fangirls." The young man opposite him waved his hand and pulled out a hastily made withered wood magic staff. "Besides, is your name written on this mountain, Benson? You can be king of this mountain, but I can't?" All right. Seeing that the other side had already gone this far, Benson no longer hesitated. "Brothers, pay attention. Ignore everyone else for now. Focus fire on that weird wind elemental captain." "I refuse." Nasod coldly replied from behind, "I'm afraid it'd be difficult to clean up the mess if I kill someone in front of the camera." "You?" Benson laughed angrily. "Brother Nasod, this isn't the time for jokes." "Ha ha, your name is Nasod, right? Very good, I like your arrogant personality." The opposing team's captain raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, ignore that Nouveau Riche young master, beat this arrogant guy down first." "Huh?" The opposing captain had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized with surprise that his body seemed unable to move. What was going on? The captain strained with all his might to move forward, but his body seemed to be suppressed by some evil force, frozen in a clumsy arm-waving posture, unable to move an inch no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even control his breathing. What kind of evil spell was this? Not only the captain, but all 5 members of the team stood frozen like statues, frozen in their previous positions, as stiff as rocks, unable to utter a single word. Unable to breathe, their faces quickly turned bright red. Listen, I don't want anyone to die, and I don't want you to pollute the social circles of Minar Academy. Walking to the immobilized captain, Nasod took a flare gun from his bag and placed it in the boy's hand. He then released a portion of his dragon's aura, his originally pale red eyes turning a strange blood red. In 10 seconds, I will release you. Everyone. Either commit suicide, or use your flare guns. As he spoke, Nasod gazed into the distance. Why do I feel the presence of demons? As the sun gradually set in the west the next day, Erin, having finished her grilled fish and watermelon in the cave, emerged from the center of the vines. It seems everyone will be back soon. Yawning slightly, the little girl, exuding a faint scent of milk and flowers, glanced at the plants around the cave entrance, then waved her little hand. Immersed in a vast, star-like life force, flowers sprouted rapidly in all directions from the cave entrance, turning the earth into a sea of flowers. These colorful flowers climbed the hillsides, some scaling giant trees, filling the gaps in the surrounding woods. In an instant, the area around the large cave was filled with a delicate floral fragrance. 2 vines hung down from the branches above Erin's head, quickly forming a pretty little green swing. With a light tap of her toes, the little dragon princess at the cave entrance leaped gracefully onto the swing, her tiny hands gesturing a photo-taking gesture towards the forest ahead. She then pushed off the ground with her little feet. 3, 2. Using the recoil, Erin swung back down from the swing, pushing off the ground again with her toes. Boom, 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 boom! 5 consecutive blasts of signal flares echoed from another small hill not far away, painting the sky with vibrant colors. Meanwhile, from the forest ahead of Erin, the sounds of Wendy and her companion's footsteps and chatter could be heard. Little Erin should be awake by now, right? She usually sleeps until after 2:30 p.m., so it should be about time? Why, I got bitten by mosquitoes over 10 times this trip. Little Erin's protection is definitely the best. Can I sleep next to little Erin tonight? Ah, Lily is so cunning. I want to sleep on the right. 1. Erin, soaring into the air for the second time, released her grip, her small body bobbing off the swing and heading towards the forest's exit. Wendy and her group, carrying loads full of food and seasonings, emerged from the woods just then. Wendy, Sophia, Lilia, Tina, welcome home. Catch me. Thump. Huh? Before anyone could react, the silly little girl tumbled into a pile of straw near the forest exit, splashing up 1,000 layers of rice fluff. Ouch. Chapter 146. Near Weltonharu Island, 2 chipmunks were sunbathing at the entrance of a grain warehouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One chipmunk stood up like a meerkat, raising its tiny paw to the other, excitedly describing what it had seen and heard. I saw a big dog with 3 heads, about this big. The big dog was surrounded by many black hunting dogs, their bodies engulfed in super high flames. Like hellfire. They were like a well-trained army from hell, so scary. Okay, I got it. So please don't block the entrance, I'm going to get to work. The other chipmunk simply pushed Chestnuts back into the grain warehouse indifferently, occasionally responding to the Chinibu, delusional, chipmunk, who was talking incessantly at the warehouse entrance. Yes, a Chinibu chipmunk, this guy's level of Chinibu was well known among the surrounding chipmunks. It always boasts to chipmunks, whether it knows them or not. One day it claims to have seen the arrival of the destroyer god, the next it boasts of receiving a summons that must be answered, and the day after, it might pester some working chipmunks to tell them the story of the Titan's fall. Therefore, the chipmunks, already used to its personality, don't care, taking it all as just bragging. It's true. Seeing its companion's disbelief, the Chinibu chipmunk stepped forward again. They're coming soon. Not far over there. They destroy our homes, take our land, and trample on our dignity. Yes. The chipmunk at the burrow entrance was getting impatient. Then tell me, where is that 3-headed hellhound you mentioned? Boom. The chipmunk's voice had barely faded when the sound of something enormous stomping on the ground grew louder and louder. Boom, boom, boom. The vast world trembled noticeably. The hellhound is here. The Chinibu chipmunk trembled with excitement, pointing at the distant shadows and saying to its companion, I wasn't wrong, was I? A 3-headed hellhound, and an army of hound monsters. The chipmunk next to it was so frightened that it immediately dragged it into the grain warehouse. Still watching? Are you out of your mind? Near the Lehman Empire's livestream room, several people from Aspera whispered a few words to some merchants. Still betting on Group 1 to lose? Hearing the Esperan intelligence agent's words, the merchants were incredulous. No way. Look at Group 1's teamwork, their elemental proficiency, and their leader's leadership. How could they possibly lose? Yeah, I bet on Group 1, because I listened to those meaner scholars. They said all these noble ladies would easily clash, so someone in Group 1 would likely quit. But look at them now, not only did they not quit, they're as close as a couple. Judging from the current developments, Group 1 is the least likely to lose. They even tamed a Tier 3 more a giant lizard. Oh my god, I watched the replay for ages, and still didn't understand how they did it. It felt like that little black and white-haired girl walked up to the giant lizard, and it just surrendered. Stop trying to trick us. We're not believing you this time. Breaking news. Facing the merchant's skepticism, the information broker from Aspera coldly stated, soon, a large number of magical beasts of at least Tier 4 will arrive on Wiltonheru Island. This team you described, with its strong cohesion and a leader with excellent leadership, will most likely be driven out by these beasts, leading to conflict. What? Tier 4 magical beasts? Several merchants asked doubtfully, where did this rumor come from? It's not a rumor. Also, pay attention to my wording, at least Tier 4 magical beasts. The information broker lowered his voice. You just need to know that someone doesn't want this talented team to win. We're just along for the ride. At least Tier 4 magical beasts? Is the information accurate? The merchants were astonished. If these newcomers had even a tiny chance of winning against Tier 3 magical beasts, then facing Tier 4 beasts meant they would basically only have to run away. A Tier 4 magical beast, that's equivalent to a human mage or battle master. For a beast of that caliber to enter Wiltonheru Island is like a wolf into a sheepfold. Could you reveal at least one Tier 4 magical beast? What's the highest tier? The information broker held up his hand, making a 6 gesture. Holy crap! Several merchants' eyes widened. A Tier 6 magical beast, clearly, they made some kind of deal, right? Going against Minar, are they courting death? Shh. The information broker gestured for them to lower their voices. You and I will keep this to ourselves. Just watch, even if they can persuade a Tier 3 magical beast to surrender, when facing a Tier 4 or even Tier 6 magical beast, they only have running away. This year's Minar freshmen are going to suffer. On Wiltonheru Island, beside a rising campfire, Erin sat on the flower-filled lawn, using a small wooden knife Wendy had cut to prepare a fruit platter. Before her, Wendy and Tina were adding seasonings to a clay pot. Some ginger and salt. A little bit of wampy. Green apple. Great, that's about right. Wendy put the lid on, and picked up the wooden spatula. I make another braised duck, then roasted duck, and for the remaining heavy-duty duck with mixed mushrooms, I just make a simple mushroom duck soup. As she spoke, Wendy turned to Erin. Erin, I haven't been cooking for very long, and there aren't many ingredients here, so the taste might be a little worse than Aunt Connor's. Be prepared? Erin picked up 2 strawberries, put one in her mouth, and cut the other into pieces, placing them on the fruit platter. It's okay. I'm not picky. Even if it tastes bad. Can it be worse than the school cafeteria? Erin thought to herself. But then again, they really did try their best today. Erin looked around at the fish and ducks. Not only did they find so many ingredients, but they also brought back a huge amount of salt and spices, and even made clay pots and casseroles. It's important to know that the dragon's blessing won't work if you're more than a certain distance away from Erin, meaning Wendy and her friends would have to face all sorts of insect bites and attacks from venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. However, they still managed to find and bring back all the promised ingredients for lemon duck. To be honest, Erin was quite moved. Whether it was Wendy from the Piarista family, or the little princesses of Arcana or Atlantis, they were all only around 12 years old this year. On Earth, children around 12 years old are just starting middle school, and many might not even know how to cook yet. But on the continent of Eve, these children have already become capable little adults. As she spoke, Erin sensed a demonic aura emanating from afar. Demons? On the continent of Eve, demons are rare. They are either sealed away or dormant due to some kind of contract. Although the word demon sounds unpleasant, in a sense, Erin's father was once considered a demon leader. Even black dragons have their Chunibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur phase. In that chaotic era of war, Nasod once proclaimed everywhere, I am the Lord of the Abyss. I am the child of darkness. Only now, with his daughter, he has retired from all that. It's fair to say that almost all demons have served under Nasod at some point. Logically, those demons should have been warned long ago, never to set foot in human society again. So why are so many demons suddenly flocking to Wiltonheru Island today? Sensing the increasingly dense demonic aura in the distance, Erin shook her head. Looks like someone's about to get a beating. Chapter 147. As dusk approached, wisps of smoke rose from various parts of Wilton Island. Some teams laid out their day's hunted prey around the campfire to prepare dinner. Other teams placed containers filled with lake water over the fire for high-temperature sterilization. Almost no one noticed the deadly danger lurking on Wilton Island. Woo! At the signal of the demonic beast Cerberus, a large pack of fourth-tier demonic beasts, the evil hounds, silently swam across the lake and landed on the isolated island. My men have begun their operation. In the forest 2 kilometers from Wilton Island, Cerberus, gazing at the setting sun, addressed the 2 bishops behind him. Your task is to expel the island's top students and prevent them from being admitted to Minar Academy. Is that correct? The archbishop replied respectfully, yes. No specific targets? The dog-headed figure to Cerberus's left asked doubtfully, are all these top students? Mostly. The archbishop said cautiously, they're either young masters or young ladies, normally, as long as the island's magic. The pressure from the materials is a bit too much. These people will likely withdraw if they feel their lives are in danger. You only need to launch an indiscriminate attack on the island's inhabitants. Brother, said the dog-head on the right of the hellhound, I have a feeling something's off about this island. This job, maybe we shouldn't take it? My lord, the archbishop quickly advised, I guarantee in the name of the Pope that the student's combat strength is absolutely no more than a 4th-tier magical beast. Here, you and your men are invincible. Even the photographer sent by Minar Academy to protect the students is no match for you. The main reason is that our race was once given a strict order by the false dragon Lord Nash. We must not engage in any activities that might interfere with the development of human society. The dog-headed creature on the left said, the reason we were willing to cooperate with you Aspera before was purely because the content of those collaborations had nothing to do with the development of human society. This time, it has ultimately been somewhat presumptuous. False dragon? Nash? The archbishop was taken aback. What is the false dragon Nash? Is he a dragon? Please do not address Lord Nash by his name directly. He is a being that you humans can never reach. The large head of the hellhound in the middle said coldly, as for dragons, I don't know whether to call you humans ignorant or stubborn. This is different from. This is not a realm you can access. We like to hear more. Let me put it this way, let alone dragons, even wyverns, we're not qualified to mention them. For insignificant people like us, just meeting a wyvern in this lifetime is a stroke of incredible luck. But Lord Cerberus is practically a god in the eyes of us Esperanians. Quite the flatterer. So Lord Cerberus, when you personally visit the island later, could you perhaps bring this photographic crystal with you, so that we mortals can also witness your majestic figure? In the goddess square of the Lehman Empire, countless people were gathered around one of the projectors, their hearts pounding in their chests. This Group 172 is so pitiful. Girls, if it really doesn't work out, you should just give up. Forcing yourselves like this isn't a solution. Yeah, Minar Academy isn't a must-attend school. You two both have B+ talent. You'd be more than qualified for any ordinary magic school. You don't necessarily have to fight tooth and nail for Minar. Sigh. It's no use talking here. Judging from their expressions, they're definitely planning to hold out until the very end. Let's hope no one gets killed. Besides Group 1, where Rin was, and Group 99, where Naysad was, one team quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding onlookers due to their extremely bizarre experiences. That was Team 172, the spring semester freshman wilderness survival training team from Minar Academy. This team originally had a standard configuration of 3 men and 2 women. However, 2 of the men got into a fight last night over command, resulting in one man being seriously injured and announcing his withdrawal from the team. After that, the remaining 2 men argued again on the way to their rest area, reducing the team's numbers once more. That night, the team's only noble young master, unable to bear the constant mosquito bites, pulled the trigger of the signal gun. And so, before Team 172 even finished their first day on the island, only 2 women remained. Both girls hailed from the wintry kingdom of Arcana, and were both water elemental mages with B+ talent. Neither were nobles nor royalty, and they tried their best to persuade the boys to stay when they argued, but to no avail. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours, and after 3 boys left the team for various bizarre reasons, the 2 girls in Squad 172 barely managed to get through the night. When they woke up, before dawn, a swarm of hellish mad rabbits suddenly attacked the tree hollow where they were resting. Hellish mad rabbits were at most level 2 magical beasts, but these beasts preferred to move in packs. Since the two girls were water elemental mages with weak attack power, they could only flee in disarray from the rabbits' onslaught. The escape lasted an entire day. The hellish mad rabbits are called mad because these black rabbits are truly reckless when they go berserk. Even with their bodies covered in cuts from the water blades, they continued their attack, their faces flushed, chasing the two girls from Squad 172 from the bottom of the mountain to the top, from dawn till dusk. However, the two girls had extremely bad luck. During their escape, they didn't encounter a single other team, receiving no supplies or rescue all day. Why are they all crammed here? What's so interesting about this team? Just two people? They all quit. That's too tragic. How did they get involved with so many mad rabbits? Apparently, they stepped on one of the rabbits' burrows while sleeping last night? I don't know, but this team is pretty outrageous. They could probably be nominated for the unluckiest team in the past 50 years of Minar's freshmen. Squad 172's bizarre experience quickly attracted a large crowd. Everyone was discussing when the two girls would pull the flare gun from their backpacks. Water moon dance. Moonlight fragments. Huff huff. Under the twilight, facing the camera, one of the girls in Squad 172, with a short ponytail, unleashed three sword energies composed of water elements at the horde of mad rabbits ahead. Her weakened body could no longer hold on, and her legs collapsed to the ground with a thud. Why? The girl bit her lower lip, her blurred vision fixed unwillingly on the large group of black rabbits in the grass. She had tried so hard. She had passed Minar's talent test, she had. If only she could just hold on for these few days. The girl's mind flashed back to the smiles on the villagers' faces at the village entrance not long ago. Chun, you're the first magician in our village to pass the Minar talent test. Haha, you made something of yourself. You brought glory to the village. Chun, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Dad is waiting for your good news. When you become a student of Minar Academy and become the water god, our village will benefit too. Village chief, my talent is only B+, I can't become the water god. In my eyes, Chun is the strongest and most loving water god. Suddenly, the girl felt herself being lifted up by a pair of small hands. Chun! How are you? It was her companion Lulu. Cheer up. Lulu, the temporary squad leader of Squad 172, carried the girl on her back and said encouragingly, I see smoke. We're close to the other squads. Really? Because she hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, and had been fighting the constantly chasing hellish rabbits, the girl's voice was incredibly hoarse. But we, cough cough, carrying so many monsters, going there, won't we cause trouble for others? We can talk to them, promise to do all the hard work for the rest of the squad, or any other conditions will do. We can't fall here. The squad leader said encouragingly. Xiaochen said before, she wanted to become a student of Minar Academy, to study hard and... So you can become a Grand Magus, and then go back to rebuild the village, right? That's what I think too. I also come from the mountains. We have nothing there, just mountains. I don't want to give up here. I want to become a mage in Minar. I want to study magic, become a magic master, and make my parents proud. As they spoke, the squad leader carrying the girl suddenly realized something. Wait, why aren't those mad rabbits chasing us anymore? What? The girl behind them let go, panting as she landed on the grass, looking at the trembling hellish mad rabbits behind her. It seemed so. They seem afraid of something? Woof. Just then, a low growl of a wild beast came from the bushes in front of the two girls. The accompanying photographer also turned his lens in that direction. In the jungle, a huge, powerfully built hunting dog slowly emerged from the shadows, its back to the setting sun. It was a muscular hunting dog with red eyes, its body wreathed in black flames, and a height exceeding 3 meters when standing. The hound had a pair of dark purple horns on its head, making it look like a terrifying monster from hell. How is this possible? Before the two girls could even recognize what it was, the accompanying photographer exclaimed in shock. A netherworld hound? Why would a tier 4 magical beast be here? Chapter 148. What? The demon hound? Wasn't this thing supposed to have disappeared long ago? Why is it reappearing on Weltenheru Island? Good heavens. This is a tier 4 magical beast. How unlucky must Squad 172 be to encounter something like this? The muscular hound appearing on screen instantly ignited the excitement of all viewers in the 172 livestream room. Almost everyone wore expressions of shock or confusion. Many instinctively leaned towards the projection crystal, rubbing their eyes, and repeatedly examining the giant hound on the crystal. The demon hound, a terrifying magical beast renowned for its speed and attack power, can also wield highly destructive fire magic. This magical beast not only possesses immense explosive power, but also a degree of intelligence. Its 4 claws can easily cut through metal pipes with a diameter of 20 centimeters, and its sharp horns can even pierce the shield of a rock elemental mage of the same level. Let alone the freshmen on Welton Harrow Island, who had only learned some basic magic, even mages and sorcerers, who had spent 2 or 3 years at Minar Academy and had some combat experience could be instantly killed if they were accidentally struck in a vital spot by this kind of magical beast. Calling Minar Base Station. Calling Minar Base Station. Almost the instant, she confirmed that the magical beast ahead was the infamous Evil Hound, the volunteer senior student in charge of filming Squad 172, Tsubaki and Lulu, subconsciously pulled out another crystal from her pocket. Emergency situation. A Tier 4 magical beast has appeared on the island. Should we terminate training? A Tier 4 magical beast, converted to a high-level mage in human terms. Such a terrifying existence on an island with only freshmen is no different from wolves entering a chicken farm. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any monsters above level 3 within a 30-kilometer radius of the Minar Academy's freshman survival training site, as this could potentially lead to injuries or fatalities during training. However, nothing is absolute. In this kind of no-man's land area of the human empire, monster activity is quite frequent. Even if no level 4 monsters are found during the site survey, it's not impossible for a few wild, high-level monsters to suddenly wander in during training. Buzz buzz buzz. Minar Base Station received. Under the setting sun, a moment later, the volunteer's communication crystal transmitted the voice of the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs Office. To ensure the absolute safety of the students, we have already informed Lord Emotion of the situation. I can only say I try my best. The volunteer looked distressed. A level 4 magical beast, and a fire attribute netherhound at that. I'm a little overwhelmed. Despite saying this, the volunteer still took out a magic wand from her backpack and shielded the 2 freshmen from Squad 172 behind her. Your training is suspended. Follow me and prepare to retreat. Woof. For some reason, the volunteer's actions angered the netherhound in front. After letting out a warning growl, the massive hound burst into flames and charged directly at the 3. Run! Pushing Lulu and Chun aside, the volunteer, also a fire mage, instantly appeared in front of the netherhound. Fire shield. Buzz. A huge shield blocked the hound and the 2 girls. Roar. However, just when the volunteer thought she could at least hold out for a while, the attacking evil hound turned and leaped towards a nearby tree. It used its claws to push off the tree trunk, leaping over the volunteer's fire shield and flying straight towards the 2 girls behind her. Watch out. Before the volunteer could finish speaking, the demon hound had already raised its heavy claws, revealing its sharp blades. Whoosh! Even though the 2 girls dodged in time, a deep, bone-revealing gash was still torn open on their chests by this claw. In an instant, gushing blood stained their school uniforms red. Ugh! Pain and resentment made one of the girls instinctively grit her teeth and retaliate by hurling a water moon blade at the demon hound. Sizzle! The blade, formed from water elemental energy, struck the demon hound's solid head, producing a sound like water vapor evaporating. Holy crap! You dare fight back? Run! This scene was too much for the viewers to bear, with many jumping to their feet in frustration. 2 freshmen fighting a Tier 4 magical beast. Are they crazy? This is bad. This team was already unlucky, and now they encountered a Tier 4 magical beast in the wild. A Minar scholar shook his head. Their only option now is to fire the flare gun. Does firing the flare gun now mean they're giving up? Yes, but even if they fire now, the griffins outside won't be able to get there immediately. They still have to fight the netherhound. Damn it! Isn't there any other way? I don't want to see anyone die, especially 2 such cute little girls. Normally, no one will die. I bet Minar's emergency response team should be on their way by now. It's strange. I still can't figure out where that netherhound came from. Minar wouldn't make such a mistake, having freshmen do wilderness survival training in an area where Tier 4 magical beasts are active. You mean, this wasn't an accident? It's not a question of accident anymore. It's about how these 2 little girls are going to survive the attack of the netherhound. In the chaos, someone noticed that the Elenine squad was located halfway up the mountain not far from Squad 172, and hurriedly discussed, can we notify Squad 1 to go and rescue them? Don't you think the death toll is high enough? Even if Squad 1 is highly talented, they're still just a bunch of kids. How can a bunch of kids face a Tier 4 magical beast? Yeah, even if Elenine Squad 1 goes to support them, it'd be a death sentence. Tier 4 magical beasts are just too strong. A bunch of freshmen can't handle them. What a coincidence, this volunteer is a fire mage. Fire attacks are ineffective against the Netherhound. Roar! Amidst the discussions, the Netherhound, bathed in the setting sun, attacked the two girls again. It leaped high, its claws ignited with black flames, its target aimed directly at the neck of one of the girls. Is it over? Chun, her face pale, clutched the bloodied wound on her chest, her gaze fixed firmly on the Hound of Evil. In the end, I still couldn't enter Minar Academy to bring glory to everyone in the village. Due to excessive blood loss, the girl's vision was already incredibly blurred. Roar! 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 Seeing its prey give up its escape, the Hound of Evil roared excitedly in the sky, raising its claws high. Whoosh! However, the scene of blood splattering that the hound had imagined did not occur, because its head fell from its body at that moment. A leaf shimmering with a pale green light flew from the sky not far away at an extremely fast speed, severing its neck as easily as cutting tofu. Huh? What the hell? It's done in a second? What just flew by? Did you see it? This scene stunned the audience in front of the camera lens. It looks like a leaf. A leaf? That's a grass mage? What kind of grass mage can one-shot a level 4 magical beast? Phew. Thank goodness I made it in time. Under the setting sun, a petite figure descended from the sky like a dandelion seed, landing beside the two girls of Squad 172. The wounds on the two girls' chests healed at a visible speed. This dandelion-like girl was none other than Erline from Squad 1. Are you alright? In the gentle glow of the setting sun, Erline extended her small hand to the two girls. Want to have dinner together? Chapter 149. Having not eaten all day and exhausted their magic, coupled with a claw attack from a level 4 magical beast, the evil hound, on their chests, the two girls from Squad 172 quickly became delirious due to insufficient energy supply and excessive blood loss. Phew. Thankfully we made it in time. Just a second before they lost consciousness, accompanied by an angelic voice and a faint floral and milky scent, a little girl in a grass-green school uniform landed lightly in front of them, like a dandelion in the afterglow of the setting sun. The little girl had very long black and white hair, and a very petite figure, giving her the appearance of a vanilla cream and chocolate cake. At the same moment the little girl landed, the two girls from Squad 172, who were lying on the ground almost unconscious, suddenly found that the pain in their chests had disappeared, and their magic levels were rapidly recovering. Want to have dinner together? In the soft, elf-like voice, they saw a small, delicate, snow-white hand reaching out from behind the setting sun. As their vision gradually returned and they could make out the appearance of the small cake in front of them, the two girls from Squad 172 exclaimed almost simultaneously. So cute. My name is Elenine Piarista. Helping the two girls up from the ground, Elenine gestured to the smoke rising from a nearby chimney. My squad is over there. Ah. The two members of Squad 172, still clearly not quite recovered from their shock, nervously looked around. Where's that black dog? The demon hound? I already took care of it. Erin helped the two girls take out spare clothes from their bags. How are you feeling now? Still in pain? It's over. Only then did the two girls notice the headless corpse of the Netherhound not far away. Right. Just now, when the black dog pounced, a green light did hit it. And that light just effortlessly severed the head of a 4th-tier magical beast? Instant kill? Instant kill of a 4th-tier magical beast. How powerful must one be to do that? Lulu and Chun stared wide-eyed at the Netherhound's corpse in disbelief. You two should change your clothes first. It get a bit cold here after sunset. Don't catch a cold. After taking spare clothes from the girls' bags, Erin comforted them. It's okay. It's all over now. Thank you. The handsome and gentle appearance of the little angel easily touched the softest part of the two girls' hearts. This was the first time they had ever met someone like Erin. Despite her incredibly cute and cuddly appearance, she possesses formidable fighting power, is incredibly caring, and speaks with a gentle voice, making her seem like a completely approachable friend. Well, after quickly washing away the bloodstains with water magic, the two girls on the lawn blushed. My name is Chun. I'm not noble, so I don't have a surname. Where I'm from, Chun is a kind of wild vegetable. When I was little, I was always sick, and my parents hoped I could grow strong and resilient like a toon tree, so they named me that. My name is Lulu. Another girl introduced herself. I'm also from the countryside. I don't have a surname. Lulu, Tsubaki, hello, nice to meet you both. Giving the two girls a cute smile revealing her canine teeth, Erin said encouragingly, don't be ashamed. We all come from the countryside, and it's the farmers who feed us." Then, she turned to the photography volunteers behind her. "Usually, training can be stopped in this situation, right?" "Why, yes." The volunteer looked visibly shaken. "The appearance of a Tier 4 magical beast is considered an accident. We need to immediately request a suspension of the competition, and then the Academy will send an emergency team to take the injured away." Just then, a huge griffin descended from the sky, and a high-level grass elemental mage, accompanied by several archmages, jumped to the ground carrying a first aid kit. "Were there any casualties?" "Yes." The volunteer looked at Lulu and Chun. "Were you injured just now?" "The wounds have healed." The two girls from Squad 172 pointed to their chests. "We're completely fine now." "How can you be fine? That was a Tier 4 magical beast, the Evil Hound. If you had been any unlucky, and had been grabbed by the neck, you might be dead." The grass mage and the emergency response team took out a healing potion, her small hands gathering life elemental energy as she brought them closer to the two girls' chests. "Let me take a look." "What? What happened?" After a preliminary examination of Chun and Lulu, the grass elemental mage and the emergency response team widened her eyes, and said in disbelief, "The Academy's specially made school uniforms were torn to shreds, and there's a large area of blood here. Such severe wounds have most likely damaged internal organs. Why don't you even have a scar? Even the most advanced natural magic wouldn't have this kind of healing effect, right? Anyway, we feel pretty good now." Chun asked somewhat nervously. "We didn't fire the signal gun during the training just now, so that doesn't count as a failure, right?" "No, allowing a level 3 or higher magical beast to appear at the training location was the negligence of the relevant personnel at the Academy. The Academic Affairs Office will send someone over to inspect Weltenharu Island in a while to see where that magical beast came from." An adult male in the emergency response team glanced at the corpse of the evil netherhound not far away, his heart trembling slightly. "Once we determine the specific situation, such as whether there was only one level 4 magical beast on the island or a group of them, whether they happen to pass by or live here. Once we figure these things out, we will issue a notice as soon as possible regarding whether to suspend training." On Weltenharu Island, the Minar staff were preparing to launch an investigation into the evil netherhound, while most of the viewers behind the camera, especially the Minar scholars, were frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Most of them were still reeling from the sight of Alinei instantly killing the demon hound. Some gaped, unable to utter a sound of disbelief, while others exchanged bewildered glances with their companions and the Minar scholar, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. The demon hound was a Tier 4 monster, equivalent to a high-level human archmage. To achieve the effect of instantly killing a Tier 4 monster would require at least a mid-level archmage. Even more terrifying, Erin registered as a grass elemental mage at the Minar Freshman Registration Office. Grass is not only the weakest element in combat, but it's also completely countered by fire in actual combat. Yet, this element, almost entirely devoid of offensive power and completely neutralized by fire, instantly killed a level 4 fire-type monster with a single strike. I originally thought Eline was just a mascot in Team 1. Yeah, I really believe them. They said Eline was just talented but didn't know much practical magic and could only be cute. My goodness, that's what you call not knowing magic. Now I finally understand why that Mora giant lizard cowered at Team 1. Turns out she's the most terrifying one in the team. Forget about that evil hound, among us old guys. Who could withstand that leaf? Even a rank 4 magical beast as fast as the evil hound could be killed in one hit. You know, that thing's skin is as hard as rock. I ask you, which of us ordinary people could withstand a single blow from it? Who told me to go all in on Team 1 and lose? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, there's no way we could lose, okay? In the chaos, several merchants simultaneously turned their gazes to the intelligence agent behind them, who claimed to be from Aspera. The intelligence agents could only secretly wipe away a cold sweat and say, "Trust me, everything will be alright once the Tier 6 magical beast arrives." Chapter 150. A Tier 4 monster appeared on the island? At the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs Office, after reviewing the documents handed to her by several staff members, the head of the office, Susan, who had just finished a quick dinner, looked puzzled. "I remember we checked Weltenharu Island more than 10 times, didn't we? The highest level monster there was a Tier 3 Mora giant lizard. Where did this evil netherhound come from?" In this other world, due to the existence of monsters and magic, murders happen almost daily. Everyone generally accepts that freshman wilderness survival training like that at Minar Academy will result in some casualties. Parents who register their children at the Minar Freshman Enrollment Point are more or less aware of the risks involved. Even if their children survive the freshman wilderness survival training and graduate successfully, they will still face various life or death challenges as high-level mages serving various empires. There's no way around it. In the magical world, might makes right. Even though human life is cheap, Minar Academy has been making every effort to minimize injuries and deaths among freshmen during wilderness survival training in recent years. After all, this training is designed to assess students' character, not their combat abilities. Survival training locations are generally chosen in remote, desolate areas far from human activity, where a certain number of magical beasts can exist. Tier 1 or 2 magical beasts are fine, but for Tier 3 beasts, it depends on their nature. If it's a Tier 3 venomous snake that can kill with a single bite, or a Tier 3 thunderous bear that roars bear overlord and starts chasing people with its red-hot spots, then a different location is needed. While Wilton Island is home to Tier 3 more giant lizards, these magical beasts are docile and slow-moving. Most people can simply avoid them if they can't defeat them. Therefore, it's a suitable training location for new students. In addition to conducting a 3-month inspection of the training site before selection, Minar Academy has also arranged for volunteers with at least a mage level to film the new student groups. These volunteers carry the Academy's communication crystals and can report any emergencies immediately. The off-site rescue team and griffins will also arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. Logically speaking, under such strict supervision, there's no reason for a Tier 4 magical beast to appear on the island. So where did this evil hound come from? Our people are still investigating. In the Academy's Academic Affairs office, facing the question from the Director of Academic Affairs, Susan, several staff members didn't dare to breathe. Our initial guess is that it swam over from the west side of the island. Swimmed over. Susan frowned even more. The evil hound is a fire elemental magical beast. Those things don't like water. Weltenharu is an island in the middle of a lake, surrounded by forests. What was it thinking, swimming several kilometers to get to the island? The staff member hesitated for a moment. Does the director mean that this evil hound came with some kind of purpose? It's hard to say. This year, we have too many outstanding talents among our freshmen. Just this little princess of Arcana and the A+ grass elemental mage of Atlantis are enough to make other academies envious. Susan thought for a moment. We can't rule out the possibility that someone bribed the magical beast to put pressure on the freshmen, or it could be some enemies trying to use someone else to do their dirty work. Huh? A staff member asked, puzzled. That's a Tier 4 magical beast. Aren't they afraid it might accidentally kill all these outstanding freshmen? Some institutions would rather kill their best freshmen than allow them to flood into Minar in large numbers. That's human nature. Susan sighed. Has this been reported to Lord Emotian? Yes, Lord Emotian told us to observe the situation and check if there are any other Tier 4 magical beasts on the island before making any further plans. Alright, you can go now. Thank you for your hard work. Okay. After the staff from the Academic Affairs office left, Susan quietly went to the office door and locked it from the inside. Then, she sat back down and activated one of the recording crystals. The image that appeared on the crystal was of the evil hound about to pounce on Chun and Lulu, when a wren flicked a leaf, decapitating it before gracefully falling to the ground. So cute. This scene made Susan instinctively hug the projection crystal to her arms, as expected of little Ire, so cute and handsome. Ah, when will you officially register at Minar Academy? You're so adorable. As she spoke, the Dean of Academic Affairs pressed the crystal's replay button with a beep. No, I have to watch it again. At the same time, on Weltenharu Island, led by Arin, Tsubaki and Lulu, having changed their clothes, arrived at the lawn near the entrance to the Mora giant lizard cave halfway up the hill. You're back? Wendy, who had already prepared a large table of dishes, was somewhat surprised to see Tsubaki and Lulu. Who are they? Lilia, Sophia, and the others by the campfire were unaware of what had happened. Having worked hard all day, bringing back various ingredients from outside, they had been busy cooking and preparing meals since the afternoon. In the girls' eyes, Eline had only been out for less than 10 minutes before returning with 2 somewhat disheveled-looking girls, which piqued their curiosity. We are members of Squad 172. Lulu stammered nervously. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, only Tsubaki and I are left in Squad 172. Ah, let me introduce you. I'm Lulu, and this is Tsubaki. Hello. The aroma of lemon duck, braised duck, and various delicious fruits made Tsubaki unconsciously swallow, and her stomach began to rumble. She resisted looking at the food and said, Lulu and I are both water elemental mages, so could we rest here for the night? Tomorrow. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Seemingly afraid that Irini would refuse, Lulu added, "We absolutely won't bother you, and we won't eat your food, and we won't cause you any trouble." As she spoke, Irini had already gone to the side and brought over 2 servings of fragrant braised duck in gourd bowls, along with 2 open coconuts, handing them to Lulu and Tsubaki. "Let's eat something first." Under the surprised gazes of the two, Irin smiled, raised her pink little fist, and made a cheering gesture. "It's okay, there's more after we finish eating. A full stomach will give us the strength to fight the monsters tomorrow." Looking at the delicious food in their hands, Lulu and Tsubaki's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in their eyes. Is this really okay for us? To you, we seem like just outsiders." "Oh dear, eat if you're hungry, there's plenty more." As she spoke, Wendy, who was cooking, waved to the volunteers behind them. "Big sisters, you can join us if you want some too. It's more fun with more people. Don't be so picky, just make yourself at home." What? At this moment, Lulu and Tsubaki could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Only they knew the hardships they had endured since arriving on the island. After all, they were only 10-year-old girls. To survive a day and a night without food, and to escape death from the blades of a level 4 magical beast without crying out loud, showed their remarkable mental fortitude. However, while the threat of death didn't make these 2 strong children cry, the warm, home-like atmosphere around the cave brought tears to their eyes. It's all right, eat first, it's all over now." She walked over to Lulu and Tsubaki, patted them on the shoulder, and only after seeing the 2 of them wolfing down their food did Irin turn towards the jungle exit not far away. "Naysod, do you want some too?" Chapter 151. Naysod? Is that Naysod, the A-rank lightning elemental freshman from Group 99 who single-handedly took on the entire Group 86, forcing them to fire their flares and retreat? Is he here to cause trouble for Group 1? No way. Naysod's performance in Group 99 has always been mysterious. He's hardly ever made a move, but when he does, it's a total wipeout. Eline's words made many viewers watching the live stream uneasy. Because Naysod wasn't the captain of Group 99, even though he had broken away from the group and come to Eline's side, the camera volunteers weren't filming him. Most viewers' attention was on Squad 172 and the Evil Hound. Without Eline saying anything, no one even noticed that Naysod had left the group. To be honest, I didn't even see how Naysod did it. Why did Group 86 freeze instantly after just one glare from him, and then all surrender? There's a type of lightning elemental magic that works like a freeze spell. It seems to manipulate the electrical currents in the body to interfere with nerve signals. But in my memory, this only exists in theory, or it's some mysterious skill that some ancient family doesn't pass down. Ancient family? Is Naysod from an ancient family? Look at his surname, Garland. I'm an old Minar scholar, and I really don't remember there being such a family on the Eve continent. We old guys were just discussing it, and among this year's freshmen, besides those few A+ talent geniuses, Naysod is the most mysterious. That's why the most people who bet on Group 99 won. So, compared to Erline, who instantly killed the Evil Hound. Who's stronger? Lightning element slightly counters grass element, it's hard to say. On camera, Naysod slowly emerged from the jungle exit ahead. Naysod, classmate. Wendy, who had just placed the braised duck in a bowl on the stone stool, waved her hand. Good evening. Want to have dinner together? Wendy knows Naysod too. Then it seems the Piarista family and the Garen family have a good relationship. But it's strange, even in their decline, the Piarista family is still a famous noble family in the Lehman Empire. This Garen family. Why don't I remember them at all? As the captain, Wendy's greeting to Naysod was recorded by the recording crystal, which puzzled many Minar scholars. It seems like only a few families are on good terms with the Piarista family, the Augustine family of the Lehman Empire, and some smaller families from neighboring countries. The Garland family isn't one of them. By the way, what does Garland even mean? Thank goodness Naysod isn't here to cause trouble. I had a jolt when I heard Shower say Naysod classmate to the trees earlier. He's probably here to ask about team cooperation or something. Shower only has the giant lizard cave. It doesn't look as comfortable as their hot springs. Naysod probably knows about the Evil Hound and is worried, so he's planning to merge teams. More people, more power. I just hope they don't actually fight. Right now, it seems like the only team this year that could pose the biggest threat to Shower's team is Group 99. Isn't there supposed to be an additional deathmatch mode later? Under the watchful eyes of a large crowd, Naysod approached Eline, seemingly surprised that his daughter was doing so well here. After a moment's hesitation he asked, "Is there anything you're missing?" This made Eline burst out laughing, covering her mouth as she said, "Dear Nasod, what do you think we're missing?" "We're missing nothing." Wendy poured the ingredients and seasonings into the simple clay pot, stirring them as she smiled. "Nasod, would you like yours spicy?" Nasod's lips twitched. "Spicy? All right." Wendy gestured to a small stone stool at the cave entrance, saying, "Please have a seat, sir. The food will be ready soon." Although only 10 years old, Wendy was, after all, the daughter of Linton, the second in command of the Piarista family. Linton was mainly responsible for the family's diplomatic affairs, and having spent so much time traveling with her father, she had learned to read people's expressions. Nasod is a dragon, and also Aren's father. His sudden appearance here during a training match definitely wasn't just for catching up. He must have something important or formal to say to Aren. Wendy knew this perfectly well. "Sir, here's your spicy duck." Placing the stir-fried duck in a bowl in front of Nasod, Wendy deliberately diverted the camera's attention, walked over to the two girls from Team 172, took their empty bowls, and went to get another serving of lemon duck. "Why don't you tell us what happened these past 2 days, sister? Why did those 3 boys in your team run away?" The two girls looked aggrieved at the mention of it. "Last night, they argued about the captain, even fought, and then that guy got carried away." Seeing this, the two volunteers quickly turned the camera away. Seeing the camera no longer focused on them, Nasod, surprised by Wendy's high emotional intelligence, looked at Aren, sat down on a stone bench, and said in dragon language, "Many monsters have appeared on the island." I know." Aren also sat down on the lawn, munching on a strawberry while mumbling, "Cerberus, right? I heard my mother say that a long, long time ago, some Chunibu, middle school syndrome, boy shouted, 'I am the child of darkness,' while commanding a large horde of monsters." Stop. Nasod interrupted Aren, looking exasperated. "Why does Fafnir tell you everything?" "So, my dear father, that hellhound is clearly after the new students on the island. How do you plan to handle this?" Aren casually ate a strawberry. "Like the Blackfire vulture before, slaughter all the dogs? Its target isn't us, nor is its intention to challenge the dragon race's authority. There must be someone behind it." Nasod thought for a moment. "I notified a nearby sub-dragon before I came. That dragon should be arriving soon. Should we kill it or let her handle it?" "Her?" Aren tilted her head. "Big sister? 120,000 years old. She's been sleeping around here for almost 5,000 years. Time to wake her up and give her some exercise." As he spoke, Nasod picked up a piece of duck meat and put it in his mouth, then was immediately hit by the spiciness. Cough, cough, cough. "What's this?" Aren covered her mouth and laughed. "Didn't Dad say to make it spicy? The chili peppers on the island are this spicy. Human bodies are so fragile." Nasod shook his head, looked around the giant lizard cave that Aren's team had transformed into a miniature garden, and beckoned to the Mora giant lizard shivering in a corner not far away. This gesture startled the Mora giant lizard, which immediately came running over with a humph. Nasod placed his hand on the lizard's head and infused it with a trace of dragon energy. Under the influence of the dragon's energy, in less than 2 seconds, the Mora monitor lizard swelled to nearly double its size, and 2 enormous black horns sprouted from its head. "Protect them." Retracting his hand, Nasod quickly finished the spicy duck on the stone stool, his face flushed, and stood up. Taking advantage of the camera's inattention, he walked back along the jungle path he had come from. "The chili peppers on this island are terrifying. I want a chili next time." Chapter 152. What? Our dog was killed. And its head was chopped off? As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, Cerberus, the hellhound in the jungle, was furious after hearing the report from a demon hound returning from Weltenheru Island. "You can't even handle a group of freshmen? So this year's freshmen are strong." The cardinal beside him took out a photographic crystal and played the footage of a demon hound on the island being easily beheaded by a leaf. A grass elemental mage? Seeing this footage, Cerberus was shocked, his head almost instinctively turning to the demon hound that had reported, "You bunch of fire elemental creatures, killed by a grass elemental mage? My lord, this might be an accident." The demon hound on the ground hung its tail, looking like it was begging for mercy. Maybe the grass elemental mage was lucky. No one paid attention to her, so... A bunch of useless trash. Cerberus shook his head. "Forget it, we have to do it ourselves." "My lord, don't forget the photographic crystal." The cardinal on the ground quickly took out a large crystal and hung it around the neck of the giant dog in front of him. "This way, your excellency's heroic figure can be recorded in its entirety." All right, I know you need to record this to report back to the Pope. Cerberus scoffed after landing on the island. I just scared the new students, right? No need for a massacre, is there? No need, no need. The matter of the evil hound has probably already spread among the new students. They just landed on the island last night, and they're currently on edge. With just a little pressure from your excellency, most of them will break down. The Archbishop said in a fawning tone. That completes our mission, and those 2 fire elemental crystals are yours now. You better keep your word. Cerberus turned towards Weldenheru Island ahead. If it weren't for those 2 crystals, we wouldn't have made this decision against our ancestors. With that, the enormous hellhound took a leap and roared out of the jungle, landing, and then leaping several more times before disappearing into the sunset. We're done here, right? Seeing the 3-headed hellhound leave, the 2 archbishops breathed a sigh of relief. They simultaneously activated their projection crystals, enjoying the hellhound's first-person perspective. As expected of a Tier 6 magical beast, so cool. Haha, of course, Mr. Cerberus and Mo Xian from Minar Academy are different. Both are Tier 6 magical beasts, but Mo Xian isn't aggressive at all, and even if he were to arrive from Minar Academy now, it would be too late. Right, as long as we disrupt this freshman training and leave those freshmen with a psychological impact, more people will drop out. Almost simultaneously with Cerberus's departure for Weldenheru Island, the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs Office received a video call from the island's inspector. We checked Weldenheru Island several times, and found that there is indeed more than one netherhound. At least 5 netherhounds are highly likely to encounter the surrounding freshman groups within half an hour. Netherhounds are pack animals. Such group movements often mean that their leader is likely lurking nearby. What do we do now? Should we stop the training? After hearing the report, the several officials in the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs Office exchanged bewildered glances. Someone actually dared to challenge the prestige of Minar Academy? Although these people in the Academic Affairs Office didn't know who the powerful figures behind Minar Academy were, the mere presence of Mo Xian and the 4 sacred beasts that Mo Xian represented was enough to intimidate most humans. Not to mention, for thousands of years, legends have circulated on the continent of Eve about dragons, vampires, and cat demons living in Minar Academy. Even with all that, are there still people who aren't afraid of death? What is Lord Mo Xian's opinion? After a few seconds of silence, Susan spoke up. Can you confirm whether the mastermind behind this is human or a magical beast? Lord Mo Xian said, just watch. The inspector's expression was somewhat strange, seemingly also puzzled by Mo Xian's words. He also said, keep the relevant video recordings safe. Just keep the video recordings? No other measures? Susan asked, puzzled. Are we just going to let a large group of evil hounds fight with the freshmen? Won't someone die? That's what Lord Mo Xian said. The inspector was about to say something when suddenly the crystal seemed to be snatched away by a young man. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just remember to keep the relevant video recording safe later. The young man who snatched the crystal was none other than Mo Xian in human form. Lord Mo Xian. Susan was even more curious. Have you arrived at Weldenheru Island already? Yes, this was an attack targeting our entrance training. Mo Xian smiled. The enemy isn't hard to guess. Harlan Academy in Espera. Harlan Academy? Susan was taken aback, then suddenly realized, no wonder. People from that academy came to Minar a few times last year, saying that Minar Academy's tuition-free policy would disrupt the human market. We had several instructors send them back. Yes. Mo Xian hugged the recording crystal to his chest and said to the inspector beside him, I might need to go to the island to film something later. Could I borrow this for a moment? The inspector was flattered. The recording crystal was originally developed by you, Lord Mo Xian. Please use it freely. Thank you. With that, Mo Xian hugged the crystal with both hands, turned, and flew towards Weldenheru Island. As he flew, he said to the camera in the air, Don't worry, everyone, it's nothing serious. Freshman training doesn't need to be interrupted. Consider it a firework gift from Harlan Academy to our outstanding freshmen. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers away from Weldenheru Island, deep within the underground magma, a subdragon over 200 meters long slowly opened its eyes. Cerberus? It's provoked a true dragon? Or the Black Dragon King? Does it no longer care about its lineage? After receiving the corresponding dragon breath from Nasod, this fire subdragon slowly stood up from the magma, shaking off the lava. Speaking of which, what year is this? The human race hasn't gone extinct yet? Quite tenacious. Yawning widely, the subdragon surveyed the surrounding magma and suddenly spread its wings. Buzzing. The once tranquil lava pool suddenly became incredibly turbulent. With a violent tremor, massive amounts of lava surged from the ground. The Black Dragon King really went all out, actually sending a mere wyvern like me to deal with Cerberus. Muttering to itself, the fire wyvern in the lava sprang to its feet, and slammed into the rock above, bursting onto the surface amidst a deafening roar. Let me see which unlucky dared to provoke the Black Dragon King into using his dragon breath. Chapter 153. As dusk fell, Cerberus, the hellhound wearing a photographic crystal necklace, crossed the vast lake in the forest and arrived at Weldenheru, an island in the lake. Such a tiny, rundown island with nothing in it, crammed with thousands of people? Glancing at the traces of activity from some Minar Academy freshmen on the lakeshore, Cerberus's left head took a deep breath. There are indeed the auras of several thousand people, but... The right head hesitated for a few seconds, then added, but 2 people's auras are a bit off. They seem like ordinary humans, yet they exude a hint of arrogance. My intuition tells me these 2 are not simple. Strange, are there scents in this world that we can't distinguish? Who are they? The middle head asked. I only know that Emotion has. FA conceals one's aura, but Emotion conceals his existence rather than faking his aura. I don't recall anyone using such a technique. Ignore them. Our mission tonight is simply to scare those freshmen one by one, forcing them to quit training. True, let's finish this quickly. Alright, I have no objections, let's begin. After the 3 heads reached a consensus, Cerberus charged towards the center of Weldenheru Island. Each step of its massive body produced a dull boom 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 sound, causing the nearby hills to tremble. Let the world tremble. Darkness from the underworld, he might call, descend upon the world, and destroy all things. Hellfire. Speaking in a very dramatic tone, Cerberus's 3 heads simultaneously opened their blood-red maws, launching an indiscriminate fireball attack on the surrounding forests and hills. Boom! Rumble. Fireballs exploded throughout the forest, igniting the night. What was that? Where did that explosion happen? Is a fire mage causing trouble? Even if it's a fire mage, this is terrifying. It's shaking even kilometers away. The teams closest to Cerberus quickly realized something was wrong, and their captains immediately climbed to higher ground to investigate. What? I think I saw a big dog over there? What? A big dog? I don't remember there being any dogs on Weldenheru Island, right? The ones there are lizards. It really is a big dog. It's huge. Holy crap, a 3-headed dog. And it breathes fire. What did you say? Just then, a large fireball flew over the team and landed in the nearby forest, exploding violently. Boom! A high-temperature shockwave carrying intense fire element spread out, causing large swaths of the surrounding forest to shed dead leaves with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whose fireball can travel several kilometers and have such terrifying explosive power? This is definitely a magical beast. A magical beast of level 5 or higher. Quick! Run! Why is there such a terrifying magical beast on Weldenheru Island? What should we do now? Should we abandon training? I don't want to die. The shockwave brought scorching air, and also fear and suspicion. The volunteer photographer quickly turned the camera, capturing the enormous creature steadily advancing towards the center of the island. A hellhound? Following the camera, many Minar scholars in the live stream almost instantly recognized the magical beast. Wasn't it said that the hellhound left the Eve continent during the war thousands of years ago? What's a hellhound? A 3-headed hellhound. I only saw it by chance in an old book in my grandfather's room. Legend says they're minions of demons, henchmen of death, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. This thing is also recorded in Riemann's Monster Encyclopedia. I remember it's a 6th-tier monster. A 6th-tier monster? The island is full of freshmen who only recently learned magic. How can they fight a 6th-tier monster? Shouldn't this training be stopped? It's too late to stop now. Even Emotion, the strongest guardian of Minar Academy, is only a 6th-tier monster. Beast? At best, it can only fight the Cerberus to a draw. There are so many new students on the island. If the Cerberus causes any trouble, a bunch of people will die, and Minar's reputation will be ruined. So Minar was ambushed? They're after the new students and the reputation of Minar Academy? Yes. Now it depends on how Minar handles this. If Emotion arrives immediately, it might still be in time. If Emotion is still at the academy, everything is truly over. Amidst the heated discussion, the 3-headed Cerberus had already rushed into the forest of Weldenheru Island, setting everything around it ablaze. Instantly, thick smoke billowed, and large swathes of trees were trampled and broken by the Cerberus's massive body. Countless hellish rabbits and birds fled in terror, screaming in the flames. Ha ha ha. Standing in the center of the raging fire, Cerberus laughed wildly. It's been a long time since I had this much fun. Then, one of its heads looked down at the recording crystal on its neck. Is this the effect you wanted, Bishop? Yes, yes, yes. The Archbishop's voice came through the communication crystal around his neck. Great Mr. Cerberus, we are honored to witness your handsome figure. Haha, then watch more, record it well and save it. As he spoke, Cerberus seemed to sense something, his muscular body turning towards the smoke ahead. Who's there? Woo! In the firelight, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly lit up. Boom, boom, boom! Accompanied by steady footsteps, a huge dragon lizard slowly emerged from the flames and smoke. The dragon lizard wasn't large, even appearing somewhat like a domestic cat facing a tiger compared to the hellhound, yet its face showed no fear, its gaze fixed menacingly on the behemoth before it. A Mora monitor lizard? Seeing the dragon horns on its head and the scales on its body, Cerberus blurted out instinctively, then realized something was amiss. Wait, why does this Mora monitor lizard have dragon horns? A dragon lizard? No, that's not right either. Dragon lizards and Mora monitor lizards can't possibly interbreed. So why does this Mora monitor lizard have dragon aura? Whoa! Before Cerberus could finish speaking, the dragon lizard in flames pounced on him. Meanwhile, in Erin, after having dinner on the lawn near the cave, Tsubaki and Lulu from Squad 172 approached Wendy somewhat apologetically. I'm really sorry to have troubled you. We won't leave empty-handed with this dinner. If there's any dirty or tiring work later, please feel free to order us around. You're too kind. Seeing the two girls' guilty expressions, Wendy quickly comforted them. If you're tired, go and rest. You just fought the evil hound. Although your wounds have healed, your mental strength won't recover so quickly. Go and get some sleep to recharge. No, Grandpa and Grandma told me not to take or eat other people's things for free, Tsubaki said firmly. We also want to do what we can. Boom! Just then, a series of explosions suddenly came from the distant forest. How about this? There's a small favor we need your help with. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to the explosions, Erin ran to Tsubaki and Lulu. It's a summoning ritual. A ritual? The two girls snapped out of their daze, puzzled. What kind of ritual? It's simple, a ritual to summon a dragon. Erin took their hands and led them to a nearby lawn, conjuring grass elements and drawing a magic circle around the three of them with wildflowers. Immediately afterward, the little girl sat down obediently in the center of the magic circle in an adorable duck-like pose. Strange magical beasts have appeared on the island, so I hope Sister Chun and Sister Lulu can help summon the dragon and drive those beasts away. Is little Eriny playing house? The two were immediately amused by Eriny's innocent charm. Lulu, suppressing a laugh, asked, Then how can we summon the legendary dragon? Place your hand on this flower, and then silently chant in Esperanto, O fiery dragon sleeping beneath the earth. Heed my call, spread your wrathful wings, cover this sky, this starry heaven, drink away the world's hesitation, and dispel the world's evil. After saying this, Eriny raised her head, her ahogue, a strand of hair sticking up, bobbing, her little face full of sincerity. That will summon the dragon. Chapter 154. In the jungles of Wiltonhara Island, the battle between the Mora monitor lizard and the hellhound quickly reached a fever pitch. What's going on with this thing? Faced with the Mora monitor lizard's relentless attacks, the middle hellhound was completely bewildered. Did we blow up its nest or step on its eggs? It doesn't make sense. Mora monitor lizards usually lay their eggs in deep caves and aren't this aggressive at all. This guy's gone mad. The biggest problem now is this a Mora monitor lizard or a dragon lizard? I never seen a Mora monitor lizard like this before. Despite the vast size difference between the hellhound and the Mora monitor lizard, the hellhound, completely bewildered by the lizard's berserk attacks, could only passively defend itself. I remember the Mora giant lizard was only a tier 3 magical beast. Why is this thing moving like lightning? It's pouncing. Watch out. You gone too far, Hellfire Ball. Boom. It's not even dodging the fireball? Is it courting death? In the chaos, the Mora giant lizard, having taken a direct hit from a fireball, grew increasingly red-eyed, lunging at the hellhound's rear end and biting off a large chunk of flesh. Holy crap! How is this thing so fast? It's gone mad, really mad. This is the first time I ever seen a berserk Mora giant lizard. Does it have some kind of obsession? Can't we just kill it? It's too fast. I don't know what's going on. Ordinary Mora giant lizards couldn't possibly be this fast. Facing the Mora giant lizard, which emanated a small amount of dragon energy, a bad premonition rose in the hellhound's heart. Dragon aura, dragon breath, a disguise even she couldn't see through, the evolved more a giant lizard. Could there really be something on this island that she couldn't afford to offend? In the Lehman Goddess Square, Fafnir, dressed in a casual dress and knitting a sweater for Eline, glanced at the battle between the Hellhound and the more a giant lizard projected on the crystal and casually asked, "Has anything like this ever happened at Minar Academy before?" "Yes." Aisha nodded beside her. Minar Academy is the largest and most prestigious institution on the Eve continent. Many people are envious of it. But directly bribing a high-level magical beast to cause trouble at the freshman survival training ground, well, that's a bit much. I investigate thoroughly. Every human involved, including nations, will be held accountable. Fafnir tilted her head. Is it because of our little L? Little L's S+. Grass element talent is also one of the reasons, Aisha said helplessly. But the main reason is that there are too many high-affinity mages applying to Minar this season. It's like everyone made a pact. Several A+ freshmen suddenly appeared to apply to Minar, causing some schools and their backers to get angry. I remember. Fafnir gestured to a Minar Academy staff member not far away. You, as the principal, don't usually interfere with school decisions or incidents. Is it usually Mo Xian who handles them? Yes, Mo Xian can handle it alone. If it really comes to it, I step in. As she spoke, Aisha looked at the night sky not far away. As for tonight, since that Hellhound was once a subordinate of Lord Nazad's subordinate, let him handle it himself. Yes, even after all these years, he still can't manage the remnants of his former subordinates, making a spectacle of himself for so many people, and even disturbing little Ire's dinner. Fafnir skillfully knitted a cute cartoon dragon on her sweater, glancing at the 99th set of images in the distance. He's definitely going to get a beating back in Dragon Forest. You can summon a dragon just by chanting a spell? At the entrance to the Mora giant lizard's cave, in the gradually rising full moon, Chun and Lulu from Squad 172 exchanged a glance, both looking like they were trying not to laugh. This is... Really? Really? Erin stretched out her little hand and placed it on the flower, saying seriously, "Come on, let's recite the incantation together to summon the dragon." Although Chun and Lulu didn't believe such a simple formation could summon a dragon, considering Erin was their savior, and thinking that they had just finished eating and spending some time with this little girl wouldn't hurt, they suppressed their laughter, put on serious expressions, and each placed their right hand on the back of Erin's hand. "O fiery dragon sleeping beneath the earth," he might call, "spread your angry wings, and cover this sky, this starry heaven." "O fiery dragon sleeping beneath the earth," he might call. The commotion made the two photographers, who were eating casually, turn their cameras in the direction. What are those three little ones doing? Trying to be cute? They definitely seem to be trying to be cute. From what they're saying, summoning a dragon? They're still little girls, so adorable. Seeing them after a long day at work melts my heart. In the scene, Erin, Tsubaki, and Lulu, each sitting in a duck-like position around a central flower, stretched out their little hands, closed their eyes, and earnestly prayed, amusing many viewers. Ha ha ha, it's nice to see little Lolas being cute once in a while. Speaking of which, I didn't know grass magic could be used like this, making blooming flowers form a magic circle. Ah, I really envy these little ones' carefree appearance. They don't even know a 6th-tier magical beast is already heading this way. Yeah, Minar Academy hasn't made a move yet. Are they trying to see who's stronger, little Erin or a 6th-tier magical beast? Minar's strongest freshman group versus a 6th-tier magical beast. It's going to be a fierce battle. Under the moonlight, Erin and the others, sitting in the center of the flower magic circle, quickly finished reciting those slightly melodramatic words. "Drink up all the world's hesitation, dispel all the world's evil, come forth. Fiery dragon." Then, there was a long silence. Clap, 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 clap. A moment later, some viewers in front of the camera broke the silence with applause. "So cute, ha ha ha." Indeed cute, but it's useless. Dragons have been extinct for thousands of years. If 3 little girls can summon dragons like this, should we, the scholars who study magic, switch to studying metaphysics? Yeah, if that could summon dragons, I wouldn't study magic anymore, I'd become a summoner. However, just as Chun and Lulu in the center of the magic circle opened their eyes in bewilderment, and the viewers in the live stream were still teasing the 3 little girls for their innocence and cuteness, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, rumble. A deafening roar seemed to tear through the air, as something terrifyingly large hurtled towards Wilton Harrow Island. Rumble, rumble. The sky trembled, the earth shook. Holy crap! What's happening? What's happening? Cameraman! Focus on the sky. Stop filming the little girls. Could they have really summoned something? The cameraman from Squad 172 hurriedly raised his camera lens, turning around blankly amidst the powerful tremors, finally spotting a colossal creature high in the sky. In the frame, a dragon, its entire body bathed in flames and exceeding 200 meters in length, was flapping its fiery wings, hurtling towards Eleni at supersonic speed. This dragon perfectly matched the descriptions of dragons in human history books: wings that blotted out the sky, resolute vertical pupils, a huge head covered in spikes, a strong body covered in scales, and that majestic tail. It really is a dragon. The summoning, was it successful? Who am I? Where am I? Lulu and Tsubaki, who participated in the summoning ritual in front of Rin, were stunned. The volunteer filming was stunned. The viewers in the live stream, who watched the entire summoning ritual, were also stunned. Everyone's mouths were agape, some had facial muscles twitching, some had their lips trembling, some had their eyelids twitching left and right, but no one could utter a complete sentence. What's going on? What happened? Can someone really summon a dragon? Or is it done in such a childish way? Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the large crowd, the giant dragon in the moonlight soon flew over Wiltonhera Island and slowly landed on the open lawn in front of Erin. Then, she lowered her massive head to the little girl. I have come as summoned, master. Chapter 155. Moonlit Night. The rising full moon cast its bright light upon everything, falling upon the beautiful flowerbeds surrounding Erin's team. The fiery dragon beneath the silver sands was sacred and majestic. Its powerful aura caused almost everyone present to hold their breath, fearing that any movement might anger the behemoth. The dragon's imposing presence, over 200 meters long, was unmatched by any magical beast. Before such a colossus, humans were no different from newly weaned kittens. Wendy, knowing Erin was a dragon, was slightly better off. Lilia, Sophia, Tina, and the two volunteer photographers in the team were completely stunned. Their eyes widened, their little heads tilted back, staring at the dragon, not daring to move an inch. Sitting in the center of the summoning circle, Chun and Lulu kept their little hands on the flowers, feeling the dragon's head so close, not daring to breathe. What had initially been seen as just a silly game by Erin, now left them questioning their very existence. Having grown up in the village and rarely ventured far from home, Chun and Lulu had never witnessed anything like this before. Their minds quickly went blank, a torrent of questions swirling in their heads. How could such a rudimentary magic circle summon a dragon? No, wait, this wasn't about the magic circle's simplicity anymore. Did such a magic circle truly exist to summon dragons? Aren't dragons legendary beasts? They actually exist? And can be summoned? What have we done? Will we be punished? Will the dragons destroy the world? Your Highness. Seeing the silence around her, the flame wyvern used its dragon breath to speak to Erin. How was my coordination? Excellent. Erin lightly touched her toes, stepped forward, and gently stroked the dragon's massive head, responding with her own dragon breath. Sorry, I woke you up. Under the crimson moonlight, the girl stroking the dragon created an eerie yet incredibly beautiful scene before the camera. My God. How dare she touch it? Erin's action instantly sent chills down the spines of all the viewers in the live stream. The hands of the two Minar Academy volunteers filming this scene, holding the camera crystals, began to tremble uncontrollably from excessive panic. If humans could still muster some fighting spirit when facing large magical beasts like the Flame Wolf and Hellhound, then upon seeing the dragon, everyone present, including the onlookers separated by a camera, felt only fear and awe. This is the might of the dragon. A kingly, absolute deterrent, belonging only to the dragon race and applicable to all things in the world. Child, don't provoke it. It's a dragon. Are you out of your mind? If you anger it, the entire Wiltonhara Island, no, the nearby Minar Academy and the Lehman Empire will probably be finished. Why doesn't she seem scared at all? This thing is bigger than the tallest building in the Empire. If I were there, my legs would probably go weak with fear. Because Erin and the flame dragon communicated through dragon breath, from an outsider's perspective, neither of them spoke. Furthermore, after the dragon landed, Erin immediately touched it. The audience, completely unaware of the situation, subconsciously assumed that this little girl was a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. However, the anticipated scene of a dragon rising in fury and attacking did not occur. Under Erin's caresses, the dragon, its body ablaze with crimson flames, remained as docile as a tame tiger, its head bowed proudly the entire time. This dragon doesn't seem to mind being touched? Does Erin know it? Let's see who dares to say Erin is just a mascot now. Can your mascot tame a dragon? My God. There really are dragons in this world, living dragons. To witness this scene with my own eyes, my life has been worthwhile. I bet this scene will be etched into human history. We are all witnesses. I have been asleep for thousands of years. It's time to open my eyes and see the new world after the war, especially the human world. In the moonlight, the dragon's fiery red eyes gazed tenderly at Erin, dressed in her academy uniform. Child, you are so adorable. Even this bright moonlight pales in comparison to you. I'm in human form now. Erin covered her mouth and chuckled. Even with dragon aesthetics, you can see how cute I am? The beauty of art is the same in the eyes of all things. The fire dragon's breath was quite benevolent, like a mother returning home to see her newborn sister in the nursery. I never imagined that the cold-blooded, ruthless, and Shinibu-filled demon king would have such a beautiful and adorable daughter. Then, Erin's Hogue, Cowlick, wobbled, how about we talk about Daddy's Shinibu past sometime? Among dragons, although sub-dragons aren't considered true dragons, some powerful sub-dragons are on par with some dragons in terms of status. They're somewhat similar to guardians in novels. The wyvern before Eline was clearly one of her father Nasod's henchmen, and very likely a witness to the chaotic era. No way, I'm afraid Lord Nasod will kill me. The flame dragon glanced awkwardly in the direction of Nasod's team in the distance. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. Lord Nasod sent me to deal with that disobedient little dog, but he didn't say exactly how. Should I bring all its people? No need for that. I reckon that dog's mission was just to scare the new students on the island, not to kill anyone, and it wasn't targeting any dragons. A simple investigation into why it did this, and then a lesson, will suffice. Eline gestured to the surrounding camera crystals. This commotion has gotten a bit out of hand. Let's handle it quickly. Understood. The flame dragon nodded, flapping its fiery wings, and slowly ascending into the sky. It's truly my fault that my subordinate caused this trouble. Please convey my apologies to Lord Nasod. With that, the flame dragon flapped its fiery wings again, and flew straight towards the three-headed hellhound not far away. Huff huff huff. Big brother, what's wrong with this guy? How can a mere dragon lizard have such near-infinite regenerative abilities? In the center of the jungle on Wilton Hare Island, under the frenzied onslaught of the Mora giant lizard, the hellhound Cerberus was gradually becoming overwhelmed. Its three heads examined the numerous wounds on its body. Why is my ominous premonition growing stronger? Buzz? Just then, a terrifying aura that made Cerberus's hair stand on end enveloped the entire island. What? Wait, this aura is... Why is there a dragon on the island? This aura instantly caused Cerberus to kneel down with a thud, its eyes widening as it stared at the fire dragon rapidly flying towards it, its tail, flaming with black flames, curling up. You seem to be having a lot of fun just now. Accompanied by a majestic, mature female voice, the fire dragon in the sky crashed down onto the open ground in front of Cerberus with a loud boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shall we have some more fun now? Chapter 156. Huff, huff, huff. My God. What did I see? As the dragon departed, the two volunteers holding photographic crystals near Erin's team collapsed to their knees, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from their backs, gasping for breath. These two senior students from Minar Academy couldn't understand why a dragon would appear in such a desolate place as Weldon Hero Island, let alone why such a gigantic creature could exist in the world. For humans, sixth-tier magical beasts like fire wolves and hellhounds were already world-ending nightmares. Most mages, even if they ventured into the magical beast forest, would only encounter small magical beasts of the third or fourth tier at most. Most people might never see a large magical beast exceeding 30 meters in length even once in their lifetime. But the dragon that had just landed on the lawn was over 200 meters long, 10 times the size of a fire wolf or a hellhound. What does that mean? A human of that height couldn't even reach the tip of its claws in front of the dragon. Faced with such a colossal beast, no one dared to resist, no one dared to move. The legendary dragon really exists. And it just landed right in front of us. The dragon isn't just a legend, I saw it with my own eyes. The volunteers from Minar Academy were panting heavily. Chun and Lulu on the lawn weren't much better off. Their newly changed school uniforms were completely soaked with cold sweat, and their hearts were pounding. Everyone. Watching the dragon fly away and land in the distant forest, Wendy stood up and clapped her hands. Is everyone alright? Lilia was the first to react. She glanced instinctively at Eline on the lawn, still shaken, and said, I'm fine. Me too. Sophia walked over, clearing the dinner table as she remarked, that dragon was huge. In Aspera, there are very few records about dragons. Most people, including the nobles in the palace, believe that dragons are just legendary creatures. No one knows what dragons look like, nor their specific strength. They're only said to be extremely powerful. Tina gazed in the direction the fire dragon had disappeared and said, "Now I finally understand. Powerful doesn't even begin to describe dragons. A real dragon could easily kill the most powerful archmage with a single swipe of its claw. That wasn't a real dragon, that was just a sub-dragon. A real dragon could be even larger." Subconsciously muttering this to herself, Erin walked towards the crowd. "Sorry, I startled everyone." Only then did Sophia, and the others seemed to realize what was happening, and they quickly surrounded Erin. "Little Erin, do you know that dragon? Did you really summon it? I saw you touch the dragon's head just now. What did it feel like? Wasn't it hot?" Faced with her companion's questions, Erin stuck out her little tongue. "I guess I know it, but we haven't met that many times. As for summoning, actually, that dragon wasn't really summoned by me. She was originally one of the guardians of Minar Academy. When the three-headed hellhound caused trouble at the freshman training site, she found out and flew over." Erin approached Chun and Lulu, brushing the fallen leaves off the two girls. "I only guessed the dragon might come, so I invited Chun and Lulu to draw a magic circle together, mainly because they were so polite, constantly offering to help. That's it. So they really are the guardians of Minar Academy." This explanation made Sophia and the others suddenly understand. That explains it. There is indeed a saying that Minar Academy has been protected by mysterious, immortal species like dragons and vampires for thousands of years. So our academy really does have dragons? The two volunteer seniors were both surprised and delighted. One of the volunteers. "But why have I never seen or heard any upperclassmen talk about dragons at school?" she asked curiously. "Are you stupid?" Another volunteer patted her on the shoulder. "Dragons usually hide and sleep. They only intervene when there are problems that humans can't handle, like today. But they never come out before. Could it be that this time the Cerberus caused such a big disturbance that even Lord Mo Xian couldn't handle it? That's probably it." "What? This dragon is from Minar Academy?" Eline's answer shocked the audience in front of the camera. They never imagined that the saying Minar Academy is full of hidden talents was true. No wonder Minar Academy has stood strong for thousands of years. It turns out there really are dragons protecting it. This is going to be interesting. Who bribed the Cerberus to attack Weldenheru Island? The dragons probably won't let them get away with it. It's most likely another academy. I find Harlan Academy suspicious. Espera always likes to do this kind of thing. But then again, this Eline is no simpleton either. We couldn't sense any dragon aura, yet she knew before the dragon even flew over. Nobody knows if the news of Minar Academy being protected by a dragon is true or false, and she hasn't even enrolled yet. A grass elemental mage with S+ talent who can instantly kill a hellhound. Do you think she's an ordinary person? I only know that many people are going to lose a lot of money, haha. I went all in on this team to win because Eline was cute, haha, and my intuition was right. In the chaos, several volunteers quickly climbed to the highest point nearby and pointed their cameras at the dragon and the three-headed hellhound in the forest. Having fun, huh? Saving the recording, huh? On camera, the flame dragon lifted Cerberus with a single claw, like a chick, and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Let's make it even more painful, come on. In the dust, the flame dragon again grabbed the Cerberus and lifted it into the air. Forgot the rules your boss set? With that, the flame dragon again tossed the Cerberus into the air with a whoosh, then lashed it with its powerful tail like a badminton shuttlecock. Boom! The Cerberus, set flying, crashed through dozens of giant trees, its eyes rolling back in the dust. Boss! Boss! I talk! After a brief moment of dizziness, seeing the flame dragon slowly approaching with a grim expression, the dog-headed creature on the left mustered all its strength to speak. Boss! We were wrong, we know we were wrong. Boss! We were blinded by greed. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. The dog-headed creature on the right also pleaded repeatedly. It was the Pope of Espera, and those Harlan Academy. It was the humans from Harlan Academy who ordered us to do this. Yes, those people from Harlan Academy deserve to die. We deserve to die too. Boss, we never dared to do it again. The flame dragon slowly walked up to Cerberus, who was covered in blood. You can speak Esperan? Yes. Alright. The flame dragon gestured to the camera crystal not far away. Go, and repent to those humans yourselves. Whether I spare your life, and the lives of your race depends on your attitude from now on. Chapter 157. In the heart of the forest ablaze on Weltenheru Island, Cerberus, the three-headed dog who started the fire, slowly stepped before the camera, his eyes filled with fear and remorse, watched by several volunteers who had set up recording crystal stands. Behind the hellhound stood a flame wyvern, sharpening its claws. Ahem, esteemed leaders of Minar Academy, esteemed guests. And to the Minar students, parents, and scholars watching this live stream, please allow me to solemnly apologize to you all. I'm sorry. As the dog's central head finished speaking, all three of Cerberus's heads bowed simultaneously towards the camera. I am Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. For the past few centuries, I lived near the flaming mountains north of Aspera. Many of you may have seen me in ancient books or monster encyclopedias. In human rankings, I'm a 6th-tier monster. Due to a moment of madness I made, well, an unforgivable mistake today. On camera, the hellhound was covered in bloodstains. Besides the wound inflicted by the Mora dragon lizard not long ago, there were several more from dragon claws. Its right hind leg was broken, and even its tail was fractured. Despite his numerous injuries, the hellhound spoke with unwavering sincerity. Under the instigation of the leaders of various schools within the Harlan Academy of the Aspera Empire, I accepted 2 rank 6 fire crystals from them, and agreed to their request to pressure the new students on Weltenheru Island. This violated ancestral precepts, and nearly led to a grave mistake. I deserve to die. At the same time, I will also report and expose the crimes of the Harlan Academy of Aspera. They colluded with the Aspera papacy, and the king to bribe me. I will later submit the relevant information and evidence to the Minar Academy. Finally, we want to say again, we're sorry. With that, the hellhound's 3 heads slammed against the photographic crystal with a thud. It was truly terrified. The fire dragon behind it wasn't, strictly speaking, Cerberus's superior. Or rather, given Cerberus's status, he wasn't even qualified to interact with wyverns. In those chaotic times, Cerberus was essentially just a menial laborer. His boss back then was a pseudo-dragon. Let alone Cerberus, even that pseudo-dragon would have to kneel and beg for mercy before a wyvern in this situation. Therefore, the wyvern's leap of 2 ranks to come directly to him gave Cerberus a strange sense of honor. Even after being beaten and sent flying like a badminton shuttlecock, he had no regrets. To see Lord Wyvern in this life was worth it. Lord Wyvern's beating hurts the wound, but it's sweet in my heart. This is a common problem with canine magical beasts. See? I told you. Someone must have bribed this beast. I didn't expect him to confess so quickly, even kneeling down to apologize in front of so many people. Don't 6th-tier magical beasts have any dignity? You kneel down too. Bro, didn't you see the dragon behind you? With that size, who can afford to mess with a dragon these days? Which country can afford to mess with a dragon? As Cerberus finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream instantly started discussing. Sure enough, haha, it's Harlan Academy again. It's always that lousy academy. What's wrong with this academy? I don't think it has a very good reputation. It's nothing much. Simply put, it's a profit-driven academy. A friend's son didn't get into Minar, so he went to Harlan Academy. The fees there are outrageous. Tuition, textbooks, dorm fees, class fees, activity fees, tips from teachers. They charge money every few days. Even my friend, a nobleman, couldn't afford it. That's right. The Aspera Empire is the strongest nation on the Eve continent, and they've been secretly supporting Harlan Academy. If Minar hadn't absorbed so many talented mages, even elemental gods would probably have been forced to study at Harlan through various underhanded means, and then no one in the world could stand against Aspera. Amidst the murmurs, Xian, in human form, slowly walked to the center of the 3 photographic crystals in front of the hellhound, waving at the lenses as a greeting. Hello everyone, I am Xian, the guardian beast of Minar Academy. Many of you probably already recognize me. Regarding the incident at today's freshman orientation, as the guardian of Minar, I failed in my duty to protect the academy. It was my dereliction of duty. I apologize to everyone and to the freshmen on the island. Furthermore, Minar Academy reserves the right to pursue accountability for this incident. We hope that the higher-ups of the Aspera Empire and Harlan Academy can provide us with a reasonable explanation in the next few days. Thousands of kilometers away in the Aspera Empire, the Pope and several members of the Vatican sat before a crystal displaying a broadcast of Minar Academy's events, their faces grim. Come, this! Principal Harlan. Seeing Xian speak, the Pope turned to the trembling headmaster of Harlan Academy beside him. Who was it that kept saying Cerberus was just going to make an appearance, and nothing would happen? This? Facing the Pope, who was clearly suppressing his anger, the headmaster cautiously said, Then how about we go talk to that dragon? See if there's any noble phantasm she's interested in. Idiot! The Pope angrily interrupted the headmaster, pointing to the projection crystal in front of him. Open your dog eyes, and see clearly what a 6-tier magical beast like the Cerberus is like in front of a dragon. Cerberus is like a badminton shuttlecock to a dragon. What tier is the Cerberus? 6th. A 6-tier magical beast can destroy a city in a day without human mages defending it. And what tier does a dragon even qualify as? What kind of noble phantasm could be so precious as to impress a dragon? I estimate that the entire Aesir. We sent Pella away, and that dragon didn't even glance at her. The Pope's roars completely silenced the headmaster. So what do we do now? What do we do? Before anyone comes knocking, we should quickly go and apologize, lest the dragon really gets angry and flattens our Aspera. Go and inform His Majesty the King, and you too. Go back to Harlan Academy and summon all the high-ranking officials who approve this happy resolution. Tonight we head to Minar Academy. Damn it! I should have believed those rumors. There's a reason Minar Academy has been able to operate for thousands of years. On Weltenheru Island, seeing Cerberus sincerely apologize to the camera, and with Nasod seemingly having no intention of appearing, the flame dragon slowly stepped out of the camera crystal's range, transforming into the appearance of a human older sister in a red light. In human form, this fire dragon was nearly 1.75 meters tall, its body mostly covered in hard scales, like a seasoned warrior. With a few leaps, it easily scaled the hilltop and returned to the flower bed where Arin had been, Your Highness. In the moonlight, the fire dragon's movements caused Sophia, who was using Arin's lap as a pillow by the campfire, to raise her small hand in a be quiet gesture. Several girls pointed to the little girl curled up on Sophia's lap and whispered, She's asleep. Chapter 158. Galaxy Starry Sky Paper Boat. When she opened her eyes, Arin found herself lying on a soft little paper boat. The paper boat's design was very simple. A small triangular mountain peak in the center, with recessed bases on either side, and the hull was entirely snow white. There was nothing else inside the paper boat. Because Arin was lying at the bow, the waterline in front of the boat was slightly tilted downwards. However, since the little girl herself was very light, the boat only sank slightly at the bow, and didn't feel noticeably capsizing. Rubbing her eyes, Arin sat up and glanced at the star-studded Milky Way above. The sky, adorned with the brilliant galaxy, didn't have the hazy, atmospheric feel of Earth's night sky. Instead, it was a clean, clear, and sparkling painting of the Milky Way. I'm back here again. The beautiful scene in the sky reminded Arin of the wonderful dream she had had. She seemed to have once sat in this small boat, swaying gently, heading towards Earth, and then towards the continent of Eve. Below the little paper boat weren't rivers or lakes, but twinkling stars, and some kind of pure energy. Erlini peeked her head out from the edge of the paper boat, her Ahog, Cowlick, bobbing unconsciously. From the starlight at the bottom of the boat, she saw her current reflection. A cute little girl with long, flowing black and white hair, and a pair of delicate dragon horns. Erlini tried to reach out to the flowing stars below, but grasped at nothing. Happy Elda, sad Elda. Just then, she heard a childish voice coming from not far away. Angry fire spirit, sad dark spirit. United grass spirit, kind water spirit. Red, black, green, blue. One after another, beautiful, round little spirits emerged from the water, floating on either side of the paper boat. The little creatures sang sweet songs, as if Eline on the boat were their companions. From these little spirits, Eline sensed incredibly strong elemental fluctuations. You are? Curious, Eline stood up, leaned out of the paper boat, blinked her golden eyes, and her Ahog, Cowlick swayed from side to side. We are the Eldar, the source of energy in this world. One of the orbs, seemingly a light elemental spirit, spoke. You may have forgotten many things, including being injured while saving us. Oh, those are truly sad memories. I saved you? Eline was about to say something when a blinding light suddenly shone from the glittering Milky Way above. My friend, your companions await you. When your soul is fully healed, perhaps you will remember those times. Farewell. If you ever feel tired, you can always return here, this home. When Eline opened her eyes, she saw the afternoon sun shining obliquely on a smooth crystal pebble near the cave entrance, reflecting the sunlight onto her small face. Letting out a big yawn, Arin glanced at the monitor lizard egg deep inside the cave, which already showed fine cracks, and sat up from the soft grass. It felt like she had another strange dream. The drowsy little girl pulled her slightly slipped white stockings back up to mid-thigh, stretched her little feet encased in the stockings, put on her cute school uniform shoes, and walked towards the cave entrance. Peeking out from the dense morning glory and Virginia creeper vines of the cave, in the bright sunlight, Arani saw Tina busy around the campfire outside and instinctively greeted her, Sister Tina. Ah! Hearing Erin's voice, Tina quickly turned around. Are you awake? There's some apple-flavored duck and braised duck, and some freshly made strawberry juice. Would you like some? Or should you sleep a little longer? No, I feel like I slept for ages. Erin glanced around the cave entrance, finding no one nearby, and asked, Has everyone gone out? Yes, everyone's making preparations because we're setting off for the Black Forest tomorrow afternoon to harass that black swamp beast. Tina brought food to Erin. The environment in the Black Forest isn't as friendly as here, and we can't settle down anywhere. We basically have to change our sleeping spots every day, so we need to gather as many supplies as possible. Thank you. Taking the food, Erin gave Tina a big smile. Sorry, I've been sleeping a lot these past 2 days. It's been tough on everyone. Not at all. How can you say it's been tough? Tina shook her head repeatedly, then looked utterly pleased. Actually, I wish little Elle could sleep a little longer. You look so adorable when you sleep, I never get tired of looking at you. If you poke your little cheek, you even unconsciously knead your breasts. Eh? Eileen was a little dumbfounded. Kneading your breasts means. Nothing. Tina coughed. Last night, after you fell asleep, that hellhound told everyone everything it knew about Aspera and Harlan Academy. It was so satisfying to hear. Eileen, eating her breakfast, asked curiously, Isn't Tina from Aspera? Although our family is from Aspera. We're trying to recruit people, but, well, there's a slight conflict with Harlan Academy. Tina sighed softly. The young lady of the plant family disappeared at Harlan Academy. When we went to demand an explanation, the people at the academy forcibly kicked us out, saying that the young lady hadn't even come to school that day, so it wasn't their responsibility. But almost all the plant family's maids can testify that the young lady went into Harlan Academy that day before disappearing. Currently, the young lady's fate is unknown. The family sent me to Minar hoping I could use my different perspective here to see if I could find any clues. After all, if the entire family is in Aspera, it's like being in the thick of the forest. As long as Harlan Academy insists it has nothing to do with them, we never find out anything. Realizing she said too much, Tina quickly changed her tone, her voice softening. Sorry, little Elle, I said something unnecessary. Forget about what happened earlier. I don't know much about Aspera either. Eileen thought for a moment. If you're really in a hurry, you can ask the magical beasts near Aspera after freshman training. Maybe they know something. Hi. Just then, a mature, older woman's voice approached from afar. Under Eileen's gaze, a dragon, now in human form and dressed in a short-sleeved jacket and hot pants, emerged from the jungle ahead. Good morning, little Elle. Chapter 159. The sight of the older woman emerging from the forest made Erin, who was eating breakfast on the lawn, tilt her head instinctively. You are? The fire-breathing dragon from last night? The image of the older woman before her gave Erin a strong sense of déjà vu. She tied her long, fiery red hair into a high ponytail with a ribbon, wearing only a white bra underneath, one strap of which was askew, and a very short jacket over her shoulders, paired with hot pants. Because this fire dragon had a very good physique, 1.75 meters tall, and her outfit, which included a crop top and shorts, revealing a clearly defined six-pack and abs, made her look like a character from an anime, especially in a forest teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Hello, Your Highness. Seeing that Erin recognized her, the older sister seemed pleased and spoke in dragon language. I was so angry with that dog yesterday that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Erin. I was the commander of the 7th Legion under your father, mainly responsible for suppressing the magical beasts in the northern part of the Eve continent. Legion Commander. Erin's eyes widened. That's amazing. Erin didn't actually remember much about her father, Nasod, or the Eve continent because she often dozed off in her Aunt Ibel's history lessons. In her memory, the Eve continent was the largest continent in the world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, before humans appeared, the continent was basically a chaotic wasteland. Monsters, dragons, winged people, and vampires fought each other, especially the demons, who wreaked havoc everywhere. Therefore, that period was known as the Gods and Demons War period. Then came Nasod, the young, arrogant, and somewhat delusional black dragon, who declared, I will achieve the unification of the world. Anyway, it's unclear exactly how Nasod did it, but he united almost all the ancient mythical beasts of the world. Only the numerous, but largely unintelligent, demons refused to submit. So Nasod, without hesitation, launched a war against the demons. You won't submit? I beat you until you do. Under Nasod's leadership, the war against the demons lasted for tens of thousands of years. The demons suffered repeated defeats and were forced to sign a peace treaty, acknowledging the dragon's dominance and withdrawing from the stage of history. From then on, the world entered an era of peace. The winged people, vampires, and other races that had participated in the war against the demons, having mostly been weakened, decided to retreat from the mortal world and find their own territories to recuperate. And then came the Dragon Civil War. Even during the war, the Black Dragon Clan and the Holy Dragon Clan had various conflicts, but they kept their relationship at bay due to their shared fight against the Demon Clan. Now that the continent is at peace, the war between the Black Dragons and the Holy Dragons has begun. Considering the immense destructive power of dragon warfare, and given that everyone had finally united to drive out the Demon Clan and bring peace to the world, most of the races that participated in that war were recovering and didn't want the world to fall into turmoil again. Therefore, the voices against a dragon civil war grew louder and louder. Thus, through mediation, the dragons decided that the Black Dragons and the Holy Dragons would each send a representative in a nightly duel, with the winner becoming the dominant force. Finally, the much-anticipated duel took place. Nasod, representing the Black Dragons, and Fafnir, representing the Holy Dragons, agreed to a duel in the Dragon Forest of Ibel. This battle lasted for tens of thousands of years, until the birth of Eline, finally bringing an end to the war of the Black and White Dragons. Some elders of the dragon race quickly came forward to announce that the two dragons were now husband and wife, and that the fighting was over. They should raise their child well now that they were married. It was precisely because the two dragons adhered to their agreement to fight only within the Dragon Forest for tens of thousands of years that the world outside the Dragon Forest enjoyed lasting peace, allowing humanity to evolve intelligence, develop human society, and eventually, a human empire. Therefore, in Eline's memory, anyone who could become a legion commander under Nasod during the chaotic era was an extremely remarkable figure. No, not really. Our legion's main task was just to hold the northern defense line. The main battlefield was in the south. Under Eline's bright gaze, the flame dragon Siren was a little embarrassed. Let's not talk about that. Last night, after you rested, I briefly showed my face in front of those crystals that could be used for filming, so I guess I become a hidden guardian behind this school. As for that hellhound, what does your highness plan to do with it? Kill it? Just call me Eline or Little Eline. Eline said casually while drinking her juice. As for the hellhound, it was one of your former subordinates. Serene will decide. Then, the little girl turned to Tina, who had been watching with an expression of pure bliss, as if admiring a small animal eating. She was the dragon from last night, and she can't speak Esperanto yet. Ah? Oh! Tina snapped out of her daze. It's okay, you guys talk. I just watch, hee. Then I follow Ocean's advice, and take the hellhound to Aspera. As she spoke, Siren approached Erline, hesitating for a moment. Little Erline. Can I hug you? Erline tilted her head again, her face still a little groggy from just waking up, full of confusion. Sorry, because you're just too cute. Siren was also a little embarrassed. Just a moment. Erline put down her spoon at the table, turned around, and stretched out her hands to the older sister beside her. Someone couldn't resist any longer, scooping her up from the lawn, burying their face in the little girl's long, fragrant hair, and taking a deep breath. What? My dragon life is complete. Meanwhile, deep in the western forest of Silas, a large snake emanating a chilling aura slowly opened its eyes. It gazed into the dark passage ahead and coldly asked, Who? Lord Kurosawa. The Pope from Silas, accompanied by two bishops, slowly emerged from the darkness. It is I. What are you doing here? The ice crystal serpent stood up. I have fully imparted the curse to you. We are even now human. Lord Kurosawa, we are not here today for the curse. As he spoke, the Pope from Silas seemed to remember something. Perhaps this matter is indeed related to the curse. The ice crystal serpent was puzzled. What do you mean? The Pope handed over several documents, placing them on the open ground in front of the serpent. These are the contents of the Minar Academy's Spring Freshman Wilderness Survival Training. This? After a cursory glance at the document, the ice crystal serpent roared. Minar Academy is using me as an entrance exam instructor? Harassment? Testing? Camping in the wild? How come I know nothing about any of this? Are they provoking me? No, your holiness. Please look at this document again. The Pope then gestured to the bishop beside him to spread several other documents on the ground. The curse we traded with you before was ultimately used on members of the Piarista family. We never imagined that the Piarista family would be related to the dragon race. Yes. Several members of this family summoned a dragon during the freshman training match last night. I mean, the legend of Minar Academy being protected by dragons is true. And I suspect they already traced the curse back to you, sir. Although we only have a trading relationship with you, I'm worried that dragons might take their anger out on you. So I came here specifically to tell you about this. Hearing the word dragon, the ice crystal serpent's sharp eyes suddenly cleared. Well, I think their freshman wilderness survival training is quite good, young people need more training. Saying this, the ice crystal serpent turned to the forest behind it. There's still a day left, there's still time. I have my underlings clear the forest area, deal with the magical beasts, and build some small houses and such to welcome the freshmen. Then lie down and wait for their harassment. Chapter 160. As night fell, a roaring bonfire blazed on the flower-covered lawn at the entrance of the Mora giant lizard cave. Come on, let's toast to our lovely little Elle. Cheers! Recorded by 2 video cameras, the girls around the bonfire raised their gourd-shaped cups of juice and clinked them together. On either side of the bonfire, enormous flowers bloomed quietly under the moonlight. Sitting on these flowers, some of the girls, having drunk their juice, used bamboo skewers to grill small fish, shrimp, and rabbit meat. Others took clay and molded it into mud bricks, building fortresses around them, making roasted sweet potatoes and roasted chicken. Because Squad 172 lost 3 members, and after yesterday's Hellhound incident, everyone unanimously decided to merge Squad 172 into Squad 1. Elaline's squad also increased from the standard 5 members to 7, with the addition of 2 water elemental mages. With the water elemental mage, washing dishes and clothes, taking a bath, and other such tasks were no longer a problem. The already beautiful and tranquil entrance to the Mora giant lizard cave became even cleaner and tidier. Phew. The roasted chicken is ready. Little Ire, would you like a chicken leg? Thanks. My grilled fish is ready too. Cumin flavored, not spicy, would you like some, Little Ire? Thanks. Super roasted rabbit, Arcana's secret roasting method, anyone want some? Yes, yes. By the way, Princess Lilia can roast rabbit. Arcana has many winter rabbits. They damage crops and farmland, and they become a plague in the spring. So, the people there all know how to cook rabbit meat, roasted rabbit, stir-fried rabbit, cold rabbit, all sorts of ways. Oh, I see. During the day, while Arin was still asleep, Wendy took all the girls except Tina out. Even the Mora giant lizard, which had evolved into a dragon lizard, became the team's bodyguard. The newly formed team, with its many members, not only caught many pheasants and wild boars, but also the hellish mad rabbit squad that had bullied Tsubaki and Lulu the day before, who were caught red-handed by the dragon lizard in the forest. Wendy didn't hold back on the rabbits. A tornado blew them into the sky, then Tsubaki and Lulu soaked them with a water ball, and Lilia froze them all into ice sculptures with a blizzard. On the way back, Sophia found a large amount of cumin, star anise, cinnamon, and other seasonings, and also went to the salt pond to fetch some salt. Thus, tonight's newcomer wilderness survival competition was turned into a barbecue party by these girls. The aromas of grilled fish, meat, and sweet potatoes mingled around the fire, making the volunteer girls from Minar Academy drool. The viewers in the live stream were also thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Watching beautiful girls eat is quite a treat. I can't take it anymore. Second sister, go buy 2 portions of barbecue from that stall over there. Watching them eat makes me hungry. This Team 1 is really impressive. Not only is their magical talent high, but their wilderness survival skills are also excellent. Who said this team would have internal conflicts? Look at them, they can easily handle 2 girls. Internal conflicts? They eat better than I do at home. Where's the fire dragon? Why isn't it here? The fire dragon is probably discussing the handling of Aspera with Mo Xian. However, many viewers were also concerned about the previous issue of the Dragon Clan and the Aspera Empire. Aspera is going to be in big trouble this time, right? The Hellhound sold them out almost without hesitation. If I were the Pope there, I'd fly over immediately to apologize. That's right. I used to think, like those people, that even if the Dragon Clan was powerful, they were only at the level of a 7th or 8th tier magical beast, or at worst, a 10th tier magical beast. Good heavens, after seeing the real Dragon Clan, I realized how wrong I was. These things can't even be rated. Exactly. In front of such behemoths, our human cities are no different from sandcastles. They can do whatever they want. One swipe of its claws could flatten the royal palace. Resistance is pointless. After this incident, I believe no one will dare provoke Minar Academy again. Speaking of which, Minar is truly patient. If an ordinary human empire possessed the fighting power of dragons, they would have already waged war to unify the continent of Eve. They're content to be holed up in such a small place conducting research. This also reflects the purity of Minar Academy. They don't get involved in so much nonsense. In the flickering firelight, Erin, munching on a chicken leg, glanced at the Mora giant lizard mother peacefully lying at the cave entrance, not far away. Compared to their first meeting, this giant lizard had swelled many times over and grown handsome dragon horns. Although it was still somewhat different from a true pseudo-dragon, once the giant lizard eggs in the cave hatched, this family would likely become the masters of Weltenheru Island. Thinking this, Erin glanced at the materials and tools beside the giant lizard. Sturdy rope, a small wooden shovel, small scissors, various functional plant seeds, and other items that might be useful in the dark forest. It was said that the western forest of Silas, inhabited by the 6th-tier magical beast Black Swamp, was a pitch-black forest where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The temperature was very low, and the nights were extremely cold. Therefore, Wendy had made ample preparations during the day, even bringing back seeds of plants that might be useful, such as little lamp grass and firefly moss. Well, to celebrate today's bountiful harvest, I sing a song for everyone. Amidst laughter and chatter, Lilia mustered her courage and stepped forward to the front of the campfire. My Esperanto isn't very good, so this song is in Arcana. I hope you all enjoy it. With that, Lilia began to hum directly in front of the 2 camera crystals. Just as pear blossoms bloom across the cliffs, and soft veils float on the river, Katiusha stands on that beautiful bank, her song like the bright spring sunshine. Lilia's adorable yet energetic voice resonated throughout the entire continent of Eve through the camera crystals. The girl sings a beautiful song. She sings of the eagles of the grasslands. She sings of her beloved. Meanwhile, in the western black forest of the Silas Empire, a projection crystal was also intermittently playing the same song. Hurry, hurry, hurry! You lot, get the houses built. Listening to the cheerful laughter of the Elenine team projected onto the crystal, the monster Black Swamp urged his subordinates to speed up the construction of the Black Forest. Remember, at least 328 houses. All houses must be stocked with ample food, fruit, and water. There must be both red and white meat, and at least 5 different types of fruit. Also, prepare enough fire crystals to keep them warm for at least a month. If they get hungry or cold at night, I hold you all responsible. Finally, remember to drive out all the insect-like magical beasts that attack humans in the forest. Kill any that disobey. Don't let this year's Minar freshmen have any bad experiences. Did you all hear that? Chapter 161. The 3rd day of the Minar Academy's spring semester wilderness survival training saw the training enter the practical combat phase. According to the instructions at the registration point, everyone on Weltenheru Island could leave the island after noon today and head to the Black Forest in western Silas to harass the legendary Tier 6 magical beast, Black Swamp. Early in the morning, many freshmen began preparing for the hiking trip. I remember it's at least 80 kilometers from Weltenheru Island to the Black Forest. At an average walking speed of 5 kilometers per hour, walking for 5 or 6 hours a day would cover about 50 kilometers. We should reach the Black Forest the next day, which means we have to spend the night in the wild. Because the environment in the Black Forest is much harsher, and the temperature is lower, many teams were stuffing as many supplies as possible into their backpacks. Firewood, food, and water. Pack the water hyacinth in my bag. Hey, take the tumbleweed seeds with you. Whether we get into the Black Forest tonight depends on them. Luckily, we have a wind mage in our team. Hee, we'd probably be among the first to reach the Black Forest. Don't panic. Even without a wind mage, we have plenty of firepower. We can just camp out like on Weltenheru Island. We set off at midnight, walk for 8 hours straight until 8 p.m., at 10 kilometers per hour. No problem, right? Lehman God is square. The live broadcast from Minar Academy has made this the hottest area. Small vendors and investors from all walks of life crowded the square's entrances and exits. Nobles and commoners came and went, students' parents, mages, Minar scholars, and delegations from various countries flocked to the Lehman capital. The terrifying influx of tourists brought enormous wealth and, to some extent, enhanced the prestige of the Lehman Empire. New Oriental Academy is recruiting. Your child didn't get into Minar? No problem. Come to New Oriental. 0 tuition if they pass the assessment, guaranteed to make your child soar. Tier 2 crystals. All top quality. If it's not top quality, you don't have to pay. Yellow-fleshed watermelons. Fully weighed. Absolutely no magnets. Video recording crystals. Video recording crystals. Ultra-high definition Minar freshman field training video recording crystals. Sets 1 to 188, including all the recordings of Little L and the Dragon Clan. Come and take a look. Influenced by the Minar freshman training, the number of tourists visiting the Lehman Empire increased more than 100-fold. Many people arrived in the country by magical beast or small boat and headed straight for Goddess Square, bringing huge traffic to Lehman ports and flying magical beast rental points. Lord Cassius. In the palace, Cassius's hands were practically sparking as he reviewed documents, yet counselors continued to come and go from his office. A cargo ship carrying 10 tons of wheat entered Pearl Harbor half an hour ago. It seems to belong to the Hermann family, saying it's to be given to the Cassius royal family. Should we accept it or not? Your Majesty. An envoy from the Ramos Empire requests an audience, saying they wish to clarify their relationship with the Osborne family and discuss the tariff issue from years ago. They are willing to allow our grain to enter Ramos without tariffs. My lord, Goban City is short-handed due to the large number of people entering the city. The checkpoints have already stretched for a kilometer. What do you think? Alright, I understand. Cassius's day was a mix of pain and pleasure. Last night, footage of a giant dragon appearing on Wiltonheru Island was instantly transmitted across almost the entire continent of E via a recording crystal. The person who summoned the dragon in the footage was none other than the recently famous young girl from the Lehman Empire, Eline. Which family does Eline belong to? Piarista. Which empire does Piarista come from? Lehman. As a result, merchants, scholars, and ambassadors from various countries flocked to the Lehman Empire to curry favor, and the number of tourists visiting the Lehman Empire reached an all-time high. The benefits of this explosive rise in the empire's reputation are undoubtedly multifaceted. More investors will boost the local economy, injecting enormous wealth into the empire. More envoys seeking alliances will further enhance the Lehman Empire's prestige on the Eve continent. More mages and magic scholars staying there will bring a large influx of fresh talent to the Lehman Empire's Magicians Association and Magic Research Institute. Of course, this also means that the Cassius royal family won't be getting any rest for the next few months. Elenine Piarista has helped our country so much, yet we treated her so poorly back then. Alas, I am truly an incompetent king. Similarly, the stands in the center of Goddess Square were bustling with activity, with every seat in high demand. Some seats near the first projection crystal were even being sold for 1 gold coin, with many people making a fortune simply by reserving a spot nearby. Good heavens, it's another quarterly Minar freshman live stream. What stage are we at now? I heard the practical test starts after noon. What's this year's practical test for these kids? Some newcomers, seeing the excitement, instinctively asked the veterans who had been waiting for 3 days, is it just killing 2 tier 3 magical beasts again? No, this year's practical test is a bit harder. They have to hike from Wiltonheru Island into the Black Forest in western Silas, and then find the tier 6 magical beast, Black Swamp, in that forest. Just throw a spell at the Black Swamp. If it hits its main body, you pass the combat test. What? Has Minar Academy gone mad? Those are all magic freshmen. Fighting a tier 6 magical beast? Yeah, what do you mean throw a spell at the Black Swamp? I remember the Black Swamp is a giant ice crystal serpent, right? Letting a bunch of freshmen provoke it? And that Black Forest, the average temperature there is close to 0 degrees Celsius. No food or water, the environment is harsh. How can freshmen handle it? I don't know what's wrong with the Minar Academy higher-ups, but compared to this, what happened last night was already pretty explosive. Even the legendary dragon came out. Why don't you treat me to a meal, and we can talk? Amidst the heated discussion, afternoon quickly arrived. Many teams, after using the morning to organize their supplies, returned to the beach area as soon as noon arrived, boarded the Minar Academy's speedboat to the island, and embarked on their journey to the Black Forest. Around 2 p.m., almost all the teams had left Wiltonheru Island. Only Group 99, Nasad's group, Group 1, Eline's group, and Group 172 were still leisurely organizing their equipment. However, almost 90% of the viewers in the live stream were focused on the members of these 3 groups, especially Group 1. Why hasn't this group left yet? Why is everyone watching them? Are they new here? Yeah, I heard a dragon appeared here last night. They paid 50 silver coins for a spot, and want to see just how amazing this year's Minar freshmen are. Then just watch Group 1. I can only say that this group is full of hidden talents. But, a new viewer asked, puzzled, why is Group 1's camera pointed at the cave entrance? It's all vines, we can't see anything. Oh, it's here. Just then, The image projected by Group 1's projection crystal showed a small head slowly peeking out from the center of the vines. This scene immediately caused the entire audience to erupt in cheers. Little Ire. Yay! Little Ire's awake. Heading to the Black Forest. Let's go! Chapter 162. This time, Erin didn't dream of sitting on the little paper boat again. After a sumptuous dinner with Wendy and the others, the little dragon princess, as usual, fell asleep in the arms of the girls around her. Because Erin looked so adorable while sleeping, and would occasionally unconsciously stretch out her two snow-white little hands to make a kneading motion when poked on her chubby little face, Wendy, Lilia, Sophia, Tina, and the two girls from Squad 172 agreed that each of them would hold little Erin by the campfire for 30 minutes. The girls who had held little Erin would then go to the campfire to sing like Lilia, or prepare a barbecue for everyone, or tell a few bedtime stories. In this warm atmosphere, the squad spent their last night on Wiltonheru Island. Although she didn't dream that night, when she woke up in the afternoon, Erin recalled many things about the little paper boat and the elemental spirit Elda. The world in her dream seemed to be a purely conceptual realm. Elements like the Eldar were elemental spirits possessing the very essence of the world's power. Eline had a close relationship with these elemental spirits, and given that her soul had lived in that world for a long time, she possessed an almost limitless affinity for all elements. Furthermore, the little paper boat seemed to hold many secrets about her. Theoretically, once Eline's soul power recovered in the future, she might be able to use that power to return to her former Earth. She could disguise herself as an ordinary human girl, infiltrate a middle school or university, or perhaps visit an amusement park to make up for the regret of not being able to afford amusement parks as a child. Of course, achieving that level of sophistication is probably a long, long way off, and given Erin's current lazy nature, she doesn't care about returning to Earth. She only cares about getting a good night's sleep and eating all sorts of delicious food. You'll be born soon too. Getting up and putting on her shoes, Erin checked the more giant lizard eggs in the cave, as usual, remarking in dragon language. This time, all 6 eggs had noticeable cracks in their shells. The largest egg, the one Erin had snuggled with all night, had split completely in the middle, and the restless little creature could already be seen through the crack. Once you possess the power of dragons, never bully the weak. Remain kind, be compassionate, and be beloved kings. Gently patting each giant lizard egg as a farewell, Erin turned away. Finally, wherever you go, whatever this world becomes, always remember your loving mother. With that, the little girl pushed aside the vines at the cave entrance and stepped into the warm sunlight. Little Erin. Good afternoon, little Erin. We're almost done preparing here. Outside the cave, Wendy, who had already packed her luggage, hurried over and gave Erin a plate of shredded roasted chicken and a glass of juice. We all made the shredded chicken together. All the bones are removed. Eat up. Thank you. Erin took the small plate and turned to the more giant lizard not far away. Your baby is about to be born. Aren't you going to go see it? Woo. The giant lizard blinked, looking reluctant to leave. The rest of the time will be spent with our wonderful mother raising them. Erin smiled. Sorry to have bothered you for so many days. The giant lizard walked over to Erin and rubbed its large head against the little girl. It's been guarding the cave entrance since this morning, like a little knight. Wendy stroked the lizard's handsome scales. We come back to visit you after we pass the Minar Academy entrance exam and school is out. There are mountains and water here, pheasants and wild boars, lots of fish, and a rich variety of plants. It's definitely a great vacation spot. Tina held up the ice spearfish greatsword, unable to suppress a laugh. In the end, this didn't even come in handy. Under the warm afternoon sun, the swordfish, frozen by Lilia for 3 days, reflected a helpless glint in its eyes. Let's take it with us, said Chun from Squad 172. I heard from some of the boys who dropped out that the later combat tests are even harder than the survival training. The Black Forest west of Silas is a harsh environment, full of magical beasts and poisonous snakes, and it's almost never sunny. Having an extra weapon is always good. That's true. Tina put the ice spearfish greatsword back into the bamboo-woven scabbard on her back. I know the Black Forest. It's a paradise for ice-attribute magical beasts. It's indeed very harsh, and we need to be extra careful. Then let's set off after Shower has had breakfast. Wendy nodded. She put her backpack on the ground, took out a wooden frame, and quickly assembled it. Before that, let's practice last night's combo attack one more time. Okay. Chun and Lulu from Squad 172 looked very excited. They raised their hands, and each summoned 2 water balloons towards the wooden frame on the ground. Erin, eating shredded chicken, looked curious. Last night, While half asleep, she vaguely remembered everyone singing and discussing some Black Forest conquest plan around the campfire, but she couldn't remember exactly what the girls said or did. Glug glug. Under Chun and Lulu's control, 4 water balloons flew towards the wooden frame, passing through 4 wooden sticks and forming 4 tire-like structures. Wendy walked over and used buttons to secure the water balloon tires to the bottom of the frame. Freeze! At the same time, Lilia cast an ice spell, turning the water tires into ice tires. Rock wall rise. Tina then used her rock elemental magic to lay a large number of rocks on the wooden frame, reinforcing the frame and wheels, and creating a spacious car base. Go vines! Sophia tossed several vine seeds onto this modular vehicle, allowing the vines to grow rapidly. In no time, a luxurious van with ice tires, a rock base, and vine seats appeared before Rin with the help of the girl's elemental magic. Under Rin's awe-inspiring gaze, Wendy boarded the bus, cleared her throat, and said, "Ahem, I'm Wendy, the driver. This bus is about to depart, destination Silas Black Forest." With that, Wendy used wind magic. Whoosh! A gust of wind, like a tidal wave, surged from Wendy's hands towards the back of the bus. Since the bus tires were made of pure ice, there was almost no friction with the ground, and the powerful thrust instantly blew Wendy and the bus away. Left, right, left. Very good, it seems my wind control ability is quite strong. After maneuvering the bus around the lawn and back to its original position, Wendy jumped off the bus and gave a graceful, slight bow to the camera. Dear viewers, did you learn anything? Chapter 163. In the Minar Academy's Fire Elemental Mage Dormitory, Building 4.5, a girl with cute short hair and a daisy hair clip knocked on the door of room 315. The doors unlocked. A moment later, a girl's calm voice came from inside. "Just put your things on the bed by the door." Alice? Hearing the commotion inside, the girl with the daisy hair clip curiously pushed open the door. The first thing she saw was a small bed piled high with all sorts of gifts. The bed was overflowing with everything from magic wands to elemental crystals, and various milk teas and snacks. The girl was instantly startled, like a silly deer seeing a tiger. What happened? With Group 99 leaving Weltenharu Island, only Group 172 and Group 1 remain on the entire island. But Little L's group is almost done packing. By the way, have you noticed that Little L seems to have been sleeping until the afternoon for the past 3 days? At this moment, sounds were constantly coming from inside the dormitory. The commentator's voice sounded as if several projector crystals were playing some kind of video. She could sleep all day without any problem. She's a super mascot, guaranteed admission no matter which team she joins. Just knowing that Minar Academy has a partnership with the Dragons, Erlini's identity is definitely not simple. Hee, I don't care about any of that. I only care when little Erlini enrolls. I can't wait. There's still about half a month until the start of school, but as long as you pass the freshman test, the Academy will issue your student registration card immediately. With a student registration card, you can come anytime. Their team composition is quite intriguing. Other teams either walk or rely on wind mages to increase their walking speed, but they gone a step further. They even come up with a vehicle. Wind, water, ice, rock, grass. A mage lacking any one of these elements is ineffective. I remember Wendy is from the Piarista family, right? The same family as Victoria from the Fire Element Academy. Victoria is a mechanical genius. Maybe her older sister talks to her a lot about mechanics, which is why she came up with the vehicle. Following the voice, a girl wearing a daisy hair clip cautiously peeked into the inner room of the dormitory. Alice. Huh? Alice, who was holding a milk tea and watching the projection crystal in the room, turned around, surprised and delighted to see the girl. Bella. What are you doing at school? Bella, a high-level grass element mage, came from a village in a small country surrounding the Lehman Empire. She was an easygoing, optimistic, and kind girl, and one of the few close friends Alice made at Minar Academy. During their freshman wilderness survival training, Bella and Alice were in the same group. Due to a sudden blizzard, 2 members of Alice's team immediately dropped out. The 3 barely survived the first difficult day thanks to Alice's fire magic. Later, Alice's magic ran out, and Bella used collected seeds to grow enough food. The 3 encouraged and relied on each other, ultimately surviving the harsh winter and passing the training. After becoming students at Minar Academy, although they weren't in the same major, Alice would always visit Bella after class or school. They often ate together, held dormitory social events, and had a very close relationship. I finished the farm work at home, so I thought I'd come to school early to check things out. Bella looked curiously at the several projection crystals in the inner room. Did something big happen during this year's freshman wilderness survival training? When I walked in through the school gate just now, it seemed like a lot of people were watching, and the square was packed with people. Sort of. Alice thought for a moment, gesturing to the mountain of gifts piled up outside. I'm also having a problem with that. Victoria even went to the lab to avoid the storm. All those things outside are given by others. Huh? They're all trying to build connections. Alice said helplessly. Because they were jealous of this year's freshman's high talent, Espera hired a level 6 magical beast to cause trouble, and then Minar Academy just had a dragon clear the area. Okay. The dragon refers to. It's the legendary dragon race. Little Bella can go find the video to watch later. It's a super sacred beast over 200 meters long, which scared a lot of people. Then, this dragon was very friendly with little Elle in the video, so everyone thought our family had a good relationship with the dragon race. At this point, noticing the confused look on the girl's face, Alice explained, Little Elle is my sister. She enrolled in Minar Academy this year, and chose the grass element major. I think I understand. Bella looked half understanding. So, a dragon appeared at this year's freshman training competition, and the dragon got along very well with Alice's sister, so everyone thought Alice's Piarista family and the dragon were good friends, and then they came with gifts to try and build a relationship? Yes, Alice said with a wry smile. People have been stuffing gifts here since this morning, and no matter how I try to stop them, they won't listen. I'm about to have a terrible headache. The Piarista family is indeed good friends with the dragons. A woman's voice, with a strange regional accent, drifted in from outside. Alice poked her head out. Who is it? Just call me Seren. A girl with a high red ponytail, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, peeked into the inner room. Girls' dormitory building 4, room 315, should this be it? Yes, this is it. Are you from the Piarista family? Are you Alice or Victoria? I'm Alice, Victoria is out. Alice, dressed in a blue and white Lolita dress, looked puzzled and jumped off her small bed. Are you here to deliver a gift too, senior? No. Seren, quite familiar with the room, found a seat and deliberately made herself appear to have dragon horns and vertical pupils characteristic of dragons. I am the dragon you mentioned earlier. These words instantly made the two girls tremble. Don't be nervous. Although I'm glad you call me a dragon, strictly speaking, I'm just a sub-dragon, not a true dragon. I only recently learned human language, sorry. Seren smiled slightly. Also, this image of mine has never appeared on camera before, so please keep it a secret. Bella, completely terrified, nodded repeatedly. Yes, I won't say anything. Alice, suppressing her excitement, asked is there anything we can do to help? No need. The King and Pope of Espera are currently negotiating a contract with Mo Xian. I've been asleep for 5,000 years, and have nothing to do. The management of this building is a bit chaotic, right? The Academy arranged for me to be a dormitory supervisor. Seren leaned closer to Alice and lowered her voice. I heard that Little Ire's 2 older sisters live in this building, so I thought I'd drop by. I hope I haven't disturbed you. By the way, we can also chat about Little Ire's hobbies and interests. I asked the school cafeteria to add some special dishes later. Chapter 164. On Weltenhera Island, Elian and her group, having packed their luggage, returned to the beach they had arrived at. Seeing so many people arrive suddenly, the hydras, crabs, and sea snakes on the beach vanished in a flash. Alright, that's enough. Stopping in front of 2 speedboats by the lake, Elian turned to the Mother Mora monitor lizard, who had followed the group all the way there, and said, Your baby is about to be born, hurry back. Woo. The mother lizard seemed a little reluctant, but still nodded, looking back every few steps, and walked towards the jungle. Take responsibility and educate the little one well. Waving its little hand at the Mora monitor lizard, Erin watched it disappear into the jungle before rubbing her eyes, and saying to her companions, Let's go. You're finally here. The speedboat crew member was the same one who had brought Erin's team before. After the girls in the team, carrying bulging backpacks, were seated on the boat, he said with emotion, Sorry for what I said earlier. Huh? Wendy was a little confused. What did you say? Well, I said that teams with only girls almost couldn't pass the training. The crew member activated the wind element crystal, somewhat embarrassed. I just said it offhand. I didn't mean to discriminate against you. Please don't take it to heart. Of course not. Wendy put on a cheerful face. Didn't you tell us a lot about the new student groupings and wilderness survival tips back then? That experience saved us a lot of trouble. We should thank you. Ah. The staff member was even more embarrassed. Haha, I'm glad I could help you. Then, the wind elemental crystal unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The speedboat started moving, and in no time, it transported the group of new students off Wilton Heru Island. Follow this road eastward, and the entrance to the Black Forest is about 100 kilometers away. While waiting for Erin and her group to disembark, the speedboat operator gestured to the open space ahead. From here to the Black Forest, it's mostly sandy and gravelly terrain like this, and the terrain is relatively open. Your combined vehicle should be able to reach the Black Forest at the fastest speed. Wendy was a little surprised. Uncle, have you been watching our live stream the whole time? Of course, I was responsible for bringing your team to the island, and you're such a special team, how could I not be paying attention? The staff member scratched his head, but then again. Speaking of which, I worked at Minar Academy for so many years, and I really didn't know Minar had a dragon background. I always thought Minar's biggest backer was Emotion. Actually, Erin yawned, speaking in a dazed tone in front of the camera. Actually, that dragon isn't the biggest backer. Huh? The uncle's eyes widened. But I remember dragons are the strongest beings in this world, right? Even a creature like a dragon isn't Minar Academy's biggest backer? That's not the point. Erin's words caused an uproar among the audience watching this scene. Shouldn't the point be how Minar manages to have such a powerful backer? A backer stronger than a dragon? I can't imagine. I spent all night yesterday trying to figure out how to fight a 200-meter-long dragon, and finally concluded that Minar Academy was invincible. Now you're telling me there's something stronger than a dragon? Just how much inside information does this Eline know? Her identity is truly mysterious. Alright, I bet that after Eline said that, Minar Academy's prestige will explode in no time. The number of new students enrolling in Minar this summer will at least double, and for the next few hundred years, no one will be as blind as that Harlan Academy in Aspera who dared to provoke Minar. Faced with the uncle's question, Eline simply yawned slightly. Dragons are indeed not the strongest creatures in this world. Ugh. Leaving aside the fact that Seren is only a sub-dragon, even among true dragons, there is a very strict hierarchy within the dragon race. For example, the strength of an ordinary dragon is completely different from that of a dragon king like Aunt Ibel or Mother Fafnir. Furthermore, having regained some of her memories of the dimensional world, Erin could more or less sense some of the power of the Eldar, knowing that a vast and mysterious world existed beyond this one, perhaps harboring some unknown and powerful creatures. However, Erin's statement to the camera wasn't because she wanted to reveal the secrets of the dragon race. It was simply that this dragon princess wished to convey a message to the people of the Eve continent. Minar Academy's background is extremely powerful, far beyond your imagination. Please abandon any thoughts of harassing this academy. I be a student of Minar from now on, and I don't want to be woken up by random noises while I'm sleeping at school, so I better exaggerate the background of Minar Academy as much as possible. Seeing Erin's serious expression, the staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I understand. At the same time, he was also a little exasperated. My little darling, is it really okay for you to reveal the secrets of Minar Academy so openly? Done! On the other side, Wendy and the others placed the wooden frame on the ground and quickly assembled a small flower cart using the 4 elements of water, ice, rock, and grass. Seemingly to allow the cart to easily pass through bushes, Lilia changed the front of the cart to a cone shape and completely wrapped the outer shell with ice crystals. Only the interior of the cart consisted of tables, chairs, and a small bed made of rocks, vines, and flowers. Come on! Wendy took the lead, sitting in the sturdiest chair at the back of the flower cart, and summoned a vortex in her hand, ready to be launched at any time, signaling that everyone could get on. Princess of Team 1 and Squad 172, please board the vehicle. In the distance, the Nazod squad was walking listlessly along the rocky path leading to the Silas Black Forest. Alas! Alas! Benson, the team leader who had led his squad away from Wilton Heru Island at noon, had been walking for over 4 hours and looked miserable. We already traveled at least 50 kilometers from that island, haven't we? My legs are almost numb. Captain. Several team members also looked worried. Are we really going to walk 80 kilometers straight? Or what? You want to spend the night in a place like this, where you can't even find a forest, and then feed on mosquitoes? Benson glared at the team member. Don't worry, we're the first team to come out of the island, and the whole team is full of tough guys. Trust me, as long as we keep going at this pace, we'd definitely be the first to reach the Black Forest, stunning everyone. Whoosh. Before Benson could finish speaking, a strange wind sound accompanied by the sound of something moving rapidly approached from afar. What the hell? The captain instinctively turned around. Excuse me, excuse me. A bullet-shaped flower cart covered in blooming flowers and icicles, controlled by a wind elemental mage, suddenly rushed up from behind the team at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! Before the members of Benson's team could even realize what was happening, the flower cart roared past them like a missile, kicking up large amounts of dry grass and gravel, and hurtling towards the Black Forest. Benson was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at Nasod, the most mysterious boy in the group. Why are you looking at me? I'm just an ordinary person. Once the dust settled, Nasod rolled his eyes at Benson, walked past him, and continued walking forward. It's their ability to build vehicles. I can't exactly transform into a dragon and carry you all there, can I? Chapter 165. Whoosh! Propelled by the wind element, the ice crystal flower cart of Aren's team sped along the forest road at lightning speed, like a cheetah racing under the setting sun. Left. Left. We're going to crash. Turn right, just a little right. There's a grove of trees ahead, get out of the way. I finally know how to turn quickly. So this is how you use the wind element. On the flower cart, Windy, as the driver and engine, sat at the very back, continuously using large-scale wind magic, using the recoil of the gale to propel the cart forward. Because Aren was there, she could unleash her magic without restraint, providing the cart with a continuous source of power. Propelled by the gale, it would be more accurate to describe it as a bus-shaped rocket than a car. I know how to use ice crystals to assist steering. Placing some rock element under the chassis to change the car's center of gravity seems to also allow for lane changes. Pouring water under the car can accelerate it. Inside the car, the ice element mage Lilia maintained the ice crystals on the bullet-shaped body, ensuring that even if the car drove directly into the forest, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The ice under the car made it move through the bushes as if walking on thin ice, as slippery as an eel. Metal element fighter Tina used the weight of the rocks and the undercarriage's braking system to assist Windy with steering and deceleration. Tsubaki and Lulu stood on either side of the car, observing the road ahead. If they sensed something was wrong, they would throw a water ball at the obstacle, which was very convenient for both acceleration and deceleration. The grass elemental mage, Sophia, caused the vines inside the vehicle to grow wildly, forming numerous natural mini-chairs and tables. When people sat on them, the vines would actively twine around them, forming a seatbelt-like device. Uphill ahead, passengers, please hold on tight and hold on to Little Ire. In no time, they had left the other new students who were walking to the Black Forest far behind, arriving at a small hill. Should we go for it? Or take a detour? Let's go! Let's go! No detours, straight up the hill. Go! Perhaps because it was their first time playing together like this, the girls were very excited. Windy suddenly increased the output of her wind magic, and Tsubaki, Lulu, and Lilia quickly created a smooth path ahead. The little flower cart roared up the hill like a cannonball. Wow! Oh no, it went too far. Because of its incredible speed, the little flower cart transformed into a real rocket after clearing the mountaintop, tracing a beautiful arc in the sky. It's going to crash. It's okay, we're here. Water balloon. Seeing the cart glide a considerable distance through the air before it hit the ground, Chun and Lulu reacted quickly, predicting its landing point and summoning a water balloon in time. With a splash, the water balloon caught the cart steadily. Windy then used wind magic to push the cart away from the water balloon, and everyone landed safely. Perfect teamwork. I think we should add a pair of wings to the sides of the cart, maybe then it could fly. The Lehman Empire has similar magical devices, but they require at least tier 4 wind crystals to take off, which is very energy intensive. It's better to rent a griffin. You guys reacted so quickly. Looking at the approaching Black Forest, Windy gave Tsubaki and Lulu a questioning look. Have you encountered anything similar before? Hee, no, practice makes perfect. Tsubaki said somewhat embarrassedly, when I was little, the most valuable thing in our village was a kind of mushroom that grew in underground mines. When my parents and I went down into the mines, we often had to dig down with pickaxes, and the ground would often collapse. That's when I throw a water balloon to catch everyone. I see. I also went digging for similar mushrooms with my dad when I was little. Because of the low yield, they were indeed very expensive in the market. As she spoke, Windy noticed the entrance to the Black Forest ahead and instinctively said, "Look. We're almost there." What? We're already here? Seeing that the Alini team had flew from Wiltonhara Island to the western Black Forest of the Silas Empire in less than an hour, many viewers in front of the projection crystal almost instinctively stood up. This team is too clever. Who came up with this idea? Everyone else is walking to the Black Forest, but they're driving. And the vehicle's construction is so simple. This team setup is just too good. But I have a question. Isn't Wendy's magic power a bit too exaggerated? What kind of magician can use magic for almost an hour straight without breaking a sweat? Is she the wind goddess? I don't know. I also feel like this team's magic power has been inexhaustible since they landed on the island. Because there were 2 cameramen in the vehicle, the projectors for Team 1 and Team 172 in the live broadcast studio were also placed in the same spot. Therefore, the viewers in front of the camera could now watch the little flower cart moving at full speed from 2 different perspectives, one in front and one behind, maximizing the visual effect. Is this thing even allowed? Has anyone in Minar ever done this before? The freshman wilderness survival training didn't say we couldn't build vehicles, it just said off-site assistance wasn't allowed. The parts for these vehicles were all found on the island, completely within the rules. I originally thought the first team to arrive at the Black Forest would be Team 99, the first to set off, but I didn't expect Little L's team to arrive first. Are you sure it's okay? The Black Forest is so big, and it's said to be full of Black Zay's subordinates. I think it's safer to wait for the other teams and act together. Yeah, the Black Forest is also known as the Ice Serpent Forest. Besides being cold, having a harsh environment, and being teeming with treacherous magical beasts, it's said that even some plants are corrupted by demonic energy. Someone once filmed the legendary giant mouthflower at the edge of the forest. It can devour a person in one bite. So I never understood why Minar Academy made this year's freshmen travel so far, but considering their dragon background, it's hard to say. Amidst the noisy atmosphere, the little flower-covered vehicle in the camera safely arrived at the edge of the Black Forest. Little L, wake up. Wendy, having put away the vines and ice crystals, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Elline asleep in her seat during the thrilling roller coaster. We're here. Elline yawned, glanced at the dark forest ahead, and mumbled sleepily, is this the Black Forest? It should be. Wendy turned to the volunteer filming beside her. Senior, we haven't gone to the wrong place, have we? Volunteer Judy finally snapped out of her reverie from the thrilling racing game, surveyed the forest before her, and nodded. Yes, this forest is about 200 kilometers in diameter. In the very center lives a Tier 6 Ice Attribute magical beast, Black Swamp. You just need to find Black Swamp and throw a ranged attack spell at it to pass the test. Looks like we have to spend another day or 2 finding Black Swamp. Wendy was about to say something when Tina and Lilia seemed drawn to something, walking to a large chest at the forest entrance and reading the Esperan script on it. A magnificent treasure chest, dedicated to the esteemed new students of Minar Academy. After reading the inscription, Tina turned her gaze to a large sign nearby, resembling a road sign, Black Forest, by. Go in. What does that mean? Tina was puzzled by the words on the wooden sign. It feels like they left this sign here just in case we don't know the way. It seems there's more than one chest. Sophia pointed deeper into the path. There are more over there. Huh? Let me see. Following the sign, the group noticed that the path leading to the forest entrance seemed to have been artificially renovated. Not only was the surface smooth, but both sides of the path were filled with treasure chests, almost one every 30 or 40 meters. Wendy asked, Senior Judy, did Minar Academy leave this? Huh? I haven't heard of such a thing. Judy was also puzzled. Theoretically, the area around the Black Forest is uninhabited. The environment here is extremely harsh. Then who put this big chest with the bow? There's no chain. Wendy couldn't help but walk over to the chest and tap it twice. Tina, use that. Ice Gunfish to open the box and take a look. Chapter 166. With a glug sound, Tina used her frozen swordfish to pry open the most conspicuous large red treasure chest at the forest entrance, tilting the lid to one side. Almost the instant the chest opened, Sophia instinctively hid behind Wendy, Lilia stood like a knight in front of a Rin, and Tsubaki and Lulu stared wide-eyed at the large chest, a stark contrast to the forest's overall aesthetic. However, the open chest didn't seem dangerous at all. It wasn't a mimic chest, it didn't explode, and no monsters or tentacle creatures jumped out. Aside from deliberately painting the chest red and green to make it stand out, the snakeskin chest itself seemed unremarkable. Everyone, step back a little. Using geo-magic to cast shields on everyone, Tina, wielding her frozen fish greatsword and raising her geo-shield, walked towards the large red chest again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Only when she was less than half a meter away from the box, and confirmed there was no danger, did Tina peek over the top to examine its contents. Huh? What she saw completely stunned her. The large box was filled with almost entirely food. dragon fruit, cantaloupe, watermelon, wild strawberries. Besides various common forest foods, the box even contains some city food. Spicy strips made with starch and chili, assorted potato chips with 5 different flavors, marinated spiced beef jerky, and even the recently popular drinks in Lehman, Fonda soda, and pudding coconut. What's wrong? Tina's expression made Wendy lean closer. What's inside? What's this? After seeing the contents of the large box, Wendy's lips twitched. She carefully checked the box again, making sure there was no space to plant a bomb, before trying to take out a bag of snacks. This looks like candy from the Silas Empire. Candy? Tsubaki's eyes widened. Why is there candy here? Not just candy. Wendy then took out several bags of vegetarian beef and gold coins from the box. There are also spicy strips and money. Seeing the gold coins, Tsubaki and Lulu were somewhat moved, but they didn't say anything, only staring wide-eyed, their little faces full of disbelief. What do you mean? The volunteer was also dumbfounded by the spicy snacks and gold coins. I never heard of any kind of support. Maybe it's expired food, or poisonous? Wendy was also unsure. The nearest city is at least several hundred kilometers away, right? This place is located in the central region between the Riemann Empire and the Silas Empire. If you have to say, it's closer to Silas. The volunteer thought for a moment. While I can't interfere with your decisions in principle, it's best not to eat things of unknown origin from the middle of nowhere. I'm just curious why there's such a big box. Wendy put the spicy snacks and gold coins back in the box, closed the lid, and then turned towards the depths of the forest. Are there so many more boxes over there? Are they all filled with similar things? Let's go take a look. The volunteer filming for Teen 172 was also a bit bewildered. I just contacted Minar Academy, and the Academic Affairs Office said these boxes and wooden signs have nothing to do with Minar. That's strange. It can't be some parents' off-site assistance, can it? There are so many, even gold coins are included. Wendy thought for a moment. Since these boxes have nothing to do with Minar Academy, let's leave them alone. Let's go into the forest and find a place to spend the night and settle in. Okay. Following Wendy, Tamarin quickly followed the newly built forest path at the forest entrance to the second large box. Similar to the first box, this one was also made of snakeskin, square and unlocked, with only a lid on top. Tina used the frozen fish again to pry open the lid of the box. My goodness. This time, the box didn't contain watermelon or spicy snacks. Instead, it was filled with glittering elemental crystals of various sizes. Fire crystals that could ignite fire, ice crystals that could cool, lightning crystals that could generate electricity. Every single crystal in the box was at least tier 2. If this whole box were taken, it would be enough to support an average family for decades. Why are the road signs? Meanwhile, around the second box, Wendy also found several signs with arrows. Paradise Resort? Black Swamp Habitat? Farm Orchard? Black Forest Ski Resort? What kind of nonsense is this? Tina was also somewhat amused and exasperated. She walked to one of the wooden signs that read Paradise Resort and looked in the direction it pointed. Are you sure this isn't a trap? But how can there be so many traps at once? Even Wendy, the squad leader, was bewildered by the situation in the forest. She stretched out her hand and tried using wind magic to blow on herself. By the way, have you noticed? It's not cold in this forest. And it's not dark either. Lilia pointed to the ceiling. It feels like a lot of trees have been cut down. If the situation in the center of the forest is the same as here, we probably won't have to worry about visibility at night. There's a sign here too. At this moment, Sophia waved to everyone from not far away. It's a tombstone. A tombstone? Wendy ran over. What does tombstone mean? Look. Sophia pointed to the stone tablet on top of the small mound in front of them. This should be a tombstone, right? Wendy read the words on the stone tablet, with the world. Farewell. He passed away peacefully. Then, the two noticed the smaller Esperan script below the tombstone. Here lies the soul of 500 magical beasts from the Black Forest. For the next 10 years, the Black Forest will be safe. Travelers, crossed out, guests of Minar Academy need not worry about their safety. Little Erling. Seeing that the situation at the entrance to the Black Forest far exceeded her understanding, Wendy could only run with a mournful face to the back of the group. Erling, who was constantly yawning, look. What's going on here? The food in the first chest is all edible, and the gold coins are real. Judging from the condition of the chest itself, these things haven't been here for more than a day. Erling walked to the signs with arrows and looked at the words on them. The direction the signs point to is filled with a strong magical aura, And there's definitely a smell of furniture and water mixed in. Maybe there really is a resort there. The direction of the Black Forest ski resort is colder. There might actually be snow. The orchard seems to be not far ahead. There's a lot of the smell of ripe fruit. After briefly sensing the directions the signs pointed to, Eline reached out her small hand and rummaged through the bottom of a magnificent treasure chest beside her, pulling out a piece of what appeared to be recently shed snakeskin. Kurosawa's men. It was them. Chapter 167. The situation in the western Black Forest of Silas left the students, parents, and Minar scholars watching in front of the live stream completely bewildered. The crowd stared blankly at the footage captured by the photographer of Eline's team on the holographic projection, their heads filled with question marks. Wait, where did they fly to? Is this still the Black Forest? What happened to the place being teeming with magical beasts, extremely cold temperatures, where even plants eat people, and danger everywhere? How come there are treasure chests? People exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief at Eline's team's ordeal. Could it be that some parent moved in early? Doesn't that violate the rules? Of course it violates the rules. But didn't you hear what Shower said? These things were all done by Hei's men. How did Shower figure that out? She's not a prophet. I don't know, but since Shower can even summon dragons, I believe her if she said the Black Forest was a dragon forest. Just like the bewildered viewers in the live stream, the teachers in the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs office were equally baffled after learning of the situation. What's with these treasure chests? We didn't arrange this, did we? No, if there really was such an arrangement, we couldn't have been completely unaware of such a large-scale operation. Then it was arranged by the students' parents? That's unlikely too. The Black Forest is hundreds of kilometers from the nearest human city, and the journey is treacherous. Less than 3 days have passed since we announced the training location. Even if some parents wanted to provide external assistance, it would be too late. Susan, the head of the Minar Academic Affairs office, thought for a moment and sat down. Let's watch the live stream first. It seems that Little Air and the others are planning to go to that paradise resort to investigate. Let's see what happens. Furthermore, I have a theory now. I suspect that Kurosawa knew about Minar's combat test beforehand, which is why he had his subordinates, in conjunction with humans, invest a large amount of resources to transform the Black Forest into what it is today. Why would Kurosawa do this? To curry favor with Minar Academy, since word has spread that we have the Dragon Clan's backing. This also explains why Lord Mo Xian suddenly chose a 6th-tier magical beast for this year's freshman combat test. I see. Lord Mo Xian is putting pressure on the whole world, and the magical beast Kurosawa has chosen to back down. Meanwhile, in the Black Forest, after a brief discussion, Eren's team chose Paradise Resort from several road signs. The team, carrying their small backpacks, slowly made their way in the direction the arrow pointed. Another treasure chest. A moment later, Wendy, walking at the front, noticed a similar Christmas-themed snakeskin chest at the forest entrance by the roadside. She immediately took the frozen fish great sword from Tina, and skillfully opened the chest's lid. Cluck cluck cluck. As the box was opened, several startled chickens and heavyweight ducks jumped out instantly. It was clear that these chickens and ducks were imperial breeds, not wild pheasants or ducks. Even worse. Their feet were bound with rope, so even after they flew out of the box, they couldn't move at all. They struggled for a moment, then collapsed by the roadside. These are domesticated, aren't they? Wendy quickly noticed the ropes on the chickens and ducks' feet. She quickly went to the box, took out a pot, a ladle, and a large bag of seasonings. They even prepared the hot pot broth. Wendy was instantly exasperated. Are we here for a combat test or a vacation? This food is more lavish than what we nobles eat during the new year. Snacks are here, crystals are here, main course is here. Shouldn't we start preparing daily necessities? Tina, always fond of life, almost reflexively looked towards another treasure chest not far away. I bet that chest contains either clothes and towels, or sheets and pillows. I go check. Sophia jogged over, tossed a vine seed on the ground, and pushed aside the chest in the distance. A moment later, the little girl returned carrying several clean towels. There are indeed pillows and towels inside. So what exactly does this monster called Kurosawa want? Lilia looked both amused and exasperated. I thought there was going to be a fierce battle here, and I was all prepared to protect little Elle. It feels like this place could be turned into a resort with a little renovation. Tsubaki and Lulu picked up a few feathers from the large box and pinched the base of the feathers. They are indeed domesticated gugu chickens and heavy-duty ducks. Wild heavy-duty ducks have shinier and coarser feathers, but this one, it's soft. But isn't this strange? Sophia asked, puzzled. Even if Kurosawa wanted to curry favor with us or Minar Academy, where did he get all those snacks and these poultry? The snacks in the first box came from the Silas Empire. Kurosawa should know quite a few people from the Silas Empire. Eline picked a wild strawberry from the roadside and ate it, speaking indistinctly. If I'm not mistaken, this road, these boxes, and the wooden signs were probably all hastily made overnight by Kurosawa's men and the Silas Church. Huh? Tina was somewhat confused. The Silas Empire. Isn't that the country that always shouts I want war? I love fighting. Their only church should be the Frust Cross, right? The Frust Cross is also very warlike. You can make them fight, but making them do this kind of work. Is that really possible? Oh, I see. Tina and the others didn't know anything about Silas, but Wendy, who had experienced the Blitzkrieg Silas incident and the Piarista family curse in Elenine, finally connected everything at this moment. The girls around her quickly gathered around. What's wrong? Does the captain know something? Well, Wendy was about to say something when a sudden rustling sound from not far away made her instantly assume an attack stance. Who? Rustle, rustle. Under everyone's gaze, a giant ice crystal snake with 2 claws and a body about 3 meters long emerged from the grass. As soon as the snake emerged, it raised the wooden sign beside it, its massive body trembling. A line of clear Esperanto script was engraved on the wooden sign. Please don't hit me. Wendy quickly read the text on the sign. I'm here to guide you all. Paradise Resort, this way. Goodness, they even arranged a guide. Shortly after the Elenine team entered the Black Forest, the Nasod 99 team, which had set off first, also arrived near the western Black Forest of Silas. Finally, we seen our destination. Gazing at the vast, dark forest ahead, Benson, the leader of the 99 team, who had been walking for almost 5 hours straight, looked utterly exhausted. This is a death sentence. I told you long ago, don't walk 80 kilometers straight, it kill you, boss. The rest of the team also looked completely drained. What if the Black Forest is full of monsters? In our condition, going there would be just suicide. Don't worry. The only one in the team who had walked 80 kilometers without. Nasod, unfazed and seemingly unfazed, calmly stated, the entrance to the Black Forest has everything. Spicy strips, potato chips, gold coin chocolates, and your favorite Fonda drinks. Even the hot pot ingredients for tonight are ready. Don't rest, go and enjoy yourselves. Jialan, a team member said, blushing, this is the first time I heard you make a lame joke. Yeah. Another team member chimed in, isn't that just wishful thinking? Besides, there are no plums in the Black Forest, only poisonous snakes. Trust me, you won't regret it. Nasod nudged 2 team members, who were about to squat down to rest. If it's fake, I give you each a tier 6 crystal. If it's real, you help me make barbecue tonight. Chapter 168. The Black Crystal Serpent is a true-footed serpent that inhabits the forests surrounding the Silas Empire. It typically exceeds 3 meters in length and is an ice elemental. Its defining characteristic is its pair of agile forepaws, allowing it to attack prey like a wolf and grasp objects like a human, demonstrating remarkable dexterity. The Black Crystal Serpent's claws are mostly black, creating a striking contrast with its icy body. Besides attacking with its claws, it can also exhale freezing breath from its mouth to injure its prey. It is a non-venomous snake, classified as Tier 4 in the Monster Compendium. Some also call them black claw beasts, denying that they are snakes. Being a semi-elemental creature, the Black Crystal Serpent dislikes living in hot environments. Currently, the Black Crystal Serpents in the western Black Forest of the Silas Empire have formed a large group, led by a Tier 6 monster named Black Swamp, the Great Black Crystal Serpent. Leader. While Ren's team was heading to Paradise Resort, the viewers in the live stream also found a beast compendium and read out the classification and subject of the true-footed serpent holding a wooden sign. Was it Kurosawa who instructed the Black Crystal Serpent to do this? Wow, this is too dramatic. We originally wanted to see these students fight monsters in the Black Forest, but now it's turned into us adults watching kids on vacation. What's Kurosawa trying to achieve by doing this? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the 3-headed hellhound before? If I were Kurosawa, I'd be afraid of dying too. These freshmen are backed by Minar Academy, and Minar Academy's backer is the Dragons. If you don't treat the freshmen well, you're waiting for the dragons to exterminate your entire family. This Kurosawa is actually quite clever. With his actions, now most of the Eve continent knows that the Black Forest has become a resort. If he ever intends to cooperate with humans, he could take some time to renovate the Black Forest, create more attractions, and have his underlings collect admission fees, making money hand over fist. Amidst the chaos, on the Silas Empire side, dozens of griffins carried the Pope of the Frost Cross and a large number of papal members back to the church entrance. Thank goodness that Kurosawa wasn't too stubborn. The Pope seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as soon as he landed. Looking at the projection crystal in his hand playing the Minar freshman combat training broadcast, he said to the bishops around him, "See that little brat named Eline? All of you memorize her face. I now declare her to be a higher and more sacred Frost Empress than the Frost Queen." A bishop cautiously asked, "Your Holiness, if this news gets out, won't it cause a collapse of faith among our brothers who believe in the Frost Cross? Times have changed. We must learn to be flexible in our faith." The Pope shook his head and sighed softly. "A few days ago, as the Pope of the Frost Cross, I visited the Lehman Empire and was invited by their king to visit Moan City. Do you know Moan City? Due to the interference of the Flame Wolves and the Moan volcano, that city is known as the City of Flames. The climate is incredibly dry and severely lacking in water. Since the founding of the Riemann Empire, there has never been a winter, and temperatures are consistently above 30 degrees Celsius. And do you know what the average temperature in Moan is now? 0 degrees. The Pope made a zero gesture to the members of the papacy before him. Mount Moan is frozen. It's even snowing over there. Oh my God, this is insane. King Cassius even took me to see the northern walls of Moan. I saw that frozen fire wolf, a magical beast over 30 meters long, a fire elemental creature, just frozen like that, becoming a scenic spot in that city. It's even displayed on the Moan Plains, and every day a huge group of tourists in winter coats come to take pictures with it." The Pope walked to the Archbishop's side. "Do you know why?" The Archbishop instantly realized. "Is it because of that girl named Eline?" "It's the Queen." The Pope patted the Archbishop on the shoulder. "She not only froze the fire wolf, but also the Mani volcano turned hundreds of kilometers of land into permafrost. This level of ice magic is beyond even the most powerful ice god in history. No, compared to her, the ice god is merely a novice mage. That's why I went to find Kurosawa. Do you understand what I mean?" The Pope then looked at the other members of the Frost Crusade. "I don't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture like that stupid wolf, nor do I want the people of the Silas Empire to stand before us, frozen solid, a decade or so later, asking their parents what this is, and then those parents exclaiming with exaggerated expressions, 'Oh dear, this is the once ungrateful Pope.' But rest assured, the Pope has become a sacred relic of Silas forever, and we will have a brighter future. Just thinking about it is awful." Then, the Archbishop wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "What if it wouldn't listen to us when we confessed to Lord Black Swamp yesterday? Easy, we Silas. We'll simply declare war on Black Swamp." In the Black Forest, after following the black crystal snake carrying the wooden sign for about 20 minutes, Eline's team arrived at an ancient ruin filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. "This is..." Drawn by the ruins ahead, Wendy quickly stepped forward. "It feels like an ancient palace? It should be the temple where one of Orochi's subordinates once lived." Erin recognized the broken temple at a glance. "The aura of that serpent lingers there." "Orochi?" Wendy asked, puzzled. "What's Orochi? A serpent with 8 heads?" "Something like that." Erin approached the black crystal snake holding the wooden sign and spoke in snake language. "Little snake, do you know Orochi?" "Eek." This question instantly startled the black crystal snake. It turned around tremblingly. You can speak our language?" "A little." Erin smiled. "Orochi's subordinates are skilled in black magic, based on the aura emanating from the temple. It's speculated that it lived here for a while, and left behind a lot of information about black magic. Your boss, that guy named Kurosawa, probably learned that low-level curse after seeing the black magic left in the temple, and even sold black magic-related items to humans." I don't know anything." Hearing this, the black crystal snake immediately laid down in front of Erin. "I'm just a messenger. I don't know anything about black magic. I don't know anything about Yamada no Orochi. Please spare me." "What? This isn't about interrogating you. Just confirming the history of this temple. You guys probably temporarily converted the temple into a so-called paradise resort, right?" Erin stuck out her little tongue and stepped forward to pat the snake's cold head. "All right, take us inside quickly. I also want to see what kind of toys are in a temple like this." Chapter 169. The temple under Orochi's command is located in the south-central part of this black forest. At the entrance, 2 collapsed statues of entwined serpents stand. The temple is roughly square, surrounded by a ring of exquisitely carved white stones with strange patterns. However, due to its immense age, These stones are now shattered beyond recognition, their surfaces covered in vines and moss. My lord. Leading Eline and the others through the center of the serpent statue and into the temple, the black crystal serpent, acting cautiously, said, "Our leader didn't mean to make things difficult for the Piarista family at all. That curse was just a deal between our leader and the Frost Cross of Silas." Seemingly worried about upsetting Eline, the black crystal serpent raised its dark right claw above its head, as if making a vow. The Pope of the Frost Cross approached our leader, asking if they had any magic that could freeze human magical talents, offering 2 rank 6 ice crystals in exchange. Our leader, blinded by greed, made the deal with them. We really didn't intend to be enemies with the dragons. Please, my lord, please have mercy, and say a few good words for us with the dragons. Feel free to make any requests. This serpent seems rather silly. Switching her small backpack from behind to the front, hugging it like she would a pillow, Erin sized up the black crystal snake in front of her. To be honest, judging by appearance alone, this snake didn't have the imposing presence of a tier 4 magical beast at all. Even the evil hound looked fiercer than it. The black crystal snake before her was just over 3 meters long, with a particularly plump body. Standing upright, it was only about as tall as Erin. Its entire body was covered in crystal clear blue-white scales, and a pair of black claws extended slightly below its head, making it somewhat comical. In Erin's memory, the closest creature to this image was the goofy swift whirlwind weasel from a game on Earth called Phantom Beast Palu. The swift whirlwind weasel, without its legs, was covered in ice crystal scales, and moved forward by wriggling its body like a snake, something like that. However, in her memory, snake-type magical beasts didn't seem very intelligent. For example, the Yamata no Orochi that Erin had visited before, although it looked fierce and had 8 heads, gave off a rather simple-minded impression no matter which head spoke. "Where's your boss?" Eline, clutching her small backpack, ignored the black crystal snake's question and continued in the language of the Yamata no Orochi, asking, "Isn't it home today?" "Yes, the boss is in the center of the forest," the black crystal snake quickly replied. "Because the Minar Academy's test this time is just to bother the boss, and then it's over, the boss had us put up signs at every entrance to the forest. If the new students want to pass the test quickly, they just need to follow the signs to find the boss. They can take the test and leave on the same day." After saying this, the black crystal snake adopted a waiting for orders posture. "Should I go and inform Boss Kurosawa?" "Huh?" Eline hadn't expected the test to be like this. "You guys are really thoughtful." This snake said Kurosawa is in the center of the forest. Seeing the bewildered expressions on her friends' faces, Erin explained in Esperanto, "If we want to finish the test quickly, it can take us to Black Swamp right now." "Huh?" Wendy was dumbfounded. "Is that even possible?" It seems the news of Minar's backing by the dragons last night has spread throughout the entire continent. Tina was also somewhat amused. Even a 6-tier magical beast was quite frightened. "Does that mean Black Swamp is already lying in the center of the forest, just waiting for us to go and use magic?" Wendy turned to the accompanying volunteer photographer. "Senior, in this situation, if we go, will we pass the test?" "Theoretically, yes." Judy took out a booklet from her backpack and glanced at it. "That's right, this quarter's freshman test. There's only one condition for passing the test. A member of the team must attack Kurosawa's true form, whether by touching it directly, or by throwing a ranged spell that hits it." Judy put away the booklet, stating confidently, "Whether Kurosawa willingly gets hit by magic or not doesn't affect the test's passing criteria. So, if we follow this black crystal snake to find Kurosawa now, the test will end?" Wendy looked at the ancient temple ruins less than 100 meters ahead, then at the girls beside her. "Looks like it's time for a vote again. Everyone, what's the decision? Should we stay in these ruins for the night, or go straight to Kurosawa and pass the test quickly?" Wendy's words puzzled the viewers, who had watched the entire live stream. "Do we even need to vote on this?" "Yeah, for the freshman test, shouldn't we finish the mission as soon as possible and go home? This team doesn't even care if Kurosawa is there voluntarily. They just need to know where Kurosawa is. Finishing the mission tonight will be a breeze, right? They can leave after tonight. Why vote? Does anyone want to stay in the Black Forest? I don't know. I never figured out this team from beginning to end." What the audience didn't know was that Wendy had everyone vote on whether to go directly to Kurosawa mainly because of Erin. Because if this team went to harass Kurosawa, the entire team would pass the freshman combat test, and the next thing to do would be to disband the team and go home to wait for Minar Academy to start. This also meant that everyone would have to separate from Erin. So although Wendy was ostensibly asking the team members for their opinions on whether to pass the test quickly, the main disagreement within the team was whether everyone should stay with Erin for another night. The sun's almost setting. If we go straight to Kurosawa, even if we pass the test, getting home later will be a hassle. Under the camera's lens, Lilia, whose English wasn't very good, was the first to speak. So, my suggestion is to stay at this paradise resort for the night, let everyone rest, and then go find Kurosawa tomorrow morning. I agree. Sophia immediately stood next to Elaine. Besides, it's getting dark, and little Elle. She'd be going to sleep soon. It might be inconvenient without our help to take care of her tonight. That's right. Sophia's words instantly reminded Tsubaki and Lulu, who quickly raised their hands. We also agree to rest here for the night, and conduct the practical test tomorrow. Tina nodded as well. I also agree to rest first. That's a unanimous vote to rest here tonight. Wendy looked at the black crystal snake ahead. Then we trouble this magical beast to continue leading the way. The black crystal snake gave Erin an inquiring look. Lead the way. Erin rubbed her eyes, and yawned slightly. We plan to rest here for the night. Yes, sir, this way please. Seeing that everyone seemed to be in a good mood, the black crystal snake didn't dare to delay, and wriggled its chubby body towards the largest building ahead. Sister Tsubaki, Sister Lulu. On the way to the temple, Erin, carrying her school bag, came to Tsubaki and Lulu's side, and took out the gold coins she had casually taken from the treasure chest earlier. This? Amidst the two girls' surprised gazes, Erin lowered her voice. Anyway, it was dropped by that magical beast, you can keep it. Erin had noticed the expressions on the two little girls' faces when Wendy took the gold coins out of the treasure chest. Clearly, Tsubaki and Lulu desperately wanted to take the gold coins home, but because of the cameras following them, they seemed embarrassed to go over and take the coins from the chest in front of so many people. These two were pure gold coins issued by the Silas Empire, weighing nearly 20 grams. Erin remembered that the value of gold coins on the Eve continent was roughly the same as on Earth. If calculated at 600 yuan per gram, this 20-gram gold coin issued by the Silas Empire on the Eve continent had the purchasing power equivalent to 12,000 yuan on Earth. 10,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum for a rural family like Tsubaki and Lulu's, especially considering the expressions on their faces earlier. Erin could roughly guess that their family was facing various difficulties due to poverty. No, that won't do. Erin's words made Tsubaki instinctively refuse. This is too expensive, we can't. It's alright, if it's not enough, we borrow some more from Kurosawa tomorrow. Erin directly put the gold coins into Tsubaki and Lulu's skirt pockets, winking her big eyes at them. The Dragon Clan will pay. Chapter 170. As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, the first batch of freshmen from Wiltonheru Island had basically arrived at the Black Forest, 80 kilometers away. Holy crap! What's going on here? Treasure chests everywhere. These chests are full of food. What's this? Shredded pork with sauce? What's this? Shrimp chips? And this, garlic green beans? A celestial specialty? Look over here. There's even gugu chicken and heavyweight duck. And a hot pot base, and even a fire crystal. They're practically cooking for us themselves. What's going on? Are they all here to test us? I remember the condition for passing the practical test was to give Kurosawa a blowjob, right? Did we go the wrong way, or are we hallucinating from hunger? In the chaos, many teams arrived at the same entrance to the Black Forest, and a large group of freshmen gathered together, marveling at the unbelievable scene before them. How many treasure chests did you find over there? 5. 1 for snacks, 1 for drinks, 1 for hot pot, and also a bed, blankets, and pillows. Apparently, Group 77 even found a big house with air conditioning. Huh? Air conditioning? Seriously? Yes, you heard right. An air conditioner in the forest, powered by lightning element crystals, with built-in fire and ice element crystals. It's from the biggest factory in Silas. We were stunned when we went in. Suddenly, the entrance to the Black Forest was packed with new students. Everyone was speculating whether this was a test of humanity by Minar Academy, or a scheme orchestrated by the Black Forest's master, Black Swamp. Who wants to try it, have a bite? I wouldn't dare eat anything. This is the middle of nowhere. What if they added something to it? But I don't think this bottle of Fonda drink has been opened. Look, the cap is intact. The food might be the problem, but the crystals can't be the same, right? Quick, move them, at least move the fire crystals and ice crystals. Compared to the suspicious new students around them, Benson's team was relatively calm. Naysod, you're something else. It really is all food and supplies. Walking along the path leading into the depths of the Black Forest, Benson looked at the makeshift streetlights and cabins along the roadside, occasionally glancing at the treasure chests in the grass, and asked curiously, "What I'm most curious about now is whether these things are edible. Theoretically, they won't kill you." Nasod said coldly, "I haven't detected any substances harmful to humans on these foods." "Of course." Then, Nasod added, "Some of the poorly packaged snacks have seriously excessive bacteria levels. If you eat them, you might get sick." Stomach. You can detect harmful substances in food? Really? A team member picked up a bag of mushroom and beef. What about this? A snack made from potatoes and soybeans with some seasonings. It's not poisonous, is it? No. Haha, then I won't be polite. Because Nasod's feat of scaring off 5 team members with a single glance was so impressive, coupled with his successful prediction that there would be lots of delicious food at the entrance to the Black Forest, many members of Benson's team now regarded him as a god. Holy crap, it's true. I ate this when I was a kid. It tastes exactly like this. After Nasod assured them that the snacks weren't poisonous, the team member immediately tore open the packaging and started showing off. With all this industrial packaging, how could they be fake? Besides, we're representing the new students of Minar. Surely no one would be foolish enough to poison us, right? Never mind, I'm exhausted from walking all day. Hey, give me the ice crystal. I need to freeze some of my soda before I drink it. With the first person taking the lead, the other 3 members of Benson's team, excluding Nasod, couldn't resist any longer and started bringing out the snacks and drinks from their treasure chests, feasting on them by the roadside. Look, they seem to have started eating. Really? Aren't they afraid it's poisonous? This stuff is of unknown origin. How about we try it too? Anyway, Minar has a first aid team, so it shouldn't kill anyone. Hey! Are you crazy? Fine, give me a bottle too. Looking at the increasing number of new students, who had walked 70 or 80 kilometers, and were now indulging in a vengeful eating and drinking spree, Nasod sighed softly. He turned to the center of the forest, glancing at the wooden signs in the distance inscribed with Paradise Resort, Black Swamp Habitat, and Forest Ski Resort, and countless fragments of memories from the war between gods and demons flooded his mind. My lord, this journey may be one of never returning. Then I will never return. Your task is to take good care of these children. You don't need to worry about me. My lord. I want this sky to be able to block my view, this earth to be able to stop my killing intent. I am the Lord of Darkness. Thinking of this, Nasod covered his forehead in shame. What did I say back then? If I remember correctly, this place was a refuge for those children 100,000 years ago, or rather, a kindergarten. However, 100,000 years is enough to change everything. The children from back then have all grown up, and the former kindergarten has become ruins. The children left their homeland. Orochi's minions passed through this land and discovered that the kindergarten could be transformed into a testing ground for dark magic. So, they spent hundreds of years renovating the kindergarten, turning it into their own nest. Later, Orochi's minions also left. Exposed to countless sun and rains, and without maintenance, many buildings have collapsed, covered in vines and moss. The demonic beast Kurosawa must have arrived in the last few thousand years. It used the Black Forest and the abandoned nest of Orochi's minions as its new home, making simple modifications before letting the black crystal snakes move in. Time really flies. While Nasod was lamenting his youthful arrogance, Eline, led by the black crystal serpent, had already entered the ruins. What appeared before the team was a massive building, half collapsed, but still exuding its former grandeur. So beautiful. Standing before the gates of this building in the center of the forest, a structure resembling a sacred paradise from mythology, Wendy exclaimed, "Was this once the resting place of some goddess?" "No." Erin shook her head. "It was a kindergarten." "Huh?" "It started as a refuge for baby sacred beasts bullied by demons during the war between gods and demons. Later, as more babies came to live here, some winged people simply turned it into a kindergarten. Finally, it was transformed into a temple by the minions of Orochi." As she spoke, Erin walked towards a stone tablet near the entrance to the collapsed temple and read the inscription in dragon language. "I want this sky to be unable to obscure my vision. I want this earth to be unable to stop my killing intent. I am the Lord of Darkness." That familiar Chunibu vibe. Who is it? After reading it, Erin looked at the signature at the bottom of the stone tablet. Looks like I might find quite a bit of someone's dark history here tonight.